Chapter 81, It is too hard for humans to survive. Shout on auto repair shop. Sister Hong, everything has been packed, you can leave at any time. Wonka ran up quickly, his face was a little red because of nervousness and busyness. Li Yong glanced in the direction of the community, and said, no hurry, wait a little longer. Xiangzi followed behind and said, don't wait, there are so many zombies, you can kill them for a few days even if you stand there, let's go. The rest of the people also looked at Li Yong. The current way of life for humans is to avoid zombies. To stay alive, and wait for opportunities. Avoid direct confrontation with zombies. Ordinary zombies are already difficult to deal with. Let alone the current zombie tide. The person controlling the skeletons does not intend to leave. And there is nothing they can do. But there is still time for them to leave. Sister Hong, didn't that Yama King say that he would not need us later? Let's leave here first. I don't think it is likely that we can stop the zombies. Another man wearing a peaked cap also advised. He looked older. But he still called her Sister Hong. Li Yong still looked in the direction of the battle. Thought for a while. And said, let's wait and see. If we leave now, we may lose a source of food. And life may be even harder. Let's wait a little longer. If the zombies are going to win, let's take that person with us. Everyone frowned. But didn't say much. Since Li Yong wanted to wait. Let's wait and see. But judging from the current number of zombies, and the new zombies attracted by the battle, the chances of the skeletons winning are not high. I'm afraid it's certain that they will retreat. Several people went downstairs again, and continued to reinforce the car, to see what else they could do. Main battlefield. Zombies were like waves, hitting the skeletons' camp again and again. They squeezed and tore each other apart, the ones behind stepped on the ones in front, waving their claws, and pounced on the enemy. The skeleton team also kept waving their weapons, and chopped down and pierced the zombies that rushed over again, and killed the zombies. The big guy skeleton swung his arms left and right like a pendulum, and threw the zombies around. Skeleton dogs and skeleton cats also ran quickly among the skeleton teams, dragging zombies, pulling them into the team, and biting their throats and heads. The entire battlefield has spread from the battle in the front to the large skeleton team. The skeletons in the front row were drowned by the zombies. In the gaps, you can see skeletons struggling to fight back. Not only the zombies brought by the big-headed zombies, but also the zombies attracted by the fight. The louder the sound, the zombies around are also gathering here. Wu Hung raised his hand and released Witch Arrow. Acid splash, and glanced at the residential building in the distance. It was still calm over there, and he could see the big-headed zombies standing behind the window, and the ordinary zombies guarding outside the building. The skeletons were dying quite fast. This made Wu Hung start to worry. Don't capsize. The situation on the battlefield forced him to change his plan temporarily. If he dragged on like this, he would probably be in danger. After thinking it through, he immediately took out his pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshots were still deafening in the noisy scene. After the gunshots, on the edges of the roofs on both sides, skeletons with blue flames burning in their eye sockets appeared. They held plastic buckets filled with liquid in their hands. They looked at the situation below and threw them directly down from the roof. Bang! 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 The plastic buckets smashed into the zombies. A large number of zombies were knocked to the ground, and the liquid inside the plastic buckets splattered everywhere. A strong smell of gasoline instantly filled the surroundings. The zombies were knocked over and began to gather towards the walls on both sides, trying to gather together and climb up along the outer wall. The plastic barrels were still thrown down. After about 5 or 6 barrels were thrown down, the skeleton on the roof took out the glass bottle stuffed with a cloth strip and lit it again. The flame set the cloth strip on fire. Then he threw it down to the broken part of the gasoline barrel. Bang, boom, the Molotov cocktail fell to the ground and broke, and a big fire started instantly. The flames spread quickly to both sides, and the flames rose more than 2 meters high. A large number of zombies were covered by the fire, struggling and screaming, and were drowned by the flames and turned into ashes. But soon, the zombies made adjustments to their attacks. The zombies began to disperse, avoiding several burning locations, and continued to rush forward. The zombies roared, and the flames soared into the sky. The scrapped cars exploded one after another under the fire, and the roar was deafening. But the fire still played a good blocking role. The zombies were no longer so crowded, and the skeletons also crawled out of the pile of corpses, and continued to chop the zombies that surged up on the rooftop in the distance. the middle-aged man with a big beard and the man with glasses. Their bodies were stiff, and their eyes were surprised to see the battle in the distance. At the beginning, when I saw the zombies attacking the skeletons, although I was surprised, I just felt that two hell things were fighting. Dog bites dog. I wished both sides would die at the same time. But as I watched from below, I gradually felt something was wrong. The zombies began to split up. Some attacked head-on, some chose to climb, or use ladders to attack the inside of the skeleton. This set of operations left the two dumbfounded. The zombies actually started to use tactics. At the same time, they were more certain of the zombies' victory. The skeletons themselves were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and failure was only a matter of time. But when they saw skeletons throwing oil barrels and Molotov cocktails from the roof, the two were even more shocked. Fuck. Skeletons have a backup plan. The man with glasses exclaimed. This is not a tactic, but a plan. Right? What the hell is going on? The apocalypse broke out for a while. And the reason why humans can still exist is that these zombies have little intelligence. Their behavior and attack methods are more like degenerate beasts. Humans gradually figured out some ways to deal with zombies. But now it seems that they still underestimated the strength of these things. They can make their own weapons. These skeletons are a bit scary, said the bearded man. The man with glasses swallowed his saliva and continued, in this world, can we really survive? Who knows? We have to be careful. Take this information back and tell the main station to let them be careful of monsters like skeletons. Okay. In front of a residential building behind the zombies. More than 20 zombies were standing in front of the building door anxiously. From time to time, they were attracted by the explosions in the distance, roaring, then quickly quieting down, and guarding the entrance again. Suddenly, in the open space in front of the corridor, a figure slowly appeared out of thin air. Iron-gray skeleton, half of the body covered with yellowed and tattered linen. The zombies around were all stunned. The next second, they roared angrily and rushed forward. Bang! A straight punch was thrown, and the first zombie's head and eye sockets burst, and his body flew backwards, knocking over the zombies behind him. Bodong rushed into the corridor quickly. Two deformed dogs bared their teeth and roared, jumped down from the stairs and rushed directly. The fist shook, the deformed dogs hit the wall behind, collapsed and slid down. Bodong walked quickly to the front of the room. Bang! Kicked the door open. He looked at the big-headed zombie surrounded by more zombies. Chapter 82. Even the king of hell would bow 3 times. The bloated and deformed big head stared with wide eyes, looking at the skeleton that suddenly broke in. It seemed that he couldn't figure out why the other party suddenly appeared here. Why did he know it was hiding here? Roar! The big-headed zombie roared angrily, and the zombies protecting it on the left and right also roared. It rushed up with its fangs and claws bared. Bodong also stepped forward quickly, punched his fists and feet, knocked the zombies that rushed up, or smashed them into pulp. In the blink of an eye, all the zombies in the room died. The zombies outside the door were still pounding on the security door. The big-headed zombie leaned helplessly against the corner, watching the tall skeleton walk towards him little by little. Tap. Bang. The big-headed zombie tried to get out, but after just 2 steps, he lost balance and fell to the ground. Bodong walked in front of him, raised his head and kicked. Bang. The huge head exploded like a balloon, and thick blood splattered all over the wall and the ground. Main battlefield. The battle between the two sides continued. Zombies fell in a pool of blood, and skeletons fell like wheat. At this point, it has completely become a war of attrition. It all depends on who has more soldiers left. Wu Hung stopped using witch arrow and grease and just stood in a team, waiting for the next step of the plan. He looked at the battle ahead. Experience plus 55. Summon skeleton boxer experience plus 20. Suddenly, the experience value of Bodong appeared. An increase of 20 is not a value that can be achieved by killing ordinary zombies, and it also means killing a second-level deformed zombie. At the same time, the organized zombie group suddenly began to riot. Although they were still charging forward, they lost their original order, scattered everywhere, passed through the fire, and were even attracted by the exploding car, and violently beat the car wreckage. Wu Hung looked up, looking at the residential building in the distance. At the window where the big head was originally, there stood Ba Wudong holding the body of the big-headed zombie in his hand. Wu Hung gave him a thumbs up from a distance. Then he ordered, attack! Whoosh! The skeletons defending on the spot suddenly moved and began to charge forward. He knocked down the zombies that were rushing over, and kept raising and lowering the kitchen knife in his hand, killing the zombies in front. The 3-meter-tall big guy swung his arms desperately, knocking the zombies away one by one. Wu Hung followed the skeletons and advanced to the first battle zone. He raised his staff and released Dead Corpse Battlefield. The gray-white light circle spread out instantly, and skeletons climbed up from the ground, joined the team, and rushed towards the zombies. Avoid the flames! Seeing the skeletons walking towards the fire, Wu Hung shouted hurriedly. The fire had been burning for a while, and the flames were reduced, but there were still many combustible materials burning. If the skeletons stepped in, they might be more flammable than the zombies. The skeleton army began to shrink into a long and thin team, walked outside the flames, and continued to kill the zombies on the opposite side. Wu Hung opened his backpack, took out bottles of mental potions, and drank them with his head tilted back. Then, Dead Skeleton Battlefield was released again, and a large number of skeletons joined in, and continued to drink medicine, and continued to release skills. The group of skeletons crossed the sea of fire, and began to rush towards the zombies like crazy. The kitchen knife was swung down again, and the zombies were chopped to the ground. And the situation on the battlefield also began to change at this moment. The skeletons pushed the zombies back. The kitchen knife was swung continuously, and the zombies were chopped to the ground, and they couldn't raise their heads. Damn, who is he? Don't say he is called Yama Luowang. If the real Yama Luowang comes, he will have to bow to him 3 times before he dares to leave. Right. On the roof of a building right behind the battlefield, several people from the auto repair shop watched the battle in the distance. The entire battle changed so fast that they couldn't even react. At first, the zombies had the upper hand, and they thought they would win. So they planned to drive away. Then the gasoline barrel was thrown down, and the fire engulfed a large number of zombies. At this time, they thought they might win. But the loss of the King of Hell must be great, and they might have killed all the skeletons. But now, the skeletons directly charged in the opposite direction, killing the zombies. Needless to say, the skeletons must have won in the end. These zombies seemed to be in chaos all of a sudden. Wonka asked softly, standing aside. The time when the skeletons counterattacked was after the zombies were in chaos. Although I didn't see anything, I felt that some arrangements had been made. The moment the zombies were in chaos, the skeletons launched a charge. The commander zombie mentioned in the radio station was the one who brought the zombie tide. Maybe that zombie died, and the zombies became chaotic, Li Yong explained. The others looked at each other. The last time, Li Yong told them about the big-headed zombies she encountered in the hospital. At that time, I was surprised that the skeleton chased the deformed zombies to kill. Now this zombie actually brought people back for revenge. But the ending was still the same, and they were still killed by the skeletons without leaving a single piece of armor. It was simply terrible. That, Sister Hong, are we still going? I mean, when there is enough food, are we still going? Xiangzi asked. Li Yong was silent for a while, and then said, let's take a look at the situation first. Don't rush. Go and unload the things on the car. And don't rush to leave when it's safe. Okay. Several people nodded, and went downstairs to return to the auto repair shop. On the rooftop on the other side, the bearded man and the man with glasses leaned against the edge of the guardrail above their heads. The bearded man lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. The bearded man said, just now there seemed to be a person in the skeleton directing the skeleton. The man with glasses also said, I saw it too, but I'm not sure if it's a person. Maybe it's a monster that looks like a person. I feel like it's the superpower mentioned on the radio. The man with glasses pushed his glasses. If it's a superpower, then maybe there's still hope for humans. But the possibility is not high. There's no superpower that develops so fast. The bearded man looked back downstairs, extinguished the remaining half of the cigarette, and put it back into the wrinkled cigarette box, saying, anyway, we've lived another day, there aren't many zombies left. Let's go back first, and then ask about the situation through the radio. Yeah. The two got up and walked downstairs carefully. Time passed little by little, and the battle was drawing to a close. The skeleton dogs and skeleton warriors were surrounding and killing the remaining zombies. Bodong came back from the opposite side. The ribs of his chest were hung with a folded shroud like a towel. He held a big-headed corpse in one hand, and dragged 2 deformed dogs in the other hand. As the strongest fighter in the whole team, Wu Hung had planned to arrange him outside from the beginning, to kill this big-headed zombie. Otherwise, in a head-on confrontation, once the zombie was at a disadvantage, this big-headed zombie would turn around and run away, and it would be really difficult to catch him. It would be even more troublesome to attract the zombies to come back for revenge. Fortunately, it was relatively smooth this time. Ba Wudong killed him directly. Looking at the corpse thrown in front of him, Wu Hung was a little curious. This big-headed zombie, whose physical strength was not good, and who was staggering when walking, could be transformed into what type of skeleton? Chapter 83. Big-headed demonic spirit. 3 deformed corpses were thrown at his feet. There were 2 deformed dogs. It seemed that the probability of dogs becoming deformed was very high. He focused on the big-headed zombie again. Its head had been kicked to pieces. It looked miserable. In fact, the big-headed zombie had obvious strengths and weaknesses. It could remotely control zombies, but its weaknesses were close combat and movement. After being approached by Bodong, it was no problem to kill it. Let Bodong and some nearby skeletons protect themselves, and release bone service on the big-headed zombie alone. Necromancer magic slowly wrapped the corpse. The summoned creature exceeds the caster's ability, instability factors increase. An unstable prompt appears, proving that the level of the corpse is above level 5. The flesh of the big-headed corpse began to fall off gradually, and the white bones stood up. The exaggerated skull, like a balloon on top. The eye sockets are much larger than those of normal skeletons, and you can see the blue soul fire inside. Skeleton Spirit Demon, level 10, the name has changed, called Spirit Demon. This is a little different. When the level 11 big guy transforms, the name in the prompt is still Skeleton Warrior, but the attributes are enhanced. And the big head skeleton in front of me even has a new name. The big head skeleton, the hollow skull slightly turns, as if observing the surroundings. Skeleton Spirit, level 10. Level 10, 0/52,000. Attributes: Constitution 14, Strength 12, Agility 6, Intelligence 16, Perception 15, Charm 5. Features: Hollow skeleton, basic soul. Expertise: Soul distortion, biological distortion. Ability: Soul commander, Ness mind. Soul distortion, intelligence +4. Biological distortion, intelligence +1, perception +1, agility 3. Soul commander: by mastering the soul node, you can issue orders to many soldiers in the same camp. Hive mind: the skeleton spirits within the range belong to the same soul node, and their telepathy can be transmitted to the surrounding skeleton spirits at any time. And together, they can build the same master brain. Wu Hung looked at the attributes of the big-headed monster and still frowned. The overall attribute value is so weak. In terms of physical fitness, it is not much different from ordinary zombies. And its agility is only 6 points, which is a bit too low. Intelligence and perception have reached 16 and 15, which is considered higher among the transformed skeletons. It is understandable. The big-headed zombie itself has low physical fitness. Its characteristic is to control zombies. But this is a bit too low. It is level 10 anyway. Continue to look down. In addition to the 2 distortion specialties in the specialties, 2 new ability options have been added. Soul Commander: you can issue orders to the soldiers of the same camp through the soul node. This point is that it can control the ability of zombies, which is retained after the transformation. It feels like a good ability, which can issue orders to the skeletons. The second ability is called Hive Mind. It doesn't feel like a zombie ability, but more like the ability of the Zerg in the original Star Wars game. According to the introduction, it can transmit telepathy to the surrounding skeleton spirits, and jointly build the same master brain. Wu Hung read it over and over again, and somewhat understood what it meant. In other words, the skeleton spirits in the range have established a WeChat group, and everyone can know any news. If it is really as he guessed, this spirit is really useful. A huge network can be established. Achieve intelligence sharing. From now on, you will be called Big Head Number 1. Wu Hung gave him a name directly. The skeleton spirit demon did not answer, and still stood there. Come out, and stand aside. The big head skeleton came out, and stood aside honestly. His walking movements were still not fast, but only the skull was left on his head, so it was not that heavy, and he did not stagger after walking a few steps like before. He took the kitchen knife of a skeleton next to him, and searched on the ground, and found a second-level corpse core. Put it in a plastic bag, and continued to use bone service on the other 2 deformed dogs. The 2 level 5 skeleton dogs stood up, shook their bodies, and ran to the side. Wu Hung found 2 more level 1 corpse cores from the corpses. 3 corpse cores. 1 level 10 skeleton, and 2 level 5 skeletons. The harvest was not bad. After transforming the 3 deformed zombies, he set his sights on the street. The whole street was in a mess. Abandoned cars with thick smoke, the heat waves of flames, and corpses covering the ground. It's like the road to hell. So eerie and scary. Wu Hung glanced at the big-headed skeleton beside him, and said, "Let the skeletons bring the bodies back." The next second, all the skeletons on standby in all directions moved, dragging the zombie bodies on the ground, and walked towards this side. It really works, and the effect is not bad. This big-headed zombie may be more useful than he thought. He continued, "Let the skeletons move the bodies into the community and pile them together, and the rest will put out the fire." The skeletons began to divide their forces. Some dragged the bodies into the community, while others began to collect some soil and sprinkle it into the flames on the road. With the big-headed skull, he only needed to stand there and give orders. All the bodies were dragged into the community, and the buildings on both sides were charred black by the fire. The windows on the first and second floors were also broken, so they still had to put out the fire separately. It took a lot of time to clean up the battlefield and finish the work. It felt like it was almost done. Wu Hung said to the big-headed skull, "Take some skeletons. Clean up the zombies nearby. Don't hurt humans. And if humans attack first, you can fight back." The battle attracted a lot of zombies, which caused some chaos in the area. It needs to be cleaned up. At the same time, we also need to warn the big-headed zombies not to kill the ones in the auto repair shop. The entire group of skeletons, the skeletons with souls, are practicing spears and swords on the roof. The big-headed skeleton, commanding about 500 ordinary skeletons, goes out to patrol around the community and kill zombies. Returning to Blackstone Town, Wu Hung washed and changed his clothes. After sorting out, he went directly to the professional association. Entering the team lounge, there was no one inside. It feels that the atmosphere of the entire 4 team is very bad now. No one comes to the association. I filled out the commission form for 3 corpse cores in the lounge. I sent it to the front desk in the lobby. When I went back to the lounge to get something, I saw Slater, who was wearing a long skirt and a leopard, walking towards me. "Deputy Deacon." Wu Hung took the initiative to greet him. "It's not easy to see you in the association," Slater said. "Well, our team is on vacation, so we come less often." Wu Hung made up a random excuse. Slater looked at him curiously and then asked, "Do you have a lover?" "No, why do you say that?" Wu Hung didn't understand. Why did she suddenly say that? Slater looked him up and down and said, "You look different. I thought all 4 teams were looking for lovers." This guy is really well informed. The captain's affairs must have been discovered. "If you want to find me, find someone like the deputy deacon," Wu Hung said directly. "Oh, you like older ones?" Slater raised his eyebrows. "No, I just like pretty ones." Slater's mouth curled up, as if he was very pleased with this sentence. "Boy, I think you want to cheat me out of money." Chapter 84, Encircling the Necromancer. I chatted with Slater for a few words, and said goodbye to each other. I went back to the crowded area directly, and didn't hang out outside. I came back a little late today, and there are more customers in the tavern at this time. It was a mess, and there were some rough guys, so I came back and made myself a bowl of noodles. Now that I have a good physique, I am not afraid that these things have no nutrition. While eating instant noodles, prompts kept appearing. Gain experience +2. Summon skeleton warrior, experience +3. Gain experience +2. Summon skeleton warrior, experience +5. Gain experience. Since returning to Blackrock Town, my experience has never stopped. It should be the big-headed skeleton, leading the skeleton team to clean up the zombies nearby. This method, he had thought of it before. But the other skeletons with souls did not have this effect, and ordinary skeletons could not execute orders at all. Now the big-headed skeleton can solve it, and the effect is good. It feels like sitting at home counting money. It also completely got rid of his way of following the skeletons to fight every day. If there is a chance, I still have to get more big-headed skeletons, and then go out to lead the team to fight monsters. After eating instant noodles, Wu Hung continued to practice the Grey Eagle swordsmanship. The long sword in his hand was swung out again and again, making complete movements. In the zombie world, the auto repair shop, the doors and windows were sealed, making the room a little stuffy. "Are the people from Shoudong Auto Repair Shop still there?" The radio frequency band, a question came. Wang Ke, who was sitting at the table, turned his head to look at Li Yong. The latter frowned, took the microphone and asked, "This is the auto repair shop, what's the matter?" "They are still alive." "Damn, they can still survive." "Are those skeletons made by them?" "Shut up, the other side can hear it." The radio, there was a noisy discussion. Surprise can be heard. "And they are discussing the skeletons." After a few seconds of silence, another question came from the other side. "Did you see the battle between the skeletons and the corpses today?" Li Yong and Wang Ke looked at each other. In addition to them, there were others who saw the situation here. "Yes, they are some distance away from us," Li Yong replied. "Do you know the origin of those skeletons? I mean, are there any superpowers?" The two were a little surprised. The group was not too far from the battle site at that time, and they might have seen something. Li Yong thought about it and said, "I don't know. It's too late to hide. Who would study these things?" But they didn't dare to say anything about this matter. After all, they lived under the protection of the skeletons. Without the other party's permission, she didn't dare to say anything. The other side fell into a brief silence again. "Those skeletons are a bit dangerous. You should be careful." "Thank you. We will be careful." Then, the other side continued, "Do you have enough food?" Li Yong immediately became alert. "Food is gold now. Who would ask if you have gold at home? What's the matter? If you have food, we can make some exchanges," the other party said directly. The two shelters are not far away, and they agreed to make some exchanges or transactions. "What do you want to exchange?" "I have medicine here, which can be exchanged." In this case, medicine is also indispensable. "We don't need it." The other party didn't expect that the rejection would be so decisive, and fell into silence again. Then he said, "What do you want?" Li Yong was amused, and said, "Contact us when you have thought it through." The other party was silent again. Just when Li Yong put down the phone and was about to leave, a voice came from the radio again. "This is Chang'an Prison. If you have food, we can exchange it." Li Yong felt that the matter of food could not be told to others, and immediately changed her words. "We don't have much food here either. We can exchange it with guns, rifles, or sniper rifles." Li Yong was shocked. But she still said, "If we find enough food, we will exchange it with you." "Okay." The next day, Wu Heng got up in the morning. After breakfast, we headed to the zombie world. In the open space in the middle of the community, there was a higher mountain of corpses. After yesterday's battle with the zombies, all the corpses were piled up here. Wu Heng took a look and directly released Dead Skeleton Battlefield. A large number of skeletons stood up directly and walked to the queue on the side. After taking 2 gulps of medicine, he continued to release skills to increase the number of skeletons. For another magic world, he was the Necromancer who had the least shortage of soldiers. At noon, Li Yong rushed over. She said directly, "Yesterday someone asked about the skeletons on the radio, and it seemed that they saw a battle with zombies. Didn't you find anything?" "No. They asked if he was a superpower. I said I didn't know, and I didn't mention it again." "Well, don't tell anyone for now." Li Yong continued. "Someone also wanted to exchange food, and said they would exchange it for rifles." Hearing this, Wu Heng turned to look at her and asked, "Where?" "South City Prison. It's a bit far. Let's talk about it later." "Okay." Li Yong left, and Wu Heng continued to return to the community to transform the pile of corpses. In the afternoon, returned to Blackstone Town. As soon as I walked out of the boundary gate, I saw a letter under the door. It said that the association had a mission, and I went to the professional association. Another mission? It seemed that after the last divine punishment, the 4th squad had not been assigned any missions. I made another bowl of noodles to fill my stomach, and then began to stuff the things I was going to bring into my backpack. The magazine was full, and I brought enough spare magazines. When everything was ready, Wu Heng took Bassin out of the residence and went to the professional association. Entering the hall, the other 3 teams also gathered in the hall. It seemed to be another collective action. Wu Heng saw the location of the 4th team and walked over directly. Oddluck and Kavina stood aside waiting, while Yuri was holding something, leaning against the wall, looking around and stuffing food into her mouth. "Captain, are we guarding the house?" Wu Heng approached and said. Oddluck frowned, understanding what he meant by guarding the house. Then he said, "Listen to the deacon's arrangements. It's not clear what the task is." "Oh, okay." Wu Heng stood aside and waited. Yuri came over and said, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you when the time comes." We are few in number, so we may be able to defend the house. Like last time. Wouldn't it be more dangerous to stay behind? Wu Hung was stunned. It seems to make sense. Not long after, Deacon Yazid and Deputy Deacon Slater came out from one side. The members of each team stopped chatting, and the hall became quiet instantly. The deacon said, Blackstone Town received news that the traces of the Necromancer were found. We need to cooperate with the guards to kill him. And we don't need to take him alive. Everyone was stunned, and some of them turned back to look at Wu Hung, seemingly observing his expression. Wu Hung looked straight ahead, and did not look at other people. What does the other Necromancer have to do with me? I abide by the law. The deacon waved his hand, and everyone followed him out. He did not mention the people who stayed behind in the association. It seems that there are other arrangements. Each team met up with the guards outside, and rushed out together. As night fell, the team left the city in a mighty manner, rushed to a remote manor in the east. Approaching the destination, the team began to slow down, and at the same time, a ranger in leather armor walked out of the dark woods. He whispered, the target is inside, and has not come out until now. Slater's face was serious, and he whispered, I didn't notice you. Don't worry. I definitely didn't notice me. The ranger patted his chest and assured him. Because of you, Li? Wu Hung followed him. Hearing the conversation between the two, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Slater nodded, and returned to the back to explain the situation to the deacon and several guards. He returned again soon. He gave a direct order, attack. Surround them. And leave no one alive. Walala. Everyone took action instantly, and ran quickly towards the manor in front. Chapter 85, Corpse Dead Spirits. Walala. Flocks of birds flew into the sky, and flew towards the manor first. The guards and professional teams quickly approached the hollow iron gate of the manor. The manor was dark and silent. A leader of the guards looked at the ranger beside him. The ranger controlled the birds to fly around above, and said, there is no danger in the yard. He waved his hand to the back. Immediately, a man wearing leather armor and a short sword on his waist came forward and began to fiddle with the lock of the iron gate. With a crisp sound, the door opened. The commander waved his hand slightly, and the guards quickly rushed into the manor, surrounding the stone fortress in the center. The professional team also quickly followed, and they were all ready for battle. Welcome friends from Blackstone Town. The balcony on the second floor of the stone fortress lit up with torches. A figure in a black robe and of medium build appeared in front of everyone. He held the stone railing of the balcony with both hands, looking down at the crowd below. Without any surprise or panic, Wu Hung leaned towards Bassin. This necromancer had indeed discovered them long ago. The black-robed man held the stone railing with both hands, and continued, I know the purpose of your trip, but you have found the wrong target. I am not the necromancer you are looking for. I can provide you with some clues. Whoosh, before he finished speaking, a cold light broke through the air. With a puff, it accurately hit the chest of the black-robed man. Wu Hung was startled, and suddenly turned around, and saw a longbow in the hands of a leather-armored man standing behind him in the night, and the bowstring was still shaking slightly. Look at the balcony again. The black-robed man was shot in the chest, and his body leaned back sharply, but his hands were still tightly grasping the stone railing in front of him, and his body was in a strange posture. And the next second, under the gaze of everyone, the black-robed man slowly stood up again, and broke the arrow shaft in his chest. A part of the arrowhead was still in the other person's body. A substitute? Or some special physique? He is not dead yet? The black-robed man cast his eyes on everyone again, and his voice became colder. It seems that you are planning to find a scapegoat. Well, then all of you stay, and become my servants. The next second, the ground in the manor began to shake violently. Mottled, rotten flesh and blood palms broke out from the ground, densely packed, like bamboo shoots growing all over the ground. Kill him! Yazd ordered again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows and crossbows shot towards the second floor in a row. The black-robed man retreated deep into the stone fortress, saying, Enjoy this feast of killing. The figure disappeared into the darkness. The rotten corpses with mottled flesh and blood covered the entire manor, in front of the eyes of Blackstone Town. They actually collected so many corpses. Slater, commander of the guards, follow me and charge in. Directly kill the necromancer. The rest of you should clean up the corpses in the manor. At the same time, seal off the surroundings, and don't let any suspicious people escape. Yazid said to the surroundings. Okay. Everyone nodded and acted according to the order. Yazid and his men rushed towards the gate of the stone fortress quickly. Bang, 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 the dull sound of footsteps rang out. For huge humanoid monsters walked down slowly from the second floor of the stone fortress. They were nearly 4 meters tall, with thin arms that were longer than their knees, with thin and sharp nails like blades, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, and gray eyes without pupils. "It's a troll corpse," Slater reminded softly. The others nodded. Above the corridor, the black-robed man followed the troll corpse and walked down slowly. "Slater, the secret whisperer of the association. I will not destroy your corpse. At least before you rot." "Do it," Yaz chuckled, pointed the wooden stick in his hand, and a beam of energy formed and shot forward. The troll corpse on the opposite side was hit, and a large piece of rotten flesh was blown away, revealing the more rotten internal organs inside. At the same time, the rest of the group also attacked at the same time. The melee fighters rushed towards the stairs with their weapons in hand. The long-range fighters drew their bows and arrows, and shot arrows one by one, whistling through the air, towards the target. The 2 tall corpses guarding the stairs waved their sturdy arms, hitting the people rushing over. The black-robed man in the back dodged the arrows while condensing magic rays from the staff in his hand, and blasted them towards the opposite side. For a moment, there was a roar in the castle. Outside the castle, the guards and members of the professional team fought with the corpses that crawled out. The sounds of fighting and swords piercing flesh filled the entire courtyard. People kept falling to the ground with swords, groaning. Wu Hung raised his hand and released the witch arrow to knock down the 3 corpses in front of him. Bassin ran up quickly and pierced his head with a short blade through the eye socket, killing him. The corpses here are different from zombies. Although they are also not very intelligent, they can use weapons. Some of the higher level ones may have fixed jobs. They are dead servants in a different direction from Wu Heng's own skeletons. Although they are not as strong as the members of the guards and professional teams, they should be handled with caution. The brown giant bear that Yuli turned into knocked the corpses away one by one. It knocked over the rest of the corpses. Dang! A crisp sound rang out. Oddluck took a step forward, and the long sword in his hand blocked the corpse's sword that was slashing at the brown bear. "Be careful." The brown bear nodded, and waved his bear paw again, and threw several corpses away. At this time, Talisa from the second team brought her team members over. Asked, "Are you okay?" Oddluck replied, "Nothing." The 2 teams gathered together, and began to kill the zombies around them. The guards on the side were more efficient in killing the enemy. Forming a tight formation, they could resist more zombies. The battle continued, but the number of zombies was gradually killed by the Blackrock town side. Bang bang bang, just when most of the zombies were killed and fell to the ground. The change happened again. The dead bodies exploded one after another. The thick yellow smoke, as the bodies exploded, instantly filled the entire manor. Under the yellow poisonous fog, almost at the same time, all the guards and team members began to cough violently. The body showed symptoms of poisoning and weakness. "Be careful, it's the evil explosion of the Necromancer. The gas is poisonous. It is written in the Book of the Dead. The Necromancer can use the corpse to release miasma, which affects the living. Now it seems that this spell is set in the body of the corpse, forming a skill combination. After the corpse dies, the corpse will explode and release the poison gas. This has an additional effect of releasing poison gas twice compared to the skeleton." After hearing Wu Heng's words, the 2 teams began to find ways to prevent inhaling poison gas. Wu Heng held his breath, quickly opened his backpack, took out an unopened gas mask, quickly tore off the outer packaging, and put it on his face. As the corpses died and exploded one after another, the fog completely covered the entire manor. Chapter 86, Undead Physique. It is difficult to detect the figures of companions from 3 meters away. Bassin, identify the positions of the team members. Wu Heng put his hand on Bassin's shoulder, and rushed forward together. All along the way, there were weak guards lying on the ground. There were not many people who could carry anti-gas equipment, and gas masks were not popular in this world. Wu Heng quickly found the other members. Kavita put on the crow's mouth mask. Oddluck and the other members of the second team also took out scarves to cover their mouths and noses. "Withdraw first," Wu Heng said directly. "In this situation, it is impossible to fight. Corpses are not affected by poisonous gas, but living creatures cannot stand it." "Ahem. My aunt?" "Ahem," Yuri said while coughing dryly. "You are going to die." Return it to your aunt, Wu Hung said. Yuri ignored him and turned into a terror crow, and was about to fly inside. Wu Hung grabbed her leg and said, "You go out first. I'll go see your deputy deacon and the others." Yuri glanced at him and nodded. Okay. Each team began to withdraw, and the fog was filled with the sound of dragging companions across the ground. Wu Hung continued, "Let's go to the stone fort and have a look." Putting his arm on Bassan's shoulder, he moved closer to the stone fort. The hall of the stone fort. The poisonous fog poured in from the doors and windows, and instantly filled the hall. The few people fighting, wearing props or releasing protective scrolls, blocked the poisonous fog. But it still had an impact on the performance of their strength. Crack! The leopard was knocked away by the troll corpse, and broke the handrail of the stairs, and fell down. Then, the troll corpse hugged the two guard commanders, tumbled down the stairs, and hit the wall behind with a bang. The troll corpse raised its sturdy arms, threw one person away, and then raised its arms to hit the remaining guard leader's chest like raindrops. The breastplate was dented. Blood flowed from the mouth, and it kept coughing. The faces of several people changed drastically, seeing that their companions were about to be beaten to death. It was too late to rush over. At this moment, gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets hit the body of the troll corpse, causing it to stagger slightly. The leader, who was spurting blood, rolled over with difficulty and pulled away a certain distance. Wu Hung led Bassan and ran into the hall quickly. A dull voice came from behind the mask. "Hold these corpses." The deacon and the commander immediately reacted and ran towards the troll corpses again, stopping them from approaching the stairs. The black-robed man looked at the figure rushing in. When he saw the leather armor of an ordinary member of the association, he also sneered. "You think you can show off at this time?" Wu Hung did not answer. While moving forward, he changed the magazine. Then he started to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Dense bullets hit the target one after another. He choked back the words that followed, and his body was also shot back by bullets. As the black robe on his body was torn, the man in black robe also looked down in disbelief. He raised his staff, and used fireball to shoot at the opposite side, and the scorching ball of fire flew out directly. Bassan quickly changed his position, and stood in front of Wu Hung. His body was blown up by the fireball, and a piece of flowing flames was scattered. "You also have undead servants," the black-robed man said in surprise. Wu Hung did not answer, but pulled the trigger even faster. Bullets poured out like they were free, turning the original black robe into a piece of rag. "My servants, protect me," the black-robed man shouted loudly. But the rotten corpses around him were blocked by the other people, looking at the people rushing towards him with strange weapons. The black-robed wizard released a large amount of black fog and turned to run upstairs. Wu Hung and Bassan quickly followed. In terms of movement speed, Wu Hung and Bassan were both faster than the Necromancer. But fearing an ambush, Bassan was still ahead. He quickly caught up with the black-robed man and stabbed the dagger directly into his body from behind. The black-robed mage staggered and fell to the ground. The black robe fell off, revealing a face like a mummy. Wu Hang's eyes widened instantly. The other party was a necromancer. Why did he become like this? "Are you crazy? Help them!" the black-robed mage shouted loudly. Wu Hung did not stop, and he kept pulling the trigger. The bullet instantly smashed the target's head. Gained experience plus 77. Huh? The experience prompt appeared, proving that the other party was dead. Under the gas mask, Wu Hung breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Hung squatted down and fumbled on the bag of the corpse. Just as he searched the body, hurried footsteps came from downstairs. He casually touched a book that seemed to be a skill book and stuffed it directly into his backpack. Wu Hung stood up and saw Deacon Yazid and others rushing up quickly. Seeing Wu Hung and the body lying on the ground, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Wu Hung, are you okay?" "No problem." Wu Hung stood up and said directly. Yazid glanced at the body and continued, "Take the body with you. Let's go out first. Let the guards handle the rest." "Okay." There was a mess outside the manor. A large number of guards were lying on the ground, coughing and vomiting. The injured part began to rot directly. Everyone was drinking potions. This night, it cost a lot of money. So many people caught one person, and it turned out like this. It was a failure to some extent. Yuri went to see Slater first, then ran over and shouted in surprise, "You killed that black-robe wizard?" The others were also stunned. Then they all looked over. When I went over, the other party was almost dying, I just stabbed him. Wu Hung made up a story. You could also encounter this. Soon, the deacon and the deputy deacon came over. The leopard limped, and Yuri squatted on the ground to comfort him. The deacon said, "Okay, leave this to the guards. Let's leave first." The body of the necromancer was handed over to the guards. The professional team began to rush towards Blackstone Town. Yuri looked much better at this time. She chased Wu Hung and said, "I suddenly thought of a problem. He is also a necromancer. If you kill him, wouldn't you be a traitor in the profession? Damn it! Return to Blackstone Town." The deacon said to everyone, after returning, "Treat your injuries. Today's operation was quite successful. The merits and rewards will be recorded. Okay, go back and rest." Everyone dispersed and walked back. It was already getting light. Wu Hung returned to his residence, asked Basson to guard the door, and went to bed to rest. Dong dong dong. There was a rapid knock on the door. Wu Hung opened his eyes, and it was bright. Basson was still sitting at the dining table looking at the door. Hearing the knock on the door, he immediately stood up and went on alert. Take a nap. And someone is knocking on the door. Who is it? Wu Hung asked. If it's not something important, tell him to come back later. Wu Hung, have you had breakfast? Let's have breakfast together. Yuri's voice came from outside the door. Damn, it's good to be young. So energetic. When I opened the door, I saw Yuri standing at the door. There were still some blue scars on her cheek, which should have been left yesterday. I made way for Yuri to come in directly. Wu Hung asked curiously, "Aren't you sleepy?" Yuri sat down at the desk. "Why should I be sleepy? I can go without sleep for several days." "Come in, is your aunt abusing you? She doesn't even give you food. You are so rude." Yuri sat down at the side, and continued, "My aunt is out. We killed the necromancer yesterday, which can be regarded as solving the difficulties in Blackstone Town. Otherwise, the kingdom and the association would have sent an investigation team. Oh, no wonder the city hall and the deacon are so anxious. They are afraid that someone from above will come. Yeah, it should be." After Wu Hung made 2 bowls of noodles, he sat back at the table and began to look through the books he got yesterday. The Book of the Dead. Volume 2. This was found on a corpse yesterday. I thought it was a skill book, but I didn't expect there was a second volume. While waiting for instant noodles, I started flipping through it. This second volume is much thinner, but the content is more advanced. One of them talks about the occupational transformation of the necromancer. For melee occupations, after transformation, the characteristics of each occupation can be preserved, or most of the skills. But for mages, and some special occupations, it is a little different. Since the corpse is injected with false souls by necromancy, the magic elements of the corpse itself are also changed. That is to say, the person you transform is a wizard, no matter what school he belonged to during his lifetime. After being transformed, he can only be a necromancer, because he can no longer sense other attribute magic. There are also some professions such as priests and sorcerers, whose power comes from the gods. Whether it is given or exchanged, it does not belong to them. After transformation, this power cannot be preserved. Especially for priests, the transformation often collapses directly, so the Book of the Dead clearly states, don't transform these corpses related to gods. There is no benefit, and it is easy to cause trouble. Wu Hung continued to flip back, and saw another page. Pure soul. Ancient organs. Special blood. Gathered flesh. Can acquire the power of the dead. Refine the body of a corpse ghost. And have an immortal physique. It can actually gather the power of the dead. It should be the appearance of the necromancer last night. Although it can be immortal, it is actually difficult for people to accept the appearance of being neither human nor ghost. Moreover, these things are not so easy to collect. Pure souls refer to ghosts, which can be invisible and pass through walls. It is basically impossible to catch them. Ancient organs are not something that ordinary people can collect. Thinking in his heart, his brows suddenly frowned. He came to Blackstone Town and did not participate in many arrests. The first mining village brought back a sealed ghost baby, and the second organ, Bodong's organ, was lost. It can't be such a coincidence, right? A chill rose from his spine. Yuri, who was crunching potato chips on the side, saw that his expression was getting more and more serious. He was holding the potato chips in his hand, and he didn't dare to put them in his mouth. He asked quietly, "What's wrong?" Nothing." Wu Hung glanced at the contents of the book again, and asked casually, Haven't you arrested any wanted criminals with special bloodlines in Blackrock Town recently? I don't know. But he still recalled it carefully. Wasn't the one who stole the child last time a warlock? Chapter 87. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 88. Do you have any other wishes? Yuri opened the lid of the instant noodles and asked while slurping. What's wrong? Nothing, Wu Heng said afterwards. For the records in the Book of the Dead, I still felt a little unbelievable. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. How long have I just been in Blackstone Town? Several consecutive tasks, all of them can match the records above. The matter of the infant spirits in the mining village, according to the mine owner's own explanation. 3 years ago, someone told him how to cultivate ghosts. Because it involves ghosts, it is directly determined that this matter is the work of a necromancer. Then, the person behind this matter, at least 3 years ago, began to prepare for this matter. After the baby spirit was obtained, Ba Wudong of the Divine Punishment cult, the warlock who stole the child, came to Blackstone Town one after another to give up his head. All this happened. It is too easy to be suspicious. The necromancer who died last night should be the stall owner met in the black market, judging from the things he sold, and the many rotten corpses he transformed. He should have become a necromancer very early. Moreover, he had no chance to arrange and collect these things. Then why did he die? What did you say when you came in just now? Wu Heng asked Yuri. What did I say? Yuri looked up with noodles hanging from her mouth. What did you say about your aunt? Oh, my aunt went out to do something. So I came to play with you, Yuri said. You also said that you would not kill the necromancer. What did you say? Wu Heng continued to ask. Yuri frowned, then reacted and said, Oh, the kingdom and the association take this matter very seriously. If the necromancer is not caught, they will arrange for an investigation team to come. The kingdom still attaches great importance to necromancers. They force Blackstone Town to give a result. Therefore, a necromancer must die. Wu Heng felt his hair stand up. What's wrong with you? Yuri asked again. Wu Heng wanted to tell her about his discovery to relieve his psychological pressure, but he still kept his mouth shut. With complete information on Bodong and the child-stealing sorcerer, it would not be difficult to find the Whisperer, plus Slater's power in Blackrock Town. It would not be difficult to set up a plan. It's okay, just asking casually. Wu Heng closed the book in his hand and said with a smile. Aren't you going to eat? Yuri looked at his instant noodles. Eat. He opened the lid and started eating noodles while chatting with Yuri. At noon, there was a knock on the door of the residence. Someone from the association informed them that they had to go to the association to burn the bodies. There were quite a lot of dead bodies last night. With this weather and the threat of the necromancer, they still need to be burned as soon as possible. But after Wu Heng suspected that the necromancer was just a scapegoat, he felt that this was intentional destruction of evidence. However, he had no solid evidence for all this. And the people in the association and the city hall are no longer reliable. He came to the association with Yuri. Entering the lounge, Oddluck and Kavina had arrived early. Seeing the two come in, Oddluck smiled and said, Wu Heng, this is the book we found in the stone fortress of the necromancer yesterday. The association can give it to you first, and return it to the association after reading it, as a commission reward. As he said, he took out a few skill books and placed them on the table. There are 3 skill books in total. They are all old and yellowed, and look older than him. Corpse. Evil Explosion. Fireball. 2 books are from the Necromancer faction. Fireball should be an attack skill. Corpse is a spell to enslave corpses, and is the same skill as his own bone slave. In fact, the difference is not too big. But corpses themselves have a very serious epidemic effect. In fact, among the living necromancers, bone slave is still used more. Evil Explosion, it was also the same trick that the corpse exploded last night, releasing poisonous fog. When I read the introduction of the Book of the Dead, I didn't think it was anything special. But the effect on the scene was still a bit exaggerated. It felt very useful against living creatures. The Book of the Dead also recorded a kind of corpse explosion. The corpse began to explode, with great power. It was basically an unsolvable way of fighting. The rotten corpse rushed up. You either fight or not. If you don't fight, it will chase you. If you kill it, the corpse will explode, and it can also blow you to death. Finally, there is Fireball. The fireball in front of us is not the initial skill in the game, but a high-level skill. After the explosion, it will also produce flowing flames, burning the surroundings. Generally speaking, except corpse, the other two are pretty good. Okay, thank you. Wu Hung put away the 3 skill books. Odd Luck continued, the rewards and merits this time will be issued after statistics, and it may take some time. Well, we are not in a hurry, Yuri answered happily. Odd Luck nodded, and continued to look at Wu Hung and said, your merit should be higher. If you can get another level 3 merit, it is entirely possible that you will be appointed captain in advance by the headquarters, and you can also have your own team members at that time. Our team is very good, Wu Hung said. Yuri thought for a while, and said, Captain, what about our merit? We will have some, but they will be lower than Wu Hang's. After all, it was Wu Hung who killed the Necromancer in the end, so the merit will be higher. If the others do not have special performance, they will also have merit. But it will not be too high. If all the merits are given the same, then this thing is useless. Oh, that's fine. Yuri thought for a while and said, you want to be the captain, I will be your vice captain. Wu Hung rolled his eyes at her and said directly, it would be better if you let the captain give you a vice captain now. Why wait until then? No, you are too incompetent, you need someone to help you. I don't know who is incompetent. Several people chatted in the room for a while. Each team began to gather, ready to burn the bodies. The bodies were placed outside the city. The team went directly there, confirmed their identities, and burned them directly. The 4th team went directly out of the city, and came to the burning site. Odd Luck confirmed the bodies, and found no problems, and then piled them all on the built wood pile. Wu Hung looked at the bodies, cast grease on them, and then set them on fire. Whoosh! The fire shot up into the sky. Everyone quickly retreated, and kept a certain distance. After all, it was a summoned creature of the Necromancer, and no one was sure if another body would explode, release poisonous gas or something. The fire shot up into the sky, and the firewood crackled. With a grease spell to ignite it, there was no need to add any firewood, and the body was almost burned. After the body was burned, the team began to return after dealing with the scene. Yuri held Kavina's arm, talking and laughing. It seemed that after the death of the Necromancer, everything became normal, and it had no effect on anyone. After returning to the association, each team went home to recover. Yuri was called away by her aunt. Wu Hung went directly to the front desk of the lobby to inquire about the production of the corpse core antidote. The staff member began to look through the record book. He smiled and said, Mr. Wu Hung, the production of the 2 medicines has been completed, please wait. All completed. With the formula, the production of medicines is very efficient. It is much faster than research and development. Not long after, the staff member came back, holding 2 boxes in his hand. Mr. Wu Hung, these are the medicines commissioned to be made. The staff member respectfully placed the box on the table. Wu Hung opened the medicine box, and saw the 2 medicines inside. Specially made antidote. Shoji antidote mixture. After confirming that there was no discrepancy in the potion, he paid the remaining balance. He took the potion and walked out of the association directly. After returning to his residence, he closed the door and asked Basin to guard the door. Wu Hung put the secondary corpse core and the potion on the table. He simply cleaned it up and swallowed it directly. A strong mental pressure suddenly rushed into his brain, as if there was an invisible force tearing his spiritual sea of consciousness. Damn, the symptoms are different. Wu Hung felt something was wrong. The symptoms were completely different from the last time he took the 2nd level corpse core. He didn't dare to think too much, and immediately opened the potion and drank it. Whether it worked or not, he would drink it first. A cool feeling rushed into his brain instantly, but it only relieved a little mental pressure. The feeling of being stretched and torn still existed. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, and his vision was blurred. The skeleton Basin on the side, because it was connected to Wu Hang's mental power, the bones began to tremble with a crackling sound. It seemed to be falling apart. No! Wu Hung suppressed the pressure, opened the other 2 bottles of special antidote, and drank them all in one gulp. Ordinary potions also had some effect. Wu Hung hugged his head with his arms, and his teeth were clenching. It seemed like a lot of time had passed. The prompts vaguely appeared in his ears. Perception +5, Intelligence +7, Charm +5. Unlock ability. Strengthen will after the pain. Wu Hung gasped for breath, and beads of sweat as big as beans wet his clothes, dripping onto the ground. At this time, the mental pressure began to gradually weaken. And at the same time, it was accompanied by a stronger perception ability. Even if you don't look specifically, you can feel everything in the room. The effect of the corpse core is still significant. Just for a moment, he really thought he was going to die. If he became a zombie, he would probably be a level 2 zombie. In the zombie world, he could become a leader or something. But in this world, he might be killed. His body sent for research. And the rest of his parts sold as materials on the black market. A bit scary. Taking a deep breath, Wu Heng sat up straight. He began to check the changes and attributes brought by the corpse core. First, the increase in perception, intelligence, and charm. These three attributes, unlike physique and strength, which are manifested in the body, are potential attributes. Intelligence directly affects the mage's spellcasting, and also affects his own memory and thinking logic. Every mage is a scholar, which means that there is a threshold for intelligence in this profession, and it is necessary to understand the contents of various books and records. Perception is the quantification of intuition and insight, while charm represents more of a personal temperament. The priority of choosing a spouse is also important. For example, if you can get Slater, you will be an upper-class person who has no worries about food and clothing in Blackstone Town. Finally, an ability is unlocked. Strengthen will, strengthen personal will, establish a will barrier, and block and disintegrate the negative effects that infringe on personal will. Wu Heng frowned. According to the modern world radio, he should have unlocked a supernatural power. It's just that the superpower in front of him is a passive ability. It should have some effect in the other world, but it may not be so effective in the zombie world. Even the big-headed zombies did not find that they could affect his will. It's not quite the same as the superpowers I imagined. It feels useless. But it's better to have it than not. There's nothing to choose. Collect more corpse cores in the future, maybe I can continue to unlock superpowers. After cleaning up the surroundings, Wu Heng changed into clean clothes. Knock. 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 The door was knocked again. Wu Heng buttoned his shirt while opening the door. He thought Yuli was looking for him for dinner. But he found a staff member of the association standing at the door. Deacon. Please come over. Deacon? Okay. Wu Heng nodded. It should be about the merit and reward of this mission. Oddluck said that his merit was higher than others. He simply tidied himself up and went out. When he walked out of the alley, he told the landlord that if the curly-haired girl came, he should say that he went to the association. After saying that, he took Bassin and walked towards the association. At this time, there were no people in the association. The hall was empty and a little cold. Wu Heng came to the deacon's study, knocked on the door, and entered the room. The whole study was still tidy. Deacon yawned. Well, sit down, the deacon said with a smile. Wu Heng sat down beside him. Yaz continued to ask, how do you feel in the association? Not bad, quite good. Your growth rate also surprised me a little. I didn't expect that you could kill the Necromancer last night. Yaz leaned on the back of the chair and said softly, it was just luck. Wu Heng looked at him and felt that the tone of the deacon's speech today was a little strange. It was as if he was about to release the depression in his heart and was suppressing his excitement. Yaz stood up with a cane and continued, do you have any other wishes? Chapter 89, I seem to have seen a ghost. Wish? A bad premonition suddenly rose from my heart. He wanted to reach out to touch the pistol at his waist, but found that the whole study was wrapped in a layer of light curtain, and he himself seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't move a finger. And Bassin beside him also stood there blankly, as if he was in standby mode. You are growing up very fast. After a while, maybe it will be difficult for me to control you. At this time, Yazd no longer looked like a modest gentleman, although he was still wearing a straight suit, white gloves, and a wooden stick, but he gave people a sense of cunning, like a poisonous snake hiding its fangs. No grudges, what does that mean? Wu Heng asked. Yazid still smiled. Guess. About your desire to become a ghost? Yazid was stunned, his eyes were full of surprise. It seems that you have obtained some knowledge through other channels. Sure enough, the traitor is inside. Everything can be matched. Yazid was suddenly transferred to the remote Blackstone town, replacing the position of Slater Deacon, which was also close to the time when the mine owner was bewitched and raised the dead baby into a baby spirit. So, he deliberately came to this remote location and set up such a trap. The entire professional association and the Blackstone town guards were working for him. They collected what he needed and sent it to him. The man who died last night became a scapegoat, which meant that the entire series of cases was completely concluded, and he could continue to complete his plan. Wu Heng was surprised, but he calmed himself down. He said, as a deacon, you killed so many people in the mining village. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm more curious about where your hometown is. Everything here is written by the strong. Those who sit on the throne. Do you know what they have done? This is a world where people eat each other. If you don't eat others, others will come to eat you. Such as you and me at this moment. Yaz said with a smile. Why do you want to become a ghoul? Wu Hung continued to ask. Yazid glanced at him. But he was not impatient. He slowly took off the glove on one hand, revealing the back of his hand covered with pustules. What can I do? I just want to survive. You have already collected all the things. Why do you want me to come? I don't have any special bloodline. Wu Hung continued to ask. Yazid looked at him, his eyes full of expectation, and said slowly, I have found another way, which can allow me to occupy a new body. A young body. A body with extremely high magic talent. And no background. Wu Hung understood. His original plan was to use the materials to refine himself into a corpse ghost, and possess an immortal physique that was neither human nor ghost. But Wu Hang's appearance changed his mind. He thought Wu Hung was a replaceable body. Even if he was killed, no one would investigate the matter in detail without the background. And the high talent he mentioned should refer to the ability to learn magic quickly. You want to occupy my body? You are very smart. Wu Hung continued. Why? If you spend so much effort to collect materials, won't your efforts to become a corpse ghost be in vain? No. No. It's too ugly. I don't want to be like that. Actually, I'm not in good health either. Yaz waved his hand and said, You know what you should know. So don't delay it. As he said that, he threw the wooden stick in his hand out. The wooden staff fell in the middle of the study and stood upright. A pupil suddenly appeared on the gem on the top, and it scanned the surroundings of the room. The next second, a circular halo spread out from the wooden staff to form a magic circle, and Yazid flipped his hands and took out a piece of artifact out of thin air and placed it in the middle of the magic circle. Yazid's old body stood in front and asked softly, Do you really have no last wishes? After all, you were summoned into the association by me, and you are also my confidant. Kiss you. Alas, Yazid sighed, and his body seemed to have lost its soul, and he knelt limply on the ground. A blue ghost suddenly floated out from above, and flew towards the young body opposite. Outside the door, Yuri held the potato chips and walked forward. When she arrived in front of the butler's study, she saw a team leader, Anil, guarding the door. Yuri glanced at him and asked softly, Have you seen Wu Hung? Anil narrowed his eyes and stared at her intently. Yuri felt a little nervous, took a step back, and said, What? Just asking, what are you going to do? Anil said, Let's go, you can still see him if you chase him now. Yuri frowned, looked back at the corridor, and turned around to leave, muttering, Just go, with a cold face. But walking a little bit didn't feel right. Turning around, he walked towards the deputy deacon's room, pushed the door open, and shouted, Aunt, please go see Wu Hung. I feel something is not right. In the study, the formation, the powerful suction, continuously gathered towards Wu Hang's body. The blue ghost was forcibly pulled out of the body, and turned into wisps of thin smoke, which was constantly stretched. The ghost in the image of Yazd floated aside with expectation. Whoosh! The next second, the blue ghost was directly pulled out of the body, and gathered into the pottery jar beside it. Yazid's ghost immediately rushed towards the body in front of him. However, the next second, Yazid looked at the body in front of him with some disbelief. He saw the other party's eyes, still staring at him tightly. What's going on? He was puzzled, but he had already entered the body in front of him. The next second, he felt that Wu Hang's spirit was protected by a barrier. There was also a huge and indescribable sense of oppression, which wrapped and compressed him. This was mental power. A majestic mental power that seemed to tear everything apart, wrapping his soul. Yaz was startled, knowing that something might have gone wrong, and struggled hard to get out of this body. The blue ghost emerged from the body, but still looked terrified. Don't. Wu Hung. Don't. Snap. The ghost in front of him, like a balloon, burst and dissipated in the air. Clang. The wooden stick in the middle fell to the ground. The formation disappeared, and Wu Hang's body immediately regained its mobility. How did you come up with the idea of snatching souls from the Necromancer? If it were any other way, Wu Hung might not have any solution. But as for the soul, the direction of the Necromancer's practice is to control the soul. Walk to the side and punch the container on the ground. The little soul floated out from it, looking left and right exaggeratedly, then said, Uncle, I seemed to see a ghost just now, floating in the air, and then I was sucked away. Well, we are ghosts too, we are not afraid of him. Seeing that Xiao Xiao was fine, Wu Heng also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he continued, invisible, go outside to see the situation, and then tell me. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao became invisible, passed through the wall and left. Wu Heng walked to the corpse, and his eyes fell on his hand. He wore a ring on his right hand. Space ring, description, a prop engraved with space magic, with 3 cubic meters of space inside. What a good thing. He just took out a variety of props, which should have been taken out from this space ring. Wu Heng did not take them, but released talking with the dead. Yazd, who had been lying down, sat up directly, and looked at where Wu Heng was. Chapter 90. Do you have a backup plan? Yazd stared blankly with his eyes empty. Wu Heng asked directly, in order to deal with me, do you have any other means planned later? Yazd replied, no, you are just a newcomer, and it is not worth it for me to do this. Fuck, why do I feel insulted? If you really succeed, what are your plans later? I have submitted a transfer application in your name. You will leave here and go to a strange place. No one will remember you in a few years. Fuck, as expected. There are plans. Moreover, based on his current achievements, he should be able to reach the captain level if he is transferred outside. What property do you have? Wu Heng continued to ask. Blackstone Town, I have a residence. Part of the assets are stored in the Snake Emblem Consortium, and the rest are in the Space Ring. How do I use this Space Ring? Try to use mental communication. There is only one question left. Wu Heng thought for a while, and continued to ask, do you have any background behind you, or any special identity? Professional Association, Sky Eye's Secret Society. After saying that, he fell on his back with a thud. In addition to the Professional Association, Yazd is also a member of some secret society. It's another strange organization. I haven't heard of it. It doesn't really matter. I just hope it won't be related to me. Wu Heng bent down and took off the space ring on his finger. The ring looked very ordinary, made of silver, with a white prismatic fragment on the top. He wiped it with his clothes and put it on his hand. He tried to use his mental power to connect the space ring, and immediately sensed the separate space in the ring. There was no tedious procedure like dripping blood to recognize the master in the novel. It was even simpler than imagined. There were a lot of things inside. In addition to clothes and daily necessities, Wu Heng's eyes fell on a treasure chest. With a thought, the treasure chest appeared in front of him, and fell to the ground with a bang. He opened it directly. On top were the storage receipts of the Snake Emblem Consortium, and below were neatly stacked silver coins. As a deacon of the Yazd Association, it was not surprising that he got so much money. Put the treasure chest away again. His eyes fell on the wooden staff on the ground. Sacrificial wooden staff, strange item, description. The evil god can satisfy your wishes, and will also take away things that interest him. This wooden staff is also a strange item. Wu Heng wanted to pick it up, but his hand stopped in midair. But this wooden staff is not quite the same as the ring. Yazd is used to wearing white gloves. If he hadn't taken off the gloves just now, Wu Heng wouldn't have been able to see the ring. This wooden staff, he carried with him, and everyone had seen it. It was hard to explain why he died here. If he took away the most conspicuous wooden stick, it would be easy for people to continue to track him down. Moreover, the tool used to make a deal with the evil god was also a hot item. After thinking about it, he still didn't take it. At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back from outside. He stopped in the air and said, Uncle. I flew around the hall and found an uncle guarding the door. Is there someone at the door? The conversation he just had. He couldn't hear from outside the door. Right. Let Xiao Xiao return to his body. And he immediately saw the scene at the door. I saw a man wearing silver armor and holding a long sword standing not far from the door, looking left and right like a sentry. Anil, the captain of the first team. Wu Heng frowned even more. Yazd said there was no backup plan. So why was Anil still guarding the door? This made Wu Heng start to wonder what went wrong. Or, the answer was not accurate. After thinking about it, he decided to go out and test the other party first. He opened the holster, removed the safety, and held the short spear hanging on the side of the backpack in his hand. He opened the door and walked out. Anil, who was outside the door, looked back. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. When Anil saw Bassin walking out, his face suddenly changed. He drew his sword and slashed at Wu Heng. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The short spear blocked the downward blow steadily. Anil saw a mage, who blocked his attack steadily, and his eyes showed surprise again. Wu Hung raised his leg and kicked the opponent in the chest. With a bang, Anil took 3 or 4 steps back. His expression was even more unbelievable. At the same time, Basin on the side drew his knife and rushed forward. Wu Hung also drew his pistol, planning to kill him directly. Anil's movements were even faster, and he immediately took out a scroll and tore it open. Bang! Dense smoke, which instantly filled the air, blocked the view. Then, there were the sounds of footsteps running away quickly. Basin followed closely behind, and then he went into the smoke. Wu Hung raised his pistol, and after a moment of hesitation, he followed Basin's blurry figure and continued to chase. When they came to the side of the stairs, they saw Arnell jump directly down from the window. Wu Hung and Basin also jumped down. Now Wu Hung had only one thought in his mind. He was a necromancer. And if he didn't die and bit him, things would only get more troublesome. When he rushed out of the association and saw the busy streets outside, Wu Hung suddenly stopped. It might not be the right move for him to chase him blindly. Moreover, Arnell moved very quickly and disappeared in the crowd. Damn! Wu Hung stood there, thinking about how to deal with this matter next. After thinking for a while, he decided to go back to the association to see the situation first. If things really develop in a direction that is not favorable to him, he can choose to test the attitude of the Deputy Deacon Slater, or escape overnight. Wu Hung returned to the association carefully. Standing at the door, and taking a look at the situation inside, the deserted association suddenly gathered a lot of people. He felt a thump in his heart. Someone found Yaz's body so soon. As he got a little closer, Yuri walked over quickly and said, Wu Hung, where have you been? Ah, what happened? Yaz is dead, Yuri said in a low voice. At this time, someone came out from a distance carrying a corpse, covered with a white cloth, from the half-sleeve exposed at the edge. It was Yazid's body. How did he die? Wu Hung asked. He just died like that. I found a suicide note he wrote on the desk. My aunt read it. It should be that he knew he was going to die. And he made some explanations, Yuri said while looking around. Wrote a suicide note? It seems that the other party's plan is more comprehensive. If he successfully takes over his body, coupled with a handwritten suicide note on the desk, he can get rid of the evidence. He was also afraid of replacing himself and causing unnecessary trouble. Yazid also taught him a lesson. No matter how low-key you are, once you show wealth that is not equal to your strength, you will be targeted. What's wrong? Yuri looked up at him, and then continued, by the way, didn't the deacon come to you? Didn't he say anything to you? He just talked about the meritorious service this time. I didn't expect that he was fine just now. But he died just like that, Wu Hung replied. Since things have developed to this point, Wu Hung doesn't plan to tell the matter anymore. Yazid died, and I survived. This ending is very good. Talking too much will only bring more trouble to myself. As for Anil who escaped, it doesn't matter. Yazid wrote his own suicide note. Even if he came back and said that Wu Hung killed Yazid, it would be difficult to stand up. Moreover, the other party's plan was difficult to see the light of day, and it was unlikely that he would dare to speak out. What we need to guard against are some small actions in secret. Soon, people from the city hall also came here and checked the body and the study. Judging from the actions and conversations of the crowd, nothing special was found. Then, they prepared for Yaz's funeral. Without any descendants, the association arranged his burial in the deputy deacon's study. The affairs of the entire association are now handled by the deputy deacon. It can be said that Slater finally took charge of the association. Did you see Yaz just now? Chapter 91. Ask for food in exchange for guns. Slater put down the documents in his hand and stared at him seriously. The leopard next to him sat up and also looked over here. Wu Hung did not notice the danger on the other side, but this kind of sight still made him uncomfortable. Said, well, I told you something. What did you say? Slater continued to ask. Woman's intuition? Or is she gifted with some abilities? It is certain that she did not know what Yaz did to her, but she obviously felt something. Wu Hung didn't think too much, and said casually, asked me about my future plans, said I was recruited by him, considered a confidant, and told me not to trust others easily. Bang! Slater slapped the wooden table and said coldly, Humph! You're dead. And you're still talking nonsense. Wu Hung was also frightened and almost drew her gun. From what Slater said, she felt that Yaz was talking about her. It seems that the two of them are still harmonious on the surface. But their relationship is worse than expected in private. Slater took a deep breath, and his full chest swelled up and then fell back. Then he said, the city hall said that Yazd had made an explanation there. After his death, the real estate in Blackstone Town and the rest of his assets would be transferred to you. You should be notified in a few days. Slater looked at him seriously and said, no matter what his character is, it seems that he is really good to you. It is not surprising that the real estate was transferred to him. In other words, he had expected such an operation. Yes. Wu Hung nodded, and did not intend to say more about this matter. He continued to ask, now, should I call you a deacon? Slater was not modest, and nodded and said, I am temporarily in charge of the affairs here. When the appointment letter from the headquarters comes, maybe another deacon will be transferred here to take care of the old age. If so, I will quit. With the word old lady, the atmosphere suddenly seemed to be much more relaxed. This time, you should be the deacon. Wu Hung flattered appropriately. Slater rolled his eyes at him, and his eyes fell on the documents in his hand again. Knock. 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 At this time, there was a knock on the door. Yuri poked her head in and said, Aunt, are you done talking? Anything? Oh, I'm looking for Wu Hung. Slater glanced at the two of them, not knowing when they got so close. Still said, okay, you go. Okay, Deacon Slater. The appointment letter hasn't come down yet, don't talk nonsense. Walked out of the study. Wu Hung just felt much more relaxed. The way out prepared by Yazd solved his worries very well. He just felt relaxed. What did Maya talk to you about for so long? Yuri asked. Wu Hung said, Yazd transferred his house to me. Ah, are you really his illegitimate child? Yuri was a little surprised. You are his illegitimate child. You should trust me more, after all. He recruited me. Wu Hung made up an excuse. Now everyone thinks that Yazd is taking care of him, and he should also make some appropriate reactions. That's great, you have your own place now. I still have to live with my aunt, who controls me every day, and I have to read books. I'm so annoyed. Yuri complained in a low voice. She felt a little envious of Wu Hang's ability to obtain a property. But unlike adults who envy the value of it, she envied having her own property without being controlled by others. When you get married in the future, you can move out and live there. Humph, what nonsense are you talking about? Yuri blushed, raised her hand and punched him. The property was not yet in his name, and Wu Hung did not dare to live there directly, fearing that there would be trouble there. He took Yuli back to the crowded area. After cooking instant noodles and eating a bunch of snacks, Yuli left with satisfaction. Wu Hung closed the door and began to look at the skill books he had obtained today. There were 3 books in total, and he began to read them one by one. Unlock skill, corpse art. Unlock skill, evil explosion art. Unlock skill, fireball art. 3 skills were unlocked in succession. With such a fast unlocking speed of skills, it's no wonder that Yazd considered him a magic genius. The night outside was gloomy. Wu Hung simply tidied himself up and planned to rest. Today he had experienced too many things. He was really tired. Let Basson guard the gate to prevent Anil from attacking. I went to bed to rest. Just after lying down for a while, another prompt suddenly appeared. Summon Skeleton Warrior, unlock the specialty equipment expertise, beginner. Summon Skeleton Warrior, unlock the specialty spear expertise, beginner. Summon Skeleton Warrior, unlock the specialty spear expertise, beginner. In an instant, Wu Hung became a little more energetic. Unexpectedly, at this time, so many specializations have been unlocked. It seems that the training of the skeleton warriors is still very effective. Then, Wu Hung was attracted by the equipment specialization. There are not many skeletons to train and learn. In addition to the spear training, the remaining one is a skeleton warrior who follows Li Yong and others to learn how to use generators and some tools. It should be in this aspect that the corresponding specialization is unlocked. It looks good, proving that skeletons can also learn how to use various tools. It was a good thing. Wu Hung had no intention of going to the zombie world, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. The next day, Wu Hung came to the zombie world and looked at the pile of corpses between the 2 buildings. He was not here, but the big-headed skeleton had been leading the ordinary skeletons to clean up the zombies around. There were nearly 400 of them. Standing in front of the pile of corpses, he released Dead Corpse Battlefield directly. The gray-white halo spread, and the flesh and blood began to fall off in large pieces. And the skeletons stood up one by one. In the skill, you can also transform corpses into rotten corpses. But rotten corpses have bacteria and diseases, and once they fight zombies, it is easy to distinguish who is who. Skeletons are better. The skeleton slowly walked into the queue of skeletons. At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back. Said, "Uncle, Auntie Liang is here?" "Well, okay." Wu Heng walked out with a few skeletons, and saw Liang, who set iron spears outside the community. A total of 378 iron spears. Liang said. Wu Heng nodded, and said to the big-headed skeleton beside him, "Let the skeleton take all the iron spears in and distribute them to the skeletons." A team of skeletons walked out of the community, picked up the iron spears, and walked back to the community. Wu Heng continued to look at Liang and asked, "Let's go. Let's see what food you want to exchange this time." Liang withdrew her gaze from the big-headed skeleton. "Oh, okay." The two entered the community, and in the room where the warehouse was stored, they ordered the food they wanted to exchange. They asked the skeletons to carry it downstairs and put it on the cart for her. Wu Heng continued, "Send 10 level 5 skeletons over." Soon, 10 level 5 skeletons came over holding iron spears. Wu Heng said directly, "These 10 skeletons will follow you. 6 of them will teach them to drive and repair cars, for we'll use generators and tools." "Ah, teach them to drive? This kind of car?" Liang pointed to the car next to her. Wu Heng nodded. "Yes, it's safe nearby. Find an open space to teach them twice, and then let them practice on their own. Anyway, there are many cars. Just practice whatever you want." Liang and her friends can repair cars, which can fully meet the conditions for practice. "What's wrong? Any difficulties?" No. I'll arrange it after I go back," Liang said directly. Wu Heng nodded. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, "Are you still in contact with the South City prison? I often hear that they are accepting survivors and asking everyone to gather there. The places where the prisons are built are far away from the city. There are fewer zombies there, and it is indeed safer. But food is a problem after all." Wu Heng continued to ask, "Are they still exchanging food?" "Yes. I asked here yesterday. They should be very short of food." "Well, contact them and determine the amount of food to exchange for their guns and bullets." Liang was stunned. They really need to exchange guns. Chapter 92, Are we really going to exchange? When Liang heard that Wu Heng was going to exchange food for guns, she was still a little stunned. Not to mention that the value of food at this time is no less than that of guns. Even the road to the prison is not easy to get to. Prisons are built in places far away from densely populated areas. It would take several days to walk there on foot. If you drive, you have to consider the traffic jams on the road and the zombie monsters that will be attracted along the way. Liang thought about it and said tactfully, "With food in hand, you can exchange it at any time. The distance is also quite a distance, so the exchange of guns can actually be delayed." The radio station also said that bullets have a certain lethality, but these zombies have lost their pain in life, and they will continue to attack even if the bullets are shot at them. It's not useless, but it's hard to achieve the same killing effect as guns on people. Moreover, the current skeleton army can fully protect the safety of the surrounding area, and it's hard to see zombies nearby. There's no need to get food to exchange for guns. Wu Heng said directly, "Just contact them as I said. Confirm the exchange ratio, and don't let us suffer a loss." Liang wanted to continue to persuade her, but she held back, although she thought her considerations were more in line with the current situation. But the food was provided by the other party. How to exchange it, what to exchange it for, what she said was not final. If she said too much, it might make the other party annoyed. She could only nod. "Okay, I will try to contact the other party after I go back." "Yes." After talking about the important things, the two talked about the recent situation of the radio station. The main station still popularized survival knowledge every day, as well as some motivational words, such as "don't give up and unite." Some examples of physical changes of some survivors were also published. There are hearing, visual enhancement, and physical fitness improvement. In Wu Heng's view, these are actually some attribute enhancements brought by the corpse core. Hearing and vision, the enhancement of the 5 senses, is the enhancement of perception, and physical fitness is strength and physique. Wu Heng has an attribute panel, which can more clearly perceive his own changes. The others are a little vague. Sharing these things on the radio is actually a kind of encouragement. Tell the other survivors, humanity is also getting stronger, and has not reached the end of the world. The two chatted for a while, and Liang took the food she had exchanged and rushed towards the car repair shop. 10 skeletons followed her. As soon as they approached the car repair shop, the people inside came out. When they saw the 10 skeletons following Li Yong, they all stopped. Sister Hong, these brothers, are they here to send you back? Xiangzi asked the skeletons. Li Yong also glanced at the skeletons following her, and said directly, they were arranged to come over there, starting today. In addition to teaching them how to use generators and several tools, they will also be taught how to drive and repair cars. Damn it! The others all widened their eyes. What does this mean? Last time, 2 people were arranged to come and learn generators and welding. This time, they are going to learn driving and repairing cars. Do you think this is a technical school? Can they learn it? Bone fingers, will they not slip when holding the steering wheel? If they drive on the road, will they not scare a few people to death? That person is really capable of thinking. Several people gathered together and whispered to avoid several skeletons. Li Yong's idea was similar to theirs. It felt weird to let a bunch of skeletons learn these things. But since the other party had asked, there was no reason for me to refuse. Okay, let them teach us whatever they want, and occasionally help them out. It depends on them whether they can learn it or not, Li Yong said directly. The others nodded, indicating that they understood. After more contact with skeletons, they were not so scared, and at most they just felt strange. Several people pushed the cart inside, discussing whether to improve the food in the evening. Xiangzi followed, thought for a while and said, Sister Hong. Li Yong looked at him. You said, if these skeletons have learned everything, then we won't be needed anymore. I mean, the skeletons can do our jobs. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Damn. No way. After sending Li Yong away, Wu Heng returned to the community. There were already quite a few skeletons holding spears. At least it looked like a military operation, with long spears everywhere. And the remaining skeletons were still equipped with kitchen knives. Kitchen knives, in addition to the disadvantage of length, were still very effective in killing enemies. At least, among the weapons that can be looted, it is more useful than fruit knives, hammers, etc. Close the door here, and block all the holes here. Wu Heng took the big-headed skeleton and walked around the community, giving orders to reinforce. There are already quite a few skeletons now. At least they can't all be placed on the roof. In addition, a large number of skeletons that have reached level 5 need field training. So they plan to let all the skeletons in the community stand by or train. Therefore, Wu Heng ordered the skeletons to find some iron nets and iron rods to raise the fence of the community. The 4 doors were usually closed and opened when they needed to go out. Under Wu Heng's order, a large number of skeletons were busy. The sky was dark. Shoudong Auto Repair Shop. The wooden boards that sealed the windows had been removed, so that the room was no longer so stuffy. Li Yong and Wang Ke sat in front of the radio, chatting while listening to some news coming from inside. The two waited for a while. On the radio, the news came that Chang'an Prison would take in survivors. Li Yong picked up the phone and said directly, "This is the auto repair shop. Are the people from Chang'an Prison here?" After a short silence, a voice came from the other side. "This is Chang'an Prison. Are you planning to come over?" The man's low voice came. Li Yong recalled the task that Wu Heng had given her, and asked directly, "You can exchange guns for food, right? What's the exchange ratio?" The prison did not respond immediately. Countless people who listened to this frequency band all seemed to have heard something amazing. The auto repair shop actually planned to exchange food for guns, which means that they had plenty of food. 1,000 kilograms of rice for a pistol, 5,000 kilograms for a submachine gun. The man on the other side said, "A large bag of rice in the supermarket, that is 100 kilograms. That is to say, a pistol requires 10 bags. Submachine guns and the like require 100 bags, and in the current situation, 100 bags can last a long time." Li Yong continued, "Guns are useless against zombies. On the contrary, food is a necessity at the moment. I feel that this exchange ratio is very unfair. Let's not waste time. What is the price you want to exchange?" The other party continued to ask. Li Yong thought for a while, then said, 300 kilograms of rice. For a submachine gun, if you can. If you feel it is not cost-effective, we can't give more. She pushed the price very low. But it was also a reasonable price in her opinion. What's the use of a gun, even if you go out to search for supplies? Who dares to shoot? Once you shoot, you will attract a group of zombies, and you will only die faster. Food is more important. After a while, the other party replied, "Okay, how many guns do you need to change? How about the bullets?" Li Yong replied, "We need to discuss it, and we will contact you in advance." "Okay, and you can come directly. There is a defense wall here, which can be replaced to provide a safe life." "Thank you, I haven't considered it yet." After the call ended, Li Yong breathed a sigh of relief. 3 bags of rice for a submachine gun, King Yama should be satisfied. After all, the iron spears made by me can be exchanged for a bag of rice, and various cans of beer and so on, so it is more cost-effective to exchange 3 bags of rice for a submachine gun. It can be regarded as completing a difficult task. As for the other side asking her people to live in prison, Li Yong does not consider it at all now. The other side thinks that they have enough food, but in fact, those are not hers. If I go there, not only can I not get food, but I will also starve. I definitely won't go there. The two stopped contacting each other, and someone else's voice came over the radio. "I'm at the train station. There are deformed zombies wandering outside. Who can save us?" On the other side, Chung in prison. In the stuffy room, there was an unpleasant smell. Several shirtless men, with large tattoos, were playing cards around the table. "Brother Long, are you really going to swap out your submachine gun?" One of them threw out the cards in his hand, and asked over here. The man with a crew cut and a strong body sitting in front of the radio turned around and said, "We just tricked her to come here. We will seize both the people and the food. They will all be ours." "Ha ha. We all heard that Brother Long was tricking her. But you are the only one who is so stupid." "That's right. Your IQ is not as smart as the zombies." "Damn. Of course I heard it. I was just asking." "Ha ha." The man called Brother Long glanced at a few people and continued. "Tomorrow, the third brother will take people out. We will still use the old method to find a few unlucky guys to lure the zombies away, and then plunder the food back." "Understood, Brother Long." Chapter 93 Train Station. The next day, early in the morning, Li Yong found Wu Hung again and told him the details of the transaction last night. 3 bags of rice for a submachine gun. Wu Hung felt it was acceptable. But it was a bit strange that the other party agreed to the exchange conditions so easily. Although the gun has little effect on zombies, there is a base that openly shelters survivors. Although the road is difficult to walk, there should be many people going there. The gun is the most effective weapon to maintain order and power. Just agree to the exchange. It feels a bit strange. But at this moment, food is indeed a necessary material. More important than guns. See where we can find a truck that can transport food and skeletons. Modify it, and then we can go there to exchange guns," Wu Hung said. "Oh, okay." After talking about exchanging guns, Li Yong continued, "We also received a distress message last night. There are some survivors at the old train station. They found deformed zombies there, and asked for help on the radio before." "Old train station?" "There is indeed an old train station here, which was renovated a few years ago. But people still call it the old railway station." "What level of deformed zombies are they?" Wu Hung continued to ask. "Not sure, the other party just said one sentence, and then we didn't get in touch again. It's possible that they have died," Li Yong explained. "Okay, get ready. Let's go to the station to have a look. There's no target today. It's good to go there to have a look, just in time to collect corpse cores." "Okay." After a simple preparation, Wu Hung led the skeleton team out of the community in a mighty manner, enter the main road from the south, and walk along the road towards the train station. It usually takes about 20 minutes to walk there, but it is faster to take a car. Now the skeleton army is advancing, and there are zombies interfering, so the speed is much slower. Wu Hung and Li Yong are also walking, but because the big head skeleton moves slower, the big guy skeleton is carried on his shoulders. The two skeletons are connected together, just like a giant with 2 heads. Along the way, the march of the skeletons made a lot of noise. Zombies kept rushing out of the shops on both sides of the road, and pounced on the skeleton team with their fangs and claws. In order to avoid more casualties, they had to stop and prevent the zombies from attacking. They walked for nearly an hour. The train station is in front. Li Yong pointed to the building in front and said, "From a distance, you can see the words ticket office and waiting room. You can also see some wandering zombies." Wu Hung stood in place and said to the big-headed skeleton on the side, "Let the skeleton with a spear move forward." The skeleton with a spear moved the spear forward and began to move forward slowly. The zombies in the train station all looked in the direction of the skeletons. roared, and rushed forward like crazy. Puff, puff, puff. The zombies gathered in large numbers and crashed directly into the spear formation. The first batch of zombies were directly stabbed into sieves by the layers of spears, and the zombies behind them also fell one by one under the different spears. The sound of the spears piercing the body was continuous. Let the kitchen knife skeleton go up and kill all the remaining ones. Wu Hung continued. The kitchen knife skeletons quickly bypassed the spear skeletons from both sides and surrounded the zombies in the middle. It became a scene of skeletons besieging zombies. The sound of slashing and roaring resounded throughout the area, and zombies fell in groups. Li Yong widened her eyes, looking at the scene in front of her. This time the skeletons are completely different from the previous ones. Wu Hung can give orders while standing still, and the skeletons complete the battle more efficiently, which is completely different from the last battle method where he had to correct and arrange the positions bit by bit. It was as if these skeletons had really become an army that worked in harmony. Soon, the zombies outside the building were cleared. The stone floor was covered with corpses, and the blood flowed into a stream, flowing toward the sewer. "Let's go!" Wu Hung said. "Oh, okay." Li Yong carefully avoided the corpses and followed Wu Hung. The battle lasted less than the journey. They arrived at the door of the waiting room. The first floor was empty, and the sound of the fight just now attracted the zombies inside. "Did those people tell me where the deformed zombies are?" Wu Hung asked. "The station is not small, and if they were nearby, they would be attracted out." "No." Wu Hung looked around, and with a thought, he let Xiao Xiao out. "What's wrong, uncle?" Xiao Xiao asked, floating in the air. "Walk around. See if there are any survivors or deformed zombies," Wu Hung said directly. "Okay." Xiao Xiao agreed and floated away. Duh. At this time, on the second floor, a group of zombies rolled down the stairs and rushed towards this side. "Spearmen, move forward," Wu Hung ordered. Walala. The spearmen thrust their spears forward and faced the zombies rushing towards them. Just when the zombies coming down from the second floor were almost killed, Xiao Xiao flew back. Pointing to the direction of the upstairs, he said, "Uncle, there are survivors over there, and 2 big dogs." "Big dogs? Level 1 deformed dogs. How many survivors are there?" Xiao Xiao bent her fingers, then opened one hand. 5. "Okay. Take the skeleton dog up. Kill the 2 bad dogs. Don't let the dogs run away. And don't let the deformed dogs kill the survivors," Wu Hung said. "Understood." Xiao Xiao waved. "Teddy, shall we? Follow me." After saying that, he took the lead and flew up. The skeleton dog and the skeleton cat also rushed out of the skeleton team and ran upstairs. Administrative office area. Crew lounge. 2 men and 3 women, holding iron rods and wooden chairs, looked at the 2 deformed hounds in front of them with horror. Tall, dark fur, and wearing police dog vests with stretched lines. "Hey Hu, I fed you before. You can't repay kindness with enmity," one of the young men said to a deformed dog. But the deformed dog, a pair of cold eyes, still stared at him. Sticky dark red saliva was secreted from the corner of its mouth. "What should we do?" "Let's jump out of the window. Maybe we can still survive," another man said in a low voice. "This is the 3rd floor. If you jump down and break your legs, you will die," the man in front of him answered while staring at the deformed dog. "This is the 3rd floor of the station. The lobby on the 1st floor is 3 or 4 stories high, and this is equivalent to about the 5th floor. Unless you can fly, you will die if you jump down. Then let's fight these dogs." The radio said that leucosomes can improve human fitness. "Maybe we can survive." The short-haired woman followed. "Okay. Let's fight them," several people said together. The sudden burst of momentum made the deformed dog retreat 2 steps. Then, it fixed its eyes on the people again and took 2 steps forward. The survivor's face changed, and the weapon in its hand was pointed at the deformed dog. The next second, the deformed dog pounced directly. Its bloody mouth full of stench bit a person's wooden stick. In the frantic struggle, the wooden stick slipped out of its hand and was thrown aside. The deformed dog's eyes became more fierce. With a kick, the 2 deformed dogs pounced on them again. Guala. Suddenly, the sound of bones colliding sounded from behind. Then, a childish voice sounded. "Go ahead, bite these 2 bad dogs to death." Clang. Several animal skeletons ran over directly. The deformed dog turned around and ran away. And the survivors in the room also opened their mouths wide. looking at the ghosts shouting in the air, and the skeletons chasing the zombie dogs. Chapter 94, Military Truck. The roaring and biting sounds continued, the skeleton dogs and the deformed dogs rolled into a ball. The ferocious deformed dogs were surrounded and bitten, large pieces of rotten flesh fell off, and dirty blood splashed everywhere. There was no escape, and the flesh and blood were eaten by several skeletons. Crew lounge. Several survivors at this time began to look at the ghosts floating over with vigilance. Don't come over, or don't blame us for being rude. Xiao Xiao floated forward a little and said, I just saved you. Are you a human or a ghost? It's hard to say, but you are safe now. Just wait for Uncle and others to come up. Xiao Xiao saw that the other party didn't like him very much, and didn't want to talk to them anymore, left a word, turned around and flew out. Floating to the location where the skeleton dog was fighting, cheered the skeleton dog in midair. At the stairs, Li Yang walked up slowly. Standing at the door and looking inside, asked, Did you call for help on the radio? Seeing that a living person finally came, the faces of several survivors also improved a little. Are you from the rescue team? We are not the rescue team. Li Yang observed the condition of several people. There were no obvious wounds, said, The zombies outside have been cleared. You don't have to worry. Thank you for saving us. The leading man thanked. Li Yang waved her hand and continued. I won't say any more polite words. Now I will give you two choices. One is to follow me. But you must listen to me in everything you do in the future. No matter if you are a rich second generation, or a rich man or a rich woman. You know the current situation. If you want to survive, you have to change. No one answered. Li Yang continued to talk about the second choice. The second is not to follow us. The zombies outside have been cleared. You can stay here to take refuge or go to other places. But whether you can survive in the future depends on you. We will not come to save you a second time. This was the result of her discussion with Wu Heng. Different from Wang Ku, who was rescued from the hospital. Wang Ku was thin and weak, and she was left alone, and she would die if she was left alone. And there were 5 people here, and they formed a small group. When there are more people in a team, it is actually a more troublesome thing. It depends on them themselves how to choose. If they are willing to go with me, I can take them in, which is just right for increasing manpower. If they are not willing, I will not force them, and whether they can survive depends on themselves. Can we discuss it? The man asked. Li Yang nodded. Okay. Hurry up. There's not much time. The 5 people gathered together, whispering and talking, looking at Li Yang not far away from time to time. The state of life can be analyzed from each other's complexion. The 5 of them, pale and thin, not only because of hunger, but also because of the worry and high tension during this period. Li Yang at the door, although dressed like a worker and wearing labor protection gloves, looks much better. She doesn't look like she has been hungry at all. At least it proves that she is not short of food. After a brief discussion, the young man in the lead stood up and said, Can I ask you what we need to do? Li Yang leaned against the door frame and said, Moving things, cutting, welding, and some physical work. It's not difficult. Just takes some effort. What about women? A female passenger at the back asked. If you have special skills, you can tell us. If you don't have any special abilities, you have to work with us. Don't talk about you. I work every day. Li Yang continued to answer. Several people were a little confused. Welding, cutting? Who are they working for? Or, they have a fixed shelter, which is being built on a large scale. Is it safe to go with you? It should be safer than going alone, Li Yang said. The 5 people looked at each other. Then we will go with you, and we are willing to follow your instructions. If they are really building a shelter, it will be a good thing for them. At least it will be safe, and they can sleep well. If this continues, they will all go crazy. Li Yang nodded. Okay. Follow me down. Stay calm no matter what you see. Okay. Downstairs, Wu Heng strolled around the first floor. He put the best preserved instant noodles in the station store into his space ring. Since it was an old station, there was only one store similar to the one that was closed, and there were not many goods. He picked and chose, and the rest was not needed. On the side, the skeleton dog dragged 2 deformed dog corpses from upstairs. Dark red bloodstains were left along the way. Wu Heng released bone service technique. The 2 skeleton dogs stood up and ran to the side, shaking their bony tails. They gathered together with the other skeleton dogs and circled around. Wu Heng used a short spear to search through the mincemeat and found 2 corpse cores in the mincemeat. They were packed in a plastic bag and also stored in the space. The space ring, which was only 3 cubic meters in size, could not hold much. "We are back." Not far away, Li Yong shouted. Wu Heng looked over and saw that there were several survivors following her, 2 men and 3 women, all quite young. "Let them come over," Wu Heng said to the big-headed skeleton. The skeleton made way for them, and Li Yong walked in with a few people. After passing through the skeleton group, several people's calves were trembling, and their eyes revealed disbelief. "Have you explained it to them?" "I have explained it clearly. They are willing to follow us. They have all survived with great difficulty. Let's help each other," Li Yong said. Wu Heng didn't say much, as long as nothing went wrong after they were brought back. "Okay, let's go back." The skeleton team walked out of the hall. There were more skeletons outside, standing densely in the open space. The survivors' calves began to tremble more severely. Where did all these bones come from? They were bones that could stand up and move. I regretted it a little. I should not have chosen to go with them. Such a group of skeletons. It doesn't look like humans can live. The team returned along the road. The skeleton army was mighty, Wu Heng said as he walked. After returning, "We will mainly prepare for the transaction. See where we can get a truck or a van, and plan the route in advance. Well, as for the car, I remember that there are often a few trucks parked at the dam. We can go over and take a look," Li Yong replied. "Trading with the prison is not just about transporting food. It also requires some skeleton soldiers. So we need a few trucks. Well, if that doesn't work, find a few more small vans." The 5 survivors who followed behind them followed closely behind the 2 and also heard the conversation. The brave young man among the 5 quickened his pace and said, "Leader, do you need a truck to transport goods?" Wu Heng nodded. "Well, do you have any suggestions?" The man continued. "There is a parking lot opposite the station. Some time ago, I saw a military truck drive in. It was brand new, with a green canvas on the back. It should still be inside." "Opposite the station?" "Well, it's opposite. Usually, some special vehicles stop there for turnover," the man said. "How many?" "I saw only 3. I don't know the exact number." Wu Heng didn't know much about cars. Although he got a driver's license, he couldn't buy one. But at least he knew that military vehicles were generally good, and 3 was enough. "Stop moving forward." Wu Heng gave the order directly, and the skeleton army all stopped. The whole street was instantly quiet. "Let's go, take us there." "Okay, we have to go back a distance." The army turned around again, the rear team became the front team, and went back. "The place the man mentioned, we need to go further inside. This is a large courtyard with a relatively high wall. The words Special Vehicle Mobilization Center are written on the door. The main door is an electric telescopic door, which is fully open. There are no zombies in the yard. You can see 6 cars parked inside, 3 military trucks, a passenger car, and 2 forklifts. After confirming that there are no zombies, the team went straight in. After a simple inspection, Li Yong said, "There is oil, but no keys." Wu Heng looked around. He said directly, "Go search the building and see if you can find the key. This kind of thing is usually stored in a fixed place and taken away directly when the car is picked up." Although Wu Heng has a bronze key, it is only useful for opening doors. He has never tried to open the car lock. He does not intend to take it out in front of outsiders. There is a 3-story building in the courtyard. The number of floors is not high, but it is divided into offices, and there are still many rooms. Wu Heng, Li Yong, and several skeletons entered the building. The newly joined survivors, and more skeletons, stayed outside. Wu Heng said directly, "Search separately. I'll go to the 2nd floor." Li Yong said. "Wait. Jian and Jian. You follow her." Li Yong nodded, and walked upstairs with Jian and Jian. Xiao Xiao also raised her hand. "Then I'll go to the 3rd floor." "Okay. Our Xiao Xiao is still sensible," Wu Heng praised. Xiao Xiao happily passed through the ceiling and disappeared. Wu Heng searched the office one by one. He searched about half of the rooms. "Ah!" Suddenly there was a cry from upstairs. It was Li Yong's voice. Wu Heng frowned and looked in the direction of the 2nd floor. "Let's go upstairs." Chapter 95. Alchemy Dwarf. Hearing Li Yong's shout, Wu Heng quickly climbed up to the 2nd floor with the skeleton. The sound of fighting could be heard from afar. Wu Heng gestured to the back, and Bassin and Bodong rushed in directly. In the room, Jian-E and Jian-Er were fighting with two zombies. The zombies were a man and a woman, both wearing shirts, but nothing on their lower bodies. Seeing that they were just ordinary zombies, Wu Heng was relieved. Jian-E and Jian-Er were of a higher level, leaving sword marks on the zombies. The sword in his hand swung out quickly, directly killing the zombie. I didn't mean to shout. I just opened the door and rushed over scared me. Li Yong explained. It's okay. Did you find the key? No. Wu Heng glanced at the zombie on the ground. After thinking for a while, he released talk to the dead on the middle-aged male zombie. The lying corpse suddenly sat up. It turned its head to look at the two of them, and its eyeballs were gray. Duh. Li Yong was so scared that she took several steps back, and her face was pale. Wu Heng waved his hand to tell her not to be afraid, then looked at the zombie who sat up and asked, "Where is the key to the car downstairs?" It was the first time he had ever used a conversation with a zombie. It was hard to say whether the fake soul created by necromancy would work on zombies. He was a little nervous. After waiting for a while, the zombie said, "It's in the management and dispatch room at the innermost part of the 3rd floor." Wu Heng nodded and was still able to speak. He continued to ask, "Are all the vehicles parked downstairs?" "Yes." "You?" Bang. After answering the two questions, the man's body lay on his back and turned into a corpse again. This also made Wu Heng hold back his third question halfway through. Good guy, turned into a zombie, can only answer two questions. This is too fast. Uncle, I found it, on the 3rd floor. Xiao floated in. Wu Heng did not mention the zombies, replied, "Aw really, that's amazing." That's right. Lead the way, let's go get the key. This way. Xiao flew in front. Wu Heng followed the skeleton to the 3rd floor. In the whole building, there were only two zombies on the 2nd floor, and Li Yong encountered them. In the inner room, she found the key and went downstairs again. Seeing Wu Heng and the other two coming out, several survivors also came to greet them. Wu Heng said, "You all know how to drive, right?" Several people nodded. "Is there anyone who can drive a forklift?" The others shook their heads. Li Yong said, "I can, but I'm not very skilled." "Okay, you guys drive the truck and bus. Li Yong drives a forklift, and the remaining forklift is placed on the truck and taken back." Wu Heng distributed keys to several people. The forklift was put on the back of the truck. The rest of the people were also given keys. They tried to start the engine, and then drove carefully. Wu Heng followed with the skeletons on foot. The driving skills of these people did not seem to be very good, although they drove very slowly. They also bumped into other cars. They attracted some zombies, and were killed by the skeleton team. Li Yong drove the forklift, and moved away all the abandoned cars blocking the road along the way. The cars behind passed carefully, and moved forward slowly all the way. The way back, because of these cars, took longer. Back to the auto repair shop. Wu Heng said, "The car is in your hands. Modify it, and then contact the prison." "Okay." Li Yong nodded. Then someone drove the car to the door of the auto repair shop. At the same time, he introduced the new members. Wu Heng returned to the community, asked the skeletons to pile the corpses aside, and began to use dead corpse battlefield to transform the corpses. A large number of skeletons stood up and joined the queue. When he was outside, he basically did not use dead corpse battlefield, a spell that consumed a lot of spirit at one time. After all, it is outside, and special situations are likely to occur, which may affect one's own judgment and reaction. Everything is almost done. Return to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town. Black Market. Wu Heng took Bassin, paid the entrance fee, and went directly into the black market. The death of the Necromancer and the Deacon Yazid did not have any impact here. There were still a lot of mats laid out one after another, and people wearing black robes. He did not stroll around, but went directly to the 2nd floor. After showing the emblem, he was taken into a separate room. The staff of Ba Pai who kept smiling. "Sir, how can I help you? Can you help me check if the commission I posted has any results?" "Okay. Please wait." Not long after, Ba Pai who came back. Following behind him were two strong men, carrying a coffin half a person's height. "Sir, your commission has been completed. Although I just wanted to ask. I didn't expect it to be completed. After the death of the Necromancer, it seems that Blackstone Town is no longer so strict with the surrounding areas. and the bodies can be transported here. A Trost, dwarf, died of old age, level 11 pharmacy topic alchemist. The middle-aged man with a mustache softly introduced the information of the person in the coffin. After speaking, he clapped his hands, and the strong man beside him opened the coffin lid. Wu Hung stepped forward and took a look. There was a corpse wrapped in linen inside, very thin, looking like a child. But the cause of death was old age. It couldn't be a child. Guest, did it meet your requirements? The man with a mustache continued to ask. Wu Hung nodded. Well, not bad. I am very satisfied. When signing the commission, there were no requirements for race, age, etc. The only requirement was that the alchemist should be a little taller. The rest was not important. Okay. Customer, you need to pay the balance of 1,200 silver coins here. The other party continued. Wu Hung nodded, took out a 30-gram gold bar, and a bag of silver coins. The middle-aged man inspected the gold bar, confirmed that it was gold, and that the weight was sufficient, smiled and agreed. The commission is completed. Customer. Wu Hung nodded. He took out another bill with a snake head printed on it, and handed it to the other party. He said, see what's stored in here. Okay. Sir. Please wait. The man took the bill and left. This bill was left by Yazd, and he came here to see what he had stored. Soon, the middle-aged man returned with a black wooden box in his hand. He put the wooden box on the table, and several people left. Wu Hung opened the lid of the box and looked inside. On the top was a deed, with an eye-like emblem. Below that were silver coins, a large number of them. It was not a deed to Blackstone Town, but a city with the name Ratam written on it. A notarized property. It seemed to be a house somewhere else in Yazd. Now it was all his. He looked at the emblem, and he didn't know what kind of power it belonged to. But he remembered that Yazd had said that he was a member of the Church of the Eye. So it should be related to that. There was nothing else. After all, what Yazd did, there were still some risks, and the money stored here should be a precaution. If something goes wrong, you could always run away with the money. After confirming that there was nothing else, Wu Hung put the coffin and the money box into the space ring, and went downstairs directly. The middle-aged man with a mustache reminded the other party not to forget anything, and waved goodbye. Wu Hung went downstairs, walked around the black market stalls, left the black market, and got on the carriage to return to Blackstone Town. Returned to the crowded area. Walked into the alley, saw Yuri walking out. Wu Hung, where have you been? Yuri asked, pinching her waist. I went to the commercial street, you came to see me. Wu Hung walked into the alley, and stood at the door to open it. Well, I came to see you. I am the only one in Blackstone Town who thinks of you. Yuri walked into the house very naturally, and sat down at the dining table. Yuri and Wu Hung are actually similar. They are both outsiders, and they don't have many friends. Of course, the fact that they just want to eat is also a very important reason. Wu Hung glanced at her and said, still eating instant noodles? And the sour kind? Wu Hung nodded, and began to boil water. He casually asked, has the association had any events these days? Yuri thought for a moment and said, the captain of Team 1 left, and the team members found a letter at his residence. Wu Hung was stunned. Anil left? It seems that in the competition between the two, he felt that he had no chance of winning and chose to leave. What did the letter say? Yuri propped her chin up and said, I heard that Deacon Yaz died, and he didn't plan to be the captain of Team 1. That's about it. I didn't read the specific content. So now Team 1 has no captain. Well, and the association is in a mess now. And my aunt is very busy. For the Professional Association of Blackstone Town. This is not a trivial matter. The deacon died, and the captain of the team left without saying a word. Only organizations like the association can maintain stability. If it were a mercenary group or a gang, they would have been in internal strife or divided up their property long ago. Wu Hung took the soaked hot and sour noodles, and some other snacks, and said, Anil, where did you go? I don't know. Is he from here? Where is his hometown? Slurp. How should I know? You like him? Idiot. What do you mean? Are you scolding me? After dinner, Yuri patted her round belly, which was almost as big as her chest. She didn't look like her aunt at all. The two chatted for a while, and Yuri got up to go home. Wu Hung stood at the intersection and waved goodbye to her. After seeing Yuri off, Wu Hung simply cleaned up the table, locked the door, opened the boundary door, returned to the zombie world. Take the coffin out of the space ring. Chapter 96, Deacon Appointment and Transfer Order. A large number of skeletons, standing in the open space waiting for orders. On both sides, level 5 skeletons holding spears were practicing their spears on dummies and cloth bags. The whole space echoed the sound of spears piercing targets. The big-headed skeleton was not there, probably because he had taken the skeletons out on patrol to kill zombies. Wu Hung said to the side, "Open the lid." 2 skeletons came up, opened the coffin lid, revealing the body wrapped in linen inside. Wu Hung took a look, and then directly released bone summoning. The necromancy slowly wrapped the corpse in the coffin. The ability of the summoned creature is far beyond the ability of the summoner, and the unstable factors increase. The system prompt appeared. The linen wrapped around the corpse collapsed as if it had lost its support. Then, a short skeleton sat up slowly, stretched out its bony palm, and tore off the linen wrapped around its body. Skeleton Alchemist, Level 11. Level 11. Attributes: Constitution 13. Strength 11. Agility 14. Intelligence 18. Perception 16. Charisma 5. Features: Hollow Skeleton. Intermediate Soul. Expertise: Cloth Armor Expertise, Intermediate. Alchemy, Proficient. Abilities: Alchemy Scholar. Alchemy Research. Formula Book. Alchemy Scholar, able to quickly identify alchemical items. Pharmacy Research, can analyze and test special materials, or prepare corresponding alchemy potions as required. Formula Book, can record potion formulas, for the convenience of inheritance and recording. There is no attacking ability in attributes. Although the intelligence and perception are not low, it does not have spell-related abilities. The expertise is also related to alchemy. Of course, Wu Hung bought it, not for fighting. The short skeleton slowly walked out of the coffin and stood aside. Wu Hung recalled, but still couldn't remember what Ba Pai Hu said when he introduced it. It seemed to be called something like Stir. Or something like Stir. He said directly, "From now on, you will be called Alchemist Number 1. Hearing Wu Hang's words, the dwarf skeleton bowed slightly. He behaved like a gentleman. The last person who gave him this feeling was the butler Yazd. Wu Hung wanted to give him 2 corpse core detoxification potions, but he changed his mind and thought that he needed materials in addition to the list, and the materials on it could only be found in the other world. He gave the order, "Find a room first, I'll tell you what to do tomorrow." The skeleton dwarf walked straight into a room in the corridor. He did not stay outside, practice like other skeletons. The next morning, when Wu Hung walked out of his residence, a staff member of the association was already standing outside the door. "Mr. Wu Hung, Deacon Slater wants you to come over." "Okay, I'll be there right away." Wu Hung agreed, tidied up briefly, and walked out of his residence. Arriving at the association, people from each team gathered here. Looking at the first team, I really didn't see Ale in the team. And the members of the first team also kept a low profile. They were the most arrogant before. Wu Hung walked to his team's position, and the other 3 were also standing there. "Another mission?" Wu Hung asked. Captain Otluk shook his head. "It seems that there is news from the headquarters, and the candidate for the deacon should be decided." "Oh, so this is the matter. It has little to do with me." "It doesn't matter who is the deacon. Of course, I personally think that Slater is a good deacon. He has connections in Blackstone Town, and he often leads a team to catch wanted criminals. But some people disguise themselves very well, and it is difficult to judge what they really look like. Yazd is a good example. He looks like a gentleman every day, and wears white gloves, but he has been planning around Blackstone Town for so many years. He killed so many people. People's hearts are unpredictable." A few people were chatting in a low voice, and soon Slater walked out from the side. After looking at everyone, he said directly, "I called everyone here this morning to inform you of the appointments of the headquarters." Everyone fell silent. He continued, "Appoint Slater as the garrison deacon of the Blackstone Town Professional Association, and the deputy deacon will arrive in Blackstone Town within 3 days. After all, it is an organization composed of professionals, and there is no complicated ceremony for the appointment. A simple casual notification and a flash of the appointment letter were considered completed." The members of each team, as well as some staff, all looked at each other and said nothing more. Slater had endured for so many years. It was not surprising that he became a deacon. Congratulations to Deacon Slater. Everyone congratulated. "Okay, there's nothing else to do. Everyone should go about their own business." Slater waved his hand. Everyone dispersed, talked in low voices, and walked out of the association hall. Yuri was also very happy to hear the news, and almost cheered out loud. She excitedly patted Wu Heng's back twice. After all, she was her aunt. She became a butler, and Yuri was considered as second generation here. Where are you going? Yuri asked as she followed him out. To buy some materials. Wu Heng said. What materials? Are you going to study the dead? What dead? Alchemical materials. Oh, you are studying alchemy again. Yuri was surprised. Somewhat. The two walked out while chatting. The staff caught up from behind and said, Mr. Wu Heng, the butler asked you to come over. Wu Heng was stunned. He immediately realized that it was Slater who was looking for him. Now, when he heard that a deacon was looking for him alone, he became a little nervous. He wondered if he was going to harm him. But Slater was quite nice to him. And he was still young. He didn't seem to have any disease that needed to be prolonged. And he had a business and was not short of money. He probably wouldn't harm him. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. Yuri said. Then I'll wait for you in the lounge. And I'll go buy materials later. Okay. Wu Heng came to Slater's study. He knocked on the door. And after getting a response, he walked in. The room was filled with a faint fragrance. The same as the fragrance in the carriage when they were riding together before. Wu Heng smiled and said, Congratulations, Deacon Slater. Slater motioned him to sit down and said directly, In addition to my appointment, the headquarters also sent some transfer orders about you. Since you have enough merits, you will be transferred to Rentam as captain. Hearing this, Wu Heng frowned slightly. He knew that he would be transferred away. These were all arrangements made by Yazd. After occupying Wu Heng's body, he would go to a remote place and drag it on for a few years, so that no one knew about this matter anymore. What surprised Wu Heng was the name of the city. Rentam. Yesterday, when he took out the things that Yazd had deposited in the Snake Emblem Consortium, there was a deed with Rentam written on it. In other words, this was arranged in advance by Yazd, or in other words, he took the initiative to apply to go to the city in his own name. Rentam is outside the kingdom of Yeko, and it's a relatively chaotic place. I don't know why the headquarters suddenly transferred you there. Slater looked up at him, and then said, If you don't want to go, I can communicate with the headquarters, and let you take over the position of captain of the first team. A city that doesn't belong to the kingdom of Yek? Chapter 97. Stay for 2 years first. Wu Heng can understand what Slater means. He has just joined the association not long ago, and he is relatively young. If he is transferred to a place outside the kingdom, he may face many uncertainties, or even lose his life. If he chooses to stay, she can let Wu Heng take over the position of Anil, and be the captain of the first team. The status and treatment will not change, and he will be in a quiet environment. This is a good intention, in fact. It can be seen that Slater still takes good care of himself. If it was when he first came to Blackstone Town, or half a month ago, Wu Heng would accept Slater's kindness and choose to stay, and develop slowly in a safe environment. But now it is a little different. The restrictions on necromancers in the kingdom of Yeko have hindered his development. If he wants to continue to improve, he must make some changes. If he stays in Blackstone Town, even if he takes the position of deacon, he will not be able to change the kingdom's view of necromancers. Going out, going to a new environment, a city without too many obstacles to necromancers, is the best choice. When Yazd made the arrangement, he should have considered this aspect. She thought about it quickly in her mind. She said directly, Thank you for your kindness, Deacon. I think I should respect the arrangement of the headquarters. I will apply for transfer back when there is a chance. Slater looked at him with her beautiful eyes. She still sighed and said, Okay. Then you go and wait for 2 years. And then I will apply to transfer you back. It seems that she has just taken the position of deacon, and it is difficult for her to keep Wu Heng in Blackstone Town. Perhaps she could still have a say. But for a giant like the professional association, she was insignificant. After 2 years, when her position was stable, she would transfer Wu Heng back. Okay. Wu Heng smiled and nodded. Slater said, Yazd's body has been burned. Someone was notified. You were not at your residence at the time. There is nothing to see. It will only increase your sadness. You still have to walk your own way in the future. Wu Heng was in the zombie world during the day, and he really didn't know that Yazd burned his body. But it doesn't matter. I don't have any feelings for him. If I really go to the scene, I will have to act. Moreover, the corpse was used with talking with the dead, and it can't be transformed into an undead soldier. Well, everything goes well. Deacon Yaz doesn't want to see us sad for him. Well? Slater nodded, and continued to take out a few items from below, saying, "This is the ticket to Rentham, the train the day after tomorrow morning. Since you have chosen to go, don't be late." Then, he patted a few other things. "These are the relics left by Yazd, and now they are yours too." Wu Hung put away the ticket, and looked at the relics again. "There is the title deed of Blackstone Town, and the wooden staff. The rest of the things are in the space ring, which was taken away by Wu Hung before. When there are many people, he puts them away, and usually carries them with him." "Okay. Thank you. This title deed. I will leave here soon. This title deed is not very useful in my hand. Deacon, please help me contact the buyer, and sell it directly." Wu Hung said directly. Slater. His eyes widened. "Don't you say that you will come back in 2 years? You can still use it then. This is Yaw's residence. Besides, it is hard to say whether he will come back in the end." Wu Hung thought that it would be better to exchange it for cash. 2 years is not a short time. It is not good to leave the house empty. Slater thought for a while and said, "I will help you look after it, and arrange someone to clean it. The house will be kept for now." "Okay." Wu Hung did not take it seriously. "Don't forget the time for the bus. Go back early to prepare." "Okay. Then I will go back first." Wu Hung stood up. "Well, call Kavina over. There is also her transfer letter here." "Okay." Kavina was also transferred away. The people of the 4 teams split directly. Nympho. Out of the study, Wu Hung came to the team lounge. Pushed the door to enter. Ely and Kavana sat aside chatting. "Captain is not there?" Wu Hung asked. Go back first," Kavana said. Completed by Lee. "Maybe Captain Teresa went shopping." Kavana also smiled with a show. Wu Hung continued, "Kavana, the deacon allows you to have a trip." "Ah, did you say something?" Kavana asked. "The 4th team completed all the commissions well, and they should be transferred directly to be the captain." "No. It may be related to the subsequent transfer. You go and take a look first," Wu Hung said directly. "Oh. Okay." Kavina walked out. Wu Hung and Yuli did not stop. Walked out of the association. Walked towards the commercial street. Yuli asked, "What did my aunt say to you?" "I was transferred to a city called Rentham, to be the captain," Wu Hung said directly. "Ah, you are the captain, or are you going to Rentham?" Yuri was a little surprised. "Have you heard of this place?" "No, but my aunt asked me to read a book, so I know a little bit," Yuri answered. "Tell me about it." Yuri organized her words and said, "Rentham is not a city. It can only be said to be a transit station established at the junction of 2 countries. Transfer what? That is to say, this place does not belong to any force. It was originally established as a transit point for caravans, and it gradually evolved into a city. I heard it is quite chaotic, there is no fixed system, and it also gathers some fugitives, wanted criminals. Yaz really knows how to arrange a place. A city border where no one is in charge." After Yuri finished speaking, she looked up at him. "Are you really leaving? Can't bear to leave me?" Wu Hung also looked down at her. The little girl curled her lips, but still said, "Even if you leave, I will have no friends again." Wu Hung touched her curly hair. "Your aunt said that. I will be transferred back in 2 years." Yuri slapped his hand away. "What if you don't survive 2 years? What are you talking about? Why don't you transfer the inheritance to me first? That kind of place is very dangerous. Don't go too far." The 2 entered the Luigi shop. The boss came over. "What do you need today?" Wu Hung took out the formula for the 1st and 2nd level corpse cores. Handed them to the other party. "I need the materials above. See if you can collect them all?" The boss took it and looked at it. Nodded and said, "All the materials above are available. It depends on how much you need." Wu Hung thought about it, and came up with a conservative number. 50 copies. Some of them are not that much. I'll prepare 20 copies for you," the boss said with a smile on his face. Yuri interrupted their conversation and said, "Why are you buying so much? Buy a few first and practice them first." When the boss heard that they were practicing, he also said, "If you practice, you can try the micro-healing potion." Wu Hung thought about it, and it made sense. If there was no more, he could buy more. "Give me 5 of the ones on the list, and 5 of each of the materials for the healing potion and the mental potion." "Okay." The boss agreed and turned to prepare. Yuri said, "You are not smart, but you are still learning alchemy." After paying the money, Wu Hung asked Basin to carry the materials and took Yuri back to the crowded area. Maybe it was because Wu Hung was leaving. Yuli said less and was in a bad mood. She just kept saying, what if he was bullied there? What if he died? Etc. It was unlucky. After dinner, Yuli went home in a depressed mood again. Wu Hung closed the door and sent the materials to the zombie world. He asked the dwarf skeleton to start making potions. The next day, in the morning, zombie world, outside the community, Li Yong said, we have already agreed with the prison. We can bring food over at any time. They will meet us halfway. Chapter 98, Leaving Blackstone Town. It is easy to contact the other side by radio, but the difficulty lies in how to get there. How is the modification of the truck going? It is being reinforced, and it will be completed in the next 2 days. It is said to be modified, but in fact it is to reinforce the important parts of the car, in order to avoid the car being scrapped when encountering the zombies. It is all done by electric welding, which is not difficult, and no internal parts modification is required. It is a military vehicle, and the things used cannot be bad. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and said, well, modify the car first, and I will let you know when to go. Tomorrow in Blackstone Town. We will go to a new city. It is not in the territory of the Kingdom of Yek, so it is definitely not close. We have to wait until we get there and settle down before going to the prison. The time of both sides needs to be staggered. Okay. Li Yong nodded. How are the new people who joined yesterday? Wu Hung continued to ask. They are all pretty good, willing to work, but they are very hungry, and they are a little scary when they eat. Li Yong said. Well, don't delay the production of the iron spear. Okay. After the chat, Li Yong returned to the auto repair shop. Wu Hung made some simple arrangements for the skeleton. Strengthen the protection in the community. The patrol range of the big-headed skeleton is only to ensure the vicinity of the community and the auto repair shop. While he is on the road, don't let anything go wrong. In the afternoon, return to Blackstone Town. He went to the professional association and walked straight into the team lounge. The members of the team were all there. Oddluck looked up and said, when are we leaving? Tomorrow. Wu Hung sat down beside him. Oddluck nodded. Go there and settle down for a while, then apply to be transferred back. It shouldn't be difficult. I understand, Captain. You will be the captain in the future. You will also feel the annoyance of not seeing the team members every day. Oddluck joked. When I was the captain, I didn't go to the association myself, let alone the team members. Wu Hung smiled. Oddluck also smiled. Continued, Kavina's place is inside the kingdom. It's not a big problem to be careful. Come back to see when you are free. Kavina was also transferred? Kavina nodded. Yes, I was transferred to another town, not far away. I can come back to see everyone occasionally. When Slater came to her before, she suspected that she would be transferred too. It seems that Yazid is planning to disband the entire 4th team. Kavina is 1 or 2 years older than Wu Hung. It is relatively fast for her to become a captain at this age. Being a captain is a good thing. You two should not feel too much pressure. Besides, our 4th team is really amazing. It was established the latest. And we have 2 captains at once. Oddluck said with a smile. Then there will be only 2 of us left in the 4th team. Yuri said. There will be new members in the future. Oh, I hope I can become a captain soon. Yuri muttered. You shouldn't have a hard time. Wu Hung said after listening. Slater was her aunt, and it was only a matter of time before she became the captain. After chatting for a while, Wu Hung took out a few items from her backpack and placed them on the table. She introduced them, saying, I'm leaving now. I'll leave these for you. They may be useful in battle. Several people looked over. Wu Hung introduced them, saying, This is a gas mask, which can protect against most toxins and has no side effects. This is for lighting, which can emit a beam of light and can be used at night. One is a gas mask, and the other is a flashlight. Flashlights have power requirements, but they can be used for a while. This is too expensive, Oddluck said immediately. These 2 things. The effect is definitely up to the level of magic props. And each person has 2. I don't need so many. You use them first. If this one doesn't light up, don't throw it away. I will replace the energy source for you when I have a chance. Thank you. Thank you then. Kavina thanked. Yuri said, Oh, you took it out now? I was poisoned at the time. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Who said you don't want it? Yuri quickly hid behind her. After chatting with the members for a while, Wu Hung went to the Blushing Mermaid Tavern again. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, Benny came over with a tray. Her attitude was much more enthusiastic than last time. She sat next to him on the sofa and put her arm around his arm. I haven't been here for a while. Well, I'm leaving. I'm here today to give you the reward from last time. Wu Hung put a small bag of silver coins into her hand. Benny didn't refuse, but her brows were furrowed. You're leaving. Where are you going? I've been transferred to another place. Are you coming back? During this time, some people in the tavern were still discussing the rescue of the children in the crowded area. In the past, no one cared about this kind of thing. The guards would just check and ask, and then leave it alone. Therefore, the professional team's rescue of the child in the crowded area became a matter worth discussing. Benny provided clues, and felt that she had done something meaningful. Unexpectedly, he was transferred so soon. Maybe. I can't say for sure. Benny looked at him and said, You have to go? The transfer order has come down. You have to go. Hey! All right then. I'll come to see you when I come back. Okay. It's a deal. Don't forget it, Benny said seriously. After leaving the tavern, I went to say goodbye to the landlord. I didn't know many people in Blackstone Town, so I said goodbye to them all in one day. The next day, morning, Xiqing District, Station. The entire professional team came, and many people from the crowded area also came, including the landlord, Mrs. Bukimura, who found her child, and Benny. There were quite a few people. There were also some people who just wanted to watch the fun, and they didn't understand whether they were picking someone up or sending someone off. There were several circles of people inside and outside. Wu Hung didn't expect that so many people would come to see him off. Slater crossed his arms and looked at him, saying, I didn't realize that you, a necromancer, are quite popular. Not bad. Keep a low profile there. I'll transfer you back within 2 years, Slater said. Okay. I got it. Please take care of the crowded area for me. Yes. Slater nodded. The train arrived at the station. Wu Hung waved goodbye to everyone and boarded the train. Rumble. The train left Blackstone Town with a roar and drove away into the distance. The speed of the train is much faster than that of the carriage. After 2 days of traveling, they stopped at the border of the kingdom of Yeko. Someone said, 2 envoys. You need to get off here and continue north to reach the city of Rentam. Damn. They even have to reverse. Wu Hung got off the train, bought a carriage, and continued to head north. Although it was daytime, the surroundings were gradually becoming desolate. Wu Hung always felt unsafe. He didn't know how far away he was. If a wild beast or a robber appeared, it would be quite dangerous. We should add more skeletons to ensure our safety. Standing on the carriage, looking around, a building and a wall can be seen faintly on one side. Wu Hung asked Bassin to drive the carriage towards the building and get closer to see if there is no danger. Use the door to bring more skeletons. The carriage approached and found that it was a courtyard with a temple in the center. The walls were mottled and looked old. The carriage stopped in front of the courtyard, and without asking if there was anyone, it walked towards the woodshed on the side. Before I could get close, squeak, the door of the temple opened, and a nun in black and white nun's clothes came out. The nun's clothes were made of thin fabric, and her slender figure could be vaguely seen from behind. Even the headscarf was made of very thin fabric, and her yellow hair could be seen. The hem was slid very high, revealing her smooth hips and thighs. Are you 2 gentlemen here to pray? The nun twisted her hips slightly, and took 2 steps forward. She had a plump and round figure, and a charming and affectionate look. With this nun's clothes, it made people's hearts and minds flutter. Chapter 99. Old woman Wu Hung glanced at the nun's attire and said, I passed by here. I wonder which great god's temple this is. He could travel between the 2 worlds and had a profession related to gods. He had to believe in things related to gods. It was not a matter of fear or not. But at the entrance of the temple, he still had to be respectful. It's the great goddess of fertility. Oh, it turns out to be the great goddess of fertility. Wu Hung repeated it. Sir, aren't you here to pray? The nun asked curiously. I'm just passing by. Let me borrow the woodshed. The nun smiled sweetly, made a prayer gesture in front of her chest, and took a step forward with her left leg. At the slit of her skirt, a large area of snow-white thighs was exposed, extending to the base of her thighs. I'll arrange a room for you 2 gentlemen. Why go to a place like a woodshed? The nun opened the door completely. We have other people here. Don't worry. Gentlemen. A tall and strong man came out of the door again, with his upper body naked, and a petite and plump nun on his right. The petite nun was wearing even more revealing clothes. The scarf on her head was the most tightly wrapped part of her body. The man walked out. His legs felt a little weak, and said, "You two friends are also from the kingdom of Yek, right? We are a caravan of the kingdom. It's not too late to relax before continuing on your journey." Caravan? Relax here? Are you alone? Wu Hung looked at him. The man smiled and continued, "The others are being taken care of by other nuns. You can also come in and take a rest. We will go together then." After that, the man hugged the nun beside him and walked back inside. The nun leaned against the man tightly, with the cloth strips behind her fluttering left and right. "Sir, come in. Wait until you are relaxed before leaving." The nun who led Wu Hung twisted her waist and walked over. Wu Heng's eyes fell on her again. He opened the holster, took out the pistol and said, "Okay, I'll show you my treasure." The nun stepped forward shyly. "Sir, let's talk about it in the temple. I'm a little nervous outside." "That's it, don't move." Wu Hung took out the pistol, and, under the other's puzzled eyes, he pressed it against her face. When the other party wanted to stick out his tongue to lick her, he pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the bullet instantly pierced her head. The nun's eyes revealed surprise and disbelief. Her body leaned back sharply and fell to the ground. The next second, the nun's body changed rapidly. Her skin and face became shrunken and miniaturized. Her long hair was broken and sparse. Her skin was full of age spots, and there were moles and tumors. If she was a plump and charming nun just now she was an ugly and weird old woman. The gunshots attracted the attention of other people in the temple. 4 nuns, including the petite nun, ran to the door quickly. Seeing the body lying on the ground, they screamed shrilly. They roared, "Damn human boy! You dare to come here to make trouble! I will kill you!" The nuns' voices became shrill, and under their gaze, their bodies all turned into hunched old women. Their skin was like tree bark, and their sparse long hair was flying wildly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several old women stretched out their fingers with long and thin nails. Shoot out the magic missile and weakening ray. Wu Hung and Bassin quickly flipped to the back of the carriage. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the carriage was blown to pieces. Wood chips flew like bullets, and the horses were frightened, neighing to the sky, and ran away with the broken carriage. Wu Hung raised his hand and threw out a fireball, and threw it towards the opponent. Bang! The fireball exploded instantly, scattering a large stream of flames, and ignited the ground. Although it did not hit the target, it separated all 4 old women. The scorching flames burned all around. Wu Hung took the opportunity to quickly run to the woodshed on the side. "He is a mage. Kill him first. Don't kill him. Catch him alive. His skin is really white. Peel it off and put it on my body." "No. Put it on my body." Several old women kept talking in sharp voices. Then, they ran directly from different directions. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. He saw the opponent's movement position and triggered the evil explosion. Bang! The first dead body suddenly exploded, and the thick yellow smoke covered the entire area. "Go in. Kill him!" the old woman continued to shout. Wu Hung looked up. "Bassin, hold him back." Bassin fired 2 more shots outside, and rushed directly into the smoke. Immediately afterwards, there were sharp curses and screams. "Don't bother with it. Go kill the one inside. Stupid wizard. You actually sent your servant out alone. Don't let him run away. Rush over. Don't damage his skin," the old women continued to say. Immediately afterwards, there were 2 figures, with sharp claws on their arms, and they rushed over like gorillas, hunched over and shaking their arms. However, before he could get out of the smoke, several figures rushed out from the front. They knocked the old woman to the ground, and the old women were hit head-on with swords, fists and feet. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce fighting sound, accompanied by the old women's screams, resounded in the smoke. Gain experience plus 22. Summon skeleton boxer. Gain experience plus 2. Gain experience. The prompt sounded, and the whole area gradually became quiet. The skeletons walked back. Wu Hung left Baodong, Jianni and Jian are behind, and the rest of the skeletons dragged the other 4 bodies back to the other side of the gate. Jian Jian and Ba Wudong, all dressed up. They wore tight clothes and helmets. They might not encounter any trouble in the wild, but if they brought some, they would have less trouble. The smoke gradually dissipated. Only the body of the old woman after the explosion was left on the ground. At the door, the strong man who had hugged the nun before covered his head and walked out with a shaky step. What's going on? He frowned and looked at Wu Heng and the 4 tightly covered figures behind him. Then, he saw the corpse on the ground. His face instantly turned ugly. Ghost. Wu Heng looked at him and asked, "Do you know this kind of thing?" Ghost. Ugly and vicious monster. Then do you like this kind? The man's face became even uglier, and then he thought of something, and quickly rushed into the temple. Wu Heng did not follow him in, but stood at the door and watched. The temple was empty. There was no statue at all. And on the old chairs, there were still a few men lying. Naked, skin shriveled, as if the blood and chi had been drained. The strong man just now sat on the side, his face full of regret. How is it? All dead? Chapter 100, Captain of Team 12. Are they all your companions? Wu Heng asked. Yes. Wu Heng continued to ask, where is your destination? Rentam City. You said you are a caravan, you should have a carriage. Right? Yes, it's at the back. Wu Heng nodded, said, bury them, then let's go to Rentam together. The man took a deep breath, and began to carry the bodies with some effort. Sword 1. Sword 2, help him carry the bodies. Wu Heng said directly. In his current state, it might take some effort to carry the body. Help him to speed up, and supervise him. He should not be with those old women, but he should be more careful outside. Thank you. The man got up and put on his clothes, and then started to carry the body with Jian and Jian. Wu Heng went back outside and walked around to the backyard to take a look. There were 3 carriages parked in the back. He lifted the cover, and saw the cloth and some pottery underneath. It really was a caravan. Too young, how can such a good thing happen in such a place? In a crowded brothel, you can't get a free ride. You still want to play with nuns in this place? You'll lose your life. Soon, the man came back with Jian and Jian. While untying the horses, he said, I've made a fool of myself for my friends. The ghost woman's ability to transform is too strong. Most people can't find it, and we have a short delivery time. Wu Heng didn't say much. The ghost woman's transformation is just an illusion on the surface, plus the language of deception, to arouse some instincts of men. The impact of the charming nun is still huge. But with the improvement of Wu Heng's ability, coupled with the unlocking of strength and will, his perception and ability to resist abnormal conditions have also been enhanced. Although the naked eye sees a plump and charming nun, but in the perception, it is a hunched image. It's okay if you don't know, but if you know that the other party is an ugly old woman, you can still do it. That's strange. So he thought about leaving, not getting involved in this muddy water. But the nun on the other side was obviously unwilling to let him go, and kept pestering him. So he had no choice but to shoot first. The carriage started on the road. The man was in the front, and Wu Heng sat in the carriage behind. They kept a distance from each other, which was also considered to help him hold down the carriage. They kept moving forward. Near dusk, the convoy finally arrived at the city of Rentam. From a distance, you can see dense buildings. It is different from the previous cities. The city structure of Rentam is dense buildings, then city walls, sentry towers, and guards wearing silver armor patrolling on the city walls. These are the areas outside the city. These areas were not included in the original city planning. People who could not live in the city built temporary residences outside. More and more people gathered, and it became what it is now. The man in the caravan explained in the front. Don't people in the city care? Why should they care? Outside the city also has to pay taxes. Large tracts of land are allowed to be expanded, and no one will care. The man continued. Houses built outside the city also have to pay taxes. It seems that no one really cares. As we approached, the city wall also enlarged in our sight. The city gate was wide, and could accommodate 3 carriages side by side. It was much wider than the city gate of Blackrock Town. There were also many people gathered at the city gate. In addition to humans, some tall and strong races could be seen. Their arms were as thick as their thighs, and they were more than 2 meters tall, with green or gray skin, huge mouths and fangs, which formed a sharp contrast with the human race. Is that the orcs? Orcs. Humans and orcs live together here. Don't conflict with them. They are all good at fighting, and they will come in groups. The convoy went straight into the city. The man said, I still have to deliver these things to the store. And I have to go in another direction. Okay. Let's say goodbye now. Where do you live? Friend, I'll go and thank you for saving my life after I finish my business. No need. I'm also from the kingdom of Yek. Please take care of me when you are out there. Then tell me your name. Wu Hung. Thank you, Mr. Wu Hung, for saving my life. I will definitely repay you if I have the chance. You're welcome. Wu Hung waved his hand, and they said goodbye to each other. After separating from the convoy, he inquired about the location of the association and headed directly to the association. The city was unusually noisy and bustling. Wu Hung and several skeletons walked towards the association together. When they arrived at the central area, Wu Hung was a little surprised by the building in front of him. It seemed that the less people cared about the place, the more luxurious the building was. This place was much more luxurious than the professional association in Blackstone Town. On the opposite side, there was an even more exaggerated building. The Snake Emblem Consortium with a snake head pattern. Good guy, the Snake Emblem Consortium is out in the open. Entering the association hall, the floor is bright white marble, and there are many professionals gathered in the hall. There are humans, and strong orcs holding battle axes and maces. Wu Hung asked a few skeletons to wait on the side first, and went directly to the front desk. Sir, how can I help you? The staff is a female orc. Green skin, 2 fangs protruding from the corners of her mouth. The muscles are more obvious than her chest. Wu Hung said, I am the new captain of the association. This is the appointment letter from the headquarters. The staff looked at it carefully, and continued to smile and said, Please wait a moment. I will go and tell the deacon. Okay. Soon. The staff came over again. He said, Please follow me. The deacon will wait for you here. Wu Hung nodded, and then went up to the 3rd floor and stopped in front of a room. He knocked on the door and got a response. He pushed the door open and entered. In the room, there was a middle-aged man sitting, with his hair tied back and a thick beard. It can be seen that it has been carefully trimmed. The middle-aged man took Wu Hung's appointment letter and looked at it, then looked at him again. He said, Wu Hung, your profession is a necromancer. A necromancer from the kingdom of Yeko? Yes. Wu Hung stood in front. It has been less than a month since he became a field envoy, and he has 2 level 3 merits. He was recommended by the deacon to be promoted to captain. The man looked at him carefully again. He said directly, Okay. Since you are here, you are the captain of the 12th team of Rantam City. My name is Gomez, the local deacon. If you have any questions in the future, you can come to me. Yes, Deacon Gomez. Okay. I will give you 2 days to solve your living problems. As he said, he gently pulled the lanyard next to him. The bell rang, and the staff member just walked in. The deacon said, This is the new captain of Team 12. Please register his identity. Yes, Deacon. Wu Hung was brought out, filled out a form, and then issued a local captain's identity certificate. This means that he has officially joined the company and has a legal identity. Wu Hung and the female orc staff learned about the procedures and processes for the house deed. Then he walked out of the association and went to the city hall of this city. The handling of the title deed was simpler than expected. With the association as a guarantor, they just checked the title deed and then asked for the name to register. That was the end of the whole process. According to the location on the title deed, Wu Hung went directly to his residence. This was a mansion located on the edge of the inner city. A 3-story building, but the floor area was not large. Each floor was about 60 square meters, with a small courtyard in front and back. It was considered a pretty good living condition. Wu Hung took out the key and opened the door. It was empty inside, without furniture. The floor was covered with dust, and some footprints could be seen. It looked like someone else had visited the place before. He looked upstairs and downstairs. He asked Jian Yi and Jian Air to clean the room. Wu Hung went out first, and had something to eat at a nearby tavern. After filling his stomach, Wu Hung returned to his residence. He opened the door, and headed to the zombie world. Zombie world. Wu Hung confirmed the situation in the community. He took out the intercom and contacted Li Yang directly. After standing at the intersection and waiting for a while, Li Yang ran over quickly. She looked at him and wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. 3 days had passed since the last time. The truck had been modified, and a lot of spears had been made, but they couldn't contact the other party. If the skeletons were not still there, Li Yang would have thought that the other party had run away and ignored them. Are the trucks ready? Wu Heng asked. Li Yong nodded. 3 trucks and 1 bus have been reinforced. There should be no problem. Well, we can contact the prison, and we will go there together tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 101, Transfiguration. Li Yong turned and left, and at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. The other party's disappearance in the past few days scared the people in the auto repair shop. So far, the cooperation between the two sides is still going smoothly. One side provides labor in exchange for the other side's food and protection. Although it cannot be compared with the life before the zombie outbreak, but compared to most survivors, here is the best shelter because they are well fed and safe. Even the official bases may not live as well as they do. Therefore, the people in the auto repair shop were even more reluctant to see anything happen to the other party. Returning to the auto repair shop, the other people also came to greet them. How is Sister Hong? What happened to that Yama Wang? Is he still alive? Xiangzi asked directly. Li Yong nodded. It's okay. He seems to have gone out for a while. It has nothing to do with us. The other people were relieved. It's good that he's okay. It was so scary. What did he say he was going to do next? Xiangzi continued to ask. Check all the cars. And prepare to go to the prison tomorrow. Are you really going? It's so far. If you want to go there, what can I do? Oh. Okay. After seeing Li Yong off, Wu Heng also returned to the community. He hadn't been here for a few days, so the community was relatively safe. There were no special situations. In fact, he was still a little worried along the way. After all, his family assets were all here. If these skeletons were taken away by the zombies when he was away, he would have no place to cry. Bring those bodies here, Wu Heng said directly. Several skeletons immediately walked to the side. The bodies were the old women killed in the temple. Although they were called old women, their appearance was actually more like a humanoid monster. Their skin was dry and covered with tumors and abscesses. When Wu Heng went to the Professional Association of Ratam City, he also saw the bounty commission for this kind of thing. It was called a ghost woman, and each bounty reached more than 300 silver. The reward was quite high. Wu Heng saw it at the time, but he did not hand over the corpse. He planned to transform one to see what the attributes were. If there was nothing special, he would hand over the rest for money. Bang! 4 corpses were carried over and thrown to the ground. Wu Heng did not delay and directly released bone summoning. The necromancy wrapped the first corpse, the flesh and blood fell off, and the hunched bones stood up. Skeleton Hag, Level 8. Level 8. Attributes: Constitution 16, Strength 18, Agility 12, Intelligence 13, Perception 14, Charisma 8. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul. Expertise: Cloth Armor Expertise, Basic, Poison Expertise, Intermediate. Ability: Shared Casting, Shape-Shifting. Skills: Pathogenic Ray, Curse. Shared Casting: When 3 or more skeleton hags gather together, within a maximum of 100 meters, they will share spells with each other. Shapeshift: The witch can make herself and her belongings covered in a layer of magic illusion, imitating living beings, maximum time 30 minutes. Curse: Touch the target, can cast a curse, reducing the target's attributes. Wu Heng looked at the target's attributes, always feeling a little strange. In terms of attributes, the physique and strength are high, but the skills are magic skills. This witch, the route is off. In terms of ability, there are 2 types. One is shared casting. When more than 3 witches gather together, they can share spells. The other is shape-shifting, which can change form, which should be the trick of turning into a nun to seduce men. This shape-shifting is not a skill, but an ability of one's own profession. Now that she has become a skeleton, the ability has been limited, and the maximum imitation of living beings is 30 minutes. When she was originally in the temple, the ghost woman could turn into a nun for a longer time, accompanying those passing merchants. She was sucked dry by a human. It should be because of becoming a skeleton. Although the ability exists, the effect of the ability is also reduced. Finally, 2 skills: Pathogenic Rays and Surrender. I have mentioned it in the Book of Natto. There are disadvantages of the transformation of the legal system. Master of any genre, at the moment of being transformed, it will only retain the magic of the dead spirit. Even with the soul relearning, you can only learn Necromancer. Unable to perceive and use other elements' magic. After reading all attributes, I feel that the skeleton ghost wife is a bit of chicken ribs, law legal fighting. But the ability of transfiguration still has some features, and it may be useful in the future. I am not short of money, so there is no need to complete this commission. After thinking it over, he released Bone Service one after another, and transformed the other 3 ghost corpses into skeletons. The 3 skeleton ghosts stood up one after another, and stood aside with their backs hunched. To be honest, it is easier for people to accept the transformation into skeletons than the original image. Among the ghosts, the highest level is 9, and the lowest level is 7, and the attributes are not much different. There is nothing special about it. Wu Heng rested for a while, and then walked to the pile of zombies, and released Dead Corpse Battlefield, and transformed all the zombies collected by the big head skeleton in the past few days into skeletons. Then, he found a bedroom to rest. There was no other way, although the accommodation in Ratam City was good, but there was no furniture. He could only rest in this world first. The next day, in the morning, 3 military trucks, a large truck, and a passenger car were parked downstairs outside the community. Wu Heng walked out of the community and saw several cars parked in the middle of the road from a distance. The large truck was also found later, and was mainly used to pull the skeleton soldiers. The doors and the engine position were reinforced with iron plates, and the windows were welded with iron bars. At the front end, something similar to a ram was also reinforced. It looked quite fierce. It also gave people a sense of wasteland style. Behind each truck, there was a canvas fence to prevent the speed from being too fast and the skeletons from being blown away. Li Yong jumped off the first car and walked over directly. She took out a route map, opened it in her hand, and said, "Go south along the road. After crossing the Sanjing Bridge, there will be fewer residents, and the road will be smoother. If we follow the road, we can reach the road leading to the prison, and the other party will arrange someone to pick us up." "Okay, let's follow your route." Wu Heng nodded. He also had a map in his hand, and the route was the same as he thought. Then, Wu Heng continued to arrange the entire convoy. In the front, there was a military truck, driven by Li Yong. The second truck was also a military truck. The third truck was a small passenger car. The fourth truck was a large truck. The last truck was another military truck. The small truck in the middle was protected, but the drivers of the first and last trucks were under the greatest pressure. After the preparations were almost done, Wu Heng asked the skeletons to bring bags of rice and other things they needed on the way, and loaded them directly on the truck. Then he continued to give orders. "Let the skeleton warriors get behind the truck." Hula la! A large number of skeletons moved and climbed onto the back of the truck. The skeletons stood on the truck bed one by one. Chapter 102 Rush Over. Wait until everything is ready. Wu Heng waved his hand, the car started, and went straight into the main road. After entering the main road, the road became much wider. The 2 sides were full of scrap vehicles, but the road was not completely blocked. Wu Heng sat in the passenger seat of the small passenger car in the middle, and on the seat behind him, there were skeletons. The driver was Qiangzi from the auto repair shop. He didn't expect that he would be assigned to this devil to watch the car. While driving, he kept wiping his sweat. "The various skeletons behind me are so damn scary." The cars are lined up in a row, and a roar is heard. Soon, zombies rush out from both sides and pounce on the convoy. They slap and tear the car body, and there are slapping sounds, and the harsh sound of claws grabbing the iron plate. At this time, the importance of modification is reflected. The reinforced iron plate and iron bars greatly prevent the zombies from damaging the car body. But Wu Heng also found a detail. It seems that the zombies killed by the car will not increase experience. Otherwise, as the co-pilot, it would be considered as experience. After the vehicle drove a distance, according to the plan, it was necessary to bypass a branch road and avoid the densely populated residential area. Just after entering, the convoy began to slow down. "ZZ." The car walkie-talkie made an electric sound. Then, Li Yaheng's voice came. "The road ahead is blocked. Need to stop and clear the road. Attention. Convoy, prepare to stop. All humans do not need to get off. Wait for my order." Wu Heng said while holding the walkie-talkie, and then said to the big-headed skull behind him, "Let the skull get off and kill the zombies." Squeak! The whole convoy slowly stopped. The skeletons in the car quickly jumped out of the car and began to fight the zombies rushing from all directions. More skeletons quickly formed a spear formation and faced the large group of zombies following the car. Bang! 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 A dull collision sounded. The group of zombies crashed into the skeleton's formation and also crashed into the deck of the car. A fierce battle began, and the sounds of roaring and chopping meat resounded throughout the battlefield. The drivers held their heads and carefully hid in the driving seat. Praying in his heart, Skeleton can't lose. Big guy, you go and help too. Big guy got off the bus directly and rushed towards the zombies. Like a truck out of control, it crashed into the zombies in the opposite direction. A large number of zombies were knocked away and knocked down, while the skeleton's spear began to move forward, killing the zombies one by one. Soon, the battle was coming to an end. The remaining scattered zombies were killed by the skeleton's knife. On the entire battlefield, the stench of corpses filled the entire space. Clean up the battlefield. And put all the bodies aside, Wu Hung said to the big-headed skeleton. All the skeletons began to move, carrying the bodies to both sides. The bodies should be taken away when they return along the original route. Therefore, they should be placed in a conspicuous place, so as not to forget them when they return. Then he took out the intercom and said, Li Yong, put down the forklift, and I will let the skeletons protect you. The forklift was put down, and Li Yong started to drive, moving the scrap vehicle aside. Soon, the road was cleared. All the skeletons got back on the car, and the convoy continued to move forward. Yanghadian Hotel. On the second floor of the hotel. In a room. Brother, go by yourself. Don't worry about me. If you keep hiding like this, we will all die here. Go. I don't blame you for selling out your teammates. On the side, a little girl sitting in a wheelchair, turning the wheel, said softly. In front of the window not far away, there was also a young man standing. He opened a gap in the curtain and looked out. Hearing her sister's words, she immediately waved her hand to stop her from talking, looking a little nervous. Shoo! There are more zombies outside. Speak softly. It will be over if you are heard. Hearing the increase in the number of zombies, the little girl immediately closed her mouth, and her face became nervous. The man came back, sat down, and said softly, It's okay. If it really doesn't work, I will lead the zombies away, and then you can escape. When I was in middle school, my sister's lower limbs could no longer stand up because of a car accident. My brother saved some money, and the two of them agreed to travel this year. However, when they first arrived here, a zombie outbreak occurred, and they were trapped here for many days. Fortunately, it was a trip, and they bought a lot of local specialties and snacks along the way. Plus the hotel itself provided them. So they have managed to survive until now. But holding on is just delaying the time of death. And the ending may have been determined long ago. Brother, will we die? The sister suddenly changed her tone and asked with some fear. The brother hugged her and consoled her softly. Don't be discouraged. Maybe the rescue team will come to the city in a few days and rescue us. Brother, I'm holding you back. Otherwise, you would have been able to escape. The sister continued. Don't talk nonsense. Will the rescue team really come? Maybe. How about we catch a zombie? I read in a novel that if you are bitten by a zombie, you can evolve if you don't die. Maybe my leg can be healed. And then we don't have to hide from place to place. Damn. Who wrote this? Which platform? I'll report him. Maybe? Those zombies outside. They all became zombies after being bitten or caught. Who have you seen evolve? You believe in the novel. AOL. Suddenly, all the zombies outside the hotel roared together. The sound resounded throughout the area. The brother and sister's faces changed, and they both shuddered with fear. The sister tilted her head to listen, and immediately said, Brother, these zombies seem to be moving away. The sound is moving away. Don't talk. What if you hear us? Really, they are far away. They seem to be moving in another direction. Go and see what's going on. The sister urged. The brother hurriedly approached the window, opened a small space in the corner, and looked outside. It was almost dusk. A large group of zombies were really running in one direction, as if there was some target attracting them. Looking in the direction of the zombies. Then I saw a military green convoy, speeding on the road in the distance. Sister, it's the rescue team. Damn, there really is a rescue team. Sister pushed the wheelchair over, supported the armrest with both arms and looked at it, and immediately said, It really is, we are saved. No, they won't drive straight over. Won't they stop here? It's really possible, judging from the speed of the car. There is no intention to stop. You lock the door. I'll go to the rooftop to attract their attention. The elder brother said hurriedly. No. It's too dangerous. This is our last chance. If it doesn't work, we will either starve to death or be eaten. Be obedient. This is our last hope. The elder brother ran out and ran upstairs quickly. Zizi! Li Yahong's voice came from the intercom. Zombies appeared on both sides. There are quite a few. There should be 50 or 60. Is the road clear? The road is fine. You can pass normally. Li Yong replied. Go ahead. Don't waste time on the road. Wu Hong said directly. Okay. The team accelerated again, violently knocking away the zombies that rushed over. And rushed forward. The zombies that rushed over from both sides rushed onto the road like crazy. There were crackling, hammering sounds coming from the car body, and bumps from running over corpses. Chapter 103, They don't seem to be alive. Pa! Pa! Bang! Bang! The zombies rushed over from both sides of the road, beating the sides of the car. Even though the car body was reinforced, you could still feel a shaking, and the intensive hammering sound from the car body. Under Wu Heng's command, the convoy accelerated again, violently knocked away the zombies blocking the road, and rushed forward. The body parts flew all over the sky, and the dirty blood splattered on the front windshield and the glass on both sides. It was also fortunate that iron bars were installed to prevent the glass from breaking. The driver, Xiangzi, held the steering wheel, and his body trembled slightly as the car body hit him. He glanced at the side and said, My lord, how did you awaken your superpowers? Wu Hong looked out from the gap between the iron bars, and was stunned when he heard his words. What a weird name. It seems that he really didn't say his name. Do you want to awaken your superpowers? Well, it would be a lie to say that I don't want to. I used to love reading science fiction novels. It would be so cool to awaken superpowers and have some special powers, Xiangzi said, looking at the skeleton behind him through the rearview mirror, and said, It seems that the superpowers are not the same as I thought. According to the radio station, the most common changes are physical enhancement, or sensory enhancement. For example, hearing, vision, etc. But controlling skeletons to fight. It seems that it has not appeared in the radio. At least no one has mentioned it yet. The method I know is to devour corpse cores. But the probability of failure is very high. At least the probability of failure is more than 80%. Wu Hong said what he knew. To put it bluntly, if he didn't have the antidote, he would most likely be transformed into a zombie. Yes, I know this. The radio station said that only people with very good physical fitness and firm psychological quality can succeed. Wu Hong asked, Are there many successful people in the radio station? It seems that there are some. After all, they are all well-trained soldiers, which is not comparable to us. The tone changed, and added, You are definitely an exception. I guess there are very few people in the world who can awaken your ability. Wu Hong didn't say much. Occupations and awakening superpowers are fundamentally different. But after chatting with Xiangzi, Wu Hong also had an idea. If you want to train your own people, you don't have to let them awaken superpowers. You can completely change occupations. Becoming a profession, learning professional skills, to some extent, is more powerful than awakening superpowers. After all, in another world, occupations have become a legacy. The combination of various skills is relatively complete. And superpowers, awakening completely depends on luck, and the ability is relatively single, which cannot be compared with occupations. Of course, this is just a thought in my head. Things in another world must not be known to others. Even if you are close to someone. Unless you are completely tied to them like Xiao Xiao and Bassin. You must never reveal it. People's hearts are the most difficult thing to grasp at this time. As the two chatted for a few words, Xiangzi started talking about something while driving. He seemed to be a talkative person. At this time, the sound of electricity came from the walkie-talkie again. This is a truck. There seems to be someone on the roof of the building on the right? Cannot confirm. Hearing this, the convoy slowed down a little. It seems there is a person. Isn't it another weird deformed zombie? The voices of the other cars came from the intercom. Wu Hong was sitting in a small car and had passed that building. The improvement of his physical attributes also enhanced his vision, and he could still see that it was a man, standing on the edge of the roof, waving a red flag. Judging from the movements and clothes, they are not zombies, but survivors. They saw the convoy and asked for help. Wu Hong picked up the intercom and said, The convoy slows down and prepares to stop. The convoy began to slow down slowly, and stopped little by little. Wu Hong continued to say to the big-headed skeleton, Skeleton, get off the car and fight the zombies. The skeleton in the car quickly flipped off the car and started to fight the zombies rushing up from all directions. The sound of fighting kept ringing around. Wu Hong released the ghost Xiao Xiao again, floating in the air. Xiao Xiao. Ah. You are here. Xiao Xiao lowered his head from outside the car roof. Do you see the building over there? Go and see if there is any danger inside. There seems to be a survivor on the roof just now. Confirm how many people there are, and what the specific situation is. Wu Hong pointed diagonally behind the car window. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao nodded and flew out directly. In the hotel. Bang. The door opened, and the man fell into the room, and then quickly closed the door. Just after locking the door, there were banging sounds from outside. Brother, how are you? Are you okay? The girl asked. The man fumbled around with his hands, confirming that he had no wounds. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I'm not injured. Can you see if the rescue team has stopped? The man began to move a chair to the door. The sister sat in a wheelchair, close to the window, looking down, her eyes widened little by little. Did they stop? The man continued to move the furniture in the room, asking. It stopped. The younger sister answered. And continued, but they don't seem to be human. What do you mean they are not human? They are not the rescue team? If they are not human, they are not alive. The man also came closer and looked down through the window. When he saw the stopped convoy and the large number of skeletons, his eyes widened. Fuck. On the road. Amidst the roars, the battle was coming to an end. The corpses covered the surroundings of the convoy, like a circle of piled up hills. Attack! Wu Hong ordered from the car. Walala, the skeletons, who had been defending and counterattacking, began to charge. Jumping over the corpses, they attacked the remaining zombies. With a flurry of knives and spears, they all fell to the ground. When the last zombie fell to the ground, the whole area returned to peace. Clean up the battlefield, carry the corpses to the side of the road. The skeletons took action again, clearing the corpses to the edge of the road on both sides. At this time, Xiao Xiao got through the bus and flew back. Floating in the air said, Uncle, there are 2 living people in that building. They are really survivors. Is there any danger? Wu Hong continued to ask. No, there are some ordinary zombies in the building, no other monsters. Let me see. Wu Hong let Xiao Xiao fly into his body, and immediately saw the scene she saw. From Xiao Xiao's perspective, there were indeed no deformed zombies. And in a room on the 2nd floor, a man and a woman were lying on the window looking out. After confirming that there was no danger, Wu Hong looked at the gradually darkening sky outside the window, picked up the intercom, and said, There is a hotel on the right, there are still survivors inside, stay there tonight, and continue to move tomorrow morning. Chapter 104, Whatever you like, choose a hotel. Do-do-do, the man approached the cat's eye of the door and looked out. He saw that the zombie that had just been violent and pounding on the door was pinned to the ground by several skeletons, who were slashing with kitchen knives. The zombie tried to get up several times, but was chopped down by the kitchen knives. The scene was extremely cruel. The dirty blood splattered all over the walls on both sides. Brother, what's going on outside? The girl behind asked. The man looking at the cat's eye was startled, covered her mouth with his hand, his eyes widened, and signaled not to make a sound, just outside the door. The 2 hugged each other, shivering as they listened to the sound of chopping vegetables outside the door. Gradually, the sound of chopping meat began to slow down, and the zombies' roars also stopped. The 2 held their breath, praying that the things outside would leave quickly. The whole room fell into a deathly silence. Knock. 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 There was a sudden knock on the door. The 2 shuddered, and their hearts almost stopped beating. Then, a woman's voice came. You were asking for help on the roof just now, right? The brother and sister's eyes were filled with even more surprise. Humans? At this time? Why did humans appear again? Or, what kind of strange creature is it, trying to trick them out? We are also survivors. It's safe outside. Open the door. The person outside the door continued to say. The brother and sister exchanged glances. The man stood up and looked out through the cat's eye. He saw a woman in work clothes, standing outside the door, with some impatience on her face. Seeing that they were really human, and already knowing that they were in the room, the man still asked, Are you from the convoy just now? Hearing the response, Li Yong also looked at the cat's eye position, and said, You are the one waving the flag on the roof. We have cleared the zombies, you can come out. What's the matter with those skeletons? Whether the superpowers know, you won't understand even if I tell you anyway. You are safe. If you don't want to be left here to die, come out and talk together. After Li Yong finished speaking, she didn't continue. Everyone has their own choice. They want to help some survivors, but the other party must accept it. You can't just stick your face to a coal, but, after all, this is not a real rescue team. The sound of moving things came from inside the door. Squeak! The door opened, revealing the man in the room and the girl in the wheelchair. Li Yong frowned. Bad legs? At this moment, this is a fatal problem. Even if they stay, it's just feeding a mouth in vain. Thank you for saving us. The man glanced at the skeleton, and seeing that it was not attacked, he thanked it immediately. It was just as my sister said. Some superpowers and evolutionists appeared in the novel. Are you a couple? Brother and sister. This is my sister. Li Yong nodded, and did not ask more about this matter. He said directly, you have two choices. One is to stay and continue to take refuge, and the second is to go with us. But you have to listen to our assignments in the future, and need to do some work. Staying. There are still some food left in the rooms and kitchens of this hotel, which can actually last for a while. After eating, you can also search for some food nearby. But later, you may have to fight zombies and fight for more things. The man looked at his sister, and exchanged glances with each other. We will go with you. In fact, there is nothing to hesitate. This is their only hope to survive. If he stays, how long can he live with his sister? Okay, come downstairs with me. You don't need to pack your things yet. You will rest here tonight and leave tomorrow morning. Oh, okay. On the first floor, a large number of skeletons filled the hall. Xiangzi and his companions were outside checking the car to ensure that there would be no problems tomorrow. Wu Heng walked around the room on the first floor of the hotel, and there was nothing to collect. But he found a lot of disposable items and safety items. Li Yong led the two downstairs. Two survivors, choose to go with us, Li Yong said. Wu Heng glanced at the girl he carried down. Is she injured? No, my sister has a bad leg, the man said, and immediately realized something, and hurriedly explained, I can work, I can do both of our jobs, and I won't be a drag. Wu Heng nodded, and continued, prepare dinner, and then let everyone choose a room to rest. Okay. Wu Heng also walked upstairs and said, you don't need to bring out my dinner, arrange a few people to take turns to watch the night, and don't go out at night. Oh, okay. Wu Heng went upstairs and chosen a room with a better environment. Several skeletons were guarding outside the door and in the room. Wu Heng took Basin and Bodong and went directly to Rentam City. Rentam City. Passed through the boundary gate and returned to the empty room. Jianyi and Jian Air have been cleaning here, but there is still no furniture, and it looks empty. There is no rush to clean the house. He plans to finish the prison deal and find a decoration team or something and decorate this place well. Let a few skeletons, wrap it tightly. Then they went out together. Wu Heng lived at the edge of the inner city. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they entered the outer city. The streets and alleys that looked retro and medieval were so lively. Along the streets, there were all kinds of shops. Leather goods, weapons, medicinal materials, taverns, or hotels. Caravans transporting goods could be seen on the road at any time. This place became a transit point for trade between the two countries. No wonder the people here looked very rich. And the decoration of the buildings was also tall and luxurious. Walking and looking for a place to have dinner. Guests, do you need to relax? A group of heavily made-up girls, standing in front of taverns and hotels, reluctantly soliciting customers. The slender thighs and breasts completely exposed are dazzling. In addition to human women, you can also see female orcs with well-developed muscles, fangs at the corners of their mouths, or bunny girls, cat girls, and other women with obvious animal features. Gentlemen, do you want to stay in the hotel to rest? A strong female orc raised her chest and came over directly. Just as he approached, he was stopped by Bodong and could not get closer. Do you like human girls or some foreign girls? Come into the store and take a look. Whatever you like. You can pick whatever you like. The girls greeted him warmly. Wu Heng took a look and waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need it. Seeing that the other party refused decisively, the women stopped approaching immediately and set their sights on other people. They kept posing and greeting customers. The person behind Wu Heng was obviously a regular customer and could call out the names of several women. Pulling into the dark alley, Wu Heng found a quiet tavern nearby, ordered food, and ate slowly. At the same time, he listened to the people at the next table, chatting about some local things. After filling his stomach, he went directly back to the inner city, where he lived. Passing through the boundary gate, he returned to the hotel in the zombie world to rest. The next day, early in the morning, the people in the hotel got up early. After breakfast, after searching the entire hotel and the 2 nearby shops, he got back on the car. Yesterday's brother and sister and Wu Hung sat in the middle bus. They curled up carefully in the back. They looked a little reserved, as if they were kidnapped. "Are you all on board?" Wu Hung asked through the intercom. "Car number 1, no problem. Car number 2, no problem. Car number 5, no problem." After confirming that everyone was on board, Wu Hung said directly, "Drive." Li Yong contacted the prison, and they will arrive today, asked them to prepare the things, and complete the transaction outside. The military vehicle itself has a radio for communication, which can receive information from the outside, and can also make contact. Okay. The car started. The entire convoy maintained the formation of yesterday, and began to move along the road. The further they went, the more remote the road became. On both sides were large wastelands, and occasionally 1 or 2 zombies rushed out, and were left far behind. Chapter 105, If you don't get out of the car, I'll shoot you. Chang'an Prison. Bang, 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 the heavy knocking sound awakened the man in the room. He opened his eyes and cursed. "What's the matter? Why are you knocking?" "Brother Long, the woman who changed the guns in the auto repair shop has sent a message, saying that she will arrive at noon today." A hurried voice came from outside the door. Brother Long was naked, revealing a large tattoo. He opened the door, looked at his younger brother, and asked, "How many of them are coming?" "I don't know. She said that we should trade outside, not come directly." The younger brother replied. Brother Long scratched his chin. Continued, "She is quite cautious. Bring the brothers to meet them outside. When they arrive, they will seize both the goods and the people. Bring back the obedient ones. Kill the disobedient men. Don't kill the women." Understood. The younger brother was about to leave. Brother Long added, "Bring more guys. These people can come directly. They should have some skills. Don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, Brother Long. No matter how powerful they are. Can they be more powerful than bullets? If not, I will shoot them all." The younger brother patted the rifle hanging on his body. Brother Long nodded. "Go ahead, come back soon after the robbery." "Okay." On the road, the convoy sped quickly. The rest of the journey began to become smoother. Not too many zombies appeared. Even if there were, they were far behind, and the latter were directly smashed to pieces. Moving forward quickly, they were already close to the target location. "ZZ. We can already see the agreed transaction location." The voice of Li Yong, the leader of the car, came from the intercom. "The place for the transaction is a gathering point of houses under the prison. It is still some distance from the prison." "Did you see anyone?" Wu Hung asked while picking up the intercom. "No. But I can see some roadblocks set up. There should be people." "Slow down. Don't go over yet." The convoy began to slow down and move forward little by little. "Honk the horn. See if there is anyone." Wu Hung continued. "There are obviously no zombies here. They should have been cleared out by the people in the prison. But there was no one on the other side, which still made people feel something was wrong." The shrill car horn sounded. It echoed throughout the area. At this time, 2 people came out from the other side, wearing prison guard uniforms, and waved from a distance. "Someone came out, waiting over here," Li Yong said through the intercom. "Wait a minute," Wu Hung said through the intercom. The convoy stopped, and did not move closer. After waiting for a while, the Xiao Xiao sent out flew back directly, floating in the air. He said, "Uncle, there are a lot of people in that house over there. They don't look like good people. How many are there?" Xiao Xiao bit his fingers. "A lot." Come back first. Let me see." Xiao Xiao flew into the body, and shared the scene just now. On both sides of the road, there are 2 rows of buildings. In addition to the 2 people walking outside, there are some people in the buildings on both sides. About 11 or 12. Some are wearing prison guard uniforms, and some are wearing short sleeves, revealing tattooed arms. Everyone had a gun in their hands, hanging around their necks. Most of them looked sloppy, just like in a short story. They didn't look like prison guards, prisoners, or survivors. But on second thought, it's the end of the world now. It's reasonable to select strong and powerful men from the gathering place, and form a defense team. They are still calling us over. What should we do next? Li Yong continued to ask on the intercom. Go over, keep your distance from the convoy, and don't get off the car no matter what happens. Wu Hung continued. The others also understood the meaning of the words. In addition, the other party was holding a gun, and they became more cautious. Then, the convoy began to move forward, keeping a distance from each other, and entered the position of the other party. In front, a man with a rifle came over. He saluted in a formal manner, then shook his finger, signaling the other party to roll down the window. Li Yang opened the window a little, and said, "Is it from Chengnan prison?" The windows are protected by iron bars, and the doors are also thickened with iron plates. As long as you don't get off the car, the bullet may not be able to penetrate such a thick door. Yes, are you from the auto repair shop? That's impressive. You drove all the way here. The man praised, and continued, the guns are ready for you. Get out of the car and count them. Take them away if there's no problem. Li Yang glanced at him, and said, take the things out for me to see. The man frowned. He turned his head, and looked at the other cars behind him, and said, take them out. Don't you need to see them? Do you know how to use them? We can teach you how to use them. We know how to use them. Just take the guns out. Li Yang closed the car window a little higher. The man narrowed his eyes. He turned around, and waved his hand to the back. Clatter. The doors on both sides opened, and several people with rifles rushed out, surrounded the convoy, and pointed their guns directly at the position of the carriage. They shouted, get out of the car, and if you don't get out of the car, I will shoot you to death. Some people even tried to open the car door, but it was locked in advance, and failed. Then, a voice came from the intercom. The road behind is blocked by a roadblock, and there is no way to reverse. Everyone in the convoy was shocked. At this time, he also realized the other party's purpose. This is not an exchange of things, but waiting for them to send food over. Li Yang looked grim, and said, what do you mean? The person who just talked to him sneered and said, no meaning? Now the population is small, and the resources are also small. Please bring the supplies to live with us. The transaction is fake? Bah! The man spat and continued, when did you mention the transaction? You are all like idiots. And you specially ran over to deliver things. Get out of the car quickly. Don't force us to shoot you. Li Yang lowered her head a little, avoiding the other party's gun in the car, and said to the walkie-talkie, the transaction is fake. They want to rob the goods. On Wu Heng's side, you can also see people holding guns, cursing, and pulling the car door hard. This is a trick on me. Others hoard food while I hoard guns. My neighbor is my granary. In fact, he had expected this situation, so he was not so panicked. His goal was guns, rifles. It didn't matter whether it was a trade or a robbery. The important thing was that the other party really had a gun. Wu Hung said directly to the big-headed skeleton behind him, let the skeleton get off the car and kill all the people outside. The sole fire in the big-headed skeleton's eye sockets flashed. The next second, the canvas behind the carriage was lifted, and a large number of skeletons jumped directly off the carriage. Holding a kitchen knife, with a bang, he rushed directly to the people outside. The people who were cursing were all stunned. What the hell, what is that? Shit, it's a skeleton, the skeleton is alive. They are not transporting food, but skeletons. Shoot. Bang, 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 intensive gunfire sounded in the field. The bullets swept towards the skeletons, passed through the hollow bones, and shot at the car behind. The people in the car were startled, and immediately held their heads and lowered their bodies. Guns are useless in the end times. They are not very useful against zombies, and they easily attract zombies. They are also not very useful against skeletons. People are afraid of guns. Facing the strafing, the skeletons raised kitchen knives and rushed towards the enemy like crazy. Ah! Damn it! Help me! Run! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Painful shouts rang out. The people on the prison side were pounced on by the skeletons, and killed directly with 3 or 2 knives. Some people who started to escape in advance were also caught up by the skeletons, and pressed to the ground and chopped into meat paste. Soon, the gunshots and shouts stopped, and the whole place became quiet again. Is anyone injured? Wu Hung asked on the intercom. No. After confirming that no one was injured, Wu Hung got out of the car. The bodies were dragged back by the skeletons, and thrown not far away. Wu Hung first looked at the bodies, then bent down and picked up the blood-stained rifle. It was a classic domestic rifle. He opened the magazine, and there were still some bullets in it. There were 8 bodies in total. 5 rifles, and 3 submachine guns. But no extra magazines were found on them. Each gun only had a few bullets hanging on the magazine. Put all the guns into the space ring. Wu Heng looked around. Li Yong. Li Yong ran over and asked, "What's wrong?" "Let your people check the car, and then you come with me." "Okay," Li Yong said, followed Wu Heng and the skeleton carrying the body, and walked to the side of the house in the distance. Let the skeleton throw the body on the ground. Wu Heng directly released talking with the dead. The dead magic wrapped the body, and the next second, the body sat up directly. His face was covered with knife marks and blood. "What was your original plan?" Wu Heng asked directly. The man turned his head and answered, "Lure the people from the auto repair shop, and seize all the food and people." "What do you want so many people for? If it is not an official gathering place, recruiting too many people will be a burden. After all, people need to eat, and now food is a scarce resource. The men will be used as bait to attract zombies, and the women will be kept and used as bait when they are no longer needed." Hearing this, Li Yong's face turned pale instantly. Chapter 106, Orc Team Member. In this environment, talking about order and rules is obviously not realistic. But they tricked the survivors here in the name of a gathering place. Let the men be baits, and keep the women for themselves. I shuddered when I heard it. What kind of people would come up with such a plan? Trick the survivors, who finally survived here, to be baits to lure away the zombies. And, at the beginning, their goal was to come here. At that time, they were still modifying vehicles and collecting food. Thinking of this, I felt a chill down my spine. If these people came, wouldn't it be the same fate as I just said? Wu Heng continued to ask, "Who has the final say in the prison?" Chen Jinlong. "What is his identity?" "A serious criminal. Now the boss of the prison." "A serious criminal? How can a serious criminal be the boss? Even if zombies break out, prisoners are usually locked in a single room. It is impossible for this serious criminal to hold power. How did he become the boss?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "I don't know. I heard that he is ruthless, prestigious, and his subordinates all have guns." After saying that, the corpse lay on its back and turned back into a corpse. Wu Heng didn't say much, and continued to release the dead talk. The second corpse sat up. Wu Heng asked directly, "How did Chen Jinlong control the prison?" The man's mouth was cut open by a kitchen knife, and he spoke with some ambiguity. "Zombies broke out, and the prison evacuated the uninfected prisoners. He took us to seize some weapons and occupied the prison. In other words, he took advantage of the opportunity to take control of the prison. Serious criminals like Chen Jinlong feel more adapted to this disorderly environment. Others are worried about how to survive, looking for official shelters. They start to use some loopholes to attract people to come, send them food and people." Wu Heng thought for a while, and continued to ask, "Is Chen Jinlong powerful?" "Everyone is afraid of him, and he has taken corpse cores, and I heard that he has awakened some special powers." The corpse answered calmly. This sentence surprised Wu Heng. There really is someone who swallowed corpse cores and awakened superpowers. What superpowers? I don't know. Did you see him swallowing corpse cores? Yes, we killed the distorted police dog, and he ate the corpse cores, and his body became much bigger. He said he had awakened superpowers, and everyone believed him. It seems that the other party did swallow the corpse core. His physique and luck are also top-notch. Wu Heng thought for a while, and then asked, "How many guns are there in the prison?" "About 100. After saying that, the corpse also lay on its back. Then, Wu Heng continued to ask 2 more corpses. And he also had a preliminary understanding of the situation in the entire prison. The leader of the prison was Chen Jinlong. Because he was a ruthless person, and because he controlled guns and devoured corpse cores, he controlled the entire prison. In addition to some prisoners around him, he would also select some survivors with special skills, good physique, and ruthless people to join them. In terms of weapons, in addition to rifles and submachine guns, there were also machine guns on the towers of the walls. Unless the zombies are attracted here, it will be difficult for ordinary zombies to break into this prison. After all the questions are asked, I will not ask about the remaining corpses. What should we do now? Li Yong asked. Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "Let's go back." This time, he came here to get a rifle, and his goal has been achieved. Wu Heng was also a little uncomfortable with the situation in the prison, but it was still difficult for him to break into the prison, for trucks brought only a few hundred skeletons. I'm afraid they can't even climb the city wall, let alone capture it. Moreover, there is no need to clash with the other party now. Okay. After hearing this, Li Yong completely agreed. Besides the serious criminals, there are also rifles and machine guns in the prison, which sounds like they are not easy to deal with. It's better to stay away from them. The two walked back from the back of the house and returned to the convoy. And in front, there was another car. Xiangzi backed the car into the middle of the convoy. He said, "We found it over there, and there are still some bullets in it." Bullets? Xiangzi opened the car door and got out, carrying a cloth bag. After opening it, there was a big bag of bullets inside. After distinguishing them, they should be bullets for rifles and submachine guns. Wu Heng nodded, finding bullets again, which is a good thing. The rest of the people were sweating coldly. These guys didn't intend to let them get through alive at all, and they were blocking them here with so many bullets. Wu Heng took the bag, and then said, "Where is the brother who joined yesterday?" Xiangzi waved to a place not far away, and the older brother of the siblings who joined yesterday ran over quickly. Wu Heng asked, "Can you drive?" "Yes." "You drive this car. Is it okay?" "No problem." Wu Heng nodded and said, "Get ready and go back." Everyone got back in the car, and the vehicle started to turn around, and started to go back the way they came. At dusk, a transport vehicle slowly stopped at the entrance of the village. Chen Jinlong, with his bare arms, opened the door and got out of the car, followed by a group of younger brothers holding guns. He glanced around, and it was cold and deserted, and there was no one in sight. On the ground, some shell casings can be seen. This proves that a battle took place here. Look around. Everyone dispersed and searched around. "Brother Long, there is something going on here." Chen Jinlong and his men walked over quickly and found several bodies in a house. Although the bodies were unrecognizable, it was still clear that these people were his men. Chen Jinlong looked at the bodies, his eyes blazing with fire. "Shout on auto repair shop." "Good. You dared to do me a disservice." Needless to say, the incident here must be related to Shoutong Auto Repair Shop. It has been a while since the zombie outbreak. This is the first time someone dares to be near the prison. And he was stabbed once. "Brother Long, how about we chase them?" said the younger brother. "What the hell? It's dark now, and going out is just looking for death." Chen Jinlong cursed, and then said, "Go back, and when there is a chance, I will definitely kill them." "Don't you want to bury the dead brothers?" "Bury them. Go back." Everyone got in the car and returned to the direction they came from. The night was hazy. The convoy returned to the community. Returning by the same route was smoother than going there. However, it took some time to collect the bodies killed yesterday along the way. "Then we will go back first," Li Yong said. "Well, you have worked hard, go back and have a good rest." As the few people turned to leave, Li Yong remembered something and asked, "Will the prison contact us? What will we say then?" "Don't worry, they dare not mention this matter. If they still want to trick other survivors, they will not mention it. Instead, they will be afraid that we will bring it up," Wu Heng said. Li Yong thought about it, and felt that it was right. She continued to ask, "Should we expose them? After all, if someone goes there, it will kill many people." Wu Heng thought for a while and said, "It depends on your idea. Even if you say it, it may not have much effect. Everyone thinks it is safe there, and no one may believe you. Well, we have to say it. At least let some people, who can still hold on, not go there first," Li Yong said. "Okay. It's better to say it." Wu Heng didn't want to stop it. "Well, let's go back first." Li Yong and others left. Wu Heng asked the big-headed skeleton to command the ordinary skeletons to carry the corpse. Wu Heng took out the rifle he had obtained and studied it. Then he gave it to Basin and Bodong, so that they could also get familiar with the use of the rifle. At long distances, they would use the rifle to attack. In another world, even the universal professionals could not withstand the burst of bullets. When he felt that it was almost done, he returned to the room to rest. The next day, Wu Heng returned to the city of Rantam through the boundary gate. He had breakfast at a nearby tavern, and took Basin and Bodong to the professional association. He had 2 days to solve the problem of accommodation. Today was the time to report. He came to the deacon's study, and after receiving a response, he entered the room. "Deacon Gomez, I'm reporting today," Wu Heng said directly. The deacon, who was combing his hair back, looked back at him and said, "Oh, the problem of accommodation has been solved?" "Yes, it has been solved. Then starting today, your 12th team will officially start work." The deacon stroked his hair twice, sat down at the table, took out a file bag and handed it over. This is the team member assigned to you by the association. I happen to come to the association today, so you can get to know them then. Yes. Wu Hung took the file bag, opened it and took a look. First row. Name, Duke, race, Orc. Good guy, I have assigned an Orc team member to myself. You go get familiar with the new team members first. I will see what tasks there are. Let you get familiar with the environment first. The deacon continued. Oh. Okay. Wu Hung nodded and left the room directly. On the way, he asked a staff member about the location of the lounge. When he came to the lounge of Team 12, he pushed the door open and saw a green-skinned orc sitting there. He was tall, muscular, wearing an iron armor, and had a huge axe in front of him. Seeing someone opening the door, he looked up. He asked in a buzzing voice, "What's the matter?" "I'm the captain of Team 12. "Ah, oh hello. Captain." The orc stood up, scratched his head while greeting. Wu Hung looked up at him, and estimated that he was about 2.5 meters tall. Chapter 107, Only Kill Women. Fuck, Wu Hung looked up at him, and cried out in his heart. Just now, he was sitting there, and he only felt that this orc was huge, and now he stood up. It was like a small mountain blocking his way. Second only to the rotten troll who took the blame for the necromancer. "Sit down," Wu Hung said. "Oh." The orc sat back down, and said with a silly smile, "Captain, my name is Duke, and I am an orc warrior." Wu Hung walked around him, and sat down inside. "Well, my name is Wu Hung. You can call me by my name or Captain from now on." "Okay, Captain Wu Hung." The orc looked at the figure standing next to him, and asked, "Captain, are these two also our team members?" He was referring to Basson and Bodong who followed in. Wu Hung replied, "My profession is a necromancer, and these two are my undead servants. You can also think of them as members of the team, but they do not take up the quota of members. Basson and Bodong both have souls. There is not much difference from normal team members. And they are absolutely loyal. They will also do missions together in the future. It is completely fine to say that they are members of the team." Moreover, he brought 4 skeletons on the first day, and brought 2 today. No one in the entire association cares. And no one asks about the undead servants. In other words, Ritam City does not pay much attention to necromancers, and has no requirements. In this regard, he made the right choice. It also proves that Yazd is a place that he has carefully considered and found for himself. "The captain is a mage," the orc said, and then asked, "Are there only 2 of us in the team?" "There are only 2 of us at the moment, and we will add more people in the future to make up the number," Wu Hung answered, and took out his file, and took a look. Duke, race orc. Occupation is level 5 beast warrior, and his weapon of choice is battle axe. The reason for joining the company is that he assisted in the arrest of wanted criminals twice, and he has good combat talent. He joined the company after being recommended by the deputy deacon. He lives in the lower city, and is a local. The information was quite detailed. It was actually quite good to have this local person. When I go on a mission in the future, I can find the place. "How old are you?" Wu Hung asked. 14. Wu Hung looked at him again. "I can only say that orcs grow up very fast." After getting to know each other, the conversation became more casual. Wu Hung asked some questions about the local situation. The orc was more interested in the profession of necromancer. From time to time, he glanced at the 2 skeletons standing beside him, the round helmets, and the strange weapons hanging in front of them. According to Duke, Ritam City is a mixed bag of people, and there are many people with special professions, but they are generally low-key. He has only heard of some of them, but has never met them. The 2 chatted for a while, and there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a staff member walked in. He glanced at the 2 and asked, "Who is Captain Wu Hung?" "I am." "Deacon. Please come over." "Oh. Okay." Wu Hung stood up and followed him out. Back to the deacon's study. The deacon handed over a task list, saying, "Someone died in the Winchu Grass Tavern in the outer city. You go there and cooperate with the investigation." In the morning, they were told to assign a task to them, so that they could adapt to the place. They assigned the task so quickly. "Okay." Wu Hung nodded, went back to the lounge to call Duke and headed directly to the outer city. The responsibilities of the team in Ritam City are still different from those in Blackstone Town. There is no such thing as cooperating with the guards to catch criminals. There are 2 main responsibilities. One is the wanted criminals wanted by the association. They are all people who have committed crimes in various cities and fled here. No one cares if you are not on the wanted list. Once you are on the list, you will be caught, and the bounty and merit will be counted. The second is to ensure the safety of association members and rescue. For important members, it is actually divided into people. Generally, they are people with some status, and the association will take special care of them. Most ordinary members are rarely taken care of, and the association does not have that many people. Wu Hong and Duke walked out of the association. Walked towards the outer city. The whole city is divided into 3 structures. Inner city, and outer city. The inner city is the safest, where local wealthy merchants and dignitaries live, as well as the city lord's mansion, professional association, Snake Emblem Consortium and other organizational buildings. The Iron Guard Knights are responsible for public security, and the Iron Guard Knights are directly under the city lord. Their identity is the city's public security team. The outer city is home to a large number of shops, entertainment industry, and is managed by some gangs. The outer area of the city is a gathering place of shops, factories, and residential areas. It is chaotic and crowded, and is managed by gangs. The whole city looks chaotic, but it still has its own unique rules. Wu Hong doesn't know much about this place, but Duke is a local, so he took him directly to the tavern. The tavern was not open at this time, and some people were cleaning. Guessed? It's not open yet. A green-skinned female orc came over with a swing of her waist. We are from the professional association. Did you ask the association for help? Wu Hong asked directly. The female orc glanced at the two of them, without the smile she had for the guests. Let me see the emblem. Wu Hong took out the captain's emblem, showed it to her, confirmed that it was someone from the association, and said, I need your help, come with me. Walking through the hall, entering a room similar to an underground room. In the corner, there were 2 bodies covered with shrouds. The female orc's face was very ugly, and she said, someone took the girls out of the store as a guest, and then killed them cruelly. We couldn't find out the other party's identity. See if you have any solution. Murder case? Do you have any clues? You should also know the situation here. There is a large flow of customers, and it's messy. There have been many deaths in the past, but this time only the girls were attacked, making people panic. The female orc said. Wu Hong nodded, and said, I want to ask about the corpses. Do you have any taboos? Ah? The female orc was stunned. No. As long as we can catch the murderer. Wu Hong nodded, and released talk to the dead to one of them. The corpse suddenly sat up, and the shroud fell off, revealing a pale face, as if it had been drained of blood. There was a wound on the neck with blood and flesh turned outward. Wu Hong asked directly, Who killed you? It was a man. I don't know him. Only one person. One person. What are the characteristics of the person who killed you? Human. Thin. Wearing brown leather armor. Always carrying a yellow cloth bag on his back. Wu Hong glanced at the female orc next to him, and she shook her head, indicating that she had no impression. Wu Hong continued to ask, What did he tell you? He said, he would take me to the alley and promise to give me double the price. Will he kill you directly? Or will he kill you after completing the transaction? He killed me directly. After saying that, with a bang, he lay back on the ground. Wu Hong continued to talk to the second corpse, who also had a scar on his neck, and who answered similar questions. It can be confirmed that he is a human man. He is thin, and his purpose is to kill, not to relax. After questioning the corpse, there was no useful information. The female orc was even more worried. Not only the women here, she was also afraid that she would be in danger. Besides, the business here could not be stopped. What should we do next? Wu Hong glanced at the corpse on the ground, and said, We will come here in the evening, and see if we can find the murderer. Chapter 108, It seems like a wanted criminal. The other party specifically targets these women, and his professional level should not be too high. He is a perverted killer, or he is a bit mentally abnormal. The female orc nodded, and said, Okay, then I will arrange people to be ready, and once we find anything, we will arrest him immediately. Each store has its own thugs. In other words, these stores are all gangs industries. The main reason is that we still don't know who the murderer is. Wu Hong just came here, and found some clues, and it's really possible to continue the investigation. You could arrange some people, but don't let the news out. Okay. He left the tavern and returned to the association. Duke asked, Captain, what is your trick called? How can you make the dead speak? The skill of the Necromancer. Oh, can I learn it? Each profession has different characteristics. Just develop your own profession well. People's energy is limited. At that time, he asked everywhere where to buy skill books. And Alec said something similar. I can tell Duke about it today. Okay. Wu Hung continued to ask, by the way, what should I do to buy furniture for the house? You can ask someone to make some, or you can buy ready-made ones. Is there no decoration team? The kind that can be decorated as a whole? Wu Hung continued to ask. There are indeed stores that sell furniture, but he doesn't want to buy them one by one. Also, I don't know how to lay out. Oh, then you might as well put up a commission, and let the association supervise it otherwise. If the decoration is not good, the other party will run away directly. Wu Hung felt that it made sense, and went to the front desk to put up a commission for decoration. The sun went down, and the sky gradually darkened. A cloaked figure appeared outside the tavern, and whispered about prices with a woman soliciting customers. Soon, the woman smiled, and intimately took the man's arm, and walked towards the alley on the side with flirting. As they went deeper into the alley, the man held the woman's waist tighter, and his other hand touched the short blade behind his waist. Wu Hung sat in the tavern, listening to the noise of the tavern, and drinking beer. At this time, Xiao Xiao suddenly flew back, and got into his body. Wu Heng's eyes condensed. He stood up suddenly, pulled Duke, and rushed out. At the same time, the female orc standing behind the counter also changed her expression, and knocked on the door frame behind her. Several strong orcs rushed out and rushed out. There was a lot of noise. Everyone in the tavern looked at the sudden situation in surprise. In the dark alley, the man rode on the woman. One hand clamped her neck, and the other hand held the short blade, stabbing the woman's neck little by little. Be more scared, very good, I like your expression very much, the man said in a low voice with a fanatical look on his face. The woman's eyes were full of fear. She tried her best to resist, but she couldn't stop the short blade from stabbing her. Just when the short blade was about to cut the woman's neck, suddenly, four rotating balls of light flew in, illuminating the alley. Then, there were several deafening noises. Bang, 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 after the gunshots. The man looked down at his body in confusion. There were several holes in the leather armor, and a trickle of blood flowed out along the leather armor. Hiss! The man hissed like a venomous snake at the figure at the alley entrance. The figure suddenly rose from the ground, and leaped to a height of more than 3 meters. The cloak opened, like spreading wings, slashing through the air and rushing towards him quickly. The speed was so fast, and the attack method was so strange. It didn't look like a low-level professional at all. Captain, be careful. Duke was holding a battle axe, and was about to rush up to fight him. Wu Hung grabbed him and said, Stand aside. Then he said to the side, Kill him. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, Basson and Bodong, raising their rifles, swooped towards the figure that was swooping down quickly in the sky. Dense bullets whizzed out, pouring towards the sky. The diving figure suddenly stopped in the air. Under the dense bullets, it fell directly from the air. The muzzle of the gun pointed downward again, still shooting into the alley. The man in black robe staggered to his feet. He looked down at his body, and his chest was almost beaten into a mess. Blood was gushing down. Damn it! The man cursed, and his body slowly knelt down uncontrollably. Wu Hung took a look, and a bullet pierced through his forehead. Gain experience plus 25. At this time, there were dense footsteps coming from behind. A large group of orcs squeezed into the alley. Looking at the corpse, whose chest was a piece of rotten flesh, everyone was surprised. It took only a few seconds. This turned a person into a hornet's nest. Duke walked to the corpse, took off his hood and checked it, scratched his head and said, Captain, it seems to be a wanted criminal of the association. Wanted criminal? That's a person that is difficult to catch in every city. Now the people of the association, are they so efficient in killing wanted criminals? It's faster than killing chickens. Drag the man out. Duke dragged the man out, throwing him under the oil lamp. Wu Hung and the female orc in the tavern both took a closer look. They didn't know if he was a wanted criminal, but he must be the murderer who killed the woman in the tavern. The clothes and characteristics were basically the same. It's him. It should be. Thank you for your help. The female orc in the tavern thanked him immediately. You're welcome. The female orc thought for a while, looked at Wu Hung and the others, and said, Come to the tavern in the future. Drinks are free. Wu Hung nodded, and didn't say much. Let Duke carry the body, and return to the upper city together. First, go to the association. Say hello to the members on duty, and put the body in the morgue. It was getting late. And say goodbye to Duke, and go home. Come back tomorrow to collect the bounty. Return to the residence. Wu Heng returned to the zombie world. Skeletons filled the entire community. And the skeletons with souls were constantly training. At this time, the short dwarf alchemist came out of the corridor. In his dry palm, he held a white plastic box. He walked quickly to Wu Heng, bowed slightly, and handed over the plastic box in his hand. Wu Heng took it, opened it, and found healing potions, mental potions, and a bottle of antidote potion. Since the last incident with Yazd, Wu Heng had not swallowed a corpse core for a while. Part of the reason was that there was a problem when swallowing the second-level corpse core, and the pain and symptoms were different. He wanted to delay it for a while to relieve the pressure on his body. Now the dwarf skeleton can also produce special antidote potion normally. I can continue to take it. Well, the first-level corpse core antidote, you can continue to make it, and store more. Wu Heng took the potion and continued. The skeleton dwarf saluted again and retreated. Wu Heng returned to the room and took out all the special antidote in the space ring, including the ones that were not used before, and the ones made by the dwarf skeleton today. There are 3 bottles in total. Take out 3 first-level corpse cores, and take and use the antidote one after another. Agility +1. Agility +1. Strength +1. The prompt appears, and the attribute value increases. But the increased attribute value has decreased. Originally, it increased 2 attribute values per dose, but now it has become 1. This situation should be related to the improvement of physical fitness. After reaching a certain value, the improvement begins to slow down. Name, Wu Heng. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 5, 9622/14,000. Attributes, Strength 23, Agility 24, Constitution 25, Intelligence 25, Perception 15, Charm 18. Features, Short Spear Expertise, Entry Level, Arcane Training. Ability, Strengthen Will. Skills, Bone Serving, Corpse Serving, Dancing Lights, Acid Splash, Grease, Weakness Ray, Corpse Preservation, Talking with the Dead, Evil Explosion, Fireball. Confirmed the eye properties, went to bed and rested. Early in the morning, Deacon study. Deacon Gomez looked at the information in his hand, and then looked at Wu Heng. You killed a wanted criminal? Just after coming here this morning, he received the autopsy report. The identity of the body was confirmed, a wanted criminal with a level of 9 or above. Seeing that they were few in number, and a newly formed team, arrange a simpler task, directly kill a wanted criminal, and complete it within 1 day. Without waiting for Wu Heng to speak, the deacon continued, Okay, you did a good job this time, go directly to the front desk to register and receive the bounty. Oh, okay. Coming out of the deacon's study, Wu Heng went directly to the front desk to deliver the task and receive the bounty. When I was a member before, these things were done by odd luck. Now that I am the captain, I know there are these procedures. After receiving the bonus, Wu Heng returned to the lounge. Orc Duke was sitting on a chair waiting. He handed him half of the bounty. Duke scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, Captain, I will take less. I didn't help at all and ate a meal for nothing. I feel a little embarrassed. Wu Heng smiled and threw the purse to him directly. We are a team. Any achievement is a collective honor. Captain, you are really cultured. Chapter 109, Buying Armor. Duke took the money. His face was full of joy. This was his first mission, and he caught a wanted criminal directly. There is so much reward. It is a happy thing no matter how you think about it. Captain, you were really awesome yesterday. I didn't react yet. You killed that man. Duke put away the money and said loudly, Good guy. The orcs are quite direct in praising people. Wu Heng said, The props used must be kept secret from the outside. This is the secret weapon of our team. Understood. I won't tell anyone. Duke patted his chest, bang, and then asked, What mission do we have today? Missions are not available every day, and going on missions may not be a good thing. You may encounter danger. Wu Heng said. Wu Heng's idea is different from Duke's. In Blackstone Town, he didn't even go to the association. He just came here. And he is the captain. So it would be bad not to come. In fact, he was thinking in his heart how to take fewer tasks and slack off in the way of Blackstone Town, so that he would have time to fight zombies and level up. Oh, that's right. Duke nodded to show that he understood. The two chatted in the lounge for a while. The door was knocked again, and Wu Heng's heart skipped a beat. It won't be another task. Come in. The staff pushed the door open and asked, Is Captain Wu Heng here? Yes. What's the matter? The construction team is here for the decoration commission you posted to the association. And they want to confirm the plan with you, the staff said directly. Oh. Yes. Yesterday on the association's platform, a decoration commission was posted. This kind of thing still needs to determine the plan. Unlike alchemy, where you just post the commission and do it directly, without communicating with the other party. Let him come to the lounge. Okay. The staff returned again, bringing a middle-aged human. The other party was holding a large roll of construction drawings, and looked quite professional. He glanced at the people in the room. His eyes fell on Wu Heng, and he smiled and said, Captain, we are fully capable of completing your commission. The living habits and furniture specifications of humans and orcs are completely different. The furniture used by orcs is bigger and heavier, while that used by humans is smaller. Therefore, as soon as the middle-aged man came in, he could be sure that Wu Heng was the one who issued the commission. Bassin and Botting, although they were also human-sized, their appearance and sitting positions did not look like the one who issued the commission. Well, tell me about your plan, Wu Heng said directly. That house, in fact, is fine as long as it is almost the same. It does not have to be decorated in a very particular way. After all, if you want a good living environment, you can occupy some villas in the zombie world. Okay. The middle-aged man spread out the blueprint and began to talk about the layout of the building and the materials of the furniture. The decoration in this world is different from that in the modern world. There is no need to dig trenches or lay lines. And there is no such thing as latex paint. The ground is paved with flooring. The walls are made of a material similar to wall cloth. And the rest are the commonly used tables, chairs and furniture. Unless it is a large building like a professional association or a city hall. More importantly, it is a process of furniture entering the site, which is not complicated. After matching the color of the wall cloth and the type of tables and chairs, Wu Heng asked, how long will it take? It can be completed within 3 days. We work during the day, so we won't disturb your rest at night. Yes. Wu Heng nodded. Let's go. I'll take you to see it. We can start work today. Okay. Wu Heng led the middle-aged man and Duke out of the association and walked towards the residence. He explained the construction work of the decoration team to GNE and GN Air who stayed behind, so as to avoid any casualties from being mistaken for intrusion. After confirmation, this place will be handed over to the other party, so that they can start construction directly. Leave the residence. Duke asked, Captain, where are we going next? Wu Heng looked at him curiously. Nothing for him. Just follow him wherever he goes. After thinking for a while, asked, do you know where the armor is better? I know. The orc leather goods store in the city is very good. Duke answered immediately. Orcs? The size of orc armor, can humans wear it? A large part of the armor in the armor store is sold to humans. There are all kinds of them. Ratam City is a transit point between the two countries, and it is also more like a wholesale market. Human cloth and spices, orc leather and ore, are all transported to the opposite city through here. So orc armor shops also make human ones, and humans also make orc ones. But there are many shops of the same type, and there is a certain competition. Then take me to see. Okay. Captain. Duke took Wu Heng to the outer city, and entered a shop called Mao Liao Armor. The pattern on the sign is 2 fangs. It looks very orcish. Entering the store, the smell of leather was overwhelming. The entire store, and the walls were covered with all kinds of leather armor. In front of the counter, a strong orc was wiping his leather armor. Just as he was about to receive the customer, he saw that it was Duke. He went back behind the counter and said, Duke, you didn't go to the association today? Glass, this is my captain. Let me take a look at the armor, Duke said directly. Hearing that there was a customer, he immediately put on a smile and said, Captain, what type do you want to buy? Wu Heng looked around the store. Leather armor really is divided into 2 types. One is for human body, the other is for orcs, which is bigger and thicker. Walking to the middle, in front of a display stand, looking at the heavy metal plate armor on it, asked, how much is this plate armor? The plate armor is very large, obviously for orcs. The surface is bright silver, and the inside is leather, which looks very heavy and solid. 125 silver coins for a single piece. If you need a helmet, arm armor and leg armor, the total is 350 silver coins. Wu Heng nodded, and continued to ask, are there any human body-sized, one-piece leather armor here? It's the upper body and lower body skirt armor connected together. Yes, This overall defense is better, but it's more troublesome to wear. Are you going to wear it yourself? The orc walked out from behind the counter. Well, take it out, and let me see it. The orc entered the inner room, and when he came out again, he had an extra piece of leather armor in his hand. For the human body, the upper body armor and skirt armor are connected together. Wu Hung nodded. How much? You are Captain Duke, what else do you want? It's a gift for you. The orc boss said generously. After seeing it, Duke still had some face here. Hee hee. Duke scratched his head and smiled on the side. Wu Hung glanced at him and continued, I'm also giving it to someone, you decide the price. Ah, giving it to someone, this one, is 25 silver coins. If you need a helmet, armed guards and leather boots, you need to add 18 silver coins. The price is not expensive, leather armor, it sounds like it's just made of leather. In fact, it also depends on the craftsmanship and materials. If you buy it in Blackstone Town, this set should be more expensive. Wu Hung felt that the price was acceptable and asked, how many do you have? Do you want to buy more? How many do you have in stock? There are more than 100 pieces in the warehouse. I want them all, and that set of metal armor, I want it too. The boss's eyes widened a little, and he looked at Duke beside him inquiringly. He seemed surprised at the other party's wealth. Duke said, Captain, are you planning to resell? Many merchants do this kind of business. And it's not easy to make money now. Go. Go. The boss pushed him aside and continued, there are more than 110 sets in the warehouse. I'll give you 100 sets. Plus this set of armor. A total of 4,650 silver coins. Wu Hung nodded, and was about to agree, and asked again, if you buy so many armors, the inner city will not care. Right? Do you live in the inner city? The orc boss immediately said, we can send them to you in batches. But if it's more than 100 sets, we won't care. If it's more, we need to rent a warehouse in the outer city. Okay. I'll pay you after the things are delivered. Okay. With Duke in the middle, both parties have a clear mind. After counting the goods, they went to the inner city together. Chapter 110, Show me the location. The armor was delivered to the residence. Wu Hung randomly went to a room, asked the skeleton to bring out bags of silver coins, and handed them to the other party. The orc boss was very happy. After receiving the silver coins, he immediately said, Captain, if you need armor in the future, just let Duke notify me, I will arrange for someone to deliver it to you directly. If the price can be more favorable, I think we will have a chance to cooperate next time. Although he can afford the money. But the little savings in Yazd, and the savings of Bassin and his friends in Snake Emblem Consortium have been almost spent. If they want to buy something else, they will have to use the gold in the gold shop. So, they still want to push the price down. The orc boss, with a difficult look on his face, said, Captain, the price I give you is definitely not high. If you buy from me next time, I will lower it a little bit. Yes. Wu Hung nodded. Okay. Then I will leave first. The orc boss turned around and left with the guy who was transporting the goods. Wu Hung glanced at Duke, who was helping to carry the goods, and said, Duke, it's nothing. You can go home too. Okay. Goodbye. Captain. Duke caught up with the people from the armor shop and left together. The residence was cleaning the walls and pasting wall cloth. Wu Hung asked Jian and Jian Air to look at some armor, and then strolled back to the association lounge. I sat in the lounge and thought for a while. I asked the staff to find letter paper and envelopes, and planned to write a letter to my friends in this world. I came here by myself, and it was relatively smooth. I should write a letter to contact them anyway. First, let's talk about Yuri. The two of them have been teammates for the shortest time, but their relationship can be said to be the best. Although, the other party's purpose of cheating snacks is very obvious, but I have also obtained a lot of information from her. Moreover, the little girl is cute, and her brain is not very good. She is very suitable to be a friend. After thinking for a while, I wrote it directly. I have arrived at Ratam City, and joined the team leader. Leaving the border of the kingdom of Yeko, the journey was not smooth. I met a temple on the way, and there were nuns wearing revealing clothes, trying to seduce me. Fortunately, I am an upright person. I can tell at a glance that they are not human. Everything is fine here, but sometimes I miss the time we spent together. If you have time, come here. I will take you to eat delicious food, and play for a few more days. In the era when communication relied on telephones, few people used letters to convey messages. It was also Wu Heng's first time writing a letter. He wanted to write a lot, but he didn't know what to write. He wrote these crookedly. I hope Yuri can understand. The second and third letters were written to the captains Oddluck and Kavina. They mainly talked about the things here. Everything was fine, don't worry. When there is a chance, let them come over to play, or go back to see them. After writing the 3 letters, they were put into envelopes, sealed with wax, and handed to the front desk of the association. The association has a special department to deliver letters to members. After all, many people are transferred to other places and need to keep in touch with their families. Give them the letter, and it will be delivered to the association at the corresponding location. And there are trains, which are not slow. After writing the letter, Wu Hung stayed in the association until dusk. He went off work with other staff members. Returned to the residence. The decoration team was about to leave. The foreman walked around the house with Wu Hung. The wall coverings were almost done, and one of the layers was also covered with flooring. The overall feeling is pretty good. It's going very smoothly. The floor will be laid tomorrow, and the finishing touches will be on the last day, and it will be done, the foreman said. Wu Hung didn't care, and he didn't have such high requirements. Well, you've worked hard. Not hard, then we'll go back first. Okay, go back. The workers left directly, and Wu Hung asked Jian Yi to move the armor into the building. The door was closed, and the boundary gate was opened. He called the skeleton over, and then moved the armor to another world. Zombie world. More than 100 sets, sounds like not much. Also covered a large area. Wu Hung called the big-headed skeleton over, and gave an order directly. Let the skeleton warriors above level 5 come over, and wear leather armor. Skulls training with spears around began to gather here. Bending down to pick up the leather gear on the ground, they began to put it on. The big-headed skeleton was taken out to search for zombies every day. In addition to increasing Wu Heng's experience, the level of the skeleton was also increasing. The number of skeletons that reached level 5 has approached more than 200. After the initial stage of constantly dying skeletons, they entered the stage of continuous level improvement. In a while of putting on, all the leather armor was put on. Brown leather armor, leather helmet, leather arm armor and boots. The whole body was wrapped in leather armor, only the skeleton face was exposed, and the blue ghost fire in the eye sockets. Holding spears, standing neatly in front of them, more like the ghost soldiers of the underworld. At this time, the big guy with a body of nearly 3 meters also came over. Wu Hung said directly, "Put on this armor." The big guy picked up the armor and looked at it, knocked the armor with his hand, and then began to put it on. Only bones were left on the body, which was very convenient to wear. He put it on directly. Then, he put on the helmet, gloves and iron boots one by one. He put on the iron armor, which made him look even more ferocious. After all the soldiers were dressed, he let all the skeletons do their own things. He walked out of the community, turned on the intercom at the intersection, and contacted Li Yong. After a while, Li Yong came running over. It seemed that she had just finished her meal, and she was still mumbling something in her mouth. Any news from the prison? Wu Hung asked. We told the prison on the radio that they lied to us, but they didn't admit it. Li Yong sighed. It's hard to say how many people would believe it. Probably not many. Well, keep an eye out for some information about the distorted zombies. Okay. On the roof of the auto repair shop, Xiangzi looked at the street in the distance and stood up suddenly. He turned around and shouted behind him, "Fuck! Come and see! Those skeleton soldiers have evolved and are wearing equipment. South City Prison. Damn it. Damn it, little girl. You dared to make trouble here. Damn it. Little girl." Qin Jinlong gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Today, the auto repair shop began to talk about the prison in the frequency band. They told everything about how they deceived the survivors. The prison would certainly not admit it, but the other party said it in great detail, including Qin Jinlong's identity as a serious criminal, how many brothers he had, and how many guns he had. The more detailed it was, the harder it would be for the prison to explain. After being scolded for a long time, he couldn't answer. Qin Jinlong and the other few people were so angry that they slapped their thighs. This woman, I will kill her sooner or later. Knowing her location. Even if there are zombies, we will go to get her. Several people kept cursing. And at this moment, the door behind him opened again. A man holding a rifle, carrying another person walked in. Said directly, "Brother Long, this kid came here today. He said he knew the location of the auto repair shop." Qin Jinlong narrowed his eyes. His eyes were cold, looked at the man who was brought in, and said, "Where are you from?" "North, Workers' Stadium." Do you know the location of Shoutdown Auto Repair Shop? The man's legs trembled, and he stuttered. I know the approximate location, where they took refuge, not far from us. Qin Jinlong picked him up, and slapped a map on the table. Where is it? Chapter 111, we can continue to cooperate. They took great pains to come here for refuge, but it was completely different from what they imagined. There was no official rescue team, and the place was controlled by a bunch of bandits. The vehicles and food were seized as soon as they entered here. People were thrown into the cell. Here, they also saw other survivors, who were pale and thin, with numb expressions, and were not much better than when they took refuge. The man staggered after being dragged, and tremblingly looked at the map in front of him. He pointed at the approximate location with his hand. Here. Qin Jinlong looked at him. His eyes narrowed. And with a bang, he punched him in the abdomen. The man arched like a shrimp and groaned in pain. You lied to me. Did the auto repair shop send you to cheat me? Qin Jinlong looked at him coldly. The man rolled in pain, gritted his teeth and said, No. I don't even know those people in the auto repair shop. How could I cheat you? Heh. You can come here from such a long distance? How come the zombies are your relatives and don't attack you? Qin Jinlong continued. I really didn't lie to you. There's not a single zombie on this road. You can send someone to see. The man continued. Qin Jinlong stared at him. It didn't seem like he was lying to him. There was no need to lie to him. He lifted him up with one hand. He put on a smile again and said, Brother, you misunderstood. Then tell me what's going on at the auto repair shop. Can our people go there? The man's face was full of pain, but seeing a group of burly prisoners surrounding him, he didn't dare to say anything more. I could only continue. I only know that there are not many zombies near the auto repair shop. But there is another kind of skeleton monster. We also fled here because we were afraid that the skeletons would spread and attack us. The people on the side recalled. Some time ago, someone did say that the skeletons and zombies fought. At that time, they asked the people in the auto repair shop if they saw anything. It turned out to be this group of people. Hearing this, Qin Jinlong believed it more and continued to ask, You said there were not many zombies on the way here? No. There were very few. Qin Jinlong nodded. Old 4. Brother. A man walked out. Take him along the way. Don't go too far. If he cheats us, just throw him to the zombies. If he doesn't cheat us, bring him back. Understood? Big brother. The 4th brother pulled the man, who was covering his abdomen out, and left the room. The next day, Wu Hung got up early, bought orc scones on the roadside, and ate while walking into the association. Entering the lounge, he saw Duke sitting there. Good morning, Captain, Duke said. Wu Hung looked at him. You come so early every day? Not too early. Duke smiled. Captain, do you have any tasks today? No. Oh. Then Captain, what are we going to do today? Duke continued to ask. Wu Hung was speechless. Why does it feel like going to work? I'm going to the training room. When there is no mission, you don't have to come to the association. Then I'll go to the training room too. On the way to the training room, Duke continued, Captain, Grask asked me to ask you. Who? The boss who sold armor yesterday. Oh, what happened to him? Wu Hung really couldn't remember the names of people in this world, especially those with 4 or 5 characters. I can still remember familiar people, but for some names, I only heard them once or twice, and it is hard to have any impression. He asked me to ask you if you need that kind of leather armor later. If you do, he will arrange for someone to make it, Duke said. Price? Did he say anything about discount? Yes. He said he would give you 35 silver coins for each set. Normally, it would be 43 silver coins for one set, which is a big discount. Okay. Let him continue to make it. When the number reaches 100 sets, I will go to get it, Wu Hung said. My team member introduced him. And the price he offered was indeed suitable. We can continue to cooperate. Okay. Glask also promised to make me a new set of plate armor. Because you brought me there yesterday? He said it was a gift for me to join the association, but I felt that you bought his goods yesterday. Duke scratched his head and said, That's good too, this boss is good at doing business. The two chatted and walked into the training room. Wu Hung took out the iron sword he brought and started practicing. Some time ago, I was able to keep training every day, but I have been a little slack recently. There is nothing to do in the association, and there is a training ground in the association, so I can train well. Seeing Wu Hung start training, Duke also picked up the battle axe and swung it at the wooden stake in front of him. The whole training ground was filled with the sound of chopping. They practiced for about an hour. Wu Hung wiped his sweat and looked at Duke swinging the battle axe in the distance. The young orc is really fierce. He can practice swinging this kind of battle axe for such a long time. If it were a human warrior, he would probably be exhausted. Duke. Captain, what's wrong? Duke came over with a battle axe. Wu Hung said, it seems that there is nothing to do in the association, you can go home. If there is a mission, I will let someone notify you. Ah, this is not good. It's okay. If someone asks you, just tell them what I said. If there is no mission, it's free time. Just come to the association when there is a mission. Then can I go back now? Go back. If you have anything, come to my place to find me. Okay. Captain. Duke carried the battle axe on his shoulder, left the training room, and went home directly. Wu Hung went back to the lounge to drink some water, and walked outside with Bassin and Bodong. There were 12 teams in Rentam City, and his team should not be short of 2 people. After leaving the association, Wu Hung went directly to the opposite side of the Snake Emblem Group. The building of the Snake Emblem Group was completely different from the one in the Blackstone Town Black Market. The building was tall and luxuriously decorated. The overall appearance was castle gray. The walls were carved wall panels, and the bronze wall lamps and paintings were decorated. There were also many people gathered in the building. They didn't wear cloaks and masks like the ones in the Blackstone Town Black Market. They all stood there in a swagger, reading the notice board, or handling something. Wu Hung stood in front of the notice board and took a look. They were all about collecting precious materials. And there were also commissions for bounties. One of them was to collect the eyes of a ghost woman. Wu Hung remembered that there was still a corpse of a ghost woman in the temple at that time, which he buried. He didn't know if the eyeball was still there. He came to the counter. The teller smiled. Sir, how can I help you? Wu Hung took out the emblem of the Snake Emblem Group and showed it to the other party. The other party understood immediately, and gestured with his hand. Please come this way. Sir. He led him into a room on the first floor, and continued to ask, Sir, do you want to issue a commission? Wu Hung glanced at Bassin beside him. The latter put a leather bag on the table. Wu Hung said, exchange it into silver coins. The staff squatted down, opened the leather bag, and revealed the golden jewelry inside. Bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and golden teeth. The staff was stunned for a long time, and then reacted. Sir, please wait a moment. I will call the store manager over. Okay. The staff left quickly. Wu Hung sat on the sofa and waited. These were not gold obtained from the gold shop, but gold looted from zombies after killing them. After accumulating for a while, there was a certain amount. Soon, the room opened again, and a plump woman walked in. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Wu Hung and the 2 skeletons, and she smiled. Good afternoon, guest. Good afternoon, don't waste time. I plan to exchange it for silver coins. Okay. Guest. The woman nodded, and began to inspect the gold. Put the gold and silver at both ends. Among them, there are 2 gold necklaces and rings, which are placed separately. Guest, 275 grams of gold in total, 15 grams of silver. More than 200 grams? It is less than Wu Hung estimated. After all, it is packed in a small wooden box. It looks like a lot. The other party counted it in front of him, so it is impossible to fake it. I plan to change all of them into silver coins. This amount is a bit too much. Would you consider changing some into gold coins, and the rest into silver coins? No, change all into silver coins. If you don't have a space ring, it's easier to carry if you change it into gold coins. Now that you have a space ring, you don't have to worry about it being a burden. In a normal market, silver coins are more convenient than gold coins. Okay. A few of them are in good condition, and I will buy them back at the price of jewelry. The rest will be at the normal gold price. A total of 9,366 silver coins can be paid to you. Wu Hung calculated in his mind, and it was about right. Okay. Please wait a moment. Sir, we need some time to prepare these silver coins. Yes. The woman gave an order outside, and someone immediately went down to prepare the silver coins. At the same time, a maid brought various dried fruits and cakes and placed them on the table. The woman did not leave, but sat down opposite, her skirt falling, revealing a large area of white thighs. She whispered, Is the guest new to Rentam City? She knew all the dignitaries in the city. The young man in front of her was obviously not from here. He exchanged so many silver coins. So he must be here to do business. Yes. Wu Heng nodded. Business? Wu Heng glanced at her, smiled and did not answer. You are really young and promising, the woman praised, leaning forward, and her loose neckline drooped. Chapter 112, Still a Young Master. Wu Heng looked at her, and thought of Slater in Blackstone Town. Both of them were mature beauties, but they were somewhat different. When I wrote a letter yesterday, I wrote one to Slater. Guess you just came here. If you want to recruit some guards, or issue a commission, you can do it here, and I will give you a reasonable price. The woman continued. Now that you mention it, I would like you to help me collect some things. What do you need? For some rare items, we are still very confident. Wu Heng said, necromancy skill books, and a material called Boneyard Necromancy Building. I need both of these. The woman frowned slightly, and looked at the three figures opposite again. There should be some guesses in my mind. She sat up straighter, still smiling. Of course, these are not difficult for Snake Emblem. They will be transferred from surrounding cities. But after they come, how should we contact you? No need. I have settled in the city, and will come to visit regularly. That would be the best, but according to the process, you still need to pay some deposit. The woman continued. Okay, how much do you need? Just pay 300 silver coins, and after the transaction is completed, make the remaining payment. Yes. After chatting for a while, the door was pushed open again. A row of people came in. They put bags of silver coins on the table, forming a row of them. Wu Heng counted them, confirmed the number was correct, and then took out 300 silver coins and handed them to the other party. This is the deposit. Collect according to my needs. Okay. Guessed. The woman filled out the letter of authorization and stamped it with the emblem, which was considered to be the completion of the commission. Wu Heng smiled and said, It's convenient. Can I stay alone for a while? Okay. After the woman went out, Wu Heng put all the money bags into the space. Then he walked out of the room. He said goodbye to the woman at the door and walked out of the consortium building. Then, Wu Heng went to the material shop to buy some raw materials for medicine. He also visited the nearby weapon and armor shops. It can be said that the most lively place is still the lower city. The main street is full of caravans carrying goods, and there are many people walking around. Before walking out of the street, I saw 2 or 3 waves of real people PK. Then, a group of people who looked more like gangsters rushed out to maintain order. Even if you don't buy anything, it is a good place to watch the excitement. After walking around for a while, after having dinner outside, we returned to our residence. Seeing Wu Heng coming back, the foreman immediately came to greet him. You're back just in time. The floor and wall coverings are finished. Take a look. If there are no problems, I'll arrange for the furniture to come in tomorrow, the foreman said with a big smile on his face. Yes. After entering the residence, the foreman began to take us to check. The floor had been laid, and the wall coverings were pasted on the wall. The atmosphere suddenly became much better, and it no longer looked like a warehouse. After reading it from top to bottom, Wu Heng felt pretty good. I feel pretty good. Let's continue with the next work tomorrow. Okay. The foreman left. Wu Heng locked the door, sent the medicine materials to the zombie world, and came back to continue training swordsmanship. The next morning, as soon as Wu Heng arrived at the association, a staff member came over. Captain Wu Heng, the deacon asked you to go directly. Yes, he replied, and went to the deacon's study, thinking in his heart, there won't be any more tasks. There are only 2 people in his team. I don't think it's necessary to give out tasks so frequently. I came to the deacon's study, knocked on the door, and walked in directly. In the study, besides the deacon with a slick-back beard, there was another human standing. He was wearing leather armor, and had short brown hair. His eyes were narrow and slender, his cheeks were sunken, and he had an iron sword hanging from his waist. When Wu Heng came in, he just took a look and turned back. Deacon, you're looking for me? Wu Heng said. Deacon Gomez nodded and introduced. This is the captain of Team 8, Fisher. He then said to the brown-haired man, this is the new captain of Team 12, Wu Heng. You two should meet each other. After the introduction, the brown-haired man turned around, frowned and looked him up and down. Captain Fisher. Hello. Well, you're so young and you're the captain. That's great. Although he was praised, his face was still cold. It was as if he owed him money. You're welcome. The deacon interrupted the 2 people's conversation and continued, An association member is missing in the lower city. You can go and investigate together. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Be careful. The two nodded and left the room directly. In the corridor, Fisher looked at him and said, "We have to go to the lower city East Road area first to ask for clues. Are you going alone or with us? Let's go together. I don't know what the mission is. How can I go alone? Okay, gather outside the door as soon as possible. If it takes too long, we'll set off first." After saying that, he left without looking back. Wu Heng didn't pay much attention to him and returned to the lounge. When he opened the door, he saw Duke and said, "Let's go. There's a mission." "Really?" Duke picked up the battle axe and followed him out. They came to the door of the association together. Team 8 has arrived. There are 5 people in total, the normal team configuration. You can identify the orc axe fighter, the human swordsman, the ranger with a bird on his shoulder. Wu Heng walked out with Duke. Fisher frowned. "How many people are there in your team?" 2. "What about the others?" "You can think of them as personal attendants." Wu Heng replied. "Tisk, he's still a young master." Someone in Team 8 suddenly said something. Fisher also smiled. "Okay, let's go." The team entered the lower city. Knocked on the door of a house. Soon, the door was opened a crack, and a human woman poked her head out and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Fisher said directly, "We are from the professional association." "What's wrong with you?" The woman said hurriedly. "My husband went out with the mercenaries. Normally, he would be back in 2 days at most. But now he hasn't come back. Something must have gone wrong." Fisher nodded and continued to ask, "Do you know where he went? Or where he disappeared?" "At the stone bridge." "Do you know what your husband went out for?" "I don't know. It seems that he was collecting some materials." The woman shook her head. "Well, okay, you wait at home. We will go over and take a look." Everyone left the residential area, returned to the association to get horses, and rushed directly out of the city to the stone bridge. They ran all the way for 3 or 4 hours. They arrived at their destination. The stone bridge. It was indeed a stone bridge built of rubble. It was broken in the middle, and there was a dry river below. It seemed that no one had left here for a long time. Everyone got off the horse. "Search nearby, look for some traces." Fisher ordered again. The members of Team 8 began to move. The ranger released the birds, and some melee professions, and began to search nearby. They found some clues, and just whispered in the captain's ear. They had no intention of paying attention to the people on Wu Heng's side. Captain, are they targeting us?" Duke bent down and whispered in Wu Heng's ear. "Let them do their work, after all. We will get a share of the bounty when we go back." "Yeah, that's right." The two stood on the periphery like lookouts, watching Team 8 busying around. At this time, a member of Team 8 waved from a distance, indicating everyone to come over. When they got closer, they could see blood stains on the grass and the ground. This is where the battle took place. "Let's go follow the traces." Everyone crossed the stone bridge and moved forward along the traces. They slowly walked into the depths of the woods. As they walked, the team suddenly stopped. They looked around with a serious look. The jungle was dense, and the treetops were like umbrellas covering the sky. Under the treetops, there were human-shaped cocoons hanging. Along the road, it extended deeper. "What the hell is that?" Chapter 113. Spider Swarm. A breeze blew by, and the inverted cocoon swayed slightly. It looked like a hanging white lantern. The 8th team frowned, and their faces became more and more serious. It seemed that this was not just a simple attack. "Check it out," Fisher said. The thief ran with big strides, jumped up, and cut the connecting white silk with a dagger in his hand. With a bang, the cocoon fell from midair. The thief squatted, cut a gap with the dagger, and then cut a gap at one end. The purple-faced corpse of the orc was revealed. Everyone's face became uglier. This cocoon is full of corpses? Then the target they rescued this time is probably in danger. Ta-ta-ta. Suddenly, there was a sound of running violently in front. The ranger's face changed and said, "It's a spider, a huge spider, approaching us." While speaking, a black-haired spider that was nearly the size of a brown bear quickly appeared in everyone's sight. 6 eyes, sharp legs, and a body covered with needle-like thorns. One, swish, eyes, opened from the back of the giant spider. Densely packed black spiders the size of human heads, laying layer upon layer on the back of the giant spider, like rolling ink. Only by opening the eyes can you see the existence. "Damn it, This is entering the spider's territory. Normally, this creature will not deliberately walk out of its territory, and if you enter without permission, you will be attacked by them. Don't provoke it. Fisher immediately signaled not to act rashly. Then, he glanced at the ranger beside him and continued, Bull, can we communicate? We are here to find someone, and we will leave with him. The ranger at the side raised one hand, and a faint light connected him and the spider. It was not an attack ability, but more like a state. The skill was called Animal Talk, which allowed the caster to communicate with the beasts within the range. We will not hurt you. We are just here to find someone. He was brought here 2 days ago, and we will leave immediately with him, the ranger said quickly. Wild beasts or monsters, with limited intelligence, speak as simply as possible. The giant spider had 6 eyes, looking down at the few people. The hair on its body, like iron needles, trembled, making a rustling sound, and the densely packed small spiders on its back also began to move restlessly. No, we are not with them. Just take him away, and we can compensate you later, but if he dies here, there will be nothing left. The ranger continued, but the hand behind his back, waving a gesture. It means that the goal cannot be achieved. Back off, Fisher whispered. The team members began to step back in small steps. Just after taking 2 steps back, the giant spider's eyes became fierce, opened its ferocious mouthparts, and screamed to the sky. Walala. The next second, the spiders hanging on the back spread like spreading ink, densely packed and pitch black. Countless spiders chased towards the few people. Trample, trample, trample. The team members ran quickly. The sound behind them was getting closer and closer. A few meters away, the spider jumped down from the treetops and attacked. Fight back. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Fisher gave another order. Everyone turned around, swung their weapons, and chopped at the swarm of spiders. Puff, puff, puff. The long sword slashed through the spider's body, and the smelling mucus splashed. However, the dense spiders from the back still swarmed. Find an opportunity to kill the mother. Understood. On the other side, in the overgrown woods, Duke walked in front, swinging his battle axe, chopping at the thorns and branches in front of him. He looked back and said, Captain, there is no road here. Why are we going here? The road they took is not safe, Wu Hung replied. Team 8's action was not notified to them, and Wu Hung did not want to go with them. There were too many people, and it would be difficult to move if there was any danger. Moreover, before entering the woods, Wu Hung asked the little thief to listen to the clues they found. It was not to steal any credit, but he was afraid that the other party had some purpose and would plot against him. After all, Yazd, who recruited him into the association, could set up a trap and almost killed him. So the people here were even less trustworthy. When he learned that he was going to enter the dense forest, Wu Hung also asked Xiao Xiao to explore it in advance. Looking down from the sky, the entire treetop seemed to be covered by spider webs. And deep inside, there were also a lot of spiders. Team 8 followed the traces directly into the range of spiders. Wu Hung took Duke, made a circle, and took another road. Captain, are we going in the right direction? Everything looks the same all around. Let's not get lost. The dense forest was unusually quiet. The entire space seemed to be frozen, without a single sound of insects or birds. Duke led the way, muttering to himself as he walked. Bang! As the two of them were talking, a fierce explosion and the sound of fighting came from the back on one side. Wu Hung looked back, but the dense trees blocked his view, and he could not see anything. Keep going. Faster. Oh! Okay. After being scolded, Duke also shut up and quickened his pace. After walking for a while, Wu Hung continued, Go right, and go straight through. Okay. After passing through several woods, the trees ahead were covered with thick spider webs, which looked like gauze hanging in the woods. After a few axe strikes, the spider webs were torn into pieces. He went straight into the interior. Deep in the dense spider webs, there was a tall giant tree, with human-shaped cocoons hanging on its branches, some of which were still slightly wriggling. There was also a wooden house next to the giant tree, which was also wrapped in white spider silk. Only a mottled, moss-covered wooden door was exposed. Captain, what is this? Duke asked. Wu Hung said directly, Go, put down all the cocoons, and see if there are any living dead. Oh, huh? Duke was stunned. The dead are alive. Does this mean that he hopes the other party is dead, or alive? Duke didn't think much about it, walked over quickly, and began to cut off the cocoons. Wu Hung, with Bassin and Bodong, went directly into the wooden house. The wooden house was also wrapped in spider silk, and the wooden furniture was still somewhat rotten, and even had some insect mucus left. After a quick scan, there was nothing to loot. He retreated again. This should be a temporary hut of the hunter, but it has been abandoned for some years. It was used as a nest by the spiders. "Captain, someone is still alive," Duke shouted outside. Wu Hung looked over and saw that Duke had cut open the cocoon, revealing the head wrapped inside. "How many people are alive?" "3, not in good condition, may not last long." "Can you see if you can wake them up?" Duke felt a little distressed, but still took out a bottle of potion and poured it into one of them. After the medicine went into his stomach, the middle-aged man in front of him slowly woke up. He looked around in panic, seeing spider webs all around. His face turned pale again. Wu Hung was afraid that he would faint again. So he asked, "From the mercenary group?" The other party nodded. "Who is Abudu?" "Me. You came to save me?" What a coincidence. The first person he asked was the person he was looking for. "Your wife posted a call for help in the association. We came to save you. Just confirm that it is you." "Thank you. Thank you." "Okay. Just confirm that it is you. Go out first." Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden rustling sound from the back. Then, a giant spider was seen running along the road with a large number of small spiders. Chapter 114, Remove his captain status. The giant spider was also a little embarrassed. It was covered with scars and arrows stuck in its abdomen. Dark green thick water flowed out of the wounds. In its ferocious mouthparts, it kept chewing things. This teammate is not strong. How did they let them run over here? The spider formed a circle of webs, which should have the function of alarm. There was no big movement on my side, so it shouldn't have discovered this side normally. "Captain, what should we do?" Duke held the battle axe in both hands and stood up. "You take them first. I'll hold back these spiders," Wu Hung said. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, Bassin and Boding had already started pulling the trigger. Orange bullets shot out, sweeping towards the swarm of spiders. "Who?" "Me." Duke swung his battle axe. "Captain, you are a mage. You go first." "I am the captain." "Or you are the captain." "Listen to me. You take them first. Wait for me at the stone bridge. Go quickly," Wu Hung said hurriedly. Duke glanced at the swarm of spiders approaching quickly, and then looked at Wu Hung. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Okay." He carried one person on his shoulders, and the rest dragged the tail of the spider cocoon, and then went into the jungle on one side. "Shoot the giant spider," Wu Hung said, and then ran to the wooden door behind. He opened the door, and skeletons strode out one after another. "Attack!" Wu Hung gave the order directly. Hua la la. The skeletons rushed forward, holding kitchen knives, and chopped at the spiders on the opposite side. In an instant, the skeletons and spiders collided with each other, and they fought each other. The skeletons used weapons, but the spiders were still very difficult to deal with due to their size and ability to climb trees. As the spiders died in droves, the skeletons also scattered into bones. "Bodong, go kill those big guys," Wu Hung said directly. Bodong took off his armor, exposing his iron-gray skeleton, and jumped up to kill the giant spider. His fist shook, hitting the spider's bloated abdomen again and again. In addition to the considerable injuries he had already suffered, the green thick liquid gushed out. Watch the right moment. Bodong punched into the giant spider's cavity, and the shock of the air exploded in his chest. The whole person fell down softly. The little spiders who were still fighting quickly scattered and disappeared in the woods. "It's over." The little spiders just ran away. At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance and said, "Uncle, those people from teammate left and didn't wait for you." When the battle started, Wu Hung asked Xiao Xiao to keep an eye on teammate. It seems that he led the spider group away, giving them a chance to leave. "This is good. All the members of Team 8 died here, and my side was fine, which is hard to explain." "Well, Xiao Xiao is awesome." Xiao Xiao crossed his arms and said, "I'm not a child, and this won't work on me." Xiao Xiao is so smart, he heard that. "That's right. Let Xiao Xiao continue to scout the surroundings, to prevent Team 8 from returning again." Wu Hung continued to give orders to the skeletons. "Put down those cocoons, and move back all the bodies." The skeletons took action again. "Pick off the cocoons hanging on the trees along the way, and the spider corpses on the ground, and move them all back to the boundary gate. No matter whether they can be used or not. Take them back first. We will see whether they are useful later. After the scene is handled, and it is confirmed that others have come and cannot find it on me, I will walk along the road towards the stone bridge. Captain. This way. Duke showed a happy face. Stood up and waved his palm. Beside Duke, the 3 people who were rescued woke up. Their faces were gray and their lips were chapped. I don't know if he was poisoned, or he was bored after being missing for 2 days. Stop shouting, or you'll attract some wild animals. Wu Hung came over with Bassin and Bodong. Duke came over and said, Captain, are you okay? It's okay. You escaped, and I ran away with you. Captain, you're so brave. Wu Hung looked at the 3 people he rescued and asked, Are you all okay? The man named Abdu immediately said, Thank you, Captain, for saving us. It's also a mission. Let's go back first, so you can recover as soon as possible. Wu Hung looked around and frowned and said, Damn. Where is our carriage? I just checked the traces, and it should be that all the people from Team 8 were taken away. Captain, they are too much. They ran away and took the carriage away, Duke said angrily. Wu Hung was also a little angry. I could bear with what happened before, but what do you mean by taking the carriage away? I'm sorry, everyone. We had prepared a carriage, but someone took it away while we were inside. Wu Hung turned and said to the 3 weak people, Alas, there's nothing we can do. The middle-aged man said, Let's go. We can only walk back. See if we can meet a caravan on the road and take a ride. Several people supported each other and walked out along the road. Deacon Study. Deacon Gomez, looking at the members of Team 8 who suddenly rushed in, frowned. They were in a very bad state, all with injuries, and the orc warrior among them had half his arm broken. Although it had been bandaged, the blood had seeped through the gauze. This was a serious injury. Broken bones, internal injuries can be treated. But if the arm was broken directly, things would become very troublesome. At least in this Rantam city, there was no way to recover directly. The deacon gently pulled the hanging rope beside him, and the bell outside the door rang. A staff member came in. The deacon immediately said, Prepare medicine and treat the wounded. Soon, a rescue team came in and treated the wounds of several people. What? Did the mission fail? The deacon looked at the captain of Team 8. Deacon, the mission failed. There is a very ferocious group of giant spiders at the location of the rescue target. We failed to rescue the target. Fisher sighed. You have done your best. Tell me the location and information of the demon. I will arrange for others to go and take a look. The deacon said. Okay. Take your team members to heal. The association will cover your treatment costs. The deacon continued. Fisher nodded, but did not leave, and continued, Deacon, I want to talk about the people in Team 12. By the way, where are they? Deacon, the people in Team 12 did not participate in the investigation during the journey. When facing the giant spider group, they directly abandoned us and fled, causing our team to suffer heavy losses. If they were also fighting on the scene, at least it would not become like this now. After these words came out, the deacon frowned even deeper. Deserting from the battlefield. Abandoning companions. In this world, this is the biggest taboo. Even some private gangs and small groups will not allow this to happen. Not to mention the association, which is an organization that evolved from an adventure team. When both parties carry out a mission together, they are no longer separate teams, but the same team. Abandoning companions and running away directly, even if there is a great reason, cannot be forgiven. Deacon. Fisher leaned on the desk with both hands and said directly, Abandoning teammates in the battlefield is a taboo. I hope the association will cancel his captain status and put up a wanted order for the crime of murdering his companions. Chapter 115, I have evidence. The rest of the members sat in the back. They were receiving medical treatment, and no one spoke. Deacon, we must give an explanation for this matter. We cannot set a precedent of deserting the battlefield. Fisher gritted his teeth and continued, If we let it go like this, which team will dare to act collectively in the future? They all ran away when they encountered danger. Hearing the other party's words, the deacon frowned a little tighter. Although Wu Hung had just arrived in Rantam City, but he gave people the impression that he was definitely not a coward. 2 level 3 merits within 1 month of joining the company, and a level 9 wanted criminal was caught on the 2nd day of joining the company. A timid person cannot do this. But Team 8 is a local veteran team, and there is no reason to lie. After thinking for a while, he said, wait for Wu Hong to come back and listen to his explanation. After all, he was directly appointed by the headquarters and cannot be removed casually. Fisher frowned and continued, I am afraid that he will know that there is a problem and run away directly. Association members who commit crimes and run away are not uncommon in various places. The deacon sat back without saying anything. Deacon, you see how he hurt us. You recruited us yourself. Fisher continued. Team 8 did look miserable. They needed to rest for a while after being in this state. After thinking for a while, he said, it is impossible to issue a warrant for their arrest. We will suspend all duties of Team 12 first, and then we will sort things out. Knock. 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 Before he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Then, the door was pushed open, and Wu Hong, with Ba Wudong and Ba Sen, walked in directly. After looking at the wounded, he hissed and said, Oh! What happened? Did you fall? This should be considered a work-related injury. Everyone in the room was stunned. No one expected that the other party would come back directly at the end. Fisher stared coldly and questioned. You dared to lead the team to escape during the battle. Captain Fisher. Don't talk nonsense. Who escaped? I. The captain of Team 12. Would escape? Wu Hong refuted without giving in. Where were you at that time? I still want to ask you. I led people to look for clues on the stone bridge. And when I looked up, you were gone. Then tell me, what did you do later? Fisher continued to ask. Do I need to report to you? You are the captain of Team 8, not our Team 12. You? Fisher's eyes flashed fiercely, and he stretched out his hand to draw his sword. Baudon on the side was one step faster. He kicked him in the abdomen, and kicked him back 2 steps. Hua la la. Then, Wu Hong drew his gun, Basson drew his knife, and all the members of Team 8 stood up. Enough. The deacon stood up suddenly, and roared. The 2 teams fought in the study, which would become a joke if it got out. Seeing the people from Team 8 sitting back, Wu Hong also put his gun back. The deacon continued to ask, Wu Hong, Fisher said that you disappeared during the battle. Explain it to me. Deacon. I was investigating, and had a battle with a group of giant spiders. I didn't see anyone from Team 8 at that time. When I came back, my horse was taken away. If I had escaped first, how could they have brought the horse back first? If I hadn't taken the convoy on the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get back before the city gates were closed. Things have become like this now. There was no need to save face for each other. In fact, Team 8 complained to the deacon, which was somewhat unexpected for him. It was like a primary school student quarreling, and then you complained to the teacher. Fisher immediately retorted. You lied, we fought with the giant spider, and we didn't see any of you, so we brought the horses back, and my people were so badly injured, and you also fought, and you came back intact? In fact, Wu Hong could understand the other party's thoughts. Team 8 suffered heavy losses, and the mission failed again. So the anger was directed at them. Someone had to take the blame. And the new team of only 2 people was the most suitable. But it was not anyone else's fault. They did not share intelligence or mention clues along the way. They were beaten at this time. And they blamed themselves for not being able to be with them. Of course, everyone in Team 8 and Team 12 knew about this. But no one would mention it. So it all depended on whose excuse was more convincing. There was no recording or video in this world. It all depended on whether the story could be made smooth. Wu Hong, give me an explanation. If you can't, I will report this matter to the headquarters and revoke your position as captain. The deacon spoke at this time. It seems that he believes Team 8's words more. After all, the casualties are in front of us, especially one person has a broken arm. Who would break his own arm just to slander others? I have evidence. Wu Hong said directly. Fisher looked at him and sneered in his heart. How long have you been the captain? At that time, there were only members of the 2 teams on both sides. What evidence can you produce? Then take it out. I want to see what excuses you have. Deacon. I want to ask a witness. Okay. Hurry up. Don't beat around the bush. The deacon urged. Wu Hong nodded, opened the door, and said to the outside, Mr. Abdu, our deacon invites you to come in. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a much better complexion walked in, seeing the room full of wounded people. He just frowned. Then he looked at the deacon at the main seat. Deacon Gomez, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to come back. The man's face was full of gratitude. This person was the one Wu Hong rescued from the cocoon. and was also the target of this rescue. Gomez frowned, and immediately understood the meaning. We should do it. Gomez continued to ask, what danger did you encounter? The man immediately said, we accepted the commission to collect materials, but we didn't expect to be attacked by a group of giant spiders. Fortunately, you came in time. Hey! Who saved you? The man was stunned, and said, Captain Wu Hung? What's wrong? Wasn't it arranged by the association? No. Just confirming that you can come back safely. Go back and rest. And be careful when you go out next time. Well? Thank you, Deacon. Thank you, Captain Wu Hung. I will come to thank you after I finish handling the funeral of the members. The man continued. You're welcome. The man thanked him repeatedly, and then left the room. At this time, the study was quiet. The people in Team 8 were also dumbfounded. They knew the situation at the scene best. Did the other party really rescue the people? How is it possible? Wu Hung said directly, Deacon. Captain Fisher. What other evidence do you want? You. The deacon slammed the table. He said directly, okay. It's a joke. Team 8 will suspend their duties. Go back to reflect. And wait for the next task assignment. The rewards for this task will all be collected by Team 12. Deacon. He lied? Fisher still didn't give up. Although he said so, he was also a little confused. According to the strength of the giant spider group, he couldn't beat them. And Team 12 certainly couldn't beat them either. How could they bring people out? That's enough. That's it. And you are not allowed to cause trouble for Team 12. The deacon said coldly. Fisher stared at Wu Hung, gritting his teeth. Did you hear that? The deacon asked again. Yes. Deacon. You won't revoke his captain status? Framing a team member is not a small matter. Right? Wu Hung asked back. The deacon looked at him and said, Fisher has made a lot of contributions to Rentam City. Let him remember this. If something similar happens again, the captain will be removed. Okay. I'll listen to you, Deacon. Wu Hung did not pursue it. It can be seen that he favors Team 8. If he made a mistake, he would be removed from the position of captain. They just stopped accepting tasks. What's the difference with paid leave? But the deacon has great power in the local area, so he can't make it too serious. In the competition, it's good to have the upper hand. Okay. Let's go back and recover. The butler continued to wave his hands. The two of them left the study. The people from Team 8 stared at him coldly. What? Is there anything else? Wu Hung looked at him. You used us to lure away the giant spiders and rescue the people. Fisher also reacted at this time. It would be difficult for the few people from Team 12 to defeat the giant spiders. To put it bluntly, it was just that he was entangled with the giant spiders, and they used some method to secretly rescue the people. What you think is your business? You are all seriously injured. You should go back and rest early. Wait and see. There is still a long time. Fisher looked at him and said. Wu Hung glanced at him, pushed open the door directly, and said, Deacon, Fisher threatened me and wanted to kill me. Fisher, stop talking nonsense. In the study, the voice of the deacon came. Team 8 left with a gloomy face. Wu Hung also walked towards the lounge. Returned to the lounge. Duke wiped his battle axe from there. In 2 missions, he didn't even have a chance to fight. It's just that. He is the tour guide, taking people to places, and the fighting is not his responsibility. The door opened, and Wu Hung walked in. Captain, what did the deacon say? Duke asked. Wu Hung told the story of Team 8 going to the deacon to complain. These people are too bad. Fortunately, we rescued the people. Otherwise they would have framed us. Duke said angrily. Well, although it proves that we didn't run away, it also caused a conflict with Team 8. Be careful when you meet them next time. I'm not afraid of them. At most, we can fight. Duke patted his battle axe. Try to have as few conflicts with them as possible. Understood, Captain. Wu Hung shared the reward for this rescue mission with him, which was a small gain. Okay, there's nothing to do in the association. Go home and rest. Okay, Captain. The two closed the door and walked out of the association directly. Returned to the residential area. The construction team had finished work. Only the foreman was waiting at the door. Seeing Wu Hung coming back, he came up with a smile on his face. Said, Captain, everything is done, please check it. Okay. The two entered the residence together. I looked at the first floor to the third floor. The overall layout, the first floor is the living room, dining room and kitchen, a bedroom, The second floor is 2 large bedrooms, 2 small bedrooms. The third floor is Wu Heng's private area, the master bedroom, the study, and a separate bathroom. I went straight to the third floor, pushed the door open and entered. It was a study. There was a round fur carpet under my feet, a dark wooden bookcase and desk and chair, and on the wall on the other side, there was a landscape oil painting. Although it was not as good as the deacon's study, it also had a bit of a cultured feel. Reading books here in the future. Who dares to say that he doesn't look like a mage? After looking at the study, Wu Heng continued to look at the bedroom and bathroom. Overall, they were not bad. Of course, it is definitely not comparable to the modern environment, but it is several times better than the place I rented in the crowded area. Overall, I am satisfied. Not bad. I can go to the association to complete the commission tomorrow, Wu Heng said directly. They cooperated through the association platform, so the final payment will also be settled from the association. This is actually good for both parties. Avoided a lot of trouble. Okay, thank you, Captain. The foreman thanked him. Wu Heng nodded. Well, nothing, let's go back first. Okay. All the workers left. Wu Heng put several skill books in a space ring on the bookshelf. Skeletons with souls can also complete the learning of necromancy skills. Moreover, the 4 ghosts under his command also belong to the magic system, so let them learn when they have time. Take out all your daily necessities and put them in the closet. After everything is done, go directly to the zombie world. Walking out of the corridor, the first thing you see is a huge spider corpse on the pile of corpses. Chapter 116. Weaving a web. In the open space in front of the stairs, there was a pile of corpses that were not too low. At the top, there was the giant spider that was killed today, and a large number of small spiders. This place is small, just smaller than the giant spider, and its actual size is about the size of a basketball or a wash basin. In addition to the spider corpses, there were also zombies killed nearby by the big head skeleton with his skeleton, and corpses in cocoons. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the spider corpse. Just when he was about to release bone service technique, the movement of his hand suddenly stopped. Suddenly I remembered something. Took out the Book of the Dead from the space ring, and flipped through it quickly. It seems that when I was reading the Book of the Dead, I saw some descriptions about spider transformation. I flipped through a few pages and found the introduction. It also came with pictures. The book lists 2 types. One is spiders, including giant spiders, wolf spiders, and poisonous spiders that still maintain the spider form. This type of spider has an invertebrate body and cannot be transformed into a skeleton soldier. In other words, it cannot use bone service technique. Even if it is used, the body will be completely dissolved and cannot be transformed into a soldier normally. This type can only be transformed into a corpse. The second type of spider is the race of half Spider-Man and Spider Elf. Half Spider-Man can transform between human and spider forms. Spider Elves have human upper body and spider lower body. The body structures of these 2 types are not spiders, but they have bones inside and can be transformed by bone service. The illustrations also include internal diagrams after dissection. Of course, they are all hand-drawn. The second type, Wu Heng only took a quick look. It was a strange race. He couldn't get in touch with it, and the main thing was the spider in front of him. Spiders don't have bones? He really didn't understand this. Drag that spider out. Wu Heng pointed at a spider. Bassin grabbed a leg, dragged it out, and threw it aside. Wu Heng released bone summoning on it, and the necromancy wrapped the corpse. The flesh began to fall off, and the whole corpse melted away bit by bit under his gaze. Only 8 carapace-like legs were left standing on the ground. The transformation was not completed. Damn. It really doesn't work. It seems that these spiders can only be transformed into corpses. Corpses and skeletons are both dead servants, but the performance effects are actually somewhat different. Wu Heng was not very willing to transform into a corpse. After all, there were a group of rotting corpses around him, which would affect the environment and mood. It was also easy to cause epidemics. He was still a human, but he couldn't transform into a skeleton, and there was nothing he could do. Since we can't throw it away, let's transform it first. Let the skeletons drag out all the spiders. Wu Heng first release corpse spell on the giant spider, and the necromancy will wrap the corpse. The summoned creature exceeds the caster's ability, and the unstable factors increase. A less stable prompt appears, proving that the corpse is above level 5. After all, the 8th team beat them like that, so the level can't be low. Soon, The corpse began to change. The fatal wound began to scar. But in most places, the wounds were still turned outward. Then, the corpse stood up shakily, and the 6 eyes on its head opened at once. Looking around, giant corpse spider mother, level 11, which is not low. Continue to check the attributes. Level 11. Attributes: Constitution 26, Strength 24, Agility 29, Intelligence 8, Perception 15, Charisma 5. Features: Rotten Servant, Intermediate Soul, Spider Web Perception, Spider Walk. Abilities: Bite, Foot Sword, Spider Web, Web Weaving. Spider Web Perception: When in contact with the spider web, the spider can know the exact location of the target. Spider Climb: This unit can climb difficult terrain surfaces, including hanging down to the wall and hanging upside down from the ceiling. Spider Web Forward: Can move normally on the spider web, ignoring the restriction effect brought by the spider web. Bite: Bites the target, causing damage and adding poison. Leap Sword: The leg armor is strong, causing piercing damage to the target. Spray Spider Web: Long-range attack on a single target at a maximum distance of 150, causing spider web binding and restricting movement. Web Weaving: Produce spider silk, weave a giant web to ambush within a certain range, after transforming into a corpse. It seems that most of the abilities have been retained. Among them, the characteristics of spider web perception should be the reason for discovering their positions. You can find the enemy by the position where the spider web is touched. It is also a good defense method. Among the abilities, Bite, Foot Sword are their own attack methods. Spray spider web should be considered a remote control. Spray out spider webs, cover the enemy, affecting their movements. Weaving webs is to produce spider silk, weave spider webs to set ambushes. Spiders have this ability, no problem. But turning into a corpse means that the spider itself is dead. It is just a false life created by necromancy magic, controlling the body. Then how is this spider silk produced? I don't understand. From now on, you will be called Spider Mother, Wu Heng said. Then, Wu Heng released his skills to transform the remaining spider corpses, all into corpses. There were a large area of densely packed spiders. There were more than 200 of them. The attributes of the small spiders were lower. Corpse Giant Spider, Level 3. Attributes: Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 16, Intelligence 2, Perception 11, Charm 2. Features: Rotten Servant, Basic Soul, Spider Climb. Abilities: Bite, Web Weaving. After the small spiders stood up, they quickly gathered around the spider mother, all lying on her back. When the eyes were closed, it was pitch black, and it was difficult to tell the number of them. Go to the side and wait, Wu Heng said. The mother spider carried a group of small spiders and walked to the flower bed nearby. She lowered her body and began to move quickly. Most of her body was half buried in the soil, with the untrimmed weeds around. It was a good camouflage. After dealing with the spiders, Wu Heng asked the skeleton to open all the cocoons nearby. When the cocoons were cut open, some were human corpses, and some were orcs. Some were like opening blind boxes. After releasing the dead skeleton battlefield, the corpses of zombies and cocoons turned into white bones and stood up. Some of them were orc warriors, tall, but not high level. They were all at level 3 to 4. And even the basic soul did not appear. But the basic attributes of strength and physique were higher than those of human skeletons. It can also be regarded as a racial characteristic. After the corpses were transformed, Wu Heng walked out of the community and contacted Li Yang through the intercom. Soon, Li Yang walked out of the auto repair shop. Any news recently? Wu Heng asked. There was no way to stay in this world for a long time, so he could only keep an eye on some intelligence through Li Yang. There is no news on the radio, and the prison has stopped responding and has become silent. Li Yang thought for a moment, and then said, "Oh, there is news about the deformed zombies. The second-level deformed zombies. Chapter 117, you are reading a book here. Level 2 deformed zombies? This world has such a dense population. Level 2 deformed zombies are relatively rare. After such a long time, Wu Heng only killed 2 types of level 2 deformed zombies. The big guy and the big head skull. And the radio station announced more than 2 types. There are many strange and bizarre deformed zombies. At least 5 types. These are the reports and summaries after zombies were found in various regions. But it is still a bit difficult to meet. Where is the location? Wu Heng asked. In the Jinshui Jiayuan community near the dam. Did the survivors see it? Wu Heng continued to ask. Well, they said they saw the action, which was quite far away, and guessed it was a deformed zombie. Li Yong replied. Do you know what type it is? No, I'll ask when I get back. Wu Heng thought for a while, and shook his head and said, No need to ask, I'll go to see whatever type it is, and let's go and see it together tomorrow. Okay. The two chatted briefly. Li Yong returned to the auto repair shop. And Wu Heng also returned to the community. After following the skeleton to issue a few orders, he returned to his residence in Ritam City. He passed through the boundary gate and returned to his newly renovated residence. Wu Heng felt good about this place. Even before the zombie outbreak, he had never owned a 3-story detached house like this. The boundary gate was still lit. In addition to Bassin and Bodong, there were also 4 skeleton ghost women who came back together. With a hunched body, he followed behind him and walked out of the boundary gate. He took the skeleton witch and went directly to the study room. He took out several magic books from the bookshelf and gave them to the 4 witches. He said, You stay here tonight to study the magic books. Don't worry about the rest. Among the witches' attributes, there is a shared spell casting. 4 or more witches can share skills within a certain area. In other words, the 4 can learn their own skills. During the battle, each other's skills are shared. If used well, it can actually achieve special effects. After receiving the order, the 4 skeletons squatted or stood in the corners of the study and began to flip through the books. They entered the state of learning. Wu Heng stood at the door and took a look. After feeling that there was no problem, he closed the door to prevent other skeletons from disturbing their study. After leaving the study, he went straight downstairs. After resting for a while in the living room on the 1st floor, he began to practice the Great Eagle Sword technique in the open space. The sparring partner changed from Bassin to Bodong. Moreover, the whole building was his own, so he was not afraid of disturbing others. Time passed by little. As he practiced, Wu Heng's body began to be covered with sweat. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Unlock specialty. One-handed sword specialization, beginner, the sudden prompt. Made Wu Heng, who was in training, startled, and then a happy expression appeared on his face. He signaled Ba Wudong to stop training. He sat aside and took a rest. He had been practicing swordsmanship for a while, and unlocked the specialization, which was also a result. Although it was only the entry level, it meant that all the previous efforts were effective. But this, Great Eagle Sword technique, there is no unlock prompt. I don't know whether I should continue to practice. After resting for a while, I released a dancing light technique towards the ceiling lamp. I continued to practice with Ba Wudong. I practiced until late at night, drank a bottle of happy water, and went upstairs to rest. The next morning, Wu Heng, Li Yong, and a large group of skeletons went to the destination of this trip. Because the distance was not far, and they would pass by the community on the way, they did not drive, but walked directly. Li Yong said, I confirmed with them yesterday, and they said it should be a tank, which is a giant zombie. As she said that, she also looked at the big guy covered in armor. She had seen Wu Heng transform into a skeleton. Even if Wu Heng didn't say it, she felt that this big guy should be a skeleton transformed from a giant zombie. Well, the giant zombie is not bad, Wu Heng said. The type of deformed zombie is also very important. If it is a giant zombie like the big guy, it is actually easier to deal with. It is the type of zombie that fights head-on. If it is a big-headed zombie, it will be a bit troublesome. It is not that their method of controlling zombies is so powerful, but they will observe the situation on the scene. If it is unfavorable or at a disadvantage, they will turn around and run away. Then, they will summon more zombies, and come back to seek revenge on you. It will be very troublesome. So, if it is a big-headed zombie, you have to be careful, and take the method of assassination and beheading. For giant zombies, you can just fight hard. They will not run away at the beginning. The team marched for about half an hour. The number of zombies around them gradually increased. When passing outside a residential area, the roars of zombies came one after another, and spread rapidly to the distance. Then, in the streets and alleys, like countless streams, many zombies emerged. They began to charge towards the skeletons. Overall, there were at least a few hundred people. Let the skeletons with spears step forward, and prepare to meet the enemy, Wu Heng said directly. Crash! Skeletons wearing leather armor and holding spears. He walked to the front quickly. The spears moved forward, forming a wall full of spears, pointing directly at the zombies. As the level of the skeletons increased, the number of welded spears increased. The number of spear skeletons reached more than 700. It was truly a forest of spears. Wu Hung raised his staff and released a witch arrow. He hit the target in front, and fell to the ground trembling. He was trampled into a pulp by the zombies behind him. He continued to release grease, splashing the ground in front of him. More zombies, when entering the grease area, fell backwards, and tripped a large number of zombies. There were not many of them, and Wu Hung did not ignite the grease. After all, when the fire burned out, a lot of skeletons would be lost. Puff, 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 dense zombies swarmed in, and rushed into the spear formation with their fangs and claws bared. The already rotten bodies were pierced, rotten flesh splattered everywhere, and they crowded and pushed each other. The spear skeletons began to make stabbing movements. All the zombies rushing in were stabbed into a honeycomb, and fell down one by one. After the skeletons were equipped with armor, the impact on the battle situation was very significant. Unlike before, neither side lost members, but it was like a wall, blocking the zombies outside. Occasionally, 1 or 2 casualties occurred. Soon, the zombies suffered heavy losses in the charge, and there were not many left. Move forward. Wu Hung continued to give orders. Walala. The defensive formation began to move. The spears moved forward little by little, like a meat grinder, pushing the zombies backwards. The spears were full of corpses. Bang, bang, bang. Some zombies that were not completely dead were chopped into pieces of meat by the kitchen knife skeletons behind the spears. The sound of chopping meat was heard. The battle was over soon. The corpses covered the road, and the stench filled the whole street. Clean up the battlefield, move the corpses away. The skeletons continued to move, moving the corpses to both sides. While cleaning the battlefield, Xiao Xiao also floated back from a distance. Pointing to the community opposite in the distance, said, "Uncle, found it. It's the big monster, and the ugly monster as big as the big guy." The big guy wrapped in armor looked at her, and the blue soul fire swayed slightly. "Is it just a giant zombie?" "Yes. It's the only one. Sitting over there in the flower bed. And there are many corpses around it," Xiao Xiao continued. Wu Hung let Xiao Xiao return to his body, and took a look himself. It was indeed a giant zombie like the big guy. He was about 3 meters tall, with dark red skin and exaggerated muscles like tumors, especially the muscles on the shoulders. It was like 2 small heads grew on the left and right. Full of power. Line up. The skeletons around them gathered into formation again. Forward. The sound of bones rubbing against each other rang out, and the team continued to move forward. In a residential building, on the iron ladder that spanned the roofs of 2 buildings, a fully armed man with a backpack on his back moved carefully to the opposite side. The 6-meter distance caused violent shaking with every small step forward. And below, there were zombies wandering aimlessly. The man carefully moved forward a few meters, and passed the iron ladder little by little, and stood on the roof of the opposite building. After the first one passed, he immediately held the iron ladder on the roof, allowing the other 3 people behind to pass one after another. After everyone passed successfully, the 4 people leaned on the edge of the roof, lit cigarettes, and slowly exhaled smoke rings. In the radio station, "Someone is looking for a deformed zombie," one of them said. "It should be that they want to awaken their superpowers." After all, the main station always shares some things about superpowers. Another person also spoke up. "Hee hee. It's so easy to awaken. That monster is as strong as the Hulk. Unless a tank comes, who can beat it? It doesn't matter to us. If they can kill it, it's good for us. If they can't kill it, it's not our fault." That's right. Several people put out their cigarette butts and put the rest back into the cigarette box. He continued, as usual, "Search from top to bottom. If you can open the door, search for supplies. If you can't open it, make sure it won't block our retreat." Understood. He reorganized his weapons and equipment, took a deep breath, and was about to open the door of the corridor. Roar! Suddenly, the zombies in the entire community roared together. It spread to all the surrounding areas in an instant. The roar was deafening. The faces of several people changed, and they immediately lay on the roof. Then, they crawled towards the edge little by little, looking in the direction of the zombie tide. When their eyes fell on the formation of people wearing leather armor, and spears blocking the road horizontally in the distance, they widened their eyes at the same time. Fuck. Chapter 118 Deacon. Your letter. After the formation was adjusted, Wu Heng asked the skeleton dog to run a circle towards the community in front. The skeleton could not make any sound, but as it ran along, the zombies roared one after another, and instantly connected into one. An even larger group of zombies rushed out from the communities on both sides. They gathered on the main road in the middle, forming a larger group of zombies, a huge mass, like a flood that broke through the dam. They were densely packed, pushing and crowding each other. There are quite a few zombies here. When they gather together, there are probably more than 1,000 of them. Li Yang was a little nervous. Seeing the zombies, she took 2 steps back involuntarily. Seeing Wu Heng didn't move, she stood still again. Wu Heng saw the right opportunity and directly released grease technique and fireball technique. When the flames exploded, they ignited the grease on the ground. With a whoosh, a fire suddenly rose up. The zombies didn't stop at all and rushed straight into the fire. The first batch of zombies entered the flames. Only struggling figures could be seen, and then they fell to the ground little by little. And more zombies behind them went directly through the fire, with flames on their bodies, and rushed into the ranks of spearmen. The battle started instantly. The zombies screamed and clawed. The skeletons silently thrust out their spears. It was like a wave, slapping the bank, with a shocking visual impact. Wu Heng issued 2 more orders, letting the kitchen knife skeletons, inserting into the middle of the spearmen, and chopping the zombies that squeezed in. Boom, 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 in the chaotic battle. Heavy footsteps were heard in the distance. The giant zombie that Xiao Xiao saw walked out of the community with big strides. His eyes fell on the group of skeletons in front. On his already ferocious face, he showed an excited and fanatical expression. Bang, bang, after jumping twice on the spot. He grabbed 2 shared bicycles on the roadside and threw them over with force. Bang, bang, the shared bicycles smashed into the skeleton array, knocking over a large number of skeleton soldiers. Then the giant zombie let out a deafening roar, took heavy steps, knocked over the group of zombies in front, and began to charge forward. It was unstoppable all the way, like a truck out of control. It was about to rush into the skeleton camp. Wu Heng said, "Big guy. Stop it." Boom, boom, boom. The big guy, wearing a suit of iron armor, also began to run. Bang! A violent collision sounded. 2 monsters of similar height and size collided at the junction of the 2 armies. The huge collision made the 2 men's bodies shake slightly, and they took 2 steps back at the same time. Then, they continued to attack, approached quickly, and swung their huge fists and smashed them into each other's bodies. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. There is no fighting technique, it is just the most direct contest of strength. Wu Heng continued to observe the surroundings, after confirming that there is no other danger. He continued, Bodong. Go kill it, quick battle and quick decision. Bodong took off his outer armor, revealing his iron-gray skeleton. He kicked his feet, and jumped several meters away. Quickly approached the target. The giant zombie, seeing a thin target approaching him, showed humiliated anger in his eyes. He was hit by the big guy. He clenched his fist, and smashed it at the gray skeleton. Bodong dodged sideways, and hooked his right fist, hitting the zombie's arm. The shock wave exploded. The tumor-like muscle sank, and the bones creaked. The giant zombie took a step back, and the big guy quickly followed, opening and closing his fists, and smashing at the target without any rules. Bodong also quickly approached, using various angles, and wandered around the giant zombie. He kept hitting the zombie's ribs and joints. The giant zombie resisted in panic. The movements became more and more chaotic, and he was hit more and more. Bodong saw the right moment, and swept his legs. The giant zombie lost its balance instantly, and fell to one side. The big guy clenched his fists, and smashed it on the head. The giant zombie arched his body, and took the punch hard, and tried to get up in a hurry. Bodong stepped forward again, and swung his fists one after another, and hit faster and faster. In the waves of shock, the muscles began to burst, and pus and blood splattered. The whip kick swept out again. Bang! A violent dull sound sounded, and it kicked the zombie's head directly. The giant zombie's head drooped 180 degrees, and its entire neck was like rubber, and its head drooped on its back. The giant zombie's body wanted to leave, but after walking forward a few steps, it fell to its knees with a bang, and its body fell down. Wu Heng stood on the top of a car, watching the giant zombie fall, and gave a direct order. Attack, advance. Hua la la. The skeleton group began to move forward, and launched an attack against the zombies. In the distance, on the rooftop, several people watched the battle below in horror. Isn't this too coincidental? The one who asked about the deformed zombies yesterday, could it be related to these skeletons? Don't talk, let's go back first, and we won't search today. Okay. Several people rebuilt the iron ladder, planning to return the same way. Even if the zombies below were led away, they didn't dare to really go downstairs and walk down in a swagger. They climbed 2 buildings along the same route, and when they were halfway up the 3rd building, in the open space downstairs, a woman in work clothes and work gloves walked in under the protection of several skeletons. She was looking up at them. Bang! The man climbing the iron ladder lost his balance and almost fell down. He held the iron ladder tightly, motionless. Li Yong frowned at the other person, not knowing what he meant by not moving halfway up. She looked up and said, "Are you survivors? Damn. You are a human." Li Yong rolled her eyes. "Come down. Let's talk." Let's talk here. We are survivors nearby. You can follow us or stay. If you follow us, you will need to do some work. But you can get food and protection," Li Yong said calmly. "When you meet a survivor, you basically have to say these things. If you say too much, it will become casual." Survivors? Several men looked at each other. One of them asked, "Where are these skeletons? What's going on? Have you heard of superpowers? I can't explain too much to you," Li Yong said. She also thought it was superpowers. Although, there are many things that superpowers can't explain. Are you really survivors? In the current situation, do I need to lie to you? Are you from a car repair shop? I went to your place to repair my car," one of the men said. "I'm from the auto repair shop. Let's not talk about that. What do you want to choose?" Li Yong said directly. "We need to discuss it." Li Yong nodded and said, "I'll give you 20 minutes. I'll wait at the door. If I don't see you, I'll assume you plan to stay." After saying that, she ignored the others and turned around and left. 20 minutes later, Wu Hung commanded the skeletons to clean up the battlefield. The skeletons carried the corpses, and the big guy dragged the giant zombie and planned to go back. At this time, Li Yong came back and said softly, "They didn't come over. Maybe they don't want to go with us." During the battle, Xiao Xiao found the survivors. He asked Li Yong to talk to them. It seemed that the other party was unwilling to go with him due to some concerns. It didn't matter. He wanted to help the survivors, but the other party had to accept it. "Okay, let's go!" Wu Hung turned around, and the large team began to return along the original route. Just after taking 2 steps, the sound of a car approaching came from behind. The skeletons immediately took action. Raising kitchen knives and spears, they rushed towards the car. Don't attack, it's us." The people in the car were startled. Someone immediately stuck his head out and said loudly. They were afraid that they would be too late to speak and be chopped into meat paste by the skeletons. The zombies here were all cleaned up by the skeletons, not to mention them. Let the skeletons stand by. The attacking skeletons stood by. They surrounded the small van in front of them in several layers. Wu Hung glanced at Li Yong, who understood, walked over and asked, "Do you want to go with us?" "Yes." A man raised his hands like in a police and gangster movie, and said, "We packed up our things," which took some time. Li Yong glanced into the van, and there were a lot of things piled up in a mess. "There are still several people. How many of you are there?" "8 of us. Some of us are family members, and the rest are survivors from the same building nearby." The car window was opened. There were children and women inside, but there were fewer men. No wonder the other party wanted to go with him. These people are a burden. If they stay, they will plunder the food nearby, but they will run out of food one day. Li Yong said directly, "Think about it, you will all listen to us after you go there. Even women have to bear a certain amount of labor, you know now. No one will support others for nothing." "I understand, we have already discussed it, just provide us with a safer place." "Okay." Li Yong glanced ahead and said, "The road ahead is blocked, you can't get through with your bread, get off and walk, carry everything you need to take away." "Oh, okay, thank you." Several people got off the car and took everything with them. After glancing at the densely packed skeletons, he followed carefully behind and continued to walk forward. All the way to the crossroads, Wu Hung called Li Yong aside and said softly, "There are too many people. Pay attention to the people who support you and don't cause any trouble." Li Yong also understood what he meant. Women do not have an advantage in strength and physical strength. Over time, someone may have other ideas. Stabilizing one's position is also very important. Wu Heng is very satisfied with Li Yong. She abides by the rules and completes the tasks arranged by her. I also want to continue the cooperation with each other. Of course, Wu Heng also thought about preparing a pistol for her. But he was afraid that something might happen one day and it would become a weapon shooting at me. I understand. I will pay attention to this aspect. Li Yong replied with a smile. I was a little touched in my heart. At least the other party recognized me very much, not just anyone who could produce iron spears. Well, go ahead. I will arrange a few skeletons to protect you in 2 days. There is no need for that. It's not that dangerous. After chatting for a few words, they parted ways. Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to pile the bodies aside. Li Yong led the survivors carrying rice, flour and toilet paper and rushed to the direction of the auto repair shop. In the distance, Xiangzi and the others ran out. They were welcomed in Blackstone Town, the hall of the Professional Association. The busy hall was full of professionals who came to accept commissions. Deacon Slater, wearing a leather armor, walked into the hall with a team and a golden leopard. Deacon, here is a letter to the golden cat. But the recipient is not written. The staff shouted. Give it to me. Slater reached out to take it. The only person who can send a letter to the golden cat through the association is her. He took the letter and returned to the deacon's study. Chapter 119, Flying Axe or Spear. Slater held the letter and returned to the study. Sitting behind the desk, he exhaled slowly. Blackstone Town has been much calmer recently. There have been no major incidents, and no wanted criminals or cultists coming to this remote town. The things he dealt with were all local security issues. It was as if, after that kid left, the whole town and its surroundings, everything calmed down. Of course, this is a good thing. It was good news for her, the deacon, and the residents of the city. She glanced at the letter beside her. She cut the wax seal and opened the envelope. What ugly handwriting. She took out the letter paper and wrote some words crookedly. Just by looking at the first line, she knew who wrote the letter to her. I have arrived in Rentam City and joined the team leader. The only one who came to Rentam City to be the team leader was Wu Heng. He actually wrote a letter to himself. The letter was not long, and it only took up half a page. Slater leaned on the chair, his long legs crossed on the edge of the table, his toes shaking his short boots, and he continued to concentrate on identifying the content of the handwriting. Then, he saw the witch who transformed into a nun to seduce the caravan, and the pervert who enjoyed bleeding and killing prostitutes. They were all killed by him with his heroic strength. Slater did not deny the first point. Although Wu Heng had been a professional for a short time, he did have some abilities that ordinary people did not have. Unexpectedly, he had only been there for a few days and encountered so many things. Continuing to look down, Slater's eyebrows frowned. Why did he feel something was wrong? If the above content was a subordinate reporting to his former leader, then the following words were a little wrong. Miss the time we spent together. Be safe. Come here and play for a few more days. Slater is a mature woman, running an entertainment venue like Golden Cat, and is no stranger to matters between men and women. I'm getting farther away, and I'm getting bolder, Slater muttered. But her face still felt a little hot, and she stretched out her hand and fanned her face vigorously. She folded the envelope again, put it in the drawer, took out new letter paper and envelope, thought for a while, and began to write. After she finished writing, Slater nodded with satisfaction. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Yuri pried open the door and asked, Aunt, let's go to the black market together tonight. Slater was startled, and his hand holding the pen was shaking. Aunt is writing a letter. Who is it for? Yuri asked, leaning forward. An old friend. Slater quickly folded the letter, put it in an envelope, and continued, You little girl, why do you always go to the black market? Don't go to places like that. Good aunt, the city is too boring. I have nothing to do at night anyway. Let's go for a walk. Yuri begged. Slater glared at her. Wait at the door. Let's go after dinner. Okay, Yuri answered, and honestly closed the door. Slater sealed the envelope with wax, took it in his hand, put on his shoes and walked out. Yuri immediately came up and held his hand. When passing the hall, he handed the letter to the front desk. He walked out with Yuri's arm. Back to the community. Wu Heng directly let the skeleton drag the giant zombie's body in front of him. Bone art released. Necromancy. Completely wrapped the body. The next second, the tall skeleton stood up. The skeleton was broad and thick, and the height was nearly 3 meters, and the arms were below the knees. Skeleton warrior, level 11, the level was the same as the big guy, but the attributes were improved by 3 to 5 points. From now on, you will be called the second guy. Go to the side first, Wu Hung said to the skeleton of the giant zombie. The huge skeleton walked to the side and stood with the big guy. When the two stood together, they could still see some differences. The second guy was taller, and his bones were stronger. This made Wu Hung wonder, zombies are getting stronger as time goes by. Or they are getting stronger by eating, or some other way. The skeleton walked out. Wu Hung squatted down and searched among the mincemeat. He found a second-level corpse core. This is what he needs most. Let the alchemist skeleton come over. Soon, the dwarf skeleton walked out of the corridor. Wu Hung handed the corpse core in his hand to him, and said, "Study it, and see if the previous formula still works." The dwarf skeleton took it respectfully, and walked back to the corridor with the corpse core. Now that I have a skeleton that can do alchemy, I don't need to issue commissions anymore. Not only does it make things easier for me, I can also keep some secrets better. After explaining the corpse core, Wu Hung looked around. He continued to walk to the pile of corpses, release dead corpse battlefield. A large number of skeletons stood up from the ground, looking around with empty eye sockets. "Stand over there," Wu Hung ordered. The skeleton slowly walked to the queue of skeletons. Wu Hung sat down to rest, continued to drink 2 bottles of mental potion, continued to release skills, transform skeletons. The harvest this time was remarkable. In addition to the level 11 skeletons, there were at least 1,000 ordinary skeletons. The total number of skeletons was approaching 10,000. It could be said that the number of skeletons was truly like an army. The transformation lasted until late at night, and all the corpses were transformed. Wu Hung reopened the gate and returned to his residence to rest. The next morning, Wu Hung simply ate some instant noodles and went directly to the association. Entering the squad lounge, I saw the Orc Duke sitting there chewing a food similar to a sweet potato. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, he immediately said, "Captain, why didn't you come yesterday?" Wu Hung frowned at him. "Does the orc have no home? Why is he here every time he comes?" The field envoy, forced to work on duty. On time. What's wrong? Did anyone look for me yesterday? Wu Hung walked in. No one, Duke said. Did the deacon assign any tasks to me? No. There were not many people yesterday. It should be that he had some unpleasantness with Team 8. So they didn't continue to assign tasks to them. Captain, do we have a task today? Duke continued to ask. Wu Hung sat on the chair and thought for a while, and felt that this was not a good idea. It would take too much time to report to the association every day. But as the captain, he couldn't be too lazy. He said, "Duke, I made a task plan for our team yesterday." "Ah, what is that?" Duke stuffed all the food into his mouth and asked with his head raised. "What we are doing now are all tasks assigned by the association. These tasks are not fixed, and the rewards are limited." Wu Hung glanced at him and continued. "We should focus on wanted bounties. The bounties are high, and it is easy to get merit." Well, the captain is right. But wanted criminals are not that easy to find. Go investigate. Develop some informants. As long as there are intelligence and clues, it is not difficult to catch them, Wu Hung said. He still has some experience in catching wanted criminals. The main thing is intelligence. If you can find the target, it won't be difficult to catch them. It doesn't seem that simple. Take your time. This is a long-term goal. The main thing is that we should focus on investigating wanted criminals, rather than waiting in the association for missions. Yes, the captain is right. Duke understood and agreed. So, you don't have to come directly tomorrow. Go around and get some intelligence. If there are any suspicious people or special situations, pay attention to them. Duke nodded. Okay. I'm familiar with the lower city. I'll ask when the time comes. Wu Hung nodded with satisfaction. His team members are obedient and ambitious. The two chatted about wanted criminals. Wu Hung thought of the fight between the skeletons and the zombies yesterday. He continued to ask, "Duke, when you don't use bows and crossbows in close combat, do you usually have any long-range attack methods? For example, if the enemy rushes towards you, how do you attack him before he gets close to you?" "Oh, I know this." Duke moved forward and said seriously, "I like to use throwing axes. If I hit the target, I can kill the enemy directly. Throwing axes are similar to throwing daggers, but axes are more lethal and require more strength. However, It seems that throwing axes are not suitable for skeletons. Anything else? Duke scratched his head. There are also throwing spears. Humans like to use throwing spears. I heard that some mercenary groups are specially equipped with this weapon, which is very useful for hunting wild beasts. Throwing spears? This seems to be used in the skeleton camp. Is it this type? Wu Hung took out his short spear and let Duke take a look. Almost the same, but it should be a little longer. Wu Hung nodded. The short spear he used was the shortest type. The previous battles were all in the corridors, and it was too long to be used. I feel like I can let the skeleton practice throwing spears and increase the long-range output ability. The two chatted for a while. Then they went to the training room to practice together. Wu Hung practiced the Grey Eagle swordsmanship, and Duke started spinning with his battle axe. Like a windmill. They practiced until noon, and the two had lunch in a nearby tavern. Duke wiped his mouth and asked, "Captain, are you going to the training room in the afternoon?" "No. Let's go to that armor store," Wu Hung said. "Oh, okay." The two got up, left the tavern, and walked towards the Mao Liao armor store in the outer city. Walking near the store, I saw several carriages parked outside the store, carrying goods. The orc boss stood at the door, holding the bill in his hand, comparing the quantity. It seems that the business here is really good. Seeing the two people coming over, he also smiled. "Captain, Duke, you are here. Business is good?" Wu Hung said with a smile. "They are all small businesses, with little profit." The orc boss motioned for a few people to enter the house, and continued, "The leather armor is still being made. I will have someone send it to you after it is completed in a while." The quantity Wu Hung ordered was actually not that much, but there are not many people who can directly take out the full amount of silver coins in the transaction. Well, there is no rush for that. Wu Hung entered the store, came to the armor, and asked, "Is this armor still in stock?" "This kind of armor is the one that big guys wear." Yesterday, he killed another giant deformed zombie, so Wu Hung thought about buying another set. After all, the skeletons above level 10 are the elites in the team, and they still need to be equipped with special equipment. "Yes, how much do you need?" asked the boss. "Just one set." The boss immediately asked someone to prepare it, and brought fruit tea in front of the few people, then sat aside and chatted for a while. Wu Hung continued to ask, "Are there any requirements for opening a store here?" The boss's eyes were a little puzzled. "Captain wants to open a store? Well, there are some businesses in my hometown, and I want to try whether there is a market here." The boss touched his chin and said, "There are no special requirements for opening a store. In addition to selecting a store, the most important thing is the gang responsible for the safety of the area. Building a good relationship with them will save the store a lot of trouble." Wu Hung nodded to show that he understood, and continued to ask, "How much is the rent?" "Different locations have different prices. A store like mine requires about 1,200 silver coins a year, and better sections are actually more expensive. In fact, this price is not cheap. An ordinary family wouldn't be able to earn this much money in a few years. But when doing business, you can't calculate it according to the ordinary family." As they chatted, the clerk took out the armor. Wu Hung asked Basson to carry it, and walked out of the store. "Captain, where are we going next?" Duke continued to ask. Wu Hung said, "It's getting late. There's no need to go back to the association. Our next task is to collect some clues about wanted criminals. Be careful to be hidden. Don't let the wanted criminals be caught, and put yourself in danger." "Understood, Captain. I know a lot of people here, and I'm sure I can find out some clues." "Well, be safe." After saying goodbye to Duke, Wu Hung did not return to the association. In the past 2 days, the deacon did not assign them any tasks, and it was also a leisure time. Wu Hung was also trying to find a way to prevent the other party from assigning him any tasks. He had dinner in the tavern. He returned to his residence directly, asked Jian and Jian Air to sweep the door, and then went straight to the 3rd floor. Entered the study. The 4 skeleton ghosts were still reading in the room, except for the changes in the pages of the book. The postures of the 4 skeletons did not change. There was no unlocked skill. Normal spell learning is not simple. It takes a long time of research and experimentation to master it. Wu Hung unlocked the skills. Once you look at it, it can be said to be an effect of the sky. Because of this, Az gave up the original plan directly. Do not occupy his body. Come to the city of Letem. Wu Hung did not show things about learning ability anymore, so as not to have any problems. And the ghost panel, intelligence is not prominent, can learn skills, but it takes some time. Close the door of the study again. Open the boundary door in the bedroom. Go directly to the zombie world. As soon as he walked out of the corridor, Wu Hung frowned deeply. In the open space of the community, there were several corpses piled up. They were not zombies, but normal human corpses, with red blood. Some were wearing sportswear, leather jackets, and blue uniforms. Killed the survivors? Just as Wu Hung was about to go forward to check, Zizizizi, the intercom sounded an electric current. And then Li Yahong's voice came. My king. Are you there? Chapter 120, Wait Until Dark. Outside the community, Li Yang and others were all waiting outside. On the flatbed cart, there lay a girl with a pale face and blood-stained. She was the younger sister of the siblings, who had been rescued from the hotel last time. Li Yang had mentioned that. The older brother was Jia Zheng, and the younger sister was Jia Yingying. When they were young, they had injured their spine in a car accident. At that time, their family had no money, and when they missed the treatment, they could not stand up. With the medical conditions at that time, this kind of injury meant waiting for death. Wang Ku was just an intern nurse. It was okay for her to bandage and treat simple wounds. But if she messed with a gunshot wound that went through her body, she would die faster. Please save my sister. She has had bad luck since she was a child. If you save her, I will work like a slave for you. Seeing Wu Hung coming out, his brother Jia Zheng knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times. Everyone knew that they could not be saved. It all depended on Wu Hung to see if there was any way to save her. Wu Hung glanced at a few people and said, You stay outside. Li Yang will push me and follow her. Whether she can be saved depends on her luck. He didn't want to see someone die like this. But he couldn't say whether he could save her. Li Yang followed him into the community with a cart. Jia Ging's voice could still be heard from behind. Thank you, thank you. Enter the community. Let the skeleton carry the girl into a room. The room was full of bottles and jars, various utensils, and ground medicinal materials. Wu Hung said to the dwarf skeleton, See if it can be saved? The dwarf skeleton squatted down and unwrapped the bandage. The blood gushed out of the drum, and immediately spread all over the ground. He briefly checked the wound. He took out a scalpel from the side, and began to cut the flesh around. His dry fingers reached directly into the flesh and took out the bullet. Then he took out the ground red powder from the cabinet beside him, sprinkled it on the wound, and sutured it. Wu Hung knew this herb. The leaves of the demon red flower are a material for the healing potion. After the wound was sutured, he took the potion again. The girl's face looked better instantly. Not as white as paper at the beginning. Leave it to you. Wu Hung patted the dwarf's shoulder, and then walked out. Alchemist seems to be more professional than he thought. At least he can sew wounds. Walking out of the corridor, Li Yang stood at the door waiting. How is it? It's fine. Maybe you need to recuperate for a while. Stay with me first. Wu Hung continued to ask, Tell me what happened. Li Yang said, At noon, an explosion-proof vehicle drove over, rushed into the store, and started shooting randomly. The others were also injured. Only Jia Yingying was hit directly. Then the gunshot attracted the patrolling skeletons. They shot at the skeletons, and were killed directly by the skeletons. The patrolling skeletons are all level 5 skeletons with basic souls. Wu Hung gave them the order not to attack humans. This was mainly to protect Li Yang and the others, and also to prevent some survivors passing by from being attacked by the skeleton team. But the premise was that they could not attack the skeletons. Once the opponent attacked, they would be judged as an enemy and be counterattacked. These guys probably didn't know what a skeleton was, and they were frightened when they saw it, and they opened fire directly. Then, they were besieged by the skeleton group, with the current number of skeletons, and several skeletons with more than 10 skeletons. Let alone they didn't have time to escape. Even if they got on the car, they couldn't escape, unless they were driving a tank. Are they from the prison? They should be. The prison didn't respond to the matter of deceiving the survivors in the past 2 days. They should be preparing for this incident and planning to kill us all, Li Yang said. Her face also looked ugly. Although the other party died in the end, she was also scared. It feels like you are arguing with someone online, and you are speechless, and you have the upper hand. But the person on the other side buys a ticket directly and blocks you at your door. This feeling of being caught offline is actually not good. In this environment, you really chase and kill people. This kind of courage and ferocity is not something that ordinary criminals can do. How did the prison people determine the location here? Wu Hung continued to ask. I don't know. Li Yong thought for a while, and then said, "The new people who joined yesterday have been locked up separately. I don't know if it has anything to do with them. It seems that they suspect the 8 people yesterday. But the other party should have no reason to disclose it. Unless, before joining, there was contact with the prison. Let's go ask." The two walked to the corpse together. Wu Hung directly released talking to the dead, and the corpse on the ground sat up suddenly. He looked at the two with empty eyes. Wu Hung directly asked, "Where did you come from?" The corpse replied, "Chang'an prison." Li Yong guessed correctly on this point. It was the prison that came to take revenge. "How did you know the location of the auto repair shop?" "A group of new survivors went to the prison. They went from here and provided the approximate location, and we saw the sign of the auto repair shop after we came here." Wu Hung glanced at Li Yong, and the latter's brows were also frowned. It was not the information provided by the 8 people yesterday. Instead, it was his own sign that exposed his position. Wu Hung continued to ask, "How many of you came in total?" 12 people. "What was your original plan?" "Go to the auto repair shop, catch the woman who was on the phone, and kill the rest." The corpse answered. Wu Hung thought for a moment, and asked again, "Which road did you come from?" "North, passing by Yanghayan Hotel." After the 5 questions, the corpse fell back on its back with a thud. In fact, the current situation is very clear. There are survivors nearby who know the location of the auto repair shop and provide it to Chang'an prison. The other party is also a group of desperate criminals who drove directly to kill us. What do you think? Wu Hung asked Li Yong. Li Yong stood there thinking for a while, and then said softly, "Either get rid of the other party, or move the location to another place." Wu Hung nodded. "Check the car, and go to Chang'an prison tomorrow." "Okay." Wu Hung continued to ask, "Where are the guns they brought?" "In our hands." "You were not there before." "I was afraid that they had other people, so I asked someone to take them." Li Yong explained. "Send them all here. It will be more dangerous for you to hold the guns." "Okay. I'll send them here when I get back." Li Yong left, and Wu Hung looked at the little girl again. She was still in a coma, but her complexion had recovered a little. The wound was glued together by the powder, and it no longer bleeds. The potion in the magic world is still effective. Fortunately, he is such a dwarf alchemist. Otherwise, he would have to wait for death. Not long after, Li Yong came back with a rifle and a submachine gun. There were also some blue stab-proof suits. Wu Hung said, "Put away the stab-proof suits, and put them on when we leave tomorrow." "Okay." Li Yong left with the stab-proof suits again. Then, Wu Hung equipped the 2-block guy with armor. Standing with the big guy, "You look at me, I look at you." Wu Hung transformed all the corpses on the ground, and returned to his residence. The next day, early in the morning, trucks stopped in the middle of the road. In addition to the 4 trucks last time, there were 3 more large trucks, welded with iron plates and steel bars. "Is there anything wrong with the car?" Wu Hung asked. Li Yong nodded. "No problem. I checked it last night. It's almost time to go. Don't waste time." "Okay." The driver got on the car, and Wu Hung also directed the skeletons to get on the truck. The densely packed skeletons walked out of the community and climbed into the truck bed. Wu Hung still sat in the small passenger car, and there were also the big-headed skeleton, Basin, Bodong, and other skeletons of slightly higher levels. After everything was ready, pick up the intercom and say, "Let's go!" All the cars started, lined up in a long line, driving forward. The journey was indeed smooth. Occasionally, there were scattered zombies on the road, but they didn't need to be paid attention to at all. Chang'an prison. A few strong men with bare upper bodies played cards together. Beside them was a woman with revealing clothes and whip marks on her skin, carefully filling the glasses of several people, cleaning up the piled ashtrays. She served carefully on the side. Brother Long, Lao Lu, and the others didn't come back yesterday. Did something happen? The man, holding a cigarette in his mouth, pulled the woman who was pouring wine next to him, and stretched out his hands to rub her body. Qin Jinlong threw the cards in his hand and said, "It's time to come back. Nothing should happen. I hope." Several guns were stolen from the auto repair shop. Those country bumpkins don't know how to use guns. Whether they can shoot or not is one thing. Lao Lu is a good gun user. If they can't shoot, they can still hit people by shooting randomly. Another person retorted. Qin Jinlong didn't say anything. There was no news all day. It's possible that something went wrong. Tell the brothers to be careful tonight. I'll take people to check there tomorrow, Qin Jinlong said. Brother Long? Are you afraid that the guys from the auto repair shop will come looking for us? You are worrying too much. Our walls are so high, unless they can fly, they will be beaten if they come. Someone said. Qin Ji Long nodded. It's always better to be careful, just follow my instructions. Okay. At this point, they lost interest in playing cards. They threw the cards in their hands back on the table. Each of them left the room, and went to prepare according to the order. It was late and gloomy at night. The convoy groped in the dark and entered the village below the prison. Before, they traded rifles here. There were no zombies, nor were there any checkpoints set up by the prison. Everyone got out of the car. A large number of skeletons jumped out of the car, and there was a sound of bones rubbing against each other. Xiangzi, you all stay here and watch the car, Wu Heng said. Okay. My king. I will go with you. I want to avenge my sister, Jia Zheng said directly. Your sister is not dead. What revenge is there? Follow my orders. Pay attention to the intercom. Come and pick us up if there is any danger, Wu Heng said directly. Jia Zheng wanted to say something, but he felt that it was useless for him to follow. His fighting power was not as good as that of the skeletons. He could only nod and agree, and do his own thing. He confirmed with everyone. Wu Heng continued, let's go. The skeleton army, taking advantage of the night, quickly rushed forward. After walking for a distance, he saw the prison with searchlights on in the distance. Searchlights? There are also power supply equipment here. Although I was surprised that the prison had lighting. The situation on the wall was also clear at a glance. The wall was about 6 meters away, and there was a circle of barbed wire on the top. The 4 towers were all equipped with searchlights. In addition to the patrolling people with rifles, 2 machine guns could be seen. The team stopped moving forward and hid in the dark. Li Yang approached and whispered, what should we do? It doesn't look easy to fight. Wait until it gets dark. I don't believe they won't be tired. Chapter 121, the little girl has some skills. If it is a battle on flat ground, even if the opponent has guns, it is not difficult. With the current number of skeletons, it is completely possible to rush over and flatten the opponent's position. But the current situation is more like a small siege. The 6-meter-high wall does not look high, but it is not easy to climb up, especially since the opponent has been entrenched in the prison for such a long time. It is impossible that they have not made some preparations to prevent the tide of corpses. If things go wrong, they will use all the things to prevent the tide of corpses on the skeletons. At that time, even if they attacked, they would suffer heavy losses. They chose to fight at night, in addition to waiting for the enemy to be the most tired and exhausted. It was also because skeletons did not have naked eye vision, so they had an advantage in fighting creatures at night. All the skeletons lowered their bodies and hid in the darkness. Skeletons were very quiet, and they did not burp, fart, or make noises like creatures. When they were on standby, the entire area was completely silent. Only in the distance, there were some insect sounds. Take a rest. Wait until it gets darker, Wu Heng said. Li Yang understood, nodded, curled up and began to close her eyes to rest. She stretched out her hand from time to time, waving away the mosquitoes that surrounded her. It was late at night, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Wu Heng opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the prison. The searchlight was still bright, but the number of people guarding the wall had begun to decrease. The people on the tower leaned against the wall and seemed to be taking a nap. The people on the wall were not regular soldiers, but prisoners or survivors recruited as thugs. It would be great if they could patrol properly and use a searchlight. It would be unrealistic to keep them awake all night and follow the rules. At a glance, the area above the wall was empty. Wu Heng pushed Li Yang, who was lying on the side, hugging his thighs in a daze. The latter opened her eyes, her face a little red. What's wrong? Wu Heng made a hushed gesture to her, and then said to the big-headed skull behind him, let the skeleton move forward. Slow down and approach. Whoosh! In the dim surroundings, groups of figures suddenly stood up. He began to move forward slowly. Even so, the sound of footsteps and bones rubbing against each other was still clear in the quiet night. He walked until he reached the range of the searchlight, and the white skeleton army was illuminated by the light. No one on the wall looked down. The skeleton continued to move forward, moving even more slowly, trying to make his steps as light as possible. When the distance was more than 500 meters, suddenly, a figure stood up from the top of the wall, yawned, untied his belt, and emptied his pants directly outside. The skeleton stopped instantly, like the terracotta warriors, moving still. Wu Hung and Li Yong also stared at this scene with wide eyes. Whenever you don't PUP now. But one thing can be confirmed, the iron net above the wall should not be an electric net, or it may not be powered. Otherwise, this P would be sent away. The skeleton army stood in place, keeping quiet. While the man was peeing, he glanced casually below, and then frowned. He rubbed his eyes, and looked again. The water stopped abruptly, and he slapped himself twice. The pain on his face made him more sober. When he confirmed that there were densely packed skeletons under the searchlight, his heart almost stopped. He shouted in fear, "There are ghosts. There are ghosts outside. Damn it!" In the distance, Wu Hung also cursed. He gave a direct order. Attack, climb the wall, and kill all those holding weapons. The sharp sound of clattering filled the air. All the skeletons, holding kitchen knives, began to charge and rushed quickly to the bottom of the wall. Everyone on the wall was awakened by the shouting to each other, sounding the alarm. Everyone raised their guns in panic, pointing them down along the wall, pulling the trigger hastily, but no bullets were fired. With shaking hands, they opened the safety, and then began to shoot downwards. Bang, 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 dense bullets pouring down. In the dim night, it was like a large orange net, covering the skeletons below. Bullets crackled into the soil. The skeletons kept their distance from each other, running in big strides. Even though the skeletons were not afraid of bullets, under the dense bullets, a large number of skeletons were still shattered, and the bones were scattered all over the ground. The power of the guns was still huge. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the machine guns on the wall began to fire. The bullets were more dense and fast, like the mouth of a beast, emitting dazzling flames. A whole row of skeletons were shot into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Wu Hung and Li Yong also looked at the scene in front of them with some surprise. There were only a bunch of ragtag troops on the wall, but they could show such lethality. They were just skeletons, and there were few places where bullets could hit. If people were to attack, they would probably die outside after being shot at like this. The prisoners in the prison really found a perfect base. Send out the rifles for support, Wu Hung continued. From the bottom of the darkness, a group of figures wearing leather armor appeared again, ran out quickly, holding rifles and submachine guns in their hands, and began to shoot at the top of the wall. Bullets crackled on the top of the wall, suppressing all those who were shooting recklessly. In the skeleton camp, only Crossbow 1 and Crossbow 2 had the talent for aiming. But in this situation, it doesn't have to be very accurate. It's already difficult to shoot from below. The main thing is to suppress the opponent's attack and give some deterrence. The effect is still very obvious. The firing rate of the bullets has obviously decreased. The skeleton group has arrived at the bottom of the wall. They gathered together and crowded together, forming a series of white skeleton ladders, stepping on the ribs of their companions, climbing up. In just 1 or 2 minutes, they had climbed halfway up, approaching the iron net. Just as they were about to climb onto the wall, iron barrels were lifted to the edge, tilted, and the liquid inside poured down the skeleton ladder. At the same time, a strong smell of gasoline instantly spread throughout the area. Then, the ignition material was thrown down. Whoosh! The fire rose instantly, submerging the entire pile of skeletons. The flames of dozens of meters high illuminated the entire night sky in orange and red. Avoid the fire. Wu Hung continued to give orders. With a whoosh, the gathered skeletons scattered instantly, avoiding the fire. They continued to gather at other locations. The people on the wall were also observing the area below, carrying iron buckets and changing positions. Behind them, Wu Hung and Li Yong watched the entire battlefield situation. The big-headed skeleton could control the skeleton warriors, and achieved very good results. In particular, avoiding the fire, evacuating or gathering continuously. And the effect was more unified than that of the army. The prison's defensive power was also surprising. Not to mention the bullets fired from above. The gasoline in stock was enough to resist the attack of a certain number of zombies. This was also the reason why Wu Hung was unwilling to fight with the other party. Zombies only had a few ways of attacking, and most of them were the instincts of wild beasts. But people were different. They would try their best to use various tools and traps to gain an advantage. Just like gasoline. Wu Hung had used gasoline to deal with zombies before. And the people in the prison were not all fools. They also thought of this. Now it is used on the skeletons. Why don't we retreat, surround them for a few days, and forced them to come out for a decisive battle. Li Yong said. The current situation clearly shows that the skeletons are at a disadvantage. Even if they win by numbers, they will lose a considerable number of skeletons. It means 1,000 casualties. And 800 casualties to the enemy, not to mention that there are only more than 100 people in the prison. Wu Heng shook his head and did not say much. Siege is also a method. But for himself, there is not so much time to spend here. He never looked down on these prisoners. Being able to be a serious criminal, they might be much better than himself in many aspects. Moreover, now that the attack has begun, there is no turning back. The prison must be taken down today. Wu Heng continued to give orders to the big-headed skeleton. Let the skeletons disperse the attack, and let the spider mother start the action. Above the prison wall, Chen Jinlong cursed loudly, urging people to carry gasoline and ammunition, and continue the attack on the skeletons. When he heard the alarm, he was also shocked. He hurried over. After the initial chaos, it was obviously much better now. There were patches of fire under the wall. There were only a few places where the skeletons could attack. Rifles and machine guns, and they could just focus on shooting at the empty positions. Now it seemed that there were quite a few of these skeletons. They looked scary, but their lethality was just that. They couldn't even get over the wall, not to mention threatening their own safety. And the prison had sufficient gasoline reserves, so no matter how they attacked, it would be difficult for them to break through the wall. After confirming that he would not be in danger, he relaxed a little and began to search in the night in the distance. The origin of the skeleton was not difficult to analyze. The person who gave him the information about the auto repair shop last time said that there were a large number of skeleton monsters over there. They were afraid of the skeleton attack, so they ran to the prison. Now it seems that these skeletons have a direct relationship with the auto repair shop. Damn it. That little girl is really capable. Chen Jinlong cursed and said to the man, "Bring me the horn." A horn was sent over. Chen Jinlong took it in his hand and looked at the distance, and shouted, "Girl in the auto repair shop. I know these skeletons are your doing. Do you think this kind of thing can scare us? You are dreaming. When I burn all these weird things of yours, I will catch you and make you a slave to everyone, and torture you until you die." All kinds of dirty words were transmitted to the rear through the loudspeaker. If Chen Jinlong used this kind of words to curse the auto repair shop on the radio, he would also have the upper hand. Now he has no scruples and keeps cursing. Li Yong's face flushed red. She was so angry. Wu Hengze didn't say anything, but continued to give Skeleton a few orders. On the other side of the prison, the searchlight kept scanning below, the guards holding rifles, looking at it with a serious face. There was nothing unusual here, but the dense gunfire on the other side, and the flames rising into the sky, also made them extremely nervous. They were afraid that something was approaching quickly in the night. Duh. Suddenly, the sound of high heels stepping on the floor tiles sounded. It was getting denser and closer. Chapter 122, Let Me Go. The crisp sound of the ground was getting closer and closer. The guards, who were already nervous, immediately became nervous. The searchlight kept sweeping through the darkness below. The rifle was raised, also looking for the source of the sound. But the searchlight illuminated the area below, but there was still no figure. The mosquitoes and moths that flew around the searchlight every day also disappeared today. It was empty. But the knocking sound of da still existed, getting closer and closer, and getting clearer and clearer. The less they could see, the more nervous they all became. Their faces were grim, and they were sweating profusely, just as everyone lowered their heads to look down. Ah! Help! Help me! Suddenly, a painful wail came from the tower beside them. Everyone was startled and immediately looked up. A huge spider climbed up the tower, and its forelimbs, like a sharp sword, pierced a man's chest. Its ferocious mouth opened, and under everyone's gaze, it bit off half of his head. The body hanging on the forelimbs immediately went limp. No signs of life. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. How could this be possible? How could there be such a big spider? Shoot, don't be stunned, someone shouted. Everyone hurriedly opened the safety, and began to aim at the monster above. The spider bit, and broke the searchlight on the tower. The area on one side instantly fell into darkness. And in the darkness, the back of the giant spider, like melted ink, a large piece of black stuff spread out, climbing all over the tower and the outer walls. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, and bullets shot at the surging black torrent. Puff! Puff. Puff. The sound of bullets piercing through the front row of spiders was shot into sieves. It's spiders. Bullets can kill them, someone shouted. And the next second, bang, the fallen spider suddenly exploded, and thick yellow smoke spread out instantly. The nearby guard covered his mouth and nose, coughed loudly, and knelt on the ground. Then, he was drowned by the spider swarm and disappeared. Ah! It's a spider. Damn it. It's a spider. Run. It's poisonous if you kill it. Keep shooting. I'll kill anyone who dares to run. What the hell? Stay here and die. The wall was in chaos. Dense smoke began to spread, and those who stayed behind were drowned by the spiders. More people began to run away, and they wrestled with those who blocked their way from behind. They shot at each other, and shot each other. The infighting among the guards accelerated the spiders' attack. The black spider swarm, like a torrent, killed all the guards along the top of the wall, and continued to rush towards the nearby wall. The spider mother followed behind, and spit out a human head from her ferocious mouth. She spit out spider silk at the fleeing crowd in the distance. She trapped them in place, climbed over quickly, and made a web to hang on the wall. Panic spread quickly in the prison. Even those who didn't know what happened began to look around, and had no intention of fighting, try to escape, or find a place to hide first. The whole prison was in chaos. Supply and transportation stopped instantly. No one went up the wall to carry bullets and gasoline, but just ran around with the crowd. The front wall was still defending, but everyone began to panic, looking at the rioting crowd in the back, trying to figure out what happened. Chen Jinlong's face turned ugly. Damn trash. Can't even defend the wall. They defended the dense skeleton monsters in the front, but they didn't defend the wall in the back. They're just a bunch of rubbish. Bang bang. Chen Jinlong shot and killed a man who wanted to get down the wall with 2 shots and cursed, "Keep shooting, whoever dares to escape, I will be the first to kill him." In prison, Chen Jinlong has enough deterrence. With a curse, everyone returned to their positions and continued to shoot. But in the back, it was getting more and more chaotic. The dense climbing sounds kept ringing in my ears, carrying heavy pressure. Dong dong, under the wall. A group of tall skeletons rushed to the bottom of the gate, holding a fire axe in hand. He began to chop at the iron gate, and there was a loud hammering sound. "Quick! Gasoline! Burn these monsters!" someone shouted, but no one responded behind him. He looked back suddenly, but found that most of the people had run away. Even Chen Jinlong was gone. He continued to look around, and a large number of spiders were spreading rapidly towards this side. "Damn!" the man cursed, and quickly fired a few shots at the spiders beside him, and stumbled downstairs. In a blink of an eye, there was nothing above the wall, only a large number of black spiders remained. The iron gate below had not been chiseled open yet. The skeleton team had already climbed up the wall and opened the iron gate from the inside. A large number of skeletons poured into the prison. Behind the wall, there were also large pieces of metal iron nets. But this kind of thing, when faced with a large number of skeletons, was directly pushed to the ground. The skeletons directly killed the humans fleeing inside. It was a bit difficult to capture the wall, but on flat ground, the skeletons had a complete advantage. At least the humans were the ones running away. Soon, the sound of fighting in the prison stopped. Densely packed skeletons filled the open space, surrounding several buildings. Outside the prison, Xiao Xiao floated back from a distance and said, "Uncle, those bad guys have hidden in the house, and the skeletons have surrounded it. All in?" Wu Heng was still a little worried. After all, bullets are very lethal. Don't let 2 bullets shoot from any corner, and you will be killed. Well, they are all hiding in. Let me see. Wu Heng let Xiao Xiao get into his body and shared the vision just now. He saw the situation in the prison directly. The whole prison had been completely occupied by skeletons. There were actually not many living people left in Shisha's mouth. They were probably killed by skeletons in the chaos. Wu Heng looked carefully twice. After confirming that there should be no danger, he took Li Yong, Basin, Bodong and other skeletons, and went straight into the prison inside the wall. The ground was full of dead bodies. Wu Heng's order was to kill humans with weapons, and those who died outside, they should all be Chen Jinlong's thugs. The whole prison is wider than expected. You can see the basketball court, the empty space, and several buildings. I knew it was a prison, but I thought it was a factory. The whole prison was unusually quiet. I couldn't hear any sound. Xiao Xiao, Go find the bad guy who was shouting and cursing on the wall, Wu Heng said. Chen Jinlong should not be dead yet. I have walked all the way here, but I haven't seen his body yet. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao flew out directly. Soon, it flew back, pointing to a building in the distance. The bad guy is in that house. In the room on the 4th floor. How many people? 4 people. There are 3 ants besides him, Xiao Xiao said. Wu Heng nodded and gave an order directly. Avoid the window. Let's go. 4th floor. At the door, the skeleton team crowded in the corridor. On the other side, a man's voice came from the auto repair shop. I know it's you. We are all survivors. Why kill us all? Wu Heng glanced at Li Yong, who said directly, You are the one who was killed first. We are just fighting back. Don't say that. I was wrong this time. I apologize to you. Please let me go. Continued in the room. Your apology is a little late. Li Yong continued. Wu Heng gestured to the side. Bassin squatted forward, pulled out the wire, and started to work on the door lock. He had a bronze key, but in this situation, he didn't plan to use it. We are all survivors. There are not many people left. Give me a chance to live. You will be my benefactors in the future. The room was still talking. After Bassin worked for a while, he squatted and walked back. It means it can't be opened. Wu Heng also lost his patience and said to the big guy, the 2 big guys, who were standing in the corridor with their backs bent, Go and knock it open. 2 giant skeletons wearing iron armor stood in the corridor. They lowered their bodies and were ready to charge. Then, they suddenly rushed out. With a bang, they hit the iron door. The solid iron door instantly had a huge dent. The 2 big guys continued to hit it. With a bang, another large dent. Damn, you guys are so cruel. Aren't you? I've set explosives on the whole building, and at worst we'll all perish together. People in the room were still cursing loudly. Li Yong looked at Wu Heng in horror, and the latter shook his head slightly. He had asked Xiao Xiao to check. In addition to Chen Jinlong, there were 3 women in the room. There was absolutely no explosives. Moreover, it was a sudden attack, and they had no time to place explosives. Boom, boom, boom. The big guy and the second guy took turns hitting the security door. The huge force made the whole building tremble constantly. The dent on the door became bigger and bigger, and it became more and more broken. Boom! The security door was suddenly knocked open, and the big guy rushed directly into the room. Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Chen Jinlong held a shotgun and fired 2 shots in succession. The bullets hit the big guy's armor, forming a honeycomb-like dent. The power of the shotgun still made the big guy retreat 2 or 3 steps, and he fell directly to the ground. But soon, the big guy stood up again. In the room, Chen Jinlong looked at the dense skeletons blocking the outside. Fuck, I'll come back sooner or later to kill you. With a curse, he pulled up a woman who was squatting in the corner with her head in her hands. He grabbed the woman's neck with one hand and jumped directly from the window. The woman's face was full of fear. In the air, Chen Jinlong's body began to change. His skin turned red and bloodshot, and the excess fat seemed to be burning, revealing his sharp muscle lines. Bang! Chen Jinlong curled up and fell on the woman's body. Then, he staggered to his feet and limped out. He really awakened his superpowers. Wu Heng was a little surprised. Chapter 123. Small City. Before, when asking the dead bodies in the prison, one of the bodies mentioned that Chen Jinlong might have awakened his special ability. At that time, Wu Heng still doubted the authenticity of this information. After all, he himself had taken the corpse core, and the effect was not significant, but the side effects were very obvious. If there is no antidote, the probability of virus infection is extremely high. On the contrary, awakening special ability, it all depends on luck. But the ability shown by Chen Jinlong, it is obvious that he has awakened his special ability. His luck and cruelty are indeed more suitable for this end of the world. Kill him! Seeing Chen Jinlong jump from the window, Wu Heng said directly. Ba Wudong took a step forward and jumped down with him. At the same time, the big-headed skeleton controlled the skeleton warriors outside and began to surround Chen Jinlong's position. He had no intention of letting him go before, and now it was even more impossible for him to escape. A large number of skeletons came closer from all directions. Chen Jinlong's face became even uglier. Changing his position, he fled to the position where there were few skeletons. But after running a few steps, The skeleton seemed to know what he was thinking and blocked him in front. More skeletons holding kitchen knives moved forward step by step. They surrounded him in the middle and narrowed the encirclement little by little. Fuck. What the hell is this monster? Chen Jinlong continued to curse. Bang. The shotgun hanging on his back was thrown in front of him. And he fired 2 shots in front of him, instantly smashing the 2 skeletons. The sound of gunfire also acted as a signal. All the skeletons started to charge. The bones creaked. Fuck. Chen Jinlong cursed again and smashed the gun at a skeleton. He kicked his feet. Like a swift cheetah, he quickly rushed into the weak position of the skeleton group. He kept swinging his fists and knocked several skeletons to the ground one after another. It can be seen that Chen Jinlong still has a certain fighting skills, and his fighting awareness should be strengthened. After a short fight, all the surrounding skeletons were knocked down. It is also something that ordinary people can do. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis rose from his heart. Chen Jinlong subconsciously lowered his body and moved half a step to the right. A fist with iron-gray bones passed by his ear. The wind whistled. Master. Bang. Chen Jinlong had just thought of this in his mind, when the second punch had already landed on his abdomen. Puff, blood mixed with bile, spurted out of his mouth. His body flew backwards instantly, knocking down a group of skeletons behind him. Seeing countless kitchen knives falling on his head, he quickly rolled to avoid them. Seeing the iron-gray skeletons rushing again, Chen Jinlong gritted his teeth and drilled into the middle of the kitchen knife skeletons behind him. He planned to force his way out. Bang! At this time, Wu Heng led his men over. Seeing Chen Jinlong breaking through, he fired 2 shots at the group of skeletons. The bullets passed through the hollow skeletons and hit Chen Jinlong's body. Blood splattered, and 2 blood holes appeared on his chest. Chen Jinlong looked at him fiercely, and the red threads on his body became denser. At the wound pierced by the bullet, the muscles squirmed, which slowed down the bleeding. Kill him, Wu Heng continued. Boom, boom, boom. The big guy and the second guy lowered their heads and rushed forward. The skeleton group in front of them instantly made way. With a bang, the big guy knocked Chen Jinlong out and fell to the ground. Then, the big guy and the second guy followed closely, without waiting to get up, and smashed down with their fists wearing iron gloves. Like a pile driver. It made a bang. Let's talk. Ahem. Talk. I did something wrong. I give in. I give in. Let me go. This time, Chen Jinlong was still shouting, trying to communicate with Wu Heng. But no one responded. He did not stand up again. Soon, amidst the sound of hammering, the experience prompt appeared. It proved that Chen Jinlong was dead. Wu Heng asked the big guy and the second guy to stop. If they continued to beat them, they would become mud, and the skeletons could not be summoned. Let the skeletons clean up the battlefield, and all those holding weapons, all killed. Wu Heng gave the order directly. Crash! The surrounding skeletons dispersed again, spreading throughout the prison area. They began to carry the bodies, while looting the scattered guns and ammunition around. Chen Jinlong was dead, and the entire prison had been captured. The remaining people who were hiding would be found by the skeletons sooner or later. As long as the sound of fighting was heard, they would be besieged by the skeletons. The skeletons dispersed. Wu Heng walked back to the building where Chen Jinlong was before. From a distance, he saw Li Yong standing downstairs, with a woman lying on the ground in front of her. Can she still be saved? Li Yong asked. The woman was brought down from the 4th floor by Chen Jinlong, acting as a cushion to cushion the impact. His chest collapsed, and blood kept coming out of his mouth and nose. He looked like he was dead. He was probably in his 20s, and looked quite young. Dark red whip marks could be seen on his exposed skin. He had suffered a lot when he was alive. He kept vomiting blood, lying on his back on the ground. Looking at the two of them, he had no fear of the skeletons around him, and his eyes showed powerlessness, confusion, and a sense of relief. Many emotions were contained in his eyes, silent and complex. Wu Heng came over and gently touched the collapsed chest. The injury was too serious. I'm afraid that the ribs had pierced into the internal organs. Even in the modern times, it would be difficult for her to survive. Wu Heng sighed, still a little reluctant, took out the healing potion, and said, drink the potion? It depends on you whether you can survive. He opened her mouth and poured the potion into her mouth. The woman spit out blood while trying to swallow it. It seems that she doesn't want to die either. Give her a room, and see if she can hold out until dawn. Wu Heng said. Li Yong nodded. And let the skeleton carry her. And found a room on the first floor. And settled down. The sky gradually brightened. The skeleton wearing leather armor and holding a rifle took over the position of the wall. Standing on the top of the wall like a sculpture. Motionless. With its empty eye sockets facing forward. The whole prison was still quiet. When cleaning the battlefield, gunshots were heard again in several places. But they stopped soon. The corpses, along with the weapons, were dragged here. On the open space on the cement floor, there were many corpses piled up, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Wu Heng first set his sights on Chen Jinlong's corpse. Directly released bone service. The necromancy magic wrapped the corpse, and the flesh and blood fell off, revealing the white bones. Skeleton warrior, level 7. Level 7. Attributes: Constitution 17, Strength 16, Agility 14, Intelligence 12, Perception 11, Charisma 5. Features: Hollow skeleton, basic soul. Expertise: Combat expertise, basic. Equipment expertise, basic. Ability: Explosive potential. Explosive potential: explosively enhance the body, improve physical condition, and reduce pain and negative effects that affect oneself. Chen Jinlong's attributes seem a bit ordinary. Level 7 is the same level as Bassin. On the attribute panel, however, it is much simpler. Except for the higher attribute values, there is nothing special about it. But it also conforms to the characteristics of people in this world. And there is a burst potential in his ability, which should be his ability to suddenly burst out with combat power. This ability seems to be able to temporarily improve combat power. It seems to be quite useful. From now on, you will still be called Chen Jinlong. Go aside first, Wu Heng said. Chen Jinlong, who had turned into a skeleton, walked out of the rotten flesh and stood aside. Wu Heng took out an iron rod and searched among the fallen pieces of flesh. There was no corpse core. It seemed that the death of a superpower would not drop anything like a corpse core. It was not a pity. If a superpower had a corpse core, it would be a bit scary. After transforming Chen Jinlong, Wu Heng continued to use Dead Corpse Battlefield to transform all the remaining corpses into skeletons. There were not many corpses. Less than 100 in total. And they were all transformed at once. And through the talk with the dead, it seems that there are only more than 100 people in the prison. I'm afraid that after this time, there won't be many left. In a room similar to an office, Wu Heng found a layout map of the prison. The entire prison can be divided into 3 areas. The criminal area, the police area, and the functional area. The criminal area includes the cell building, the confinement room, the restaurant, the medical room, the library, the cultural and sports activity room, and the labor reform room. The police area is all office rooms, dormitory rooms, and gun and ammunition depots. Functional areas are garages, warehouses, generator rooms, transformer distribution rooms, boiler rooms, water pump rooms, and other buildings. Looking at this layout plan, Wu Heng was a little surprised. The environment in this prison felt better than his previous living conditions. Is everything so complete? It also has its own generator room, water pump room, and so on. It's like an independent small city. No wonder the searchlights are on here. Wu Heng took a look and confirmed the location of the armory. With the skeleton, he walked over directly. The ammunition depot had been destroyed, and an old-fashioned lock was replaced at the door. After letting the skeleton break it with a fire axe, he entered the room. After opening the weapon cabinet, Wu Heng's eyes gradually widened. In the weapon cabinet, there were more than 200 rifles and submachine guns left, including those collected from outside. There were more than 500 in total. This time, it really wasn't in vain. He put away all the guns and continued to go to the ammunition depot with the skeleton. He also broke the door lock and entered the room. Boxes of ammunition were stacked against the wall, and the height was half a person. After Wu Heng opened it, his face showed a look of joy that could not be concealed. These were enough to use for a while. Chapter 124, Life-Sustaining Technique. After clearing out the 2 rooms, Wu Heng returned to the dormitory. As soon as he returned, he saw Li Yong standing at the door waiting for him. He said, "We found 27 survivors, 22 women, 5 men. In the prison, there are only a few survivors left. Moreover, most of the men should have been killed last night, leaving only some women who did not participate in the war. Among these people, are there any men of Chen Jinlong? It's not certain yet." Let the women rescued from the room yesterday identify them. If they are prisoners, kill them if they have harmed anyone, to avoid any problems. Wu Heng said directly. Okay. No one wants to have a few unstable factors in their team. Wu Heng nodded and continued. I plan to use this place as a base. What do you think? Li Yang was not too surprised. Just now, I took a tour of the prison. All areas are fully equipped, water and electricity are also available. For the current end of the world, it is a treasure land. It's just that Chen Jinlong and his team didn't manage it well. It turned into a bandit's nest. I think it's okay, but it's a bit far from the residential area, and it will take some time to search for supplies. Li Yang continued. This place is a bit far from the residential area. We can't walk around the nearby houses to search for some resources like before. Of course, it's also safer here, and there's less chance of facing a zombie tide. Even if there's any danger, the walls and machine guns can provide better defense. You can drive to search, these are not a problem. Well, I have no objection, I'll listen to you. Li Yang continued, looking like she was willing to follow your instructions. Then it's settled, and we'll gradually move the resources of the auto repair shop here. Li Yang nodded, indicating that she understood. At this time, Jiangzi's voice came from the intercom. The convoy arrived at the prison gate. Go and pick them up, and then you count the resources in the prison. Okay. Li Yang left and ran towards the gate. Soon, the gate opened, and the convoy drove in directly. Then, Jiangzi, Jia Zheng and others got off the car, looking around in surprise. It was already daybreak, but the searchlight was still on. It was actually able to power such a facility, which was much better than their small generator. He said something in surprise. Wu Heng entered a room and asked several skeletons to guard outside. He used the bronze key to open the door, and went directly to Rentam City. He had breakfast at the tavern at the door. Wu Heng went directly to the association. He entered the lounge, and saw the Orc Duke sitting there again. Captain, you are here. Wu Heng nodded. Is anyone looking for me? The deacon came to distribute tasks yesterday, but you were not there, so I was alone. And the deacon left. Duke said. Another assignment? This city of Rentam is quite busy. I wasn't here. Did the deacon say anything? Wu Heng sat down on the side. I said you were investigating the wanted criminal, and the deacon left. After Duke finished speaking, he asked, Captain, do you have any clues about the wanted criminal? No, do you have any clues? Wu Heng asked back. Duke scratched his head, and said, I did find out one, but it's not a clue, everyone else knows it. A clue that everyone knows. What clue? Wu Heng asked. Oh, there's a group of robbers on the trade route. They often wander around the trade route, and hijack caravans and people. The leaders and backbones of this gang of robbers are wanted criminals, and the bounty is increasing every year, and the caravans hate them to death, Duke said. In fact, according to Wu Heng's thinking, gangs or mercenaries, and robbers are not much different. Some robberies outside are done by mercenaries. It depends on whether anyone finds them and produces effective evidence. They are directly put on the wanted list, and they rob in a fixed area. This is considered to be occupying the mountain as the king, and it is done openly. No one went to wipe them out. I heard that someone went, but the other party was quite strong, and they never did anything to them. Wu Heng nodded, and continued, well, we should have an idea of this target in mind first, and then continue to collect intelligence, and see if there are any other clues. Okay. Duke nodded. The two chatted for a while, and then left the association again. Duke went to investigate the wanted criminal, and Wu Heng went directly to the Snake Emblem Consortium opposite. After entering the lobby of the consortium, he showed his coat of arms. He was invited to a separate room. After a while, the door opened. The charming female manager, who had received him before, pushed the door open and walked in. Good afternoon. Guest. The woman smiled brightly. The long skirt had a low neckline, revealing a large area of white and plump breasts. Good afternoon. Wu Heng nodded, and said directly, Is there any news about the commission I issued last time? I'll have someone check it out. The other party took his coat of arms and arranged someone to check the commission information. Soon, someone pushed the door open and walked in, bringing a wooden box and the emblem to take away. It seems there is a result. The woman took the commission and looked at it, and continued, In the commission you posted, a total of 2 books of skills of the necromancy system were collected, and there is no result for the construction of the array pattern building of the boneyard. Wu Heng was delighted, and the action here was really fast. 2 books were collected directly. he said directly. Well, it's quite efficient. 2 skill books were delivered. Life support. Pathogenic Ray. I have not learned either of these 2 books. But Pathogenic Ray appeared in the skills of the skeleton ghost woman that I transformed. It should not be considered a high-level magic. Life support. Description. Touch a dying living creature and temporarily stabilize the creature's injuries. This spell is ineffective against undead creatures and mechanical life and dead life forms. Wu Hung glanced at the skill introduction and frowned. Who says that necromancers only know how to study the spells of the underworld? This is very positive. Type. It can also be regarded as an auxiliary spell. When teammates or other creatures are seriously injured and dying, it can help them maintain their injuries for a short time and buy time for treatment. This can play a key role at any time. But maintenance is only temporary. The injuries still need to be treated. If they cannot be effectively treated, they will still die after the spell. Pathogenic Ray. Description. Shoots out a black energy ray, which makes the target enter a poison state and has a chance to trigger old diseases. The second skill is back to the characteristics of the undead. A skill that poisons people and has a chance to trigger old diseases. This skill is not about how lethal it is, but it mainly targets a disgusting person. If 2 sides go to war, one skill will cause a stomachache, and the combat effectiveness can be reduced by more than half. On-site spraying will also affect morale. How do you feel, sir? The woman sat down, and her white and tender calves were under her skirt. Not bad. These 2 skill books, 45 silver coins for life-sustaining skills and 77 silver coins for pathogenic rays, can be deducted from the previous deposit. The woman continued. No, I will pay you directly. The deposit will remain there. Please continue to collect the corresponding skill books for me. Okay, guest. The woman smiled and nodded. Then, she called the staff and began to fill out the power of attorney again. She continued to chat with Wu Hung. My name is Leisha. What should I call you? Guest? The woman changed her sitting position, revealing her slender thighs. Wu Hung. Nice to meet you. Mr. Wu Hung. Me too. Sooner or later, he would know his identity as the captain of the association. If he was secretive, he would appear to distrust the other party. Moreover, with the ability of the Snake Emblem group, perhaps they already knew his identity. It was just a matter of someone telling them. Does your group have a channel to buy shops in the lower city? Wu Hung suddenly thought of this and continued to ask. The woman raised her eyebrows. She looked at the other party curiously. Answer, of course. We have some shops in our hands. Do you want to open a shop? Chapter 125. Take care of yourself. When Wu Hung heard that the Snake Emblem Consortium also had a business of shops, he was not surprised. Real estate is a very important investment project in any city. Since the Snake Emblem Consortium has a legal status in the city, it is impossible not to get involved. He himself did have the idea of opening a shop. However, it was still too troublesome to contact shops and deal with local businessmen. If there was an organization like the consortium to cooperate with, many troubles would be avoided. The price may be higher than that of a private contact, but it won't be too much higher. After all, when doing business, there is no need to be too exaggerated. Where is the location? Wu Hung continued to ask. Wait a minute. The woman turned around and said a few words to the staff outside. Soon someone brought in a map. The woman bent down, spread the map on the coffee table, and pointed at several locations on the map with her white fingers, saying, These are all stores under our name. You can see which one is suitable for you. The map is a topographic map of the city of Rentam, including the inner city and the outer city. The outer city is divided into 4 areas: southeast, northwest, northeast, and northeast. Each area has its own shops. The number is not large, but it is enough for me to choose. Wu Hung took a look and continued to ask, How is the rent calculated? The main street location is between 2,300 and 3,500 silver coins. The shops on the edge streets are cheaper, about 1,700 to 2,000. Wu Hung nodded. The price was not much different from what he knew, but slightly higher by 100 or 200 silver coins. But it is also within the acceptable range. How to deal with the gang problem? Wu Hung glanced at the map again. You don't have to worry about this. Your store still belongs to the consortium. We have our own agreement with the local gangs. No matter how chaotic they are, they will not interfere with your normal business. The woman continued to explain. Wu Hung nodded. I am quite satisfied with these. It is also the fastest way to open a store. In fact, I feel a little ridiculous when I think about it. As the captain of an association, I feel that the consortium is easier to handle. As long as you have money, most problems are not a problem. Seeing that the other party was quite satisfied, the woman said directly, if you decide now, we can arrange for someone to clean up the store. Wu Heng shook his head. Not yet. Wait a few days. Sure. Come over then, and I will choose a suitable store for you. Soon. The staff on the side also wrote a new commission to purchase skill books. The emblem was handed back to Wu Heng. After chatting with the woman for a few more words, he left the consortium and headed for his residence. He returned to his residence. He simply ate some instant noodles and snacks. Then he went straight into the study. For skeleton ghosts were flipping through the skill book. Wu Heng picked up the book in one of the ghost's hands and took a look. It was the one he had read before. Is it so difficult? 2 or 3 days have passed. Why haven't the skills been unlocked yet? Could it be that he can't learn it at all? He began to doubt it. According to the Book of the Dead, summoned creatures can learn necromancy spells. It shouldn't have no effect at all. Is it because the witch's intelligence is too low, and it needs more time? I can't figure it out, but there is no way. I can only let them learn it first. It won't be of any use for the time being. I returned the skill book to the witch, and sat down at the desk, and took out the 2 skill books I got today. I also started flipping through them. Sick Ray is a more traditional necromancy spell, and the principle is somewhat similar to the weakness ray I learned before. It uses necromancy magic to affect the target's physical condition. According to the game, it is to release a negative buff to the opponent, to reduce physical attributes. I quickly read it again from the beginning, and flipped to the last page. The system prompt appeared immediately. Unlock skill, Pathogenic Ray. I am still faster. If I were really like the ghost woman, who couldn't research a skill for several days, I would have given up long ago and concentrated on increasing the number of skeletons. I continued to open the second book and started flipping through it. Life maintenance in necromancy. It should be relatively rare. At least there is no record of this skill in the Book of the Dead. Necromancer is more inclined towards the 2 directions of dead servant and disease. In other words, it is more like the summoner in the original game, where the frontal battle is carried out by skeletons or corpses, and the mage releases some negative influence skills from the back. And this life-sustaining technique is more like a logistical medical skill. Necromancers have been in contact with corpses and ghosts for many years, and are used to the end of life. I rarely pay attention to the life and death of others. It is rare to study such obvious rescue skills. Unlock skills. Life-sustaining skills. The 2 skills I got are all unlocked. Learning skills is not difficult at all. Wu Heng put the 2 skill books on the bookshelf at the back. Continued to say to the skeleton ghost woman, after learning the skills, pick other skill books from the bookshelf to learn. After saying that, I walked out of the study, and went directly to the zombie world through the bedroom door. The vision was restored. Wu Heng has appeared in a dormitory in the prison. According to the division on the layout map, this is the warden's room, which is quite spacious, with a bedroom and a living room. It is more like a small suite in a hotel. Wu Heng walked out of the room with the skeleton, and went straight downstairs. When he walked out of the corridor, he saw Li Yang standing not far away, gesturing and explaining something to Qiangzi and others. Wu Heng walked over. How is it? Qiangzi and others greeted, and then went to work. Li Yang said directly, nothing, the new survivors in the prison have settled down. During the day, let Qiangzi and others repair the iron gate and the damaged wire mesh. There is no problem at all. Wu Heng was still very satisfied with Li Yang's efficiency. She is the kind of person who, if you give her a task today, will do it immediately, and will see results soon. Yes. Wu Heng nodded. I charged my iPad. There are a few movies in it. You can show it to Xiao Xiao. She always wants to watch TV. Li Yang said directly. After a long time of contact, they are not so afraid of each other. Sometimes, women are more delicate. She remembers what Xiao Xiao always talks about. Where did you find it? It's the room where Chen Jinlong imprisoned women. There are also a few mobile phones. They have enough electricity here. They all have electricity. They can play some built-in games or something. Yes. Okay. I thank you on behalf of Xiao Xiao. Wu Heng took it. Why thank me? This is all yours, and we will let you protect us in the future. Li Yang said, and then said, I'll take you around inside. Let's go! Li Yang took him around the prison. This is indeed a good place. with a wide area and complete supporting facilities. There is especially a labor reform workshop, which has hundreds of sewing machines. What is this used for? Wu Heng asked. I heard that when the prison was still there, it was used to make clothes for prisoners, but now it has become a warehouse. Li Yong said. The whole workshop was full of miscellaneous items. Under the current situation, there was no need to produce any clothes. The main thing was food and supplies. Even if they needed clothes, they could just grab some from the shops. The two of them walked around and returned to the front of the building. Wu Heng continued, fill up the gas in the car. We'll go back in the next 2 days and bring the remaining people and equipment here. Okay. It was late at night, and Wu Heng returned to his residence. He tuned a movie for Xiao Xiao and continued to practice sword in the living room. The next day, in the morning, Wu Heng went to the association. On the way to the lounge, a staff member shouted, Captain Wu Heng, here is your letter. Thank you. Wu Heng took 2 letters. Needless to say, it was known that the letters from Blackstone Town were sent back. But I sent out 3 letters, I don't know who didn't reply to me. Go directly to the lounge, there was no one in the room, Duke was not here today. Wu Heng sat down and took the letter in his hand. Pick up the first letter alone, feeling that the weight was a little wrong, cut open the wax seal, and gently poured it on the palm of his hand, and saw a gold coin fall out. Wu Heng frowned. What's going on? Why did they send money? Such a generous gift. He immediately picked up the letter and read it. The handwriting was delicate and neat, the strokes were light, a woman's handwriting, and she had a strong writing foundation. Who is this? How could I know someone who writes so well? Keep reading. Captain Wu Heng, I have received the letter you sent. Congratulations on becoming the captain. Everything is fine in Blackstone Town. The public security in the city has begun to stabilize, and the work pressure is not as heavy as before. Wu Heng frowned. Who is this? He spoke in an official tone. Did I send it to the wrong person? Continue reading. Not long after you left, I went to the crowded area twice in person. 2 new security booths were added there. It is not as chaotic as before. Residents of the crowded area all think that you have changed this place. I heard that they are raising money to build a statue for you. Team 4, reassigned team members, Captain Oddluck and others captured several mercenaries who committed crimes. It is not difficult to earn some bounties, but it is a bit difficult to gain merit. Yuri often thinks of you. Write her a letter next time. She should be very happy. Everything is fine here. Don't worry. Wait a few days to settle down. I will take Yuri to see you there. Take care of yourself. Wu Heng widened his eyes. A little unbelievable. Seeing the ending, he had guessed who was the one who replied to him. Blackstone Town Deacon Slater. A mature woman like a peach. It seems that he didn't write to her. Why is the tone of replying to him? Wu Heng frowned and thought for a while, and soon figured it out. It might be that the letter he wrote to Yuri was delivered to Slater. Then, Wu Heng looked at the gold coins in the envelope. What does this money mean? What does it mean to take care of yourself? Chapter 126. Killing someone is no big deal. Wu Heng picked up the letter and looked at the content again. The first half introduced the situation in Blackstone Town, while the second half showed some tentative concern. Damn, Slater is not testing me. If the other party is Slater, it seems that I will not suffer any loss. First fold the letter and put it aside. Continue to open the second letter. The handwriting of the second letter is much rougher. Obviously it is written by Captain Outlook to himself. Mainly talked about the things in the city. Also, I confirmed my relationship with the captain of the second team. To Lisa. Actually, everyone knew about this matter, only Outlook thought it was well kept secret. He also told Wu Heng about it. Wu Heng took out new letter paper from the drawer. This time, in addition to writing back to the two, I also wrote another letter to Yuri. I told Yuri again about my record of killing ghost woman and bloodthirsty pervert, as well as some local delicious food. If she has a chance to come, invite her to eat delicious food every day is different. The second letter, reply to Outlook, congratulates him on finding love. Please inform me when you get married, so that I can send my blessing. The third letter to Slater is a bit bolder. After writing some recent events to make up the word count, then directly write at the end, I want to see you as soon as possible, and hope to bring forward the plan to come. As for the previous letter to Kavina, she has just been transferred to another town. Maybe she hasn't settled down yet. It's normal to reply late. Put the 3 letters into the envelope, this time write the recipient, to avoid sending them to the wrong address again. After stamping the wax seal, Send them directly to the front desk. On the other side. In the outer city, in a dim room. The door opened, and a cloaked figure walked in. The whole body was wrapped tightly, only a pair of narrow and slender eyes were exposed on the face. Walked in slowly, and sat down at the table. In the shadow opposite, there was also a figure sitting, looking at him, and said, "Fisher, you are the captain of the association. When did you become so sneaky?" The man took off his scarf, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Said, "I came to see you. Of course, I have to be careful." "Ha ha." The strong man on the opposite side laughed. "The captain of your association is not welcome here, if it gets out. People will gossip about it. Look, I'm pretending to be good for both you and me." The strong man looked at him coldly, and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do here? If you want to get information, then you can go back." Fisher shook his neck and glanced at the other people in the room. The strong man also took a look and said, "You guys go out first. No one else is allowed to come in." Several younger brothers retreated outside at the same time. There were only 2 people left in the room. "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me what you want to say," Fisher said directly. "I came here to ask you to kill someone. I didn't think it was a big deal. Why are you making the killing so mysterious?" The man took a sip from the wine glass on the table and continued. "Who to kill? Tell me." A newly transferred captain of the association. The hand holding the wine glass paused, frowning and staring at the other person. "Captain of the association? This is not a good job. The association is a behemoth, and local gangs basically dare not provoke it. Killing someone in the association will definitely result in a wanted warrant, and there will be no place to hide in the world. You will be hunted for the rest of your life." Bang! Bang! 2 bags of money were thrown on the table in succession. "The deposit is 200 silver coins. After the task is completed, I will give you another 400 silver coins. Do it secretly so that no one knows what you did. Then you can go out of the city and hide for a while," Fisher said. 600 silver coins. On the wanted list. It is also a very high price. The man squinted at him and continued. "What is his strength? How many people are around him?" "A newcomer who has just been transferred here. There are 2 servants around him. This is where he lives." There was a little silence. The man put away his money bag. "Okay. I'll take the job." Fisher grabbed his hand holding the money. "Kill. Don't leave him alive. We are not safe if he is alive." "Nonsense. We never leave anyone alive. The best." Fisher let go of the other's hand, wrapped himself tightly again, and left the room. Delivered the letter to the front desk. Wu Hung was about to leave when he was stopped by the staff. "Captain Wu Hung, the deacon wants you to come over." Wu Hung nodded and went directly to the deacon's study. After knocking on the door, he pushed it open and went in. "Deacon, you're looking for me," Wu Hung said. The deacon was looking at the documents in his hand, nodded, and said, "What has your 12th team been busy with recently?" "Investigating wanted criminals." "Any clues?" "There are some clues, and we are still investigating." The deacon looked at him and continued to ask, "Which wanted criminal are you investigating? What clues do you have? Tell me about it," Wu Hung said directly. "The ghosts on the bounty order are preparing for a gathering, and they plan to lure some caravans along the way." The deacon was a little surprised by Wu Hang's answer. Unexpectedly, they are really investigating wanted criminals. He did not continue to ask, and handed him a file and said, "Put aside the matter of the witch for now, and leave this matter to you. Go and confirm the authenticity of the information." Wu Hung glanced at it. The task was to confirm the information. He did not wait to read the content above. The deacon continued, "Received information. A wanted criminal appeared in an abandoned manor outside the city. Your team is small. Go and confirm the authenticity of the information, and come back to tell us." "A wanted criminal? Not sure. They have gathered some people. Remember not to take risks. Your task is to confirm the information." "Okay. Then I will go downstairs to prepare, and I will leave immediately." "Well, go." Wu Hung left the room and went directly back to the lounge. Let the staff go to Duke's home to find him. Soon, Duke came in carrying a battle axe and eating a scone. "Captain, you're looking for me," Duke said, spraying scones. "There's a mission. I have to go out of the city. Do you have anything to prepare?" Wu Hung asked. "No. I'm ready to come." "Well, go register and get a carriage. Let's go now." "Oh, okay, Captain." Soon, Duke prepared the association's carriage and rushed out of the city together. The carriage sped along. Gradually, it was far away from the city. Duke drove the carriage and listened to Wu Heng's description of the mission. Captain, that manor has been abandoned for a long time. Some people used to go there to dismantle some ironware and bring it back. But no one has come here for a long time. Oh, why is it abandoned? I heard that. The original owner of the manor and his family were killed, and the house was burned down by a fire. And it was abandoned. Duke said directly. It's quite tragic. Yeah. In the afternoon, the carriage arrived near the manor. After the carriage was set up, the two walked through the woods. After walking for a while, they saw the abandoned manor built in the middle of the jungle. The 4-meter-high wall was covered with thick vines, and the stone fortress in the center was half collapsed, and the remaining half was also covered with vines and moss. In the weed-covered courtyard and the collapsed interior of the stone fortress, you can see orcs standing guard. It doesn't look like an ordinary wanted crimo. Captain, there is really someone. The information is true. Chapter 127, so accurate. The two of them, and the two skeletons squatted in the bushes, watching the orcs in the abandoned manor from afar. Captain, are they them? Duke asked. It should be. This place is only a few hours away from Ratam City. A normal caravan or mercenary group would never camp at this location. They also acted very cautiously and alertly. In addition, the orcs were tall, and they looked like a group of bandits standing there. It seems that there are not many people. Why don't we kill them? Duke whispered, and grabbed a thin green snake from a branch on the side with his backhand, crushed its head, coiled it into a circle, and put it in the bag. Wu Heng watched him coil the snake, and didn't say much. Now that he has encountered more things, he is no longer afraid of the things he was afraid of before. Wait a minute, and observe for a while. Their mission is to confirm the authenticity of the intelligence. Now they can go back and report. And then, they will arrange other teams. Or transfer more people to kill. But Wu Heng also feels a little troublesome. His team really has no tasks these days. And the deacon may find a reason to arrange new tasks after returning. Crouching in the bushes, and waiting for a while, Xiao Xiao, who was in stealth mode, flew back from the opposite side. Drilling directly into the body, the scene in the stone fortress appeared in his mind. In the half-preserved room inside the stone fortress, 6 tall orcs were crowded. They put their heavy armor aside, leaning against the wall and whispering something. In the open space in the middle, a fire and an iron pot were set up, and some animal meat was stewed inside. The sight continued to change. Xiao Xiao flew directly to the 3rd floor. On the collapsed open-air platform on the 3rd floor, a female orc with a sturdy figure was on guard outside. There was a heavy crossbow in the corner. Including the one on the lookout in the courtyard, there were 8 orcs in total. It was a small group. Moreover, someone was already arranging the leather beds, and it looked like they were going to spend the night here. There were 8 orcs in total. The one on the 3rd floor was a crossbowman. Wu Heng told the situation to those who knew. Duke slapped the bugs that had landed on him, and said, "Should we rush out? It's a bit risky to rush out directly. It's better to have a way to sneak attack." How to sneak attack? While the two were talking, inside the manor, something suddenly happened. 5 orcs came out of the stone fort with weapons in hand, and shouted something to each other. One of them pointed to the hiding place of Wu Heng and Duke. "Damn, we've been discovered." Wu Heng cursed. Many professionals have the means of reconnaissance and vigilance. It was obvious that the whereabouts of several of them had been discovered by the other party. Before Wu Heng could decide whether to flee or kill, whoosh, the sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. A crossbow arrow rushed over. Dang, a crisp sound. It hit the side of Duke's helmet directly, sparks flew everywhere, and the crossbow arrow was bounced to the side. Duke was forced to sit on the ground by the huge inertia. He touched the din on his helmet in fear, still in shock. "Captain, I almost died." "Keep your body low, don't show your head," Wu Heng said. Duke lay on the ground and moved the position. Whoosh! The second sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the crossbow arrow flew towards the chest of Bodong. Bodong grabbed the flying crossbow arrow, threw it aside, and penetrated the tree trunk. So accurate, Wu Heng was a little surprised. At the same time, he quickly took out a poisonous fog mine and lit it, and threw it directly in front. Bang! The poisonous fog mine exploded, and the thick red smoke covered the entire area, blocking the sight of the two sides. The orcs on the opposite side immediately shouted loudly, "Damn reptiles! Hiding! Quick! Rush over! Don't let them run away! Kill them!" Otherwise we have to change places. The orc shouted loudly, thinking that releasing smoke meant running away. He quickened his pace, wading through the grass and rushing over. Wu Hung listened to the distance he moved and said directly, "Kill them. No need to save bullets." Bassin and Bodong stood up, raised their rifles, and pulled the trigger towards the front. The skeleton's vision was not affected by the smoke, and it could accurately lock the position. Bang, bang, bang. Dense bullets whizzed out, penetrated the smoke, and shot forward. The orc shouts were covered by the gunshots, and at the same time startled the flocks of birds in the forest. Dang dang. Puff. The orc's plate armor still played a little role. The edge position changed the trajectory of the bullet, but in more positions, the bullet directly penetrated the plate armor and shot into the body of the orc. And some orcs did not even wear armor at all and were shot into sieves. After a short gunshot, the area became quiet again, only painful groans came from the bushes. Forward. Wu Heng's voice came from the gas mask. Putting one hand on Bassin's shoulder, he began to move through the smoke, passing the orc area, shooting the orcs who were not dead. Quickly penetrated the smoke and approached the manor's courtyard wall. The moment he rushed out, with a whoosh, another crossbow arrow shot over, quickly dodged against the wall. Then, Wu Hung raised his hand and aimed at the third floor, releasing fireball. The scorching fireball flew upstairs, hitting the wall with a bang, scattering large pieces of flowing flames. It set the third floor on fire, and forced the crossbow archer back. Inside the manor, the remaining two orcs walked out of the stone fortress. He looked around vigilantly. "Kill them," Wu Hung continued. Gunshots rang out again, shooting at the orcs who walked out. One fell to the ground in fear, and the other held a broad-faced battle axe across his chest, acting as a shield. Bullets shot at it, without causing much impact. "Bodong, go kill this orc Basin. Go to the third floor, and kill the crossbowman," Wu Hung quickly ordered. Bodong rushed towards the orc holding the battle axe, and Basin changed his angle, and quickly ran to the third floor from the ruins on one side. Wu Hung fired 2 shots, restricting the orc holding the axe, while releasing Weakening Ray and Disease Ray one after another. The 2 rays hit the orc's body directly. The posture of holding the battle axe clearly sank. At this time, Bodong also rushed forward and punched. The orc roared, hit stronger again, swung the battle axe, and chopped it down on the head. Bodong dodged, and punched left and right, hitting the ribs and lower back. The 2 tangled together. At this time, Duke also ran out, coughing and rubbing his eyes. His eyes were full of bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. He shook his head vigorously, raised his battle axe, and rushed towards the orc opposite him. He immediately joined the battle, 2 against 1, and the other side hastily dealt with it, retreating again and again. Bang! Wu Hung saw the right moment, fired 2 shots in a row, and hit the other side's thigh. The orc slumped down in pain, and Ba Wudong jumped up and punched the orc's neck. With a crack, his head fell backward strangely. Experience plus 21. Your level has been raised to level 6. Intelligence plus 1. Charisma plus 1. Summon Skeleton Boxer. Experience plus 2. It has been upgraded. Wu Hung was a little surprised. I haven't really paid much attention to experience recently, but it's full. Puff. At this time, Duke swung his battle axe and directly cut off the opponent's neck. The head rolled to the side, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Bodong, go upstairs and see if you and Bassin have killed the crossbowman, Wu Hung continued. Bodong ran upstairs again. The sound of fighting and cursing could be vaguely heard. Soon, the fighting stopped, and Bassin dragged the body of a female orc down. Duke, are you okay? Wu Hung took off the gas mask and put it away. Duke's eyes were still red. It's okay. It's not that I won't give Duke one. The orc's face shape is quite special, and the fangs protruding outwards, so he can't wear this mask. Is your head okay? Duke touched the dented part of the shot. The helmet needs to be repaired. It's good that you're okay. Go and move the bodies in the bushes. Okay. The smoke gradually dissipated. Duke walked over quickly and began to drag the bodies. Wu Hung took the skeleton and walked into the stone fort to check the items these people were carrying. Most of the backpacks contained some accompanying items. The biggest gain was that everyone had a purse in their bag, except for 2 of the purses that had more silver coins. The remaining purses each had exactly 120 coins. It looked like they had just divided the spoils. Otherwise the money in the purses could not be the same. When they turned over the last backpack, they found 3 special scrolls in it. Slave contract scroll description, a magic scroll with a slave contract drawn on it. The caster and the contractee form a master-servant relationship. The contract takes effect. The servant cannot have the subjective idea of harming the master. Are these people slave traders? There are many kinds of magic scrolls. The most common ones are some attack magic. This kind of master-servant contract is still relatively rare. I feel that it is not very useful to me. My skeleton is completely loyal. What kind of slaves do I want? Just collect the corpses directly. After thinking about it, he just put it away. Then, he walked out of the stone fort. Duke had already placed all the bodies in the open space in the courtyard. Captain, they are all here. Wu Hung took out a tablet, called up the wanted posters taken from the association, and said, "See who is the wanted criminal." Duke stared with red eyes, looking at the flipping photos in surprise. Chapter 128. Skeleton Guards. In Wu Hang's opinion, most of the orcs look similar. Especially the portrait on the wanted poster, it's even harder to recognize. So, Duke still needs to identify them. Is there a wanted criminal? Wu Hung asked. Yes, the one who was killed last is, Duke said. Wu Hung glanced at the wanted poster, and compared it with the corpse. The hairstyle has changed, but the appearance should be similar. The description on the wanted poster is a level 10 orc warrior. The crime is to attack the caravan and kidnap a wealthy merchant. The reward is 550 silver coins, intermediate item reward. What about the others? There are so many left, are they not wanted criminals? Wu Hung asked. Well, no. Even if the person is extremely evil, if he is not on the wanted list, it belongs to the local security. If it is Blackstone Town, you can also see if the guards have a reward, but in Rentam City, there is no reward at all. At most, it can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. In fact, it is okay, at least in such a short time, I have completed a reward. I can slack off for a few days. Okay, you go and pull the carriage over first, and we'll take the body back. Wu Hung continued. Oh, okay. Duke ran out again to find a carriage. Because he was afraid of alerting the enemy, the carriage was not parked close to the place. Wu Hung watched Duke walk away, and found a broken door in the stone fort. He opened the gate directly, and asked the skeleton to move the body and scattered equipment into the gate. Then, he asked Bodong to carry the body of the wanted criminal and wait by the road. Duke drove the carriage over. Bodong put the body on the carriage. Let's go back. Captain, don't you want the rest of the equipment? It should be worth some money. No. It's too heavy. The carriage can't pull it. Oh. Duke didn't say much, and drove the carriage towards Rentam City. Before closing the city gate, the two entered the city and returned to the association. Duke carried the body into the morgue and performed an autopsy. Wu Hung went directly to the deacon's study. After knocking on the door, he walked in directly. Deacon Gomez glanced at him and said, How is it? Is the information accurate? It can be confirmed that he is a wanted criminal. Gomez's face became serious, and he immediately stood up, putting on armor, and said, Go. Let the rest of the team gather in the hall, and prepare to go out of the city to arrest the wanted criminal. Seeing Gomez in a hurry, Wu Hung didn't know how to start. After Gomez put on the leather armor, he saw that he was still standing there, and urged him, What are you doing standing there? Go quickly. Deacon, there is no need to be so troublesome. What? Did the person run away? Gomez asked. Wu Hung said directly, No. The wanted criminal has been killed, and the body is being autopsied. Gomez paused, frowned and looked at him. Did you kill him? Yes. After confirming that he was a wanted criminal, we solved him. How many of them are there? 8? How about you? 2. 2 against 8? Gomez frowned to confirm. There are also a few of my servants. And it's not easy either. Wu Hung replied. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and an orc staff member walked in with a paper list. He said directly, Deacon, the body said by Team 12 has been identified. It is a level 10 wanted criminal on the wanted list. There is no problem. Gomez coughed lightly. Settle the bounty for Team 12. And choose the mid-level item as a reward. Yes. The staff withdrew. The deacon glanced at him and said, Next time, just say what you want to say. You are hesitating. This armor is very troublesome to wear. Yeah. Gomez began to untie the armor and continued, I asked you to investigate. So you should follow the investigation. Doing so will put you in danger. Wu Heng replied. They have their own means of investigation. We have been discovered. So we can only fight back. Gomez didn't want to say anything more. After hanging the armor back on the display rack, he continued, okay. You go back first. Okay. Wu Heng left the room and returned to the lounge. Duke sat in the room waiting, rubbing his eyes from time to time. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, he immediately said, Captain, they sent the bounty and gave us time to choose the props. Well, divide the bounty and then go home. Ah? What does it mean to go home? It means you can go home. Oh, thank you, Captain. I didn't help much today. Duke felt a little embarrassed. Wu Heng directly handed him a purse. Let's go. Go home. Continue investigating wanted criminals tomorrow. I will have someone notify you if there is a mission. Okay. The two of them left the association and walked towards their respective residences. Returned to their residences, Wu Heng passed through the boundary gate and went directly to the zombie world. Today, he actually gained something. Those orcs didn't seem to be of low level. Walking out of the room, there were a few corpses piled up at the door. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Let the skeleton carry it, and walk out together. As soon as I walked out of the corridor, I found Li Yong standing not far away waiting. When I saw a bunch of strange-looking corpses wearing ancient armor being carried out, I was also stunned. Some of them didn't dare to go forward. After Wu Heng came over, he said, the woman who was taken down by Qin Jinlong is in trouble. She may not be able to hold on for much longer. Let's go and take a look. The two entered the first floor and stopped in front of a room on the first floor. Knocked on the door, and a male doctor in a white coat came out. Doctor? This is Dr. Guanji Guang. He was the doctor on duty at the prison. He stayed in the prison when the zombies broke out. The profession of doctor is very important at any time. Qin Jinlong is a madman. He uses living people to attract zombies. He also needs to take special care of doctors. So, this Dr. Guanji Guang is not in danger. He looks pretty good. Wu Heng asked directly, how is the one inside? The doctor is a middle-aged man. He also knows that the man in front of him is the real power holder here. He is more respectful. He said, the situation is very bad. The sternum is broken. The broken bones have pierced into the internal organs. It is a miracle that he can hold on until now. Can he be saved? He needs surgery. But in the current situation, surgery is not possible. The doctor said directly. What's the problem? Equipment, manpower, all of them do not meet the requirements. Then try it. If you don't try, you will die, and if you die after trying, there is nothing you can do. For the woman inside, it's not that I'm a saint, but it doesn't hurt me. If I can save her, I still want to save her. Now I'm short of people, and I don't want to see a young woman die so miserably here. The doctor still shook his head. It can't be done. The most basic conditions are not met. Just tell me what you lack. Don't waste time. The most important thing is blood supply. Once the operation begins, there is no blood supply, which will speed up her death. The doctor said. Wu Heng frowned and thought for a moment. This is indeed a problem. There are so few people in the prison. Even if there is a matching blood source and blood transfusion equipment, it is uncertain whether the operation can be completed. As long as she is not killed after the operation, it will be fine. Right? Yes. Okay, prepare for the operation. It's not as simple as it sounds. The doctor wanted to persuade him. Wu Heng interrupted directly. Do as I say, go quickly. The doctor sighed and went down to prepare. Wu Heng entered the ward. The woman was lying on the bed with a pale face. Her skin was pale, and she was dying. In fact, the woman didn't look very old. Maybe she had a family, or she might have just started working. Facing the end of the world, she met Qin Jinlong again, which was bad luck for her. Wu Heng walked over, and the woman opened her eyes a little, as if she was looking over. She forced a smile. Wu Heng sat down on one side of the bed, and said, You need surgery, hold on, and you'll be fine after the surgery. The woman blinked, indicating that she understood. About half an hour later, the operation began. When the chest cavity was cut open, blood began to pour out. The doctor held the tools, and was a little unsure of how to start. Wu Heng grabbed the woman's hand, and immediately released life support. The faint magic wrapped the body, and the bleeding stopped instantly, and the organs continued to operate in a strange way. Go on, speed up. The doctor reacted in shock, and began to deal with the broken bones that had pierced the organs, and to perform traction and reduction. The whole process looked difficult. The doctor's sweat beads kept appearing, and the assistant, who was acting as a nurse, kept wiping the sweat. Time passed little by little. He began to suture the wound. He sutured the open chest. After everything was sutured, the doctor immediately checked the woman's condition. "She's still alive." Wu Heng nodded, took out a bottle of medicine, took away the oxygen, and poured it into her. The doctor wanted to say something, but held it back. After confirming that there was no danger, Wu Heng asked the others to take care of her, and then walked out of the operating room. "How is it?" Li Yong asked. "She's still alive. The rest depends on her willpower. This is all we can do." "Yes." Li Yong nodded. If it were someone else, even Li Yong would have given up long ago under the current conditions, and with a stranger, she would have a clear conscience. Wu Heng could do this for a stranger. In the words of Qiangzi and the others, she would be the saint of the end of the world, and she would die miserably. But at the same time, he also hoped to see Wu Heng do this. If he was injured, he would definitely do his best to treat himself. At least not worse than the woman in front of him. Li Yong quickly chased after him and asked, "The car is ready. Will you go back tomorrow?" "Yes." He returned to the open space in front of the dormitory building. Wu Heng turned his attention to the pile of orc corpses again. There were 7 in total, 6 of which were melee professions, and 1 was a long-range crossbowman. Wu Heng was most interested in the female orc. At such a long distance, she almost shot Duke in the head with a crossbow. It was terrible. Wu Heng asked the female orc corpse to be dragged out and released bone service alone. The necromancy magic wrapped it. The bone slowly stood up. Skeleton Guard, Level 9. Chapter 129, Makeup was applied. Flesh fell off. A tall skeleton slowly stood up. It was about 2.23 meters tall, bone was broad and thick, and the 2 protruding fangs were even more ferocious. Compared to the 2.89 meters tall of male orcs, this skeleton was much thinner. Skeleton Guard, Level 9. Level 9. Attributes: Constitution 21, Strength 18, Agility 15, Intelligence 11, Perception 9, Charm 7. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul, Guardian Vision. Expertise: Heavy Crossbow Expertise, Intermediate. Leather Armor Expertise, Intermediate. One-Handed Sword Expertise, Basic. One-Handed Axe Expertise, Basic. Abilities: Long Range Suppression, Fixed Shooting Posture, Instant Combat Readiness, Elite Crossbowman. Skills: Guardian Thorns, Hound Companion. Guardian Vision, Vision plus 30 feet, can see hidden enemies. Long Range Suppression, know the enemy's movements. Control the battlefield situation, and gain plus 3 perception. Fixed Shooting Stance, stand in a fixed position and be ready. And improve accuracy. Instant Combat Readiness, find favorable terrain at any time and prepare for battle. Elite Crossbowman, be proficient in using strong crossbows, and increase the range of strong crossbows and fill speed. Guarding Thorns, transformation spell. Set thorn traps on the ground. Bind the enemy, and be detected by the caster. Hound Companion, can tame hounds and make them your companions. When I first saw the name Shui, I felt that it was more like a melee profession. After seeing the attributes, I also realized what it meant. This profession is more like a crossbowman, and its characteristics are reconnaissance and fixed position fire suppression. The meaning of Shui should be to guard a certain place and suppress. Just like when he and Duke went to investigate, the other party used a heavy crossbow, which made the 2 dare not show their heads. Continue to check the attributes Shui field of view. Long range suppression, fixed shooting position, instant combat readiness. In fact, they all increase the line of sight and accuracy. Find the enemy, kill or suppress. Wu Heng also realized this. An arrow almost shot Duke in the head, which was really scary. Elite Crossbowman is to improve the properties of the strong crossbow, which actually means that she is better at using the strong crossbow. Guarding the Thorns can release a trap spell to restrict the enemy. The last ability is called Hound Companion, which can tame the hound. Ordinary hounds are probably impossible, and I don't know if the skeleton dog can do it. I didn't bring it with me when I attacked the prison this time, and I'll let it try after I go back. Overall, Wu Heng was quite satisfied with this skeleton. His own skeleton team really lacked long-range soldiers. Even if the skeletons were given rifles, most of them were just sweeping fire. It was not professional. From now on, you will be called Hunter 1. Go and put on your own equipment. Wu Hung hesitated between Guard 1 and Sniper 1, and named him Hunter 1. If there are more soldiers who are good at long-range weapons in the future, they can also be named according to the numbers. The skeleton walked out of the fallen flesh and blood, and put on all the previous armor and leather goods, and picked up the heavy crossbow in his hand. The heavy crossbow has a large range and power, but it is too heavy. Firearms can completely replace this weapon. Wu Hung took out the sniper rifle and assault rifle that he had looted from the space ring, and gave them to it. He said, "You will mainly use these two weapons in the future." Then, Wu Hung explained to it how to use the two firearms. The rest, he had to study it himself. Let Lai go to the side to study the guns, while he continued to release dead corpse battlefield on the remaining corpses. 6 orc skeletons slowly stood up. Compared to Lai just now, these male orc skeletons have thicker bones. In terms of height, they are completely similar to the deformed big guy. Big mouth and fangs, and ferocious faces. Wu Hung took a look at their attributes. Skeleton Beast Warriors, level 1-7, 2-6 and 3-5. All have basic souls. In terms of physique and strength, they are slightly higher than humans of the same level. In terms of characteristics, in addition to hollow bones and basic soul, there is also Scarred with Honor. Scarred with Honor, glory accompanies every orc who steps onto the battlefield, granting glory and energy in battle, and as the battle progresses, their strength increases. Among their specialties, they are mainly heavy armor specialization and battle axe specialization. In Wu Hang's opinion, orcs are natural warriors, and the Scarred with Honor in their characteristics is that they gain strength as they fight. It can be said that the more they fight, the stronger they become. Wu Hung was quite satisfied. In addition, they can use weapons and have combat skills, so beating up the deformed zombies shouldn't be a problem. Ahem. After 2 light coughs, Wu Hung said to the orcs, "From now on, you will be called Beast 1, and the rest of you will be called Beast 2, Beast 3, Beast 4, Beast 5, and Beast 6. Wu Hung gave the 6 orcs easy-to-remember names in turn. The level 7 one is called Beast 1, and the level 6 one is called Beast 2. The rest are 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, go to the side and put on your own equipment." Several skeletons took action, walked to the side, put on their armor full of bullet holes, and picked up their weapons. Wu Hung asked several orcs to act as guards nearby. He went straight back to his residence. The next day, Zombie World. As soon as the sky got light, the convoy was ready. Wu Hung left some skeletons behind, guarding the prison and taking control. He then got back on the truck with the remaining skeletons and began to return to the auto repair shop. When attacking the prison, not all the skeletons were taken with him. The trucks had limited carrying capacity. 3 large trucks and 3 military trucks could only carry more than 700 skeletons. Most of them were left in the original community. Wu Hung got on the car. This time, it was not Qiangzi who was driving, but Li Yong. "Are you driving?" Li Yong turned her head and looked at him. "Why? Don't you trust female drivers?" Li Yong was a little different today. She seemed to be dressed up, but it was hard to tell what she was wearing. Anyway, she looked more refined than before. Actually, Li Yong is also pretty, with a nice face and frame. It's just that she repairs cars every day, so she smells a bit of oil and gasoline. Wu Hung replied, "How could that be? You have the best skills here. This is not nonsense." Li Yong can not only drive, but also handle forklifts and lifting machines such as those used for car repairs. She is also a talent. "Well, everyone is in the car, and we can set off," Li Yong said directly. "Let's go!" The convoy started, drove away from the convoy, and returned to the auto repair shop along the way they came. The way back was still relatively smooth. The scattered zombies posed no threat to the convoy. Li Yong asked while driving, "Go back, how many days will you stay?" "It should be 2 or 3 days. The convoy should make several trips by then, and transport the skeletons and some surrounding supplies." "Well, okay." The car sped all the way, and rushed back quickly. The convoy drove very fast, and the road was smooth. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it rushed back to the vicinity of the auto repair shop. However, the convoy had just approached. The car radio, and the serious and panicked voice of the first car Qiangzi came. "Sister Hong, there are deformed zombies in the auto repair shop." Chapter 130, Leave No One Alive. "Sister Hong, there are deformed zombies in the auto repair shop." This sentence made everyone in the team nervous. Wu Hung stuck his head out, avoiding the bus blocking his view in front, looking at the auto repair shop. From a distance, he saw a huge humanoid zombie on all fours, climbing along the outer wall of the auto repair shop. Pale skin, slender limbs, and thick claws. It was like a humanoid gecko, sticking to the wall. The huge claws kept grabbing at the window. When Wu Hung looked at the other party, the deformed zombie also found the convoy. It tore the sealed window twice, and jumped off the wall directly, and rushed towards the convoy. He's coming, what should I do, damn it? In the radio, Qianzi's exclamation came. He was the first car, and he didn't dare to stop now, and there was another deformed zombie rushing in front. He was in a dilemma. Li Yang also looked at Wu Hung anxiously. Have Qianzi stop the car. Don't get off the car, Wu Hung said. Li Yang picked up the intercom and said directly, stop the car. Don't get off the car. Don't get off the car under any circumstances. Swish, the brakes sounded continuously. The gecko transformed zombies, seeing the caravan stop, became more and more excited and began to run over quickly. The footsteps thumped. The car stopped steadily. Wu Hung gave a direct order. Have the skeletons get off the car and kill the target. Swish, a large number of skeletons jumped directly off the car and stood in a row around the caravan. This time, I didn't bring all the skeletons back. I only brought back the big-headed skeletons. Bodong and other level 5 and above. More than 100 skeletons with basic souls. The running gecko zombie saw the skeletons that suddenly appeared. And his forward steps suddenly stopped. He looked at the opposite side with vigilance and began to retreat little by little. Crash! The skeleton team all got off the car and started to charge with weapons in hand. The gecko zombie turned around and began to run to the back. Then he jumped up. Directly jumped onto the outer wall of the building. Quickly climbed a few meters. Turned his head and looked down. To confirm whether these skeletons could climb up. Bang! A deafening gunshot sounded. Hunter 1, who was standing on the roof, pulled the trigger, and the bullet instantly hit the back of the zombie's head. The huge force made the head suddenly hit the wall, falling directly from a high place. The orc skeleton holding a battle axe, and the humanoid skeleton holding a spear, rushed towards the falling position quickly. The gecko zombie quickly climbed up, shaking his head, feeling a little dizzy. Then, before the group of skeletons surrounded him, he climbed up the wall again. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots. The bullets hit the zombie's back and lower back, splashing blood. Then, it fell off the wall for the second time. The bullets could not kill it, but the power of the gun could still interfere with its movements. This time, the skeletons were waiting below in advance, and they rushed up quickly, surrounding it. The weapons in their hands swung down. The zombie struggled violently, and with great force. It threw the skeleton away, but more skeletons still entangled it tightly, chopping and stabbing it non-stop. Drown the deformed zombie. Gain experience plus 35. Summon skeleton warrior. Gain experience plus 10. Experience increased, proving that the zombie has been killed. The skeletons returned, while dragging the zombie that seemed to be covered with white flour. Wu Hung reopened the car door and said, the zombie is dead, you go back, tidy up, see if there is anything nearby that needs to be taken away. Okay. Li Yang and others got off the car. The door of the auto repair shop opened, and Wang Ke and others all ran out, drilling directly into Li Yang's arms. Sister Hong, I thought I was going to die here. Li Yang touched her head. Can't die, we can live for a long time. Sister Hong, are you spraying perfume, so fragrant? No. Li Yang squeezed her face. How did the zombies come? Come from the building materials market. Several people said while walking into the repair shop. Wu Hung also brought the skeleton army back to your own community. There are no changes in the community. In the alchemist's room, Jia Yingying, who was hit by a bullet before, is recovered. She is looking out of the window. Wu Hung pushed open the door. Are you okay? Okay. Thank you for saving me. Jia Yingying bowed. It's okay. Let your brother take you back. Wu Hung asked the skeleton to send her out. Jia Zheng, who was waiting outside, was delighted. He bowed 3 times to the community and pushed his sister away. Wu Hung checked the interior of the community and rearranged the patrolling skeleton team. Rentham City. In the lower city, in a dark room, smoke lingers, and the air is filled with a strong sweet smell. This is the smell of hallucinogenic drugs, which can make people excited and happy in this world. In front of a desk, There are several middle-aged men, wearing leather armor, with long swords on their waists, and exuding a fierce aura. Opposite the desk, there sits a strong man, with a full beard. The boss of the Spike gang in the outer city, the Butcher Roche. One of them, because of his bad reputation in the human city, ran to Ratam City, reorganized his gang, and continued to do underground activities. Boss, the location has been investigated clearly, and there are indeed only 2 servants around him, one person said. Roche opened a lavender potion and drank it, with a sickly sense of comfort on his face. He said, "Let the brothers prepare, and start tonight. No one will be left alive, and all the bodies will be brought back." Hearing this, the rest of the people in the room nodded. "Understood, boss." After saying that, they walked out directly. At this time, a plump and charming woman walked out slowly from the room on the other side, leaning on the edge of the desk, and whispered, "We should not interfere in the affairs of the association. If we are caught with a clue, we will not have a good ending." Roche opened another bottle of potion and drank it, saying, "Do you think Fisher is not afraid? I dare say that once the other party dies, the person who will be investigating the matter in the association will still be Fisher. It's nothing more than finding a few wanted criminals as scapegoats, and they won't find anything on us. The local gangs are unwilling to cause trouble for the internal disputes of the association, but someone will take care of the aftermath, and they can earn a good commission, so they are still willing to do this deal. Fisher is the captain of the 8th team. Compared with himself as a gang member, he is more afraid of the matter being exposed. He will definitely do something to prevent the clues from being investigated. A rookie captain who has just arrived in the city does not have to worry about the follow-up investigation. Moreover, having this contact with Fisher will also be beneficial to the development of the gang in the future." The woman also heard the meaning of the words, and after thinking for a while, she said, "Fisher will not turn around and sell us out." "Well," Roche laughed, "Fisher is indeed untrustworthy, but this matter is more serious, and he dare not do this." As he said, he pulled the woman into his arms, and touched her clothes and scrupulously with his big hands. The woman's breathing became heavier, and she said coquettishly, "Go to my place and rest." Roche paused, coughed lightly and said, "Forget about tonight. Let's focus on this operation." The woman curled her lips, twisted her waist, and turned to leave. Inside the community, Wu Hung released Bone summoning technique. The summoned creature exceeds the ability of the caster, and the unstable factor increases. Then, a huge human-shaped skeleton slowly stood up, still on all fours, moving like a gecko. Skeleton Claw Monster, Level 13. Chapter 131, Killer at Night Skeleton Horror, Level 13. Level 13. Attributes: Constitution 27, Strength 28, Agility 31, Intelligence 11, Perception 17, Charm 7. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul, Echo Positioning, Rough Crawling. Specialty: Biological Distortion. Echo Positioning, by knocking on the ground, walls, and other surfaces to detect hidden targets. Rough Crawling, can crawl on special terrain, Agility +3. Biological Distortion, Constitution +3, Agility +3, Perception +2. Among the attributes of horror, the most prominent one is Agility, reaching 31 points. This is already a very fast speed. Echo Positioning and Rough Climbing appear in the characteristics. Echo Positioning determines the enemy's position by knocking on the ground. It is a detection ability. Even if it is hiding in a building, it can find the target. The ability is also quite abnormal. Rough Climbing, can climb on rugged terrain. It can climb walls vertically. It should be the influence of this characteristic, but it doesn't seem to be very useful. My spider can also climb walls and webs. The most important thing is that this strange humanoid appearance always gives people a sense of discomfort. After reading the attributes, Wu Hung named it Demon Claw Monster and directly joined the patrol team. Wait for the Demon Claw Monster to leave. Wu Hung squatted down, rummaged through the fallen pieces of meat, and found a corpse core covered with red blood, with a plastic bag in his hand. He took out the corpse core and took a look. Compared with the previous corpse core, the red blood on the corpse core this time is more dense, and there is a color gradient that tends to be purple. It gives people a feeling of being full of neurotoxins. Wu Hung looked at the corpse core and frowned. Level 3 corpse core? It shouldn't be. Level 3 deformed zombies can't be so easy to kill. It should still be a level 2 corpse core, but with some changes. He took the corpse core and walked directly to the building next to him. The skeleton alchemist came out and bowed slightly. In the entire skeleton team, the alchemist skeleton has the highest intelligence and the highest quality. Wu Hung handed the corpse core he had just obtained to it and said, "Test the toxicity of this, and then develop a medicine." The alchemist skeleton took it respectfully, and put it into the organ jar next to it. Since he didn't have a constant temperature storage device, the organ jar became a good container for preserving this material. Then, the alchemical skeleton handed him the newly made healing potion and mental potion, as well as a list of materials. Wu Hung nodded. "Okay, I'll prepare it for you tomorrow." He left the room where the alchemical skeleton was, and walked around the community. He went directly through the boundary gate and returned to his residence to rest. Night fell. The empty streets were shrouded in darkness. Trample, tramp, tramp. The patrolling mercenary group just passed by. Figures rushed out of the damp alley, wearing leather armor, short blades on their waists, and scarves on their faces. They were wrapped tightly. Looking around, they found nothing and quickly moved towards the residential area, entering another dark alley. One of them said, "Don't leave anyone behind. Take the body away. Go back and get the money. And be quick." "Understood." The others nodded. "Let's go." After confirming, they quickly ran towards the building. He climbed over the fence. He lit an incense burner and placed it on one side of the building. The smoke curled up and entered the building through the cracks in the door and windows. After a while, one person kept watch while the other quickly approached the door and squatted to pick the lock. Click. The door lock was knocked and opened directly. Everyone's face lit up. It seemed that the plan was simpler than expected. They looked at each other, gently opened the door, and walked in directly. "No one is on the first floor," someone whispered. "According to the intelligence, this guy has 2 servants. Why is there no one in the room on the first floor?" "There is no time to think about it," he said quickly. "Let's go upstairs. Faster." Tap, tap, tap. Several people quickened their pace, and the sound of footsteps on the stairs rang out in the house. When they walked past the corner of the 3rd floor and were about to go up to the 4th floor, their steps suddenly stopped. There were several figures standing above the stairs, blocking the way upstairs. Among them, you could also see the hunched hollow skeleton. The silvery moonlight, through the skeleton, reflecting the roots on the ground. "Shit! It's the undead." Several people were shocked. Before they could react, several crossbow arrows and magic were shot out. Then, the skeletons above rushed over and killed them all. The stairs were full of corpses. At the same time, a figure jumped down from the balcony on the 3rd floor, kicked the man who was guarding the door in the head, and his neck twisted strangely, and his body collapsed. He picked up the incense burner in the corner, extinguished the burning part, held it in one hand, and dragged the corpse with the other hand, and entered the room. The door closed again. In the living room, 8 corpses were neatly laid on the ground, with a linen cloth under them to prevent blood from flowing everywhere. When the few people approached the house, they were already discovered by the skeletons. Skeletons don't need to sleep. They can guard here day and night. In this residence, besides Basin and Bodong, there are also 1 sword and 2 swords, 1 crossbow and 2 crossbows, and 4 skeleton ghosts. They didn't attack immediately, but let them come in by themselves, to avoid making too much noise outside. Wu Hung sat on the sofa, looking at the incense burner in his hand. Hallucinogenic incense burner, description, burning incense. After a certain period of time, the living creature will be exhausted, dizzy, hallucinogenic, etc. As expected, they came prepared, and even brought a magic prop. I didn't bother to think about their identities. Directly released talking with the dead, and the first corpse sat up. Wu Hung asked directly, "Who are you?" "From the Spike Gang." "Spike Gang? Local gang?" "The gangs and mercenaries in Ritam City are in chaos. In the outer city and the outer city, there are a lot of gangs. Walking on the street, anyone you pick could be a gang member, or a mercenary group member. Is he being targeted by a gang? What are you doing here?" Wu Hung continued to ask. "Kill everyone in the house." "Damn, what a big vendetta. I thought you were here for money, but you wanted to kill me. Who told you to kill me?" "Our boss, Roche." Wu Hung leaned on the sofa, thought for a while. "Why did he kill me?" "I don't know." "Is your boss a human or an orc?" "Human." After the 5 questions, the body fell back on its back with a thud. Wu Hung continued to release skills, and the second one sat up. He asked directly, "Why did Luo Qi ask you to kill me?" The boss accepted the commission. "And the content is to kill you." Someone asked the gang to kill him. "Who is the person who asked your boss to kill me? Or what is his identity?" "I don't know." Wu Heng nodded, thought for a while, and then asked, "How many people are there in your gang?" "There are more than 1,000 people in total." "Damn. This gang is not small. And the number of people can reach more than 1,000. What is Luo Qi's strength?" "I heard he has reached level 10. Who else is stronger?" "In the gang, there are several people who have reached level 7 or 8, all of whom are the backbone of the gang." After the 5 questions were finished, the second body fell down again. Wu Heng then called up the others and asked a few questions, including the appearance of the boss Luo Qi, the location of the gang, and whether there are any backers. "I know a little from the conversation. This Spike gang is not a big gang in the local area. Most of the members are active in the outer city area. Only the leader and a few backbones have entered the outer city area. Belongs to an outside gang. The only thing I didn't ask was who the employer was who asked the gang to kill me. I could roughly guess a few targets in my mind. But it's really hard to say. Open the door, and have people carry all the bodies back to another world." It was dawn. Wu Heng cooked instant noodles for himself as breakfast. That night, I didn't feel sleepy. I spent the night in a daze. After breakfast, I walked out of my residence directly, headed to the central area of the inner city. Instead of entering the association, he went directly to the Snake Emblem Consortium across the street. At this time, there were not many people in the hall. Some staff were still cleaning. "Hello, guest. How can I help you?" The front desk staff smiled. Wu Heng took out his emblem and continued. "Is Miss Lisha here?" "Yes. Guest, please go to the lounge and wait for a while." Wu Heng was led into a separate lounge, sat down on the sofa, and waited silently. After the assassination last night, he even suspected the Snake Emblem Consortium. After all, he had exchanged a large amount of silver coins here, which was considered showing off his wealth. But on second thought, he dispelled the suspicion of the consortium. Not to mention such a large organizational structure, he might be one of many customers. Even if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be impossible for them to find a small gang like the Spike Gang. The Snake Emblem Consortium itself was not a good group, and killing people was not a difficult task. Soon, the crisp sound of footsteps was heard, the door was pushed open, and the beautiful Alicia walked in. It looked like he had just gotten up, and his face still looked a bit sleepy. After closing the door, the woman smiled. "Good morning, Mr. Wu Heng." "Good morning." Wu Heng also greeted him, and said directly, "I came here today to ask if the consortium has any props to hide your face." "Of course. I'll have someone prepare them." The woman gave instructions to the outside, and sat down opposite. The two chatted for a while, and then someone brought 2 props, and placed them on the coffee table in front of them. Trick earrings, can blur your face after wearing, is a very good prop. Illusion veil, a rare item, will change your appearance after wearing it. The woman introduced them one by one. Wu Heng also set his eyes on the 2 props on the table. Trick silver earrings, description, silver earrings engraved with illusion magic, can create a blurry illusion on the face after wearing, can block creatures with a perception below 20, and spy on your appearance. A prop that can blur your face. This item is actually quite useless. It is better to wear a mask directly, and cover the whole face. But I can understand the idea of this item. Eyes and hair color can be used to infer the identity. If they are all blurred, it will be more difficult for the other party to recognize. But I don't think it is what I need. Continue to look at the second item. Shape-shifting veil, strange item. Type, strange item. Function, shape-shifting onomatopoeia. Side effect, when wearing it, you will unconsciously seduce men. Chapter 132, shape-shifting veil, magic item. Type, magic item. Function, shape-shifting onomatopoeia. Side effect, when worn, you will unconsciously seduce men. Description, after wearing it, you can make yourself and your clothes covered in a layer of female magic illusion, and perform female onomatopoeia. Shape-shifting effect cannot be concealed from any physical form of inspection. Perception 30 and above will be able to see through the shape-shifting effect. Fuck, the ability of the witch. At that time, in the dilapidated temple, several nuns wearing revealing clothes, wearing nun costumes, and with charming expressions, were still memorable. If the other party was not a ghost woman, Wu Heng would feel that the image of an old lady with pus-filled face was quite pleasing to the eye. The ghost woman's ability to change her appearance is called transfiguration. Even after turning into a skeleton, this skill is retained. But disguising as a living being has increased the restrictions on its use. This strange object in front of him must have something to do with the ghost woman. Otherwise, how could she have created something so close to the ghost woman? The effect of the shape-shifting can turn into a woman and can imitate voices. This completely meets the requirements of disguise, but the side effect, seduce men. Well, it's not unacceptable. Seduce? It's not like you're really going to do anything. And the time you can wear it may not be that long. After thinking about it quickly in his mind, he asked directly, "How much is this veil?" The woman glanced at him, smiled and said, 2,500 silver coins. So expensive. When I bought the shroud, it was only 1,500 silver coins, and the invisibility effect of that one was not worse than this one. The woman still kept smiling. In terms of the side effects and the effects of this, it's worth the price. The side effect of the shroud is that if a living being uses it, it will be infected by the death energy on it, and its skin will rot. For living beings, it is a big side effect. And unconsciously seducing a man, it feels like nothing. Okay. I want it. Wu Heng took out the corresponding amount from the space ring and handed it to the other party. After the woman registered, she handed the veil to Wu Heng. "This is yours." Wu Heng nodded. "Well, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, guest." After leaving the consortium, Wu Heng went straight back to the association lounge. Duke didn't come, and Wu Heng was the only one in the lounge. Sitting on the sofa, he thought about the follow-up plan again. He took out the veil he had just bought and put it on his head. A transparent light covered his whole body from the top of his head and then returned to normal. Wu Heng raised his arms, looked at the back of his palms, and then looked at his body. There is no change. Damn, is it useless? He took out a mirror from the space ring and placed it on the coffee table, facing his face. And looking at it, Wu Heng's face suddenly became strange. The self in the mirror, golden long hair, willow eyebrows and blue eyes, fair skin and rosy cheeks. Damn, I have a fever. I really turned into a woman. But from his own eyes, looking at the arms and body, there is no change at all. Through the lens, you can see the slightly raised chest. Wouldn't it be more noticeable if I go out? This image is not much worse than the nun I saw before, and how many strong men would stare at me when I go out. It would be better if I could lower my appearance a little bit. I thought to myself. The light flashed across her body again. The appearance began to change again, and it was not so charming. This effect made Wu Heng happy. You can also adjust your appearance. This strange thing is not a loss at all. Continue to say, lower it a little bit. Keep lowering it. After lowering it several times in a row, Wu Heng turned into an ordinary middle-aged woman. Not ugly, nor good-looking. A normal face is the least likely to attract other people's attention. After feeling that there was nothing wrong, Wu Heng walked out of the lounge and came to the front desk. The staff looked at him and smiled. "Madam, how can I help you?" "No problem. Just came to see." After confirming that the other party did not recognize him, and the voice was more like a woman's, he walked out of the association and headed towards the downtown area. Wu Heng came out of the association and headed directly to the downtown area. According to the information from yesterday's interrogation, we came to the location of the Spike Gang. There were not many people nearby. There were only 2 gang members guarding the door. Leaning against the wall, Wu Heng released Xiao Xiao and let her go inside the building to investigate the situation. When he found someone similar to Luo Qi, the boss of the Spike Gang, he arranged for someone to go in and kill him directly. Not long after, Xiao Xiao flew back and got into the body. The picture just now was shared. There was no one in the building. And even in the small courtyard, there was no one. Will he not run away? Wu Heng muttered. He did not find the target. Wu Heng walked around again, unconsciously threw 2 flirtatious glances at a few strong men. Then he went directly into a nearby tavern. There were all kinds of people in taverns, and he might be able to hear some information, or wait for the other party to come back. This time was not the peak time of the tavern, but there were still many people sitting there. Wu Heng found a corner and sat down. Immediately, a bartender came over. "Madam, what would you like to drink? We have a drink specially provided for ladies." Wu Heng glanced at the menu and ordered a glass of fruit wine. The alcohol in Ratam City is a bit more expensive than that in Blackstone Town. A glass of wine like this, fruit wine for ladies, costs 75 copper coins. The price is a bit high. After paying for the wine, the bartender came over with the wine. Wu Heng drank silently, listening to the conversation of several drinkers. It's not very safe outside recently. I heard that several caravans have disappeared outside. Yes, we originally accepted a mission to escort a caravan, but because of this incident, the mission was cancelled. We are waiting for notification. We have nothing to do every day, and our money is almost gone. We should stop for a while. If we go out, we will die. I heard that it was the Warhammer party guys who blocked the whole road. I guess in a few days, the Iron Guards will take action. If we stop like this, it will also affect tax revenue. I hope so. Those damn things are short of money recently. Why are they going crazy? Wu Heng drank while eavesdropping on the conversation of several people. The content was not about the Spike Gang, but he had also heard of the Warhammer Gang. A few days ago, Duke had mentioned this matter. The robbers blocked the road and robbed the caravan. And the leader and the backbone were wanted criminals. And the bounty was not low. He was talking about the Warhammer Gang. It has come to this point now. The caravans in a city have stopped, and dare not leave the city. It is indeed very fierce. Wu Heng sat for a while, and did not hear any news about the Spike Gang. Just when he was about to leave, he found a place to take off his veil first. His eyes could not help but glance at the staircase leading to the second floor. The second floor was the private room of the tavern, which was usually used by people who needed to talk. At the staircase, the sound of stepping on wooden boards could be heard. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of slender, white legs, wearing a dark green embroidered long skirt that was split to the base of the legs. From the upward angle, the legs were clearly visible. Then, a woman wearing a dark blue shawl and long red wavy hair walked down gracefully. The tavern was instantly quiet, and all the men looked at each other involuntarily. Wu Heng also looked up. The woman in front of him may not be as good as Slater of the Golden Cat or Leisha of the Snake Emblem group, but she also has her own unique temperament. A kind of mature woman in the market, charming and graceful, and with the grace of a noble lady, gives men an inexplicable attraction. Sister-in-law. Several younger brothers, who were guarding under the stairs, shouted in unison. Damn, which gang boss's woman is this? What's wrong with the Spike Gang? They came to a bar with so many followers? I heard that the Spike Gang offended someone, and was worried about their women. So they arranged more followers to protect them. Forget it. Who would a marginal gang like the Spike Gang offend? They would have run away if they had offended them. I think this woman has a lover. So they arranged some followers to watch her. Luo Uchi was injured in a battle a few years ago, and can't touch a woman anymore. Damn it. I can do that. If you need a lover, come to me. You are not as good as me. I'd rather come to you than you. Listening to the whispers of several people, Wu Heng stood up. Following the sister-in-law of the Spike Gang, they left together. Night fell. Wu Heng returned to the residence of the Spike Gang. After standing in the shadows, and waiting for a while, Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance. After sharing the screen, the scene inside the residence also appeared in his mind. I didn't see the butcher Roche, the woman in the daytime, sitting by the bed and sorting something. Roche wasn't there. The plan to assassinate him failed. He ran away directly. This shouldn't be the case. If he ran away, would he leave these brothers and his woman behind? Wu Heng stood in the alley, and didn't plan to delay any longer. Whether it was the association or the zombie world. There was no time for him to investigate the matter. He asked Basson and Bodong to get ready, and directly climbed over the wall into the courtyard, unlocked the door, and entered the room. The room was not big, and no one was seen. On the bed were a long dress and shawl with dark green embroidery, as well as some lavender lace underwear. At this time, in a separate room on the side, there was the sound of running water and rising hot air. Wu Heng made a gesture. Bodong rushed directly into the room. Chapter 133. Please don't kill me. The door opened. A figure moved very quickly, and with a bang, he instantly stood up from the bathtub, grabbed the short blade beside him, and stabbed forward. Bodong crossed his hands, and directly clamped the short blade, and took it away with a force. He took a step forward, and placed the short blade on the other person's fair neck. The cold pain made the woman standing in the bathtub look solemn, her body tense, and she dared not move at all. She never thought that someone could break into her bathroom directly. In her heart, she began to speculate about the identities and purposes of these people. However, when she saw the young man with black hair and black pupils wearing the leather armor of the association walking in, she already knew the identities of these people. She was also half disappointed. If things go wrong, she will not be able to survive today. Wu Heng looked at the other person's body without any scruples. Her smooth skin was covered with water droplets, and her face was plump and round. She was indeed a rare young woman. Madam, are you home alone? Wu Heng asked directly. Sir, I am afraid there is some misunderstanding between us. If we have offended you in any way, I will apologize to you first and give you satisfactory compensation, the woman said softly. Wu Heng smiled. You don't know me? Then how did you find my house last night? Those guys admitted that they were from your spike gang. The woman's face became even uglier. This must be... Seeing that the other party was still trying to quibble, Wu Heng was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He winked at Bao Wudong. The short blade against the woman's neck gradually exerted force, and the sharp blade broke the skin. The woman felt the stinging and coldness on her neck, and her face suddenly turned horrified. She quickly said, It's Fisher. Wu Heng raised his hand to stop Bao Wudong from increasing his force. A trace of blood flowed down from the neck, stained the skin on the chest red. The woman's face was full of fear. She did not call for help or scream. She said quickly, The one who killed you was Fisher. He gave Roche a deposit of 500 silver. After killing you, he will pay the rest. I am also a member of the association. I joined the Whisperer. We are together. I will not harm you. As she spoke, her face became paler. Wu Heng originally planned to kill Wenshi, but the other party was obviously not as tough as he thought, and he said everything directly. Moreover, he is a smart man. He knows what he cares about the most from the first sentence. The conflict between him and the captain of Team 8, Fisher, is known only to a few people in the association. It is unlikely to be spread to a gang. It is also related to the assassination last night, which is basically true. The murderer behind the scenes is Fisher, which is a bit unexpected, but it feels reasonable. The biggest suspect before was that he was the revenge of the wanted criminals. As for Fisher, I also suspected him, but I always felt that the problems between the two sides would not develop to the point where one person had to die. It seems that the other party hates me very much. The woman looked at him carefully and continued, This matter has nothing to do with me, and I have no reason to harm you. Wu Heng said directly, Compared to your words, I would rather believe the dead. The woman's face turned pale again, and she immediately said, I persuaded Roche not to get involved in the affairs of the association. He didn't listen to me, but the whole incident has nothing to do with me. Sir, you are a field envoy. I am the secret speaker, and I also have a high prestige in the Spike Gang. I can help you collect a lot of useful information. You just came to Ratam City and need some people to help you do something. I can do it. Sir, I am useful to you. Please don't kill me. The woman spoke quickly, and her thoughts were very clear. Wu Heng looked her up and down, and to be honest, he was a little moved. This woman was smart, and every word she said was important. Roche must die, and there was nothing good to think about. But, after Roche's death, the Spike Gang could help him collect intelligence and deal with things that he was not convenient to do, which was indeed a good thing. It was still necessary to support a gang of his own. Do you want to live? Yes. Wu Heng casually took out a scroll from the space ring. Slave contract scroll description, a magic scroll with a slave contract drawn on it. The caster and the contractee form a master-servant relationship. The contract takes effect. The caster cannot have the subjective idea of harming the master. I do need what you said, but you are not worthy of my trust. I need you to sign a slave contract with me. It is also your only chance to survive. The slave contract was obtained when I killed orcs in the abandoned manor last time. There are 3 in total. I felt it was useless before. After all, his own skeleton is the most loyal. Now it seems that it is quite useful. Even no worse than magic props or strange objects. The woman covered the wound on her neck, blood still flowing between her fingers, and gritted her teeth and said, I am willing. I am willing to obey you. Wu Heng opened the scroll and stained it with a drop of the other party's blood. Don't resist. Otherwise, I will kill you directly. The scroll absorbed the blood, pulling a trace of Wu Heng's spiritual power, drilling into the woman's eyebrows, and imprinting on her soul. A line appeared between the woman's eyebrows, and then quickly disappeared. The contract was completed. The woman's body became weaker, and she was a little shaky. Wu Heng put away the scroll and continued. Heal the wound. The woman stepped out of the bathtub, picked up a bottle of medicine powder, and applied it to the wound. The medicine powder covered the wound and slowly stopped the bleeding. After another bottle of medicine, her complexion was slightly relieved. The bathtub was still emitting hot steam. The petals floating on the water exuded a faint fragrance. The woman stood aside carefully, with a look of respect in her eyes, and said softly, "Sir." "No. Master. Can I put on my clothes first?" Her tone was weak. "Put them on," Wu Hung said. Ba Wudong put away the short blade and walked back. The woman turned around, bent down and washed the blood off her body in the bathtub, put on a nightgown, and walked out. Wu Hung sat on the bed, and the woman knelt on the ground beside him, with a humble look on her face. "Where's Roche?" Wu Hung spoke again. "Roche has gone out. He hid outside the city as soon as the gate opened this morning. If there is any disturbance, he will leave here immediately," the woman replied. "Didn't he take you with him?" "No. He is not sure whether you have investigated this place. Other gang members don't know what happened. I stay here to calm others. If there is no danger, he will come back and continue to control the Spike gang. He is quite cruel. He abandoned such a beautiful woman." The woman looked up carefully and said softly, "Roche was injured in the early years. We haven't lived together for a long time. At most, he just touched me randomly. This is similar to what I heard in the tavern. Luo Qi was injured, and the injury was incurable by any medicine in this world. But from the tone of the multiple parties, it seemed that they were deliberately emphasizing this matter. I want to kill him. Do you have any ideas?" Wu Hung looked at her and asked. "It's all up to the master. We don't have much affection, and we can abandon each other." "Okay. I want to kill him as soon as possible. What can you do?" "I don't know where he is hiding, but it will take at most 3 days. He will come back after confirming that there is no danger here. I will notify you then." Wu Hung was quite satisfied with the other party's answer. From the beginning to the end, she gave people a very obedient and well-behaved feeling. "What's your name?" "Wen Man Sha." "Sit aside. No need to kneel on the ground all the time," Wu Hung continued. Wen Man Sha stood up carefully and sat aside in a proper manner. After thinking for a while, she knelt down beside Wu Hung again and gently massaged his legs. The loose collar revealed a large area of white, and under the skirt, there were round thighs. Just now, she only thought about killing people and questioning, and didn't have too many other thoughts. Now that she has calmed down, she has also learned the information she wanted. Looking at the sister-in-law of the Spike gang again, she is indeed as beautiful as everyone in the tavern said. Her skin is white and tender, and she is mature and attractive. When Mansha noticed the other person's gaze, and she seemed to be quite confident about her figure, she leaned forward slightly, letting her chest rest on the other person's legs. Wu Hung reached his hand into her clothes, rubbed her twice, pulled her up, and sat her in his arms, and continued, "Tell me about Fisher. Why did he come to you?" "Master, there is someone else," Wen Mansha said coquettishly, straightened her body, and continued, "I was not present at the time, but after Roche came back, he mentioned this matter to me. I don't know the details." Wu Hung continued to ask, "What plans do you have for the future? Did you just let it go if the assassination failed? Roche only has some small tricks. The person who went to assassinate you last night did not come back, so he was scared and fled the city. He did not make any other arrangements. Even if you don't pursue it, he may not dare to take this job again. It depends on what Fisher does." Chapter 134. Oh, are you okay? Roche is definitely not a small figure. Even though there are many gangs in Rentam City, they can grow to more than 1,000 people, which is considered to be a certain scale. Although most of them are distributed in the outer city and the outer district, they are very efficient when there are many people. Otherwise, Fisher would not come to him. It should be considered as a middle upper gang. It seems that my plan needs to be changed. Killing Roche and Fisher requires careful planning. Once Roche died, Fisher would most likely notice it and make some other preparations. The opposite is also true. Kill Fisher first, and Roche would turn around and run away. It would be hard to find him then. They must be killed at about the same time. The bathrobe on her body became looser and looser, and when Mansha became a little flustered, she whispered, "Master, I am willing to serve you, but there are others here. Please give me some face. These two are my servants. They are not living beings, and they don't have emotions." When Mansha still took a careful look, the two men were wearing round helmets, and their faces could not be seen. And standing there, never moving, it really doesn't look like a living person. He was a little confused about what the other person was, but he twisted his body, turning his back to the outside. While stroking the other person's body, Wu Hung continued to ask for the information he needed. What level is Roche? A level 10 warrior, but he should have some special blood, which can improve his strength in a short time. Are there any other masters in the gang? There are 8 backbones. One of them died on your side yesterday. There are 7 left, all of them are level 8, and there are some captains in charge below. As the two talked, when Mancha's nightgown was taken off to the ground, and her beautiful figure was fully exposed. She has a plump figure, a slender waist, a little belly, and feels soft. Her chest is majestic, white and firm. This kind of woman is really the best. It would be a pity to kill her just now. When Mancha hung on him, her beautiful eyes full of spring, and gently took off his clothes. Her soft fingers brushed across his chest. Her face flushed a little. Master, your muscles are so beautiful. She was bold and gently stroked. Are you also a warrior? Mage. What's your profession? I'm a ranger. When Mancha still stroked, Wu Hung shook the heavy object on her chest. Can this be used as a ranger? If the master doesn't like it, I'll cut it off tomorrow, he said with a smile, and continued with some emotion. Are you a mage? How did you develop such muscles? I'm afraid it's rare for melee professions. Fisher and the others really chose the wrong opponent. You will definitely be a big shot in the future. You're quite sweet. If you don't mind, you can have a taste. As he said that, he slightly stuck out half of his tongue. What a fairy. The two of them took care of each other for a while, and their interest reached a certain height. When Mancha, who didn't care about anything else, continued, Master, is this okay? Yes. The next morning, Wu Hung sat by the bed, gently stroked the long red hair of the kneeling bed, and said softly, You have 2 tasks. Wait for Roche to come back, and tell me his whereabouts. The second is to find a way to gradually control the Spike Gang. Once Roche dies, I will help you to hold this position. When Mancha raised her head and asked, What about Fisher? Will he continue to threaten your safety? I am the same as him. I just can't do it openly. Oh! After a while, there were voices of several people talking outside the door, and footsteps approaching. Knock. 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 The door was knocked, and a voice came. Sister-in-law, breakfast is ready at the tavern. Ahem, got it. You guys go wait outside the yard first. I'll be out right away. Yes. The footsteps faded away. When Mancha said softly, Master, then I'll go out first. I'll have someone send you a message later. Yes. When Mancha changed into a slim-fitting long skirt, and a scarf to cover the light scar left last night, changing from the glamorous look of last night, and returning to a dignified and indifferent look. Walk out of the courtyard. There are several gang members guarding the door. They greeted each other. Sister-in-law, good morning. Sister-in-law. When Mancha nodded, and returned to her arrogant and indifferent demeanor. Yes, good morning. You don't need to guard this place. What's there to watch over a broken house? Let's go to the pub for breakfast. Sister-in-law treats you. Thank you. Sister-in-law. After saying that, she walked away. A group of younger brothers followed behind. Sister-in-law is in such a good mood today. Maybe the boss has some good news. She is in a good mood, and she doesn't have to scold us. That's true. Wu Hung put on his clothes and walked out of here. He hadn't expected that the action last night would turn out like this. In addition to investigating the person behind the scenes, he also took in a well-behaved maid. During this time in Rentam City, he actually felt quite uncomfortable. The girls in the taverns here are very open-minded. They can take out their pairs and ask you if you want to play along the way. He had to consider finding a partner before, but he didn't expect that the problem would be solved in this way. But it seems not bad, and he feels comfortable physically and mentally. He went to the alchemy materials store along the way and bought a lot of alchemy materials and tools. These are all what the alchemy skull needs. Other things can be forgotten, but this matter cannot be forgotten. After returning to the inner city, I went directly to the professional association. It was still early, and there were not many people in the hall. Some scattered professionals stood in front of the notice board, looking at the commissions on it. Wu Hung also stood in front and looked for a while. Just when he was about to leave, he saw the members of the 8th team walking in from the gate. Fisher was among them. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes and quietly opened the holster. And the Fisher who came in from the front also paused suddenly, but soon recovered as usual, walking over quickly. He smiled and said, Captain Wu Hung, why are you here so early today? Fuck, you have a good mental state. Wu Hung also stopped and said, don't mention it. A few thieves broke into my house the night before yesterday, and I couldn't sleep well these 2 days. Fisher's face changed slightly. Oh, you are not injured. Are you? Is there anyone who dares to steal things in the inner city? I am not injured, but I doubt the identity of those guys. I don't know where they came from. Wu Hung answered distressedly. Fisher glanced at his expression and continued. You just came to Ratam City. It's just like this here. There are too many idle people. Let alone you. I heard that things have been stolen from the city hall, and people have died. It's good that there is no loss. There is no need to take it to heart. Just be careful next time. Yes. Fisher is right. Wu Hung glanced at the team members behind him. Is Team 8 on a mission? No. There was some misunderstanding with Team 12 last time. We just resumed work today, and came to report to the Deacon. Fisher looked in the direction of the Deacon's study. Oh. Then go quickly. Don't keep the butler waiting. We'll talk again when we have a chance. Yes. The few people said goodbye and separated from each other. After walking a few steps, Fisher turned his head slightly, and glanced at Wu Hung, who didn't look back. Wu Hung didn't look back and left directly. Fisher's acting was quite convincing. If there hadn't been the intelligence from last night, I might have been fooled by him. But knowing that he was the one behind the scenes, I could detect the temptation in his words, and the relaxation in his expression when he heard that he thought it was a thief. He was probably afraid that if he found out something, he would report it to the association. Killing a companion is no small matter, but the procedure would be complicated. It would be hard to confirm it. Wu Hung did not plan to solve it through the association. He used some tricks. He did not believe that he, a necromancer, could not defeat him. A melee profession. He returned to his residence. Wu Hung checked the safety of his residence again. He should also arrange more manpower to improve the safety here. I sat in the living room for a while. I opened the door, and went directly to the zombie world. I handed the purchased herbs to the alchemy skeleton, and called Li Yong through the intercom. Soon, I saw Li Yong running over. How are the preparations going? Wu Hung asked. I went to the hospital yesterday and brought back some equipment and instruments that I could take away. I will search the surrounding shops tonight and bring back everything that can be used, Li Yong said. We are leaving here soon, so we should take everything we can take away. Well, if it doesn't work, we can transport it back first. I'll let Big Head go with you. Tomorrow, we'll go back first, Li Yong said, looking at the skeletons that were mobilized, then asked, Are we going out? Wu Hung nodded. You should also prepare. Let's go to the commercial street. Chapter 135, The Rats Went Crazy. Not long after, Li Yong drove a military truck over. Wu Hung sat in the truck with a few skeletons, moving slowly, while the rest of the skeleton army guarded the left and right of the truck, following it. Going to the commercial street needs to move some necessary supplies. It is too troublesome to rely entirely on the skeletons to move them back. The best way is to drive a truck over. The army marched forward in a mighty manner, along the main road, and some zombies attracted by the sound were easily crushed by the skeleton team. Last time, when Wu Hung led his troops to this commercial street, he didn't have many skeletons. But the commercial street was full of zombies attracted by the sound equipment. Now he has a lot of skeletons, and he can come back to fight the zombies. At least, before going to the prison, he can search the gold shops and banks here. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Have you killed zombies? Wu Hung asked. Li Yong held the steering wheel, looking straight ahead. I have killed zombies. The first one I killed was my father. He turned into a zombie and bit a customer who came to repair his car to death. When he was about to attack me, I smashed him to death with a wrench. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became a little depressed. Wu Hung didn't say much. Zombies broke out, and all the survivors lost their loved ones. Once you accept this fact, there is nothing to be sad about. Besides that, have you killed any zombies? Wu Hung continued to ask. Li Yong nodded. Yes, we killed some zombies when we went out to search for supplies, but not as many as you did. Well, when you get to the prison, you still have to be on your guard. It's not a good thing to just keep talking to them, especially in this situation. Wu Hung continued. Well, I'll pay attention. Li Yong continued to ask. What resources are we going to the commercial street to search for? Just look around. Clothes, shoes, etc. Take them away when the time comes. The car continued to move forward slowly. Li Yong lowered her head, pointed at the red sign diagonally in front, and said before, "This spicy hot pot was particularly delicious. I would come here to eat whenever I had time." Later, I heard that it was closed down. What was put in it? It was said that it would be addictive. Near the commercial street, there are restaurants on several streets. A small gathering place was formed. The two looked at the dilapidated restaurant through the car window. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed past the door of the store. It seemed like a black cat just ran past. Li Yong said. Wu Hung shook his head. It doesn't look like a black cat. His perception was enhanced. His vision and insight were higher than ordinary people. In the moment that flashed past, he caught some characteristics. It was said to be a cat, but it was actually a wild cat-sized mouse. Hiss, squeak. Suddenly, from the direction of the hotel, a piercing scream came. I saw dense black shadows pouring out of several restaurants, like sewage from a flood. And it was pitch black. The zombies blocking the front just roared and were drowned by the dense black shadows. They disappeared directly. The rats were dense, and they were as big as wild cats. Li Yong shuddered all over, and the hairs on the back of her hand stood up. Wu Hung also widened his eyes, and looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. Last time, when he was exploring the commercial street, he was attacked by several wild cat-sized rats. But there were only a few of them. They were killed by the skeletons directly. But now, they have formed such a large number. They are multiplying, or the original rats have changed. These rats are not zombies. Their fur is shiny. They are still living creatures. People are out of food. They are so strong. Get ready for battle. Wu Hung said to the big-headed skeleton sitting in the back row. Crash. The skeleton warriors protecting one side of the truck stopped moving forward and turned directly to the direction where the rats were rushing. He raised the kitchen knife in his hand, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other was heard. Stay in the car. Don't get off, Wu Hung said, and got off the car with a few skeletons. He quickly squeezed to the front, looked at the swarm of rats, and released grease technique. Grease instantly covered the asphalt road, and the rats slid to the ground in groups. It seemed that the difference was not too big, so Wu Hung continued with a fireball technique and smashed it into the rats. Bang! The hot fireball exploded from the rats, and the flowing flames flew around, igniting the grease on the ground. With a whoosh, a flame several meters high suddenly rose. The fire engulfed a group of rats in front. Squeak! The rats' cries rang out, sharp and piercing. A large group of rats were engulfed by the flames, while more rats behind them avoided the flames, split into two streams, and went around the flames on both sides. They continued to rush towards the skeleton group. Fuck. What's wrong with you? Wu Hung cursed. His side was full of skeletons, and according to the habits of rats, they shouldn't go crazy and attack him. Seeing the rats getting closer and closer, the trend was rapid. Wu Hung could only give the order. Attack! Clatter! A large number of skeletons charged directly, holding kitchen knives, and rushed towards the rats in front. The white and black waves collided together. A fierce battle broke out. Caw puff, duo. The sound of bones being bitten, and the sound of chopping meat, instantly filled the entire space. Xiao, go to the front and see what's going on. Why are these rats crazy? Wu Hung released Xiao. Uncle, I'm a little scared. Rats are disgusting. Xiao flew out and hid behind Wu Hung, looking cautious. Hey! Well, these are just ordinary rats. We are adults now, and can't be afraid of these things anymore. Not afraid of zombies, but afraid of rats. It's a bit strange. Then I'm afraid too. Fly higher. Stay away from them. And then go in and take a look. Check if there are any other monsters and come out. Wu Hung continued to persuade. Xiao hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay then. The translucent body instantly rose, flew towards the restaurant area opposite, and entered the store. In front of them, the skeletons and the rats were entangled together. It was a mess. The skeletons could not feel pain, and had no weaknesses like living creatures. But when facing the rats in front of them, they showed a disadvantage. The rats crawled close to the ground, and their movements were very fast. The skeletons also needed to lower their bodies to chop these rats, which made their movements very clumsy. Wu Hung stood near the truck and could even see rats climbing along the skeleton's bones, directly entering the chest cavity, and gnawing at the chest ribs. It seemed that the skeletons covered the rats, but on the entire battlefield, the death rate of the skeletons was faster than that of the rats. Soon, Xiao Xiao flew back from the opposite side. He said, "They are all rats. They have built a home inside. Come back. Let me see." Xiao Xiao flew into the body, and Wu Heng saw the scene in the restaurant, which was still a large number of rats. More rats, crawling out from a place similar to the sewer, continued to join the rat group, and charged towards this side. "Damn. Bad luck." Wu Heng cursed. Going out, I met a swarm of rats going crazy. Bang bang bang. At this time, Li Yong was sitting in the truck, knocking hard on the door. "Front. Look ahead. The zombies are coming." Wu Heng looked straight ahead, and a large number of zombies poured out of the commercial street. They were a huge crowd, entered the main road, and then rushed towards the side. Damn it! Chapter 136, Gnawing Bones. Noisy footsteps sounded densely. A large number of zombies, pouring out from the road of the commercial street, rushing into the main road, roaring and roaring, rushing towards the position of the skeleton. In the blink of an eye, a large area of them stood there. Damn it! Wu Heng cursed. His face also looked ugly. The sound of fighting attracted those zombies. On one side was a swarm of rats, and they had to continue to face the swarm of zombies. If they were not careful, there might be danger. There are also zombie dogs here, Li Yong continued. Wu Heng grabbed the car body and looked up to the other side. 5 deformed dogs were looking over here from afar. They were wandering around, and seemed to be considering whether to join in. Wu Heng frowned instantly. There were rats on the left, deformed dogs on the right, and zombies on the commercial street in front. What the hell? If it weren't for the fact that zombies have no intelligence, he would have suspected that the 3 parties had set a trap to trick him in. What should we do? Let's retreat. Li Yong's tone was a little flustered. People who survived the zombie world, actually, have improved their psychological quality to a certain extent. But facing the scene in front of them, it still gives people a sense of tension after being surrounded. Now there are no enemies at the back, you can still drive out, but you have to give up some skeletons. Don't worry, Wu Heng said, turning to the big-headed zombie. Let the spear skeletons face the zombie group to form a spear formation. Unlike Li Yong, Wu Heng didn't think he would lose. The 3 zombies and rats came out of the alley, and it was a huge crowd, but it just looked like a lot. And there are more than 10,000 skeletons. Be steady, it's not a problem to defeat them. Clatter, the skeletons started to move. The skeleton warriors wearing brown leather armor and holding spears quickly walked to the front. They lined up in a neat formation, crouched slightly, lowered their center of gravity, and pointed their spears forward. It was like a brown wall, hung with iron needles. Puff puff puff. The corpses crashed into the array of spears in the blink of an eye. The harsh sound of piercing flesh sounded. The skeleton with a spear also began to thrust out its spear non-stop, piercing through the zombies' bodies. Let the skeleton dog stand by, Wu Heng said, and continued to look at the orc skeleton holding a sniper rifle in the team. Hunter 1. You go up on the roof of the car. Keep an eye on the deformed dogs over there. Wait for them to get closer, and then kill them. The somewhat agitated skeleton dog immediately calmed down, squatting on the side and sweeping the ground with its tail. Skeleton Hunter 1 directly climbed onto the roof of the car, holding a sniper rifle, and stared at the deformed dog wandering around on the other side with vigilance. These deformed zombies are different from ordinary zombies. Once they find danger, they will turn around and run away. It is difficult to catch them, so we can't attack them directly now. We have to wait for them to get close, so that we can be more confident to stop them all. All the orders were arranged, and the situation was stabilized for a short time. Wu Heng turned his attention back to the direction of the rats. The rats the size of wild cats climbed and bit in the chest of the skeleton, and the crackling sound of broken bones was endless. When I was young, I read a novel. It was about a rat plague. The rats ate up all the food and continued to feed on humans. In order to eliminate the rats, humans used various methods, but failed to drive them away. Finally, they were forced to abandon the city and leave. At that time, I thought the story was a bit exaggerated. How could rats defeat humans? Now a similar scene appeared in front of me, and I also believed that rats were difficult to deal with. Wu Heng looked at the battle area and frowned tightly. The rats were dense, and relying on the number of skeletons to pile up the rats to death was not a cost-effective way. After thinking about his skills and all the attacks he could use, he began to think about how to kill the rats more efficiently. Instead of using the number of skeletons to pile up the rats to death, There are a few spare oil drums in the car. Li Yong leaned over and said again. Take them down quickly. Li Yong opened the door, stuck her butt out, and leaned into the back seat of the truck, handing out the gasoline and the soybean oil drums one by one. There were 5 drums in total. It wasn't a large number, but it should be no problem to block the road on one side. He tightened the lid of the soybean oil barrel and handed it to the big guy who was watching the fun, and said, Go, throw these barrels into the rat group, and disperse them. The big guy grabbed a soybean oil barrel with one hand, and threw it out directly. With a bang, the full barrel knocked over several rats, and at the same time the barrel broke, and gasoline splashed all over the rat group and the ground around. Bang, bang, bang. Then, one barrel after another was thrown out, and scattered into the rat group. A large number of rats, who were dizzy from being hit, screamed angrily at the front. Wu Hung saw that it was almost done. He raised his hand and released a fireball spell towards the sky above the rats. The orange-red fireball flew into the air, and after reaching a certain height, it disintegrated with a bang, like fireworks scattering, and several streams of flame scattered into the rats, igniting the gasoline. Whoosh! A flame bigger than the grease spell instantly covered the rats and spread across the street. The fire wave was like a collapsed furnace, with a scorching heat. The air was twisted by the burning. Squeak! The rats engulfed by the sea of fire began to struggle and scream, making a harsh hiss. The fire continued to spread in the direction of the rats. The densely packed rats chasing them kept spreading. The rats were also frightened by the fire, and began to flee in all directions, retreating back to the shop behind and disappearing into the private room. Only the rats engulfed by the fire were left, still struggling, and losing their resistance little by little. Huh? Seeing the rats retreat, Wu Hung breathed a sigh of relief. These things are really hard to deal with. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Wu Hung looked back and saw that Lai Yi had already pulled the trigger. A black-backed dog shaped like a horse in the distance had a bloody hole in its forehead, staggered 2 steps, and fell to the ground. The other deformed dogs that were tearing the skeleton suddenly stood there in a daze. They looked around in horror, and turned their heads to escape into the distance. Bang! 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 The gunshots rang again, and the bullets pierced the deformed dogs' bodies. At the same time, skeleton dogs rushed out of the team, and quickly rushed towards the deformed dogs. The distorted dogs that had not died showed panic, and wanted to escape. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out again. The body was pierced by bullets. The skeleton dog rushed forward and began to bite the distorted dog's body frantically. Wu Hung continued to look in the direction of the zombie group in the commercial street. The zombies continued to rush over, and did not change because the rat group retreated. In front of the spear skeleton, a bunker trench made of corpses had gradually accumulated. The attacking zombies changed from charging head-on to climbing up the trench, and then jumped down from the upper side, pounced into the forest of spears. Wu Hung stood in the back and watched the battle, and continued to give orders. Big guy, second guy, you also go to clean up the zombies. 2 giant skeletons, wearing iron armor, rushed out directly. Like a mad bull, they crashed directly into the zombie group. With their arms swinging like a pendulum, a large number of zombies flew backwards and scattered everywhere. Wu Hung confirmed the direction of the IRAG group again, and saw that there was still no abnormal movement. Continue to give orders. Move forward. Crash! The half-crouching spear skeleton stood up, climbed over the pile of corpses, and continued to move forward in the form of a spear formation. Chapter 137, Searching for Gold Bars. The skeleton team began to move forward like a battlefield meat grinder. The zombies in front were pushed back, and the zombies on both sides who were trying to make a detour were blocked by more kitchen knife skeletons. The fighting and fighting resounded. They fought each other. Wu Hung did not play this time. While giving some orders, he kept an eye on the direction of the rat group. Although the rat group was repelled by the fire, it was not certain whether they would rush over again. It is understandable that rats attack humans or animals, but it is hard to understand that they attack skeletons. Did they eat too much meat and food and want to eat bones to supplement calcium? The skeleton team continued to move forward, leaving a large number of zombie corpses along the way. They pushed all the way to the commercial street. The number of zombies began to decrease. The whole skeleton group was like being stained with blood, and their bodies were covered with sticky blood and mincemeat. The kitchen knife skeleton attacks. The skeleton holding the kitchen knife directly charged. Kill all the remaining zombies. The battle is over. The whole street has become empty. There are only some broken pieces of flesh and limbs, and a mixture of hair and mud that cannot be distinguished, covering the ground. Stepping on it, it feels sticky. There are some clothing stores on both sides. The floor-to-ceiling windows are broken, and the speakers in front of the door are also smashed into pieces. Wu Hung took Li Yong into a store, which was in a mess. The walls and the ground were covered with blood and overturned items. But there were still a lot of clothes and shoes, with several digits on the labels. You guys protect her. Wu Hung pointed to a few tall orc skeletons. The orc skeletons were wearing iron armor, holding battle axes, and stood beside Li Yong in a proper manner. Wu Hung continued to say to Li Yong, "Search every store, and let the skeletons move all the things that can be taken away to the car, so that they can be used in the future." "Oh, okay." Li Yong nodded, and took the tall skeletons assigned to her, and went directly to the second floor to continue checking. Soon, several skeletons came down with unopened clothes. They walked to the roadside, and threw the clothes into the truck bed. Wu Hung saw Li Yong began to search. He did not stop, and walked out of the store, and went to the bank on the roadside. In this world, gold and silver currency had no value. But Wu Hung still needed it. In the next plan, money was needed to solve it. He entered the bank. Several zombies in work clothes were knocking on the glass of the counter. It seems that the glass here in the bank is indeed strong. Despite the fierce fighting outside, the zombies inside still did not rush out. Only bright red and black bloodstains were left on the glass. Wu Hung took out the bronze key and opened the metal door. The moment the zombie attacked, he was pressed to the ground by the skeleton behind him. The kitchen knife and the battle axe fell at the same time, chopping him into a piece of meat paste. Wu Hung walked in directly, opened several drawers under the counter, and checked them one by one. He found some banknotes, which were not very useful. After finding nothing, he stood up and opened another iron door at the back. Behind the iron door, there was a heavy safe. The good stuff should be inside. He continued to open it with the bronze key, and the inside was completely exposed, in addition to a large amount of banknotes. There were also the gold bars that Wu Hung was looking for. 5 bars of 30 grams. 2 bars of 50 grams. So few? The number was not as much as he thought. He put away the gold bars, and continued to walk upstairs. He found some golden commemorative coins, tea in the president's office, and some wine and other things. All were put into the space ring. After leaving the bank, he looked around and saw skeletons, standing in a long row, carrying items like ants moving house. Wu Hung took the skeletons and went to several nearby banks. He searched out more than 10 gold bars, most of which were 30 grams, and there was only one 100-gram bar. It was less than expected. Back to the commercial street, he entered a gold shop. There were no zombies in the shop. The counter was broken, and the floor was full of broken glass and falling gold jewelry. The things in the gold shop are much more than those in the bank. There are all kinds of gold jewelry and jade jewelry. Wu Hung finally smiled. It seems that he has gained something. He opened the counters one by one, picked up the jewelry from the broken glass, and put them into the space ring. In addition to the gold jewelry shining with golden light, there are also a large number of luxury gift boxes under the counter, which are very impressive. After collecting them all, he continued to search inside the store. It was still a safe, and there were 5 finished gold bars inside. It didn't say how many grams it weighed, but the size was close to 10 grams. After putting all the things into the space ring, he left the store with satisfaction. He walked to the next store based on his previous memory, but found that the store's sign had been changed to a milk tea shop. Damn! It failed, and the sign was changed. Wu Hung continued to walk along the commercial street, but did not find the second gold shop. This is just a region of a small city, which is not very developed. There is only one gold shop on the whole street, but the harvest is not bad. After a rough calculation in his mind, the number of gold bars reached more than 700 grams, which can also be exchanged for a lot of money. At least in the short term in Rentam City, it is completely enough. After looting the gold, Wu Hung went straight to the store where Li Yong was. In the store, there were various women's underwear, and the brands were still celebrities' underwear advertisements. Seeing Wu Hung suddenly come in, Li Yong immediately explained, "Take some back, there are many girls, these can all be used." Wu Hung nodded, which made sense. "Take them all away, it's a waste to leave them here," Wu Hung said. "But I don't understand some of it. These underwear embroidered, and lace, why are they so fancy? They are all worn inside. Can this be comfortable? I don't understand. Have you ever bought it with your girlfriend? Li Yong asked. Men rarely come into places like this. That's right. Li Yong took out a coat from her backpack, handed it to him and said, try it on, I just saw it, and I think it suits you. Now? Put it on the outside, try it first, it's newly opened, and clean. Wu Heng stood in front of the mirror, and Li Yong put the coat on him. Wearing leather armor. It looks a bit bulgy. It looks good. And I feel a lot younger. Like a college student. Li Yong said with a smile. Really? That's because you have good taste. Of course. I always have good taste. I believe it. As the two chatted, the skeletons continued to move the items, until the whole street, as well as some surrounding shops, were moved. The two also returned to the truck. Wu Heng ordered Datu. Let the skeletons carry the body and follow the truck back. Crash! The skeleton team carried the body on their shoulders. The large woven bags that were looted were carried by several skeletons with basic souls. They put the complete rat corpses into the woven bags along the way. Even though the fire just now covered a large area, they still found several large bags of rat corpses. The skeletons carried them on their shoulders and returned with the convoy. Chapter 138, 5 Corpse Cores. Return to the community. Li Yong parked the truck directly on the roadside. There is no need to unload the goods. When the convoy returns to the prison tomorrow, just drive away directly. Save the trouble of loading and unloading. The two stood at the door and simply discussed tomorrow's affairs. Li Yong will lead the convoy to transport a batch of supplies back first. Wu Heng will not go back with them, but will arrange for the big head skull and some skeleton soldiers to go together to protect the safety of the convoy. The road to the prison, I have walked it several times. The possibility of danger is not high. Arranging skeletons also avoids some wandering zombies or any unexpected situations. Humans are still too fragile. Viruses and simple injuries may take their lives. The two stood together and discussed for a while. After confirming the plan, Li Yong returned to the repair shop, and Wu Heng also returned to the community with the skeletons. Directing the skeletons, pile the bodies brought back together. The bodies of the deformed dogs were placed aside. Although there were no level 2 deformed zombies this time, killing so many deformed dogs was a big gain. According to the improved attributes, it was also better than the level 2 corpse core. After a few bone slave techniques, 5 skeleton dogs stood up from the broken meat. They shook their bodies, and the dirty blood on their bodies splashed everywhere. During this period of time, the number of skeleton dogs and skeleton cats has reached 12. Although it is not a lot, the size of a lion and the speed of animals still have a clear advantage in combat, especially the hound-type skeleton dogs, which are more like the body of a thin-legged horse. Wu Heng even felt that if he could let these skeleton dogs pull carts, they would definitely be faster than horses. He searched among the fallen pieces of meat. He found 5 level 1 corpse cores and put them in plastic bags. He looked around and called Lai Yi, who was carrying a sniper rifle, and said, "You can train hounds, right? Choose one for you." Lai Yi stepped forward and pointed at a hound skeleton that was as tall as a horse. "Well, it's yours." Lai Yi bent down and stroked the dog's head. A pale white light spread from the dog's head to the whole body. The next second, the skeleton dog happily swung its bony tail and began to circle around Lai Yi. Let the rest of the skeletons patrol according to the original plan. Wu Heng walked directly into the alchemical skeleton's room and handed him 5 corpse cores. Now it seems that the number of alchemical skeletons is still not enough. In addition to making potions for corpse cores, it is also necessary to make healing potions and mental potions, which are commonly used potions. Even if the skeletons don't need to sleep, the dwarf skeletons are a bit too busy. In addition, alchemists also have some research on saving people, which can be seen from the last time when they took out the bullet for Jia Yinging and treated her wounds. Now that I have some money, I should buy 2 more alchemist corpses, which is always a good thing. After Wu Heng explained the plan for tomorrow to the big-headed skeleton, he directly opened the boundary gate and returned to his residence. He went to the first floor to practice swordsmanship. The system prompt also appeared. Unlock swordsmanship, Great Eagle / beginner. Great Eagle / quickly slash at a target up to 10 feet away. After hitting the target, the attack speed is increased by 5%, and the target's spellcasting or gathering is interrupted. It's done. God will not let down those who work hard. After practicing for so long, I finally figured out a sword technique. Badong. Badong took a step forward. Stand over there, let me try out the sword technique. Bodong walked to the other side of the living room. Wu Hung tightly grasped the silver wing water pattern sword. The next second, his figure was like a swooping falcon, and moved in front of Bodong in the blink of an eye, and slashed at the other's body with the iron sword in his hand. Bodong slightly sidestepped to avoid, and grabbed his wrist holding the sword with one hand. Damn! Just when he was about to say he was so handsome, his wrist was grabbed. Bodong let go, and Wu Hung put away his sword. On second thought, it was normal that he couldn't beat it. After all, he was an elder of the Divine Punishment sect. It would be a bit strange if he could cut it with a sword technique that he had just unlocked. But the sword technique he unlocked was definitely not weak. He could quickly approach the opponent and cut it, not to mention killing long-range targets. It could also be used as an escape skill if used well. He practiced with Bodong for a while, and went to bed to rest. The next morning, Wu Hung got up early, and went to the zombie world first. He arranged for the skeletons to leave with the convoy. After watching the convoy leave, he returned to Rentam City. The weather in Rentam City was a bit gloomy today, with dark clouds covering the sky, and it seemed that a heavy rain would fall at any time. Wu Hung prepared an umbrella in the space ring, and went out directly to the association. When he arrived at the hall, some teams had gathered to receive the commission. The professional association supported a lot of teams or mercenaries. Arrived at the front desk. The staff smiled. Good morning, Captain Wu Hung. In the past few days, I have become a familiar face in the association. Good morning. Wu Hung smiled and responded, and continued, I had a mid-level item reward last time, I came to redeem it. The staff checked the record book. Captain, what type of reward do you want to redeem? In fact, the mid-level item reward is just average. You can redeem some low-level scrolls, more sophisticated weapons and equipment, and skill books. Only when you reach the high-level item reward will magic items or strange items appear. Scrolls are gone after one use, and the cost-effectiveness is not high. You can't use the weapon yourself, and now you kill enemies by shooting. Skill books are more useful. You can unlock them after reading them, and they are the most suitable. Skill books for mages. Wait a moment. Soon, the staff came over with a few skill books, all low-level, such as Acid Splash and Light Dance, which I have already unlocked. After a rough comparison, I chose a book called Feather Fall. Description, within the casting range. Specify up to 5 falling creatures to generate skill effects. If they land before the spell ends, they will not receive any falling damage. Feather Fall should be an auxiliary ability, but at a critical moment, it should be able to save your life. Moreover, it can not only be used for yourself, but can be used for up to 5 people at the same time. It is considered a relatively practical skill. After confirming the reward, Wu Hung turned around and left. Walk through the corridor and head to the team lounge. Push the door and enter the lounge. In addition to the Orc Duke, there is also a green-skinned female orc wearing leather armor, with a dagger and quiver hanging on her waist and a longbow on her back. Captain. Good morning. Duke greeted. Duke changed his outfit today. It is no longer a flat plate armor, but this time there are some patterns on it, and it looks much better made. Especially the helmet. In addition to being all metal, there is also a thicker layer on the forehead. It looks a bit heavy. Wu Hung nodded. Good morning, Duke. Who is this? This is our new member. Chapter 139. Duke, you come here. The female orc stood up, performed an orc etiquette, and said, Captain Wu Hung? I am Marta, a level 7 ranger. Wu Hung paused. By the way, his team is not complete yet, and he forgot about this. Did you bring the information? Wu Hung asked. The female orc handed over the personal information prepared by the association. Wu Hung took a look and found that it was the same as what was written on the information. The person recruited was Deacon Gomez. How old are you this year? Wu Hung continued to ask. 22, team leader. Welcome to join. Wu Hung looked at the name on the information again. Marta. Thank you, Captain. Marta immediately said. Wu Hung feels the orcs are better than the human race. At least 2 players, respect about yourself. Sit. Wu Hung signaled the other party to sit down. Continue. My name is Wu Hung, is the captain of the 12 team. He is Duke, member of our team. Before you come, we knew each other. Duke said directly. Rentam City is actually not small, and is divided into several areas. Even though they are all orcs, they are all local residents. But the two do not know each other. Well, We will be teammates in the future. And we must take care of each other. Yes, Captain. Marta nodded again. After a brief chat, Duke moved forward twice and said, Captain, I came here today to tell you about the wanted criminal intelligence. Do you have any clues? Yes, but I'm not sure if it's reliable. Duke scratched his head. Tell me about it. Captain, do you remember the wanted criminal who was killed and bled when we investigated the tavern last time? Duke asked. Yeah, I remember. Something happened there again? The first mission after coming to Ratam City was to investigate the death of a person in the tavern. There was a pervert who used money to bring a woman who solicited customers to the alley, and then cut her neck and bled her. She was blocked in the alley by Wu Hung, and was shot with a gun. In the letter to Yuri and Slater, I also talked about this incident, so I remember it clearly. Nothing happened in the tavern. But something similar happened in the outskirts of the city. The guy we killed was a wanted criminal. I think the perpetrator this time might also be a wanted criminal, Duke said. Killing people and bleeding them? Yeah. The wounds are all similar. So I think we can still catch the wanted criminal, Duke continued. Wu Hung looked at the newly joined female orc again. Marta, have you heard about it? I seem to have heard something. Recently, the Warhammer party has been making a lot of trouble. Especially in the outskirts of the city, Marta said. Wu Hung nodded and glanced at the dark sky outside. He said, Let's go. Let's go out and take a look. Investigate. Okay. Captain. Duke stood up excitedly. Several people picked up their weapons and walked out together. They walked out of the association's gate. Marta whistled at the sky. A black-feathered eagle flew down from the sky. It landed on Marta's leather-covered arm and looked at the people around him with sharp eyes. This is my tamed beast, Blackfeather. Then he said to the black-haired eagle, This is my captain, and this is my teammate. The black-haired eagle looked at the two of them and nodded in a more humane way. Wu Hung took a look and didn't say much. The beasts tamed by human rangers are all smaller eagles, or more docile birds. This one is more like a vulture. The neck is thin and long, somewhat drooping, ugly and handsome. After the introduction, they walked directly to the outer city area. After leaving the city gate, they arrived at the outer city area. Except for the main road in the middle, the two sides are full of high and low houses. Perhaps because the weather is not very good, there are few people on the road. It gives people a gloomy feeling. Duke led a few people to the door of a wooden house. After knocking on the door, a man cautiously looked out from the crack of the door. After seeing that it was Duke, he opened the door and said, Duke, it's you? Well, this is my captain, and he is here to investigate the deaths in the past few days. Duke introduced. Oh, hello, Captain. What do you want to investigate? The man asked. Wu Hung said, Someone is dead. Is the body still there? Yes. Take us to see it. Oh, this way. Please. The man walked in front and led a few people to a wooden house near the edge. It's inside. The dead are all women or children. People are panicking. The gang hasn't found anything. Wu Hung nodded. Okay. Leave the rest to us. You go back first. Okay. The man continued, We have collected some money. If you can solve this problem, we are willing to pay you the corresponding reward. It should be because they are afraid that the investigation will not be done properly. So they prepared some money to improve the efficiency. Well, I'll let you know when there's a result. Wu Hung said. Thank you. The man retreated directly, muttering something like life is hard to live with, and left. In the room, there were several bodies covered with linen. Judging from their body sizes, there were humans and orcs. Wu Hung released dancing lights to illuminate the room. He asked Duke to uncover the first body. This was a woman, who looked young, with a deep scar on her neck, and her skin was pale, as if she had been drained of blood. It was exactly the same as the last time a murder occurred in the tavern. Wu Hung did not say much, and directly released talking with the dead. The corpse with skin as pale as paper suddenly sat up and looked at this side with pale eyes. The female orc Marta, who had just joined, her face changed, and she took a step back involuntarily. Wu Hung asked directly, How did you die? I was attacked by several people, and then my neck was cut open. The corpse replied. Do you know those people? No, I didn't see their faces clearly. Where were you attacked? Outside the city, the small road in the north. What time? After dusk? Wu Hung thought for a while, and continued to ask the last question. What characteristics do you remember about them? They were filled with blood and wore black cloaks. After saying that, with a bang, they lay back on the ground. Then, Wu Heng continued to question the second corpse, which was a female orc. The green skin turned grayish-white due to blood loss, and it was obvious that she had fought. There were scars on her face and body, but the fatal wound was still the neck. The white flesh turned outward. Wu Heng asked the same questions as before. The place and time of the accident were different, but the characteristics of the murderer were the same. After the 5 questions were finished, he asked the remaining corpses, trying to collect useful information. After all the interrogations were completed, the 3 of them got together again. "Captain, is it the same as the last time?" Duke said. "Yes, it is indeed the same. Could it be a wanted criminal? It doesn't matter whether it is or not. We are dealing with this matter, and it can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people." Wu Heng said. "Yes, this word is really good," Duke said. Marta interrupted the conversation between the two and asked softly, "Captain, what should we do next? The corpse is efficient, but this time, there is obviously no clear direction. We can't search every house to see if there is a black windbreaker used when committing a crime, or smell the blood on anyone." Wu Heng thought for a moment and said, "It's actually easy to do. The enemy only attacks women. Let's lure them out." "Got it." Duke glanced at the newly joined female orc. Marta nodded. "Okay. I have no problem. Although orcs are tall, there are also female orcs among the dead bodies. The enemy's targets are not the weak, but mainly women. This is actually a bit abnormal." Wu Heng looked at Marta and shook his head. The other side is acting together with several people. It is a bit dangerous for Marta to be a bait. The role of the ranger in this world is not that of a high-agility profession that comes and goes without a trace. It is more like a profession of reconnaissance and long-range support. Once surrounded, if the support is not timely, there may be irreversible consequences. Join the team in the morning, and the people are gone in the afternoon. This is really a joke. "Go find a woman?" Duke asked. "Duke, you go." "What?" "Captain, I'm a man. Aren't they attacking women?" Duke said in surprise, patting his chest, proving that he is a man. He doesn't have the characteristics of a woman. Marta was also smiling awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Let the strong Duke be a woman. It's quite thoughtful. Disguise. Wu Heng took out the illusion veil and handed it to him, saying, "Put it on. Let me see." Duke took it with doubt, and at Wu Heng's signal, he put it on his head. A ray of light shone down from the top of his head, and his body began to change, turning into the image of a female orc. In appearance, there was an added layer of illusion effect, but his height was still tall. Wu Heng looked at Duke and nodded, and Marta beside him also widened her eyes. This must be a special prop. No change. Duke just opened his mouth, and then closed his mouth, because the voice of the speaker changed. It was more like a female voice. "Okay. The effect is pretty good. You go to the north area and take a look. We will protect you in the dark." "Duke, don't cry. What if you scare the murderer away?" "Aw, Captain, this won't work. This won't work. Don't talk nonsense. If I wasn't a mage, I would go by myself." This is not." Duke grunted for a long time, and walked away with a female appearance. The sky became even darker. On the small road to the north, a female orc looked around, looking a little reserved. She was strong, and had long hair like a waterfall, which was the most popular type among orcs. Swish! Suddenly, in the dark alley on one side, there was the sound of running footsteps. 3 figures ran out in 3 directions and surrounded the female orc in the middle. "Damn, such a big body. What did it eat to grow up?" "It's okay if it's a female. The blood volume is more sufficient." "Stop talking nonsense. People outside the city are investigating these things recently. Move faster." "Damn, he's still winking at us," several people said without scruples. And the female orc, hearing the word winking at her, she instantly became furious. With a roar, she rushed over directly. Chapter 140, Life is a Disease. Bang! A dull crash sounded. The tall female orc, like a mad buffalo, directly knocked one person away, and threw him 4 or 5 meters away. The other 2 looked back at their companions who had flown away, with surprised expressions on their faces. "What's going on? So fierce. Kill her, something's wrong." The person who flew away staggered to his feet, and said while covering his chest, The other two also turned around, immediately drew out the daggers from their waists, one on the left and one on the right, and rushed towards the female orc, planning to directly outflank, kill, and take blood first. Duke's face instantly became solemn. He involuntarily blew a kiss, lowered his center of gravity, pulled out an iron sword from his waist. He looked at the two people rushing towards him with vigilance. Whoosh! Just as the two people were getting closer and closer, and were about to rush in front of him, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. Puff! An arrow, shot from a distance, instantly penetrated a person's body and came out from the front. The figure in the middle staggered 2 steps, looking down at the arrow that pierced his body. The other man's face suddenly changed. At this time, the sound of wings flapping came from the sky again. A black-feathered eagle swooped down from the sky. The man bent his arms to block. With a sizzling sound, the sharp eagle claws left deep claw marks on the leather armor. Ah! Duke, who was disguised as a woman, roared. He rushed forward with the iron sword. He opened and closed the weapon in his hand, blowing kisses and winking, and roared loudly. Whoosh! Arrows were still shooting from a distance. Wu Hong and a few others rushed over from a distance, and quickly attacked and killed him. The mission was easier than expected. Duke handed the veil to Wu Hong. Captain, here you go. Wu Hong took it and put it away. This was bought with several thousand silver coins, but he didn't take it seriously. You are still too young. Do you think you have many opportunities to be a girl? Drag the body here, Wu Hong said. Duke and Marta dragged the body over. 3 bodies, neatly placed in front of him. Wu Hong continued to release talking with the dead. Do you have any other people? There are other members, the corpse replied. There are more than just the 3 of them. Moreover, the word member is more like a team, or a gang term. Wu Hong tried to ask, what is the name of your organization? Blood Worship. Shit, there really is an organization. Wu Hong looked at Duke and Marta. Both shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. It seems that they are not well known in the local area. How many people are there in your organization? Wu Hong continued to ask. Including us, there are 8 people in total. The number is not that large. It should be a newly established small church. That is why they kill people in such a sneaky way. Compared to some cults that preach strange doctrines, they kill people everywhere indiscriminately, which is more hateful. What is your purpose in killing people? To collect blood. Wu Hong wanted to ask why they collected blood, but felt that none of this was important. He continued to ask, where is your church? To the north, there is a single house. After the 5 questions, the corpse fell back on its back with a thud. Blood was still flowing from the wound. Wu Hong continued to wake up the second corpse, and asked directly, what are the characteristics of the house where you are hiding? The corpse replied, there is a red crescent moon pattern on the wall. What is the name of your leader? I don't know. Don't know? What is the strength of your leader? Level 10. Besides the few people from the blood worship cult, are there any other helpers? No. You? After Wu Hong asked the second corpse, he asked the third one. Talking with the dead, it is to retrieve the original memory. Sometimes, each person has a different point of view on the same question, and gives different answers. I repeatedly asked about the number of people in the church and the level of the leader. It can be confirmed that it is just a newly established small church. There are still 5 people in the base, including their leader, a professional of level 9 or 10. Level 10 is more likely, because the one killed in the tavern last time was a level 9 wanted criminal, and this one has become the leader, so his level should be higher. Captain, what should we do next? Duke said. Let's go north. Wu Hong and his companions followed the intelligence, and came to the gathering place in the northern district outside the city. Standing in the dark alley, waiting silently, the black-feathered eagle circled twice in the sky. Ghost Xiao Xiao, remaining invisible, flew back from a distance. After sharing vision, they found the wooden house marked with a red crescent in the sky. The room was not big and was dim. There were 5 people gathered inside, holding the blood of flowers in their hands, mumbling, as if praying for something, and then drinking it down in one gulp. A look of satisfaction and intoxication appeared on his face. There was a basement below, where 3 women were imprisoned in iron cages, and there were corpses that had not been dealt with in time. It seemed that there were more than just the 3 people out hunting. Wu Hong frowned and thought for a moment, glanced at the building opposite, and said, there are 5 people in the house, Duke. Come with me, Marta. Find a position to be on guard. If anyone approaches or escapes, be careful to kill them. Understood, The two nodded. Wu Hung took Duke and the two skeletons and walked to the front of the house. Just as he approached, a voice came from behind the door. "Who is it?" Wu Hung said directly. "We are residents nearby. We heard that there is a Hansha tavern here. Is it nearby? Go forward." "It's not here." "What?" "I didn't hear it clearly." Wu Hung gestured to the people behind him. Duke paused and rushed directly to the door. Bang! Creak! The violent collision sounded, and the door made a sound of teeth ache. Bodong immediately took over Duke's position and kicked the door. With a bang, the shaking wooden door fell back. A strong smell of blood was blowing in the face. "Ah, damn you, who are you?" In the room, there were roars. Tap, tap, tap. 3 figures, like agile cheetahs, first pounced on the people at the door. Bang, 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 bang. Several people pulled the trigger at the same time, and dense bullets shot at the 2 figures in front. The figure that pounced into the air fell from the sky, and blood flowed all over the ground. Then, bullets continued to shoot at the people behind. Swish, swish. In the room, the remaining few people moved quickly in the room. In the dim room, leaving a trail of afterimages. Can they still dodge bullets? Damn it, kill them! It's the Iron Guard Knights, they found us. Kill them, their blood grants us immortality. Several figures in the room rushed towards the door quickly, instantly pierced by bullets, falling to the ground groaning in pain. Suddenly a figure quickly approached the door from behind. The muzzle of the gun was raised, and it shot at the figure running towards it. However, the next second, the figure turned into a cloud of black smoke, bypassed several people, rushed out of the door, and drifted away. Follow him. The trigger was held down, and bullets were fired at the black smoke one after another. Puff, puff, puff. The dense bullets shot into the black smoke, and a sound of puff, puff, puff was heard. It was like shooting into a quagmire. Obviously, the black smoke could not float in the air like real smoke, and could only maintain a height of about 2 meters. Even if he wanted to escape far away, he was trembling in the dense bullets and couldn't move. At the same time, the substance in the black smoke became more and more condensed. Several people followed suit and fired. The black fog suddenly condensed and formed a figure in a black robe. He shouted loudly, "I can give you money. Let me leave here. You killed so many people. And you still want to leave?" Wu Hung waved his hand again. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet shot out again, piercing his chest. The man's body swayed as the bullets hit him, and he retreated little by little. "You can't kill me. I am the gang in the outer city." Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish his words, the bullet pierced his body again. He fell directly to the ground, and blood flowed all over the ground. Although he killed the other party, Wu Hung was still surprised at how difficult the other party was. It took 2 skeletons to empty 2 magazines before he killed him. Duke ran over, raised the battle axe in his hand, and was about to chop off the other party's head. "Don't cut him. There's too much blood. It's hard to take him away," Wu Hung said directly. "I'm afraid he's pretending to be dead." "He's dead? Take off his scarf." Duke pulled off the scarf that was wrapped around the mouth and nose of the corpse, revealing the image of a middle-aged man with sunken cheeks. Wu Hung took out the tablet, called up the association's wanted orders, and compared them one by one. Part check. Reward of 720 silver. Intermediate item reward. At this time, Marta also ran over. She looked at the tablet together. When she found that he was really a wanted criminal, her eyes widened. Escape from the Yek Kingdom. In addition to money, there are also intermediate item rewards. It's quite generous. This trip of my team was not in vain. It's really a wanted criminal. Duke was also surprised. Although he provided the information, he didn't expect that it was really a wanted criminal. After all, this kind of thing still depends on some luck. Wu Hung continued, "Duke, go get a carriage. Marta, go to the basement in the room. Rescue those women. Be careful not to have any traps." "Okay, Captain." The two agreed and immediately acted separately. Wu Hung walked to the last corpse, stretched out his right hand with leather armor gloves, and opened its mouth to take a look. 2 fangs. Very obvious. It really looked like a vampire in a movie. "Strip him." Basin and Bodong immediately stepped forward and began to strip the clothes off the corpse on the ground. Only the thin clothes inside were left. Black cloak, leather armor, a short blade, and a backpack. Wu Hung squatted and opened the backpack directly. Money bag, access credentials of the Snake Emblem Consortium, and a golden wine glass with various gemstones on the edge. Blood cup, rare item. Type, rare item. Function, drink blood from the cup, transform your physique. Side effects, blood eating, photophobia. Description, life is a disease, it takes a high price to cure it. Rare item, a church with only a few people actually has a rare item. This is really beyond people's expectations. But it can be confirmed that these guys show high agility, especially this leader, who also has the effect of turning himself into black smoke, and being completely immune to physical damage for a certain period of time. It is definitely related to this strange item. The blood cup. That is why they drink blood. The side effect is, that is, blood eating addiction. But this effect of turning into black smoke, I also want to have it. Soon, the imprisoned woman in the room was released, crying and wailing. She must have been scared. Some people also gathered nearby, and there was a gang responsible for the security of the area. Marta was communicating with those people. Wu Hung put all his backpack and equipment into the space ring. Not long after, Duke also drove a carriage over, threw the body on the cart, and the team began to return. On the way, the middle-aged man who had taken me to see the body before also walked over quickly. Thank you, Captain. Thank you all. We don't have much money. Let's buy you some wine. He handed over a purse. Forget it. Give it back to you. This is a wanted criminal. We will also have a reward when we go back. Wu Hung said. How can that be? We agreed before. We must take it. The situation outside the city is different. Some tricky things cannot be handled even by the gangs in charge. The nearby residents will need to pool their money to hire a mercenary group to handle it, which will only cost more money and may not be effective. Wu Hung glanced at the man who was holding his hand tightly and took the purse. Okay, I'll take the money. If you have any problems in the future, please find Duke. We will also help you if we can. Okay. Thank you, Captain. Thank you all. Wu Hung waved his hand, and the carriage continued to move forward, passing through the city gate and entering the outer city. The carriage creaked forward. It began to drizzle in the sky, and it looked like a storm would come at any time. Duke and Marta escorted the cart. The tame black-feathered eagle landed on the cart, staring at the corpses, motionless. Captain, did we do a good thing this time? We saved a few people. Duke put his hand on the side of the cart and asked. Yes, it's a good thing. We will continue to collect intelligence. Our target is still the wanted criminal. Okay. I feel like I have mastered some methods, Duke said. The team pulled the cart slowly forward, passing by the tavern in front. Just saw a plump red-haired woman in a windbreaker walking out of the tavern. The younger brother was holding an umbrella beside her, whispering something. The elder sister-in-law of the Spike gang. When Man Shaw. The cart passed by in front of him, and the two looked at each other briefly. When Man Shaw coughed lightly, and said, The weather is not very good today. I don't need anyone to guard here. Sister-in-law, it's a bit chaotic recently. I'm afraid it will be dangerous if you don't arrange someone. A younger brother said. When Man Shaw glared at him. If you don't tell me, who would know? It's raining heavily tonight. What if the brothers get sick if we stay here? Come back tomorrow morning. The other younger brothers, also happy. I secretly thought that my sister-in-law was really considerate. Thank you, sister-in-law. Well, order some food at the tavern, and send it to my room, then you can leave. Yes, sister-in-law. The cart passed by the door of the tavern, entered the inner city, and returned to the association. The body was transported to the morgue, and handed over to the staff for identity verification. Okay, everyone go home, wait for the body to be verified, and the bounty will be divided tomorrow, Wu Hung said. Okay, Captain. Oh! The two orcs left, and Wu Hung also packed up his things. Holding an umbrella, he walked towards the residence of One Man Shaw. Chapter 141 Yenshin Shelter. It was drizzling. Wu Hung held an umbrella, took Basin and Ba Wudong with him on a small road with few people. When they arrived at the residence of One Man Shaw, the door was empty. Normal, there would be younger brothers guarding here, taking turns all day. In this kind of weather, no one would want to stay outside to guard the door. If they were asked to go back to take shelter from the rain, they would naturally be willing. They pushed the door into the courtyard, and then entered the room. As soon as they opened the door, a figure in a low-cut silk dress ran straight over. Wu Hung hugged her, and she felt soft and warm. Master, When Man Shaw called softly. After the last time, She seemed to be more relaxed. You are wearing so little. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Wu Hung hugged her and closed the door with his foot, waiting for Master to warm up. When Manshaw put her arms around his neck and said coquettishly, Master, I miss you so much. As she spoke, the shoulder strap slipped off, and one side of the snow peak was exposed to the air, round and upright. At this moment, when Manshaw was completely different from the gangster sister-in-law during the day, in front of her younger brother, she was cold and arrogant. But now she was so charming that she seemed to be melting. Wu Hung gently patted her waist and hips and asked, Any news about Roche? During the day, I arranged for someone to come and take a look. I guess he will be back in the next 2 days. When Manshaw said, Well, when you come back, let me know as soon as possible. Then I will let you be the leader of the Spike Gang. Wu Hung made a promise directly. I need someone to collect intelligence. When Manshaw, who signed a slave contract, is the most suitable candidate. Master, please arrange it. I am willing to stay with you as a maid. When Manshaw continued, I don't know if it is because of the slave contract, or because when Manshaw is clingy, your ability is still suitable for being a gang leader. Thank you, Master. When Manshaw pulled him and sat down at the table. Master, you have been busy all day. You haven't eaten yet. I asked someone to prepare dinner. Wu Hung sat at the table and ate dinner, and when Manshaw served him carefully, after a quick bite, the two of them sat at the table and talked about what had happened in the past 2 days. Wu Hung also had some understanding of the outer city area. The next day, early in the morning, when Manshaw got up and dressed, it would be a good thing to have a personal maid to take care of her life. Wu Hung took out several sets of women's underwear and clothes from the space ring, which he brought back from the commercial street, and handed them to her, saying, I prepared them for you. I don't know if they are suitable. When Manshaw widened her eyes, looking at the various brightly colored clothes, his eyes were filled with joy, and he rushed forward and said, Thank you, Master. Yes. After a while, when Manshaw took his younger brother to the tavern for dinner, and Wu Hung also dressed up and walked directly to the inner city. It rained all night last night. Walking on the street, the rushing water flowed to the drainage wells on both sides of the road. The whole city has a complex drainage system. It rained heavily last night, but the city was not flooded today. Wu Hung took the 2 skeletons and went directly to the association, came to the front desk, received the bounty after the autopsy last night, returned to the lounge. Duke and Marta were already sitting in the lounge chatting. Seeing Wu Hung come in, they both smiled. Captain! Well, the bounty has come down. The association is 720, and the residents yesterday collected 120. These 2 are yours. Wu Hung handed the corresponding bounty to the 2. Marta glanced at Duke on the side. The latter stood up. Thank you, Captain. Seeing Duke take it, Marta also picked up the purse. Thank you, Captain. Well, nothing, you can go back and continue to focus on investigating intelligence. Wu Hung continued. Okay, Captain. I know. Okay. If you have nothing else, go back. Oh! The 2 stood up and left. Wu Hung also left the association. He went directly to the Snake Emblem group opposite. Good morning, Mr. Wu Hung. In the VIP room of the Snake Emblem group, the local person in charge, Lisha, walked over with a twist of her waist. Good morning. Lisha sat down opposite, revealing her white calves under her skirt, and asked with a smile, Mr. Wu Hung, are you here this time to inquire about the construction of the boneyard? Well, let's see if you are ready. There are some other things by the way. Wu Hung leaned on the sofa and said, Sorry, Mr. Wu Hung. The construction is not ready yet. Lisha apologized softly. It took a long time. Well, the array building needs to be drawn by the array master. Plus the transportation. It takes a lot of time. Lisha sighed. Actually, we are also in a hurry. Try to speed up. Recently, I have enough gold in my hands, and I have some confidence to do anything. Okay. Sir, I have a copy of your access certificate here. Take out everything in it. Wu Hung took out the certificate he got when he killed the blood worship cult yesterday. This kind of voucher only recognizes the bill and not the person, and anyone can come and take it. Okay. Sir, please wait. The woman handed the bill to the staff outside the door, and she chatted with Wu Hung for a while. Soon, there was a knock on the door. The staff came in carrying a wooden box, put it on the table, and then left. Wu Hong opened it directly, and there were neatly stacked silver coins inside. And a book. The Book of Runes. It was not a skill book, but a book about magic runes. Wu Hong did not look at it anymore, and directly closed the wooden box again. Lisha still kept smiling, and accompanied him silently. I want to buy a few corpses. Wu Hong continued to speak. Oh, what type of corpses do you need? Sir? Lisha continued to ask. Alchemists. Level 10 and above, no race or gender requirements, as long as they are alchemists. Wu Hong stated his requirements. Lisha nodded, took out the power of attorney, and filled it out for him personally. Sir, how many of these corpses do you need? It was obvious that this was not the first time the other party had purchased, otherwise he would not have said it so completely. It also avoids some time waste. 5. Lisha looked up and saw that the price for 5 bodies was not small. She still smiled faintly. Okay. Sir, you need to pay a deposit of 1,000 silver coins. When the bodies come, the balance will be calculated based on the state of the bodies and the transportation costs. The last time I bought a body, the deposit was 300 silver coins. This time it was directly 1,000, maybe because the quantity was large, so it increased a little. Okay, how long will it take to deliver? They will be delivered one after another, about 3 days. Damn, that's fast. It can't be killed immediately. Wu Hong didn't say much. He took out 1,000 silver coins from the wooden box just now, and handed them to the other party. Sir, let me use the emblem. Lisha stretched out her hand. Wu Hong handed over the emblem, the other party took it, pressed the ink, and left a mark on the commission. Okay. Sir, the commission is completed. Lisha said with a smile. She was glad to meet such a young and rich man. This has happened several times in a row, and each time the consumption is not small. Even in Rentam City. It is rare. My performance? I am afraid it will be better than in previous years. In the future, I can maintain good cooperation with the other party. And this year, I can also rank among the top in the region. By the way, is there anything about the store I told you about last time? Wu Hong continued to ask. Lisha's eyes lit up again. What you think will come true? Of course. Do you need to see it? Lisha immediately asked someone to get a map. Yes. The map I had seen last time was put back on the table and spread out. Lisha pointed out several locations one by one. This map marked the location of the entire city, important streets, and key areas. Even the drainage conditions were marked. Wu Hong stared at the map and studied it carefully for a while. Ask, which store has a good location and a backyard? Lisha glanced at the map and pointed her white finger at a store in the northern outer city. This place fully meets your requirements. There is a store in the front, and a small yard and warehouse in the back. Wu Hong looked at the location, which was slightly off the main road, but not too far away. It's not bad. Take me to see it. Okay. Lisha ordered, opened the door, and asked to prepare the carriage. Not long after, the carriage was ready. The two of them took it, and went directly to the store. Soon, the two of them arrived at the store, pushed the door and walked in. The store area is a 2-story building. Each floor is about 40 square meters, not very big. It should not have been vacant for too long. There are still footprints on the ground from the last visitor. It used to be a jewelry store, but it didn't do well, so it closed. Lisha walked 2 steps in the room, her fingers running over the dust on the windowsill. Well, let's go to the backyard. Behind the store, there was a small courtyard connected to a warehouse. Wu Hong took a look, then went into the warehouse to take a closer look, and felt that it was not bad. Go back. He locked the door again, got on the carriage, and slowly returned. Lisha propped her chin, looked across, and asked, Sir, how is it? Are you satisfied with this location? Well, I am satisfied. If you can guarantee that there will be no local gang problems and some safety issues, I will decide. Don't worry about this. The Snake Emblem Consortium operates legally, but it also has some self-protection capabilities, which can ensure the safety of your store, Lisha said without hesitation. Wu Hong nodded, which was considered satisfactory. Okay, I've decided. Well, then I'll write you a commission. The new commission was completed. Lisha continued. The rent for this shop is 2,000 silver coins. Well? Wu Hong paid the money, and took the key from the other party. After thinking for a while, he continued, I will open the shop in a few days, and you can arrange someone to help me clean it up. Of course. Lisha agreed immediately, and asked, What business do you plan to run? Groceries, some daily necessities. Lisha glanced at the other party, and saw that it didn't seem like a joke. With such a high rent, to make daily necessities. It is really a bold attempt. But it has nothing to do with her, she has her own ideas. What about the name? I will ask someone to make a sign for you, and then put it directly in the store. Lisha continued. It is also good for me to maintain a good relationship with such a person. Just call Kejualai Grocery Store. Okay. The carriage returned to the inner city, and got off directly, and returned to the residence. Open the boundary gate, and go to the zombie world. Walking out of the community, we came to the intersection. We could see the convoy parked on the roadside from a distance. Wu Heng used the intercom to call Li Yong. Soon, she ran over from a distance. How is the prison? Nothing, it's the same as when we left, and all the things have been delivered. Li Yong replied. It seems that the prison is relatively stable. Li Yong will bring people back one after another, so nothing will happen again. By the way, a new shelter has appeared in the frequency band recently, and it is recruiting survivors. Li Yong suddenly thought of something and said, an area, communicating on the same frequency band. The frequency band Li Yong mentioned should be her area. It's called the Flame God Shelter, and the leader has awakened his special power, and can control fire. Wu Heng frowned and looked at her. Can he really awaken the ability to control elements? Chapter 142, Roche's Return. Like physical enhancement, perception enhancement, actually, all of these are understandable. After all, it is limited to physical enhancement. However, awakening to control fire is a bit too exaggerated. In another world, spells have a complete set of inheritance, which is to learn and use to control the transformation of magic power. In this world, relying directly on one's own awakening is more like the bloodline power of the warlock profession. The power of a warlock does not need to be learned. It also relies on the awakening of bloodline, like the captain of Team 2 in Blackstone Town before. Talisa, whose bloodline is ice. He can release a variety of bloodline magic. So, the awakening of superpowers in this world is very similar to the awakening of warlock bloodline. Hearing the surprise in Wu Heng's words, Li Yong looked at him in confusion. Are you surprised? Not really, where? In Jinjiawazi, the leader's title is Yinshin, and I heard that he has some people under him. Li Yong continued. Jinjiawazi is a place near the edge of the city. There are some villages around. It is easy to understand why they chose that place as their base, avoiding the places where the urban population lives. I just don't know if they were originally survivors in the village, or if they fled there later. Anyway, this news is good news for humans. Humans are also evolving, with various abilities, which is also very encouraging. Yinshin? Why did you choose this name? Wu Heng was a little curious. It's just a code name, Li Yong said calmly. He looked at the other party carefully. Although it is impossible to verify, it feels that when the other party named Flame God, it is very likely that he was influenced by the name of King Yama. That's right. Wu Heng thought for a moment, and continued, how many people are left in the auto repair shop? 7 people. Tomorrow, I will let the big-headed skull protect you, and search the cleaned apartment buildings, and collect all the glass cups, porcelain bowls, plastic basins, and other daily necessities, so that I can use them later. Wu Heng said. Li Yong frowned, a little confused, the purpose of collecting these things. The area nearby is a gathering place for residents. There are many residents, and these are the most common things. If they are collected, the quantity will be quite a lot. Do you want them intact? Yes, try to keep them intact, and take everyone to collect them first. Okay, I'll ask someone to prepare some anti-collision cotton cloth tonight, and take people to collect them tomorrow, Li Yong said. Wu Heng likes this about her. She will find a way to complete the tasks assigned to her immediately. Very straightforward. Yeah. The two chatted for a few more words, and then returned to their respective accommodations. After Wu Heng returned to the community, he explained to the big-headed skull the task of cooperating with Li Yong tomorrow. After nothing else, he returned to his own residence. Entered the study. Took out the skill book exchanged yesterday, and began to check it. Feather fall. It can make up to 5 targets fall from a high altitude, and not be hurt when they land. From the explanation and introduction of the skill, it belongs to the transformation skill. Change its own falling trend, to achieve the effect of landing without getting hurt. In Wu Heng's understanding, it should be to change its own kinetic potential energy, to keep it within the range of landing without getting hurt, to complete the effect of the spell. It can be said that it is still very useful. Turn to the last page. The prompt appears. Unlock skill, Feather Fall. After completing the skill learning, Wu Hung just wanted to go back to rest. Dang dang dang. A white-feathered owl, standing outside the third-floor window, knocking the window with its hard beak. When Mancha's tamed beast. Wu Hung opened the window, and the owl landed directly on the desk in front of him. He pulled aside the owl's thick feathers, revealing the note tied to its thin legs. Someone is coming. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. Roche is back. The residents of the Spike Gang. Roche, who is burly, sits behind the desk. There is something wrong with your intelligence, and it almost killed me. Roche's tone is a little angry. Opposite, sitting the thin and tall Fisher, also said, he just came to Rentam City, and there are only 2 attendants around him. How did you fail? I arranged several people, all of whom are good players in the gang. There must be something wrong. Roche continued. Because of his information. Not only did he lose several good men, he was also scared and hid away for 3 days. During these 3 days, he was in a state of fear. He did not dare to go out, and had to keep an eye on the situation outside. He was a gang leader after all, and it would be embarrassing if the news got out. Humph, at least he didn't find anything. Fisher looked at him and continued, this time, I will find a way to let him go out of the city to perform a mission, and then you can arrange people to kill him in the wild. Roche's eyes widened instantly, and he was about to roar, but he immediately lowered his voice and said, you are crazy. This matter almost went wrong, and you still have to do it. Do you think this matter is over? If he doesn't die, there may be problems sooner or later. He must die. Fisher patted the back of the chair. His tone was firm. Roche still looked at the other party, and knew that the other party had identified him. It was obviously impossible to quit. Either leave Fisher here now, or agree to his plan and continue to kill the boy from Team 12. Both of them are members of the Killing Association. He had no way out. He took a deep breath and said, okay. You will notify me when the time comes. This time, we must kill him. This is the best. I won't let you suffer any loss in terms of money. Make arrangements this time, and don't let any problems arise again, Fisher said. Put on his scarf and cloak again, and walked out directly. Roche sighed, and watched the other person leave. At this time, when Mancha came out from the back room, she whispered, are you still not going to stop? Roche looked at his woman, and compared to when he left, she seemed to have changed a lot. Her skin was smooth and moisturized, and her complexion was more rosy. He stretched out his hand, trying to pull the other person into his arms, but was dodged directly. He sighed and said, are you still angry? I knew it was nothing, so I let you stay. If you want to leave, can you leave without you? When Mancha sat down not far away, and did not talk about this matter. Instead, he continued, are you still going to listen to Fisher? Let's see the situation first. If he can really lead the other party out of the city to a deserted place, then we can kill the guy, Roche said. When Mancha didn't say anything, sneered, and turned aside. Roche smiled. Don't worry, that guy doesn't have much ability. It's not difficult to kill him. He continued to look at his increasingly moist woman, and said softly, tomorrow, I will discuss some things with the boss of the White Wolf Gang. You will accompany me, and help me make this happen. When Mancha stared at him. You want me to accompany the other party? For the gang's sacrifice. When Mancha still didn't answer, she glanced at the night outside the window, and said softly, I'll go sit at the door for a while. Yes. When Mancha walked out of the yard and glanced at the 2 gang members guarding the door. Okay. Nothing to do today. You all go back, and come back tomorrow morning. Yes. Sister-in-law. The brothers left. 3 figures walked out from the alley, not far away. When Mancha looked at them, and sighed slightly. Inside? Fisher just left. Yes. You go to the tavern and sit for a while. Don't come back yet. Thank you, master. When Mancha nodded, walked out of the alley, and walked to the tavern opposite. Chapter 143. Kill the target. Squeak. The door opened, and the room was dark. Roche yawned and said, let someone prepare the bath water. I want to have a good rest tonight. No one responded behind him, and there was more than one person walking in. Roche suddenly became alert. Looking up, he saw 3 figures walking in slowly. They were not Wen Mancha or his younger brothers, but unfamiliar strangers. Roche was startled, and forced himself to calm down. He stood up slowly and said, everyone, come to my Spike Gang. Is there anything you want to discuss? Don't you recognize me? Chief Roche? Wu Hung asked with a smile. and Basson behind him closed the door. Who are you? Roche narrowed his eyes. Look, Captain Roche is really a forgetful person. He went out for a few days and forgot about me. Wu Hung continued. Roche's face changed. You are the one from Team 12. No, you are not. You want to say, I didn't notice you. Think about it. If I don't pretend that nothing happened, can you come back? Wu Hung still kept smiling. Roche's face became even uglier. I thought the other party was just a young boy, so I gave up before I could find out the truth. I didn't expect that he would be so insidious. Setting a trap for me. Let him come back on his own. Suppressing the uneasiness in my heart. Taking a deep breath. Forcing out an ugly smile. And said, Captain, it seems that there are indeed some misunderstandings. I was deceived at that time. Which is why I did that. Now that I know your identity and strength, I will never dare to go against you even if I die. Wu Hung sat down on a wooden chair not far away. Oh, Leader Luoqi really thinks so? Of course. Luoqi continued, you are the captain of the association. I am a small gang. How can I go against you? I hid away a few days ago, because I knew I had done something wrong. Luoqi no longer had the airs of a gang leader, and looked like a small person showing weakness and humility. He said Wu Hung was very strong, while he himself was very weak. Just now, didn't Fisher come to talk to you about the next move? Wu Hung said again. Fuck. Roche cursed, stepped to the left, pulled out the iron sword hidden on the shelf. You will die here today. At this point, he had no way out. The other party knew everything about his affairs, and he could guess what was going on without thinking. Today, only one of the two must walk out alive. With a loud roar, he rushed over suddenly. His momentum was fierce. Bang! The ear-piercing gunshot sounded. Less than 3 meters away, providing an accurate hit rate. As the opponent shouted, on the chest, a splash of blood appeared. Bang! 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 Then, 3 more shots hit the chest and abdomen. Roche's face changed drastically, and he looked down at the blood flowing along the armor. He gritted his teeth. He changed direction directly and rushed towards the door, shouting at the same time, Where are the people? Come here! Where are the people outside? Bodong stepped quickly, blocked the door, kicked out with a whip kick, and repelled Roche again. Basson attacked at the same time, changing his body shape, going around behind the opponent, and stabbing the short blade in his hand into the body from the gap under the waist of the armor. Ah! Roche screamed in pain, and his body staggered more and more. The opponent was fully prepared. He had no chance of winning. Roche knelt on the ground helplessly, and said with a distorted expression, It was Fisher who asked me to do it. Go find him. Let me go! If you are the final winner, will you let me go? Don't worry. Fisher will soon be with you. Bodong stepped forward and was about to kill him. Roche suddenly jumped up, holding the iron sword again, and rushed towards Wu Hung. Basson blocked him, and Wu Hung raised his hand and fired 2 shots, hitting his body and head. Roche's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with reluctance. Strip him off and search his body. Basson squatted down, took off his outer armor, and found a purse, which contained 2 gold coins and hundreds of silver coins. Unexpectedly, he was quite rich. Squeak! At this time, the door opened, and when Manshal walked in, she looked at the body on the ground and her face turned pale. If I had reacted a little slower last time, I would have ended up like Roche. Master, when Manshal whispered. Yes. Some people were attracted by the sound outside the door, and I sent them away. When Manshal took a small step forward and hugged the other person's arm, they must have been attracted by the gunshot. But in the outer city, it's not a big problem. There are many gangs fighting at night, and no one cares if they find a reason. Yes, Roche is dead. What are your plans? Wu Hung put his arm around her shoulder and continued to ask. When I say Roche has left again, I will continue to manage it temporarily, and gradually replace some of my people later to control the Spike Gang. When Manshal said, Wu Hung nodded. Okay, as long as you have a plan. He continued to look at the body. Carry him to the yard. Basson dragged the body to the land on one side of the yard. Wu Hung released bone service, and the flesh and blood fell off, and a skeleton slowly stood up. When Mancha's face turned even paler, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, carefully hiding behind him. The contractual relationship between the two cannot be erased, and they subconsciously trust each other more and get closer to each other. Skeleton warrior, level 10. Roche is really a level 10 warrior. Looking at the attributes, he tends to be strong and physical, which are traditional warrior attributes. There is nothing special about him. Wu Hung explained, I am a necromancer. And now he has become a necromancer. Are you afraid? No. I have seen the world in the Spike Gang. So I am not afraid. Well, then he will stay with you to protect you first. Wu Hung continued. When Man Sha glanced at the skeleton, then looked at Wu Hung, and whispered, Master, don't you want to stay overnight? Wu Hung pinched her cheek. I have other things to do. You should deal with this place first. And I will come to you later. Okay, Master. Wu Hung nodded, and left with Basenba Wudong. When Man Sha began to deal with the traces in the room, the night was dark. The sky was like a curtain, and it was pitch dark. In the inner city, outside a residence, the patrolling Iron Guard knights, yawning, walked outside the community, gradually going away. An arm appeared out of thin air in the darkness. A censer with 3 burning incense sticks was placed on the edge of the residence. Curls of green smoke rose up and entered the building in front of them. This is a prop of the Spike Gang, called hallucinogenic incense burner. When the incense is lit, and after being inhaled by living beings for a certain period of time, they will fall into exhaustion, and even affect the effect of sensory exhaustion. The smoke lasted for a while, and the surroundings were still quiet. The bony arm reappeared out of thin air, and opened the steel manhole cover on the roadside. Rustle, dense, like the sound of countless feet crawling. The next second, a large number of rats, like a flood of water, rushed out of the wellhead and rushed towards the distant building. The rats rushed directly into the building. Then, there were the rats' screams and painful wails. The surrounding buildings lit up one after another. After a while, the wails in the room stopped, and the rats rushed out of the building and went back into the sewer. Withered arm put away the incense burner, disappeared into the night. Early morning, Fisher's death scene. In a small room, Deacon Gomez stood on one side with a look of suppressed anger. A senior captain actually died in his own home. Gomez glanced across. It's a shame for the entire association. You are still the captain of the association. How can you maintain order like this? Across, standing all the captains of the association. He lowered his head, daring not to speak. Early this morning, before Wu Hung even left the house, he was notified by the staff to come here. Fisher died in an ugly way, as if he had been bitten by countless mouths, with dense bite marks all over his body. And around him, there were some rotten meat and hair of animals left. The captain of the association died here. It is not a glorious thing. If it spreads, it will affect the prestige and reputation of the association. But the captains also felt a little wronged for the deacon's reprimand. After all, it is not their responsibility to maintain law and order at night. That is the business of the Iron Guard mercenary group in the city. But the deacon was angry, and no one dared to argue about it, as it would bring bad luck. Gomez continued. Except for the team that needs to cooperate with the Knights to drive out the Warhammer party. The rest of the teams will investigate this matter. I want detailed information within 3 days. If you can't provide it, you will have your salary deducted for 1 month. Everyone looked at each other quietly, and remained silent, seeing that the captains still lowered their heads and did not express anything. Gomez gritted his teeth and said, dismiss the meeting, and go to work. The captains walked out. Gomez, on the other hand, looked at one of the figures. Wu Hung. Stay for a moment. Chapter 144, No one is allowed to leave. Wu Hung paused, turned his head, and looked at Gomez. After everyone left, asked, what instructions does the deacon have? Gomez frowned at him, and then asked, where were you last night? Wu Hung frowned, and said directly, at home. Is the deacon suspicious of me? What do you think about this matter? Gomez continued to ask. I don't have much experience in analyzing this kind of case, and I'm afraid that my nonsense will mislead the correct direction. Wu Hung said directly. Can I ask the corpse? Yes. Okay, come with me. The two entered another room together. The corpse covered with a white cloth was placed on the bed on one side. Let's start, Gomez continued. Wu Hung nodded and directly released talking to the dead. The corpse sat up suddenly and looked over here. Gomez looked at the corpse and asked directly, who killed you? The corpse replied, the rats. Who controlled the rats? Gomez continued to ask. The corpse was stunned for a moment. I don't know. Who do you suspect? The wanted criminal's companion or enemy? There is no clear target. The captain of the association is not easy to be. The more wanted criminals you catch, the more enemies you will have. Many captains or members will apply to be transferred to another location every once in a while. Also for this reason. Obviously, Fisher is in a similar situation. He was killed without knowing who the target was. Gomez thought for a moment, and then asked, "Who did you meet yesterday?" "Members of the team. The woman in the tavern. And Roach from the Spike gang." "Gang members." Gomez frowned slightly. "You guys chat." "Deacon, this is the last question," Wu Hung reminded him. Gomez nodded, thought again, and continued. "When fighting the rats, what did you find?" "There were a lot of rats, and they were covered with heavy water stains. I should have been poisoned, and my senses were affected, so I couldn't escape." After saying that, he fell back to the ground with a thud. "Deacon, ask the corpse no more than 5 questions," Wu Hung reminded. "Yes." Gomez nodded, and continued to ask, "What do you think about this matter?" Wu Hung thought deeply, and said, "At present, we can only start with the Spike gang. This man named Roche may know something. Yes, I'll leave this line to you to investigate. Find this Roche for me." "Yes, Deacon." Several people left the room. Fisher's body was also covered with a white cloth and carried out. At the door, Duke and Marta stood waiting. They saluted the Deacon first, and then walked towards Wu Hung. "Captain, how did Fisher die?" Duke asked. All members were called over. They were surrounded in 3 layers. "He was killed by rats," Wu Hung said as he walked down. "Rats? Where did rats come from in the inner city? I think someone is controlling the rats." Duke followed behind him, analyzing as he walked. "I thought so too. Let's go. The Deacon has assigned us a task. Go investigate a gang." Wu Hung continued to walk out. "Okay." Duke and the others followed him quickly. Walked toward the outer city. The Spike gang. In the living room, the eldest sister-in-law, One-Man Shaw, was no longer wearing a long skirt and shawl. Today, she was wearing a leather armor, wrapping her proud chest tightly. She was no longer as beautiful as before, but more capable. There was another figure beside her. She was wrapped tightly, wearing a rare iron bucket helmet, and her eyes were dark, so she couldn't see anything clearly. Judging from his body shape, this man should be very thin. On the 2 sides below, there were several backbone members of the gang, as well as the captain and some team members behind him. Someone said, "Sister-in-law, the leader asked us to come here last night, and we didn't see anyone today. It's hard to maintain this gang." "Yes, sister-in-law. I asked the brothers who were on night watch last night, and they said that the boss did come back last night. So why did he leave?" "Recently, there is no income at all, and the brothers are waiting to bring money back to support the family." One person spoke, and the others also spoke. When Manshaw glanced at everyone and said, "Roche left last night. Everything in the Spike gang remains the same. I will be responsible for it." The hall fell silent again. Several key members looked at each other and exchanged glances quickly. One of them said, "The leader has left again. We have nothing to say. I think we should keep the previous form. Everyone manages their own subordinates and wait for the leader to come back." Someone immediately agreed. "Let's do it this way. I got the news that many people in the gangs managed in the outer city have been transferred away to cooperate with the Iron Guard Knights to encircle and suppress the Warhammer Party. The city has been in chaos recently. It's better for sister-in-law to go out less. Well, let's do it this way for now. Let's wait for the leader to come back." "Okay." The others were not fools either. Roche came back last night and notified everyone to attend a meeting. This morning, someone disappeared again. Either he died, or he ran away because of a big trouble. Roche is gone, leaving such a beautiful woman behind. How can she possibly protect the current gang? She may still call her sister-in-law. She is thinking about how to divide the gang, or even take down this beautiful sister-in-law. When? The gang's affairs need to be resolved by voting. I haven't left yet, so it's not your turn to make a decision. When Manshaw slammed the table and said loudly, "And, sister-in-law, take care of yourself. Gangs are all men's business. Sister-in-law, take care of yourself. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. Let's go too." Several people stood up and walked out with the people behind them. When Manshaw stood up suddenly, looking at the people leaving, but there was nothing she could do. Just when several people were about to leave, the door was suddenly opened. Several figures walked in directly, bumped into the younger brother, who was about to leave. This is the Spike Gang. If you don't want to live, just rush in? One person said directly with the characteristics of a gang. Wu Hung glanced at several people, and then looked at Wen Manshaw, who stood up and looked outside. He said directly, no one is allowed to leave. The professional association is investigating the matter. Hey, the professional association. When did you become so arrogant? You even come to investigate the local gangs? A backbone said with a sneer. Wu Hung glanced at him. For those who leave, the association will post a wanted order. Then you can see how much reward you have. Everyone paused, and no one dared to take a step forward. If you are listed as an enemy of the world, you will be listed as an enemy of the world. No matter where you are, there will be someone to catch you, and you will have to flee for your whole life. It still has a great deterrent effect. In the living room, Wu Hung sat in the main seat, and below him sat a group of gang members. He asked directly, who is Roche? The other brothers were shocked. It turned out to be related to Roche. What did he do to make the entire association come to him alone? All eyes fell on Wen Manshaw. Wen Manshaw stood up and said, Roche is not here. He left last night. Left? Where did he go? I don't know. He left in a hurry. Did he meet anyone last night? Wu Hung continued to ask. He met with someone, talked about something and left. Wu Hung looked at everyone seriously. Humph! Captain Fisher of Team 8 was killed last night. He met Roche before he died. What do you know about this? Everyone's face changed. Killing the captain of the professional association. This is a big mess. It seems that the person is not dead, but escaped overnight. Captain, this has nothing to do with us. Roche ran away overnight. He must have done something. One of them immediately distanced himself from the matter. Another person followed suit. Yeah. If we were involved, we would have run away too. Wu Hung looked at the messy scene. He continued to ask, now, who is the leader of the Spike Gang? Everyone was silent, and then looked at Wen Manshaw. This is our sister-in-law. Wu Hung nodded. Duke, Marta, take them to interrogate separately. And don't stop anyone who wants to leave. Just remember their appearance. Understood. Captain. The two began to pick people one by one. Wu Hung looked at Wen Manshaw. Come in with me. I'll ask you something. Several gang backbones were separated. Wen Manshaw followed Wu Hung and walked into the inner room. Chapter 145, Don't move, be careful of the gun going off. The door is tightly closed, isolated from the outside. Wu Hung sat down on a chair on the side, and Wen Manshaw sat in his arms, loosening the tight leather armor, making it easier for the other party to reach in. What's going on? Wu Hung asked. Wen Manshaw hung one arm on his shoulder, sighing softly. Last night, Roche notified them to have a meeting, and in the morning when they found out that Roche was not there, they planned to split up and do their own things. Will their departure have any impact? There are only so many people in the gang, and once they leave, the overall strength will shrink by more than half. I don't care, and I'm tired of gang life, but I'm afraid that it will delay your work of handing over intelligence in the future. Wen Manshaw explained, and loosened the leather armor a little again. What do you want to do? Wu Hung asked. I hope the master can put some pressure on them, so that they have to stay for a while. I will slowly take back some control. Wen Manshaw thought for a while, and said, well, okay. Wu Hung nodded, and continued, Fisher is dead. When he was interrogating the body, he mentioned the Spike Gang. You just say that Roche left. Don't worry about the rest. Listen to the master. Wen Manshaw rested her chin on his shoulder, answered softly, and rolled up her earlobe with her red and tender tongue, and put it in her mouth, and said again, Master, do you want to take a rest? Wu Hung patted his waist and hips hard, and said, Don't make trouble. Business is important. Hee hee. Okay. Wen Manshaw smiled, still hugged his shoulders, and sent out her tongue. The two chatted in the room for a while. Then they walked out of the room directly. Outside, Duke, Marta, and others also interrogated the others separately. Duke said, Captain, they all said they didn't know. Wu Hung looked ugly and swept his cold eyes over the crowd and said in a cold voice, Humph, you dare to lie to me? I see you don't want to stay in Rentam City. The others lowered their heads, and no one answered. He continued to look at Wen Manshaw on the side, and said, Roche is not here, you are the leader. I tell you now, before this matter is investigated, no one is allowed to leave the city. If someone leaves without permission, I will think that he is Roche's accomplice, and put up a wanted order. I understand, Captain. When Man Shaw was a little restrained, and continued to ask, then when will we return to normal? When we catch Roche and prove that you have nothing to do with this matter. Wu Hung still said in a cold voice. When Man Shaw took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat from her forehead, nodded and replied, Yes, Captain. Wu Hung continued to look at the gang members sitting below. Don't let me catch you. Let's go, Wu Hung said, and turned around and left with the team members. Wait until the door is closed. The gang members breathed a sigh of relief. Several backbones hesitated for a while, then stood up and approached. With a respectful attitude, Sister-in-law, it seems that the leader has caused trouble. What should we do next? When Manshaw sat down on the side, crossed her legs, and glanced at the younger brothers below, sighed and said, Remember? Roche ran away, intending to use us as scapegoats. Don't spread the news first. Gather the members, and I will arrange someone to investigate in the next 2 days. Everyone looked at each other, saluted and said, Yes. Sister-in-law, return to the association. Wu Hung went directly to the deacon's study. Gomez motioned for him to sit down. What information do you have? We just went to the Spike gang. Roche, whom Fisher mentioned, has already escaped. When we went there was a power struggle within the gang. Should we arrest the rest of the gang? Wu Hung asked. The gangs in Rentam City are in chaos. There are at least hundreds or thousands of people in a gang. How can we arrest so many people? Moreover, ordinary members are not capable of killing a veteran captain. Did you find out anything? Mags continued to ask. Wu Hung shook his head. We investigated separately. This Roach had been out of town for a while before. He just came back last night. He disappeared again after meeting Fisher. Where are his family? No family. There is a woman in the city who knows nothing about this matter. I asked the gang members not to leave the city for the time being. If necessary, we can arrest people at any time. Gomez stood up and stood aside in thought, and continued, You continue to keep an eye on the Spike gang. Once Roach appears, kill him immediately. Okay. Go back first, and check the intelligence of other teams in the next 2 days. Yeah. Wu Hung walked out of the deacon's study and breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to the lounge, Duke continued to ask, Captain, how is it? It's okay, it has nothing to do with us. Be careful these 2 days, the city looks a bit chaotic. Wu Hung said. Okay, Captain. Okay, nothing else, go back and rest. Several people walked out of the association directly, and went their separate ways. Wu Hung had dinner at a nearby tavern. He then went back to his residence. The guards in the city, indeed, were much less. No wonder the operation went so smoothly last night. There were fewer people on patrol. According to the deacon's words, the guards, the professional team, and the 4 gangs in the outer city all dispatched personnel to encircle and drive out the Warhammer party. Anyway, there were fewer people in the city. After resting in the room for a while, Wu Hung went directly to the zombie world. In the community, a large group of rotting rats wandered in a fixed area. Last night, Wu Hung used these rats to sneak into the residence of Fisher and killed him. Fisher was able to become the captain, which shows that he was indeed very capable. After the rats came back, a lot of them died, and were brought back by intact rats. In short, the ending was still good. Fisher died, and Gomez also dispelled his doubts. The Spike gang also quickly became his informants. Walking out of the community, on the roadside, cardboard boxes were neatly stacked. After opening them, they were filled with cotton rags, and placed with various daily necessities such as collected glass cups, porcelain bowls, and porcelain plates. It should be Li Yong and the others, collected according to Wu Heng's request. The reason why Wu Hung rented the shop was mainly to sell these things. There is no cost, and they can all be used. When they were in Blackstone Town, these things were very popular. Basically, once they were taken out, they would be sold out within half an hour. In Rentam City, they should not be a problem to sell. Wu Hung took a look, closed the carton again, and let the skeleton move into a house in the community. Not long after, Li Yong and a few others also came over from a distance, carrying boxes. These are only from 2 buildings. If we want to collect all of them, we may not have enough manpower, Li Yong said. According to Wu Hung, there are too many things to collect. It will take a long time to search a community with just a few of them. Wu Hung thought for a while. Then I will arrange some skeletons to help you. That's fine. If necessary, I plan to bring more people from the prison to speed up the search. That's fine. Then I will bring more people next time I transport supplies. Wu Hung nodded. Li Yang thought for a moment. And continued, steel pipes and grinding wheels are almost used up. I know a place. It's the warehouse of a building materials store. Okay. Let's go and have a look tomorrow. Prepare the cars? And bring more back. Okay. Li Yang nodded. The two chatted for a while. And then separated. Wu Hung passed through the gate and returned to his residence. Wu Hung walked into the study. And the 4 skeleton ghosts were still reading magic books there. It can't be said that the 4 of them were lazy. On the prepared paper, various magic formulas were densely written. He was still very serious. Sitting down at the desk, Wu Hung also took out the book of runes he had recently obtained, and placed it on the table and opened it. This book was found from the Snake Emblem Consortium of the leader of the blood worship cult. Due to Roche and Fisher's affairs, he never found time to study it. Now is a good time to take a look. Wu Hung is still quite interested in the many magical items in this world. After opening, take a closer look. According to the interpretation of the book, runes are on weapons and equipment or specific props. Eclipsed Olympic rune, come to gain. Different runes can get different effects. You can also customize according to the user's requirements. This allowed Wu Hung to learn some new words. Etching. Book of Dead Spirit. The production of the magic scroll mentioned above. The word used is inscription, and the rune side, replaced with etching. The terms used in this world are quite rigorous. And there should be a difference between the two. Runes are divided into 2 types. Basic runes and magic runes. Basic runes provide basic enhancements to items, such as making weapons sharper or heavier when falling, and increasing damage. Magic runes are easier to understand, as they are etched with magic effects. For example, my hunting ring and hallucinogenic incense burner are both magic rune types. In addition to being used directly in battle, or assisting in battle, there are also some utensils in daily life. For example, the book mentions a flint ring, which provides a fire for long-distance travel teams. There is also a constant flame bathtub, which can maintain a certain water temperature. At Wen Mansha, it should be this kind of bathtub. The 2 of them struggled for so long, and they didn't feel the water temperature getting cold. At that time, I didn't pay attention to the water temperature. Now thinking back, it feels like this kind of magic prop. Different development paths require different supporting supplies. The modern world relies on electricity, and all supporting facilities are related to electricity. This world, on the other hand, is related to magic. And these things, through runes, also achieve some magical effects. I roughly flipped through the content at the back. This book mainly explains runes, not how to make them. But for Wu Hung, a foreigner, it is still a great help. I have a deeper understanding of runes. Just as he continued to flip the pages, a system prompt appeared. Summon skeleton ghost. Unlock the skill evil explosion. Wu Hung looked to the side. He saw a skeleton ghost. Slowly stood up, put the magic book in her hand back on the bookshelf, and then picked up another one. She returned to her original position and continued to flip through the pages. Finally, a ghost unlocked a skill. After such a long time, I almost thought that skeleton could not learn any skills. Now there are unlocked ones. It proves that it is not impossible to learn, but that the intelligence is not high, and it takes a long time to learn. He closed the rune book and put it back on the bookshelf behind him. He went downstairs to practice sword again, and then returned to the room to rest and sleep. The next day, zombie world. 5 trucks, carrying a lot of skeletons, moved quickly along the road. Today's goal is to plunder the building materials warehouse, and replenish the materials and tools for making spears. Because the road is a bit far, Wu Hung selected some skeletons, and pulled them with the car, instead of walking close as before. Gradually moving away from the residential area, the road became smoother. Occasionally, there were scattered zombies, attracted here, and left far behind by the convoy. Wu Hung sat in the passenger seat of the middle car, and Li Yang was driving. Did you sleep well last night? Li Yang glanced sideways, and found a random topic. Not bad. How about you? Wu Hung asked. When he was in Blackstone Town, zombies broke out in the original world, and the undead profession was suppressed. So he often suffered from insomnia. During that time, he had to practice spear until late at night before he could sleep. After arriving at Rentam City, without the restrictions on the Necromancer, I gradually began to get better. My sleep began to improve. I'm fine too. I was a little nervous before because I was worried about the zombies rushing over. Now I can sleep until dawn. Li Yong smiled. When we return to the prison, we will have our own separate residence and can rest better. Wu Heng said. Well, there is electricity there, and life will definitely be better than here. Li Yong continued to hold the steering wheel and spoke again. What are your plans for the future? Actually, there are not many plans. I will continue to strengthen my strength. Li Yong was silent for a short time, and then asked, will you ignore us? When those skeletons learn to drive and use tools, will they still keep us? Wu Heng frowned, and did not expect to ask this question. But soon, I figured out what she was worried about. I arranged for her to learn how to drive, learn how to use tools, and she learned quickly and could work endlessly. This made them feel that they could be replaced. Just like modern factories replacing labor, a large number of people were eliminated and laid off. If you are obedient, you won't. Li Yong raised her head and said with some emotion, am I not obedient? Wu Heng was stunned by the other party's actions. Be obedient. After saying that, the truck suddenly fell silent, and Li Yong's face flushed slightly. Zizi. The sound of electricity came from the car walkie-talkie, and then the voice came in. This is the first car, and we have entered the planned area ahead. There are some red brick bungalows, and it looks like a rural area. Li Yong picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, are there any zombies? No, after entering this area, I haven't seen any zombies rushing out. Li Yong glanced at Wu Heng and continued, stop at the edge of the village. Okay. The convoy slowly moved forward for a distance and stopped on the side. Wu Heng and Li Yong got out of the car and looked around. There were only some low red brick houses. It was called a warehouse, but it looked more like an old bungalow on the edge of the city, and no one lived there. Is there a warehouse here? Wu Heng asked. Li Yong nodded. My father knows the owner of the building materials store, and he turned the old yard into a warehouse. Wu Heng nodded. Where is it? Li Yong pointed to the alley and said, I remember there is a large yard over there. Wu Heng looked around and said, Li Yong, come with me, and the rest of you stay in the car. If there is any danger, use the intercom to contact us. Okay. Several people got back into the car, and Wu Heng and Li Yong, with a group of skeletons, walked into the village. Go to the warehouse. Inside the car, several people gathered together chatting. Sister Hong, have you fallen in love with that Yama King? I see that his eyes are getting more and more wrong. You just noticed it. I noticed it a long time ago. If Sister Hong can take him down, we could also benefit from it, since we are all relatives. He is Yama King, so Sister Hong should also have a nickname to be powerful. Mother Yasha? Damn, you said that, I didn't say. Several people chatted in low voices, laughing. Suddenly, there was a creak. The car door was opened directly. Several men in black jackets, standing on the side of the car door, pointing pistols at several people. Everyone, don't move, be careful of the gun going off. Chapter 146. Doctor and student Wu Heng led Li Yong, walking on the red brick road. This kind of road built by the countryside. One section is cement, and the other is dirt. Now it is overgrown with weeds, and is not easy to walk on. If I remember correctly, the yard in front is the warehouse. Looking up, you can see a yard surrounded by red brick walls, and a blue iron house. He is quite good at choosing a place. This kind of place, although a little far away, is definitely much cheaper than renting a warehouse. Moreover, a large open space can store more goods. The team walked. Roar! The zombies roared, and two zombies flipped over from the red brick wall on one side. They fell to the ground with two slaps, and before they could stand up, the skeletons rushed over and chopped them down directly. And the team did not stop. They came to the courtyard outside the warehouse, and the black iron door was locked with iron chains and padlocks. Smash it open, Wu Heng said directly. From the back, two orc axe warriors came out, swung their battle axes, and chopped them down. Bang! Bang! The deafening sound of the chiseling echoed throughout the entire area in an instant. Roar! At the same time, roars rang out from all around, and more than a dozen zombies came out from nearby residences or alleys and approached this side. Wu Heng looked back and said directly, the spearmen are in formation. You keep smashing. Seeing the zombies appear, he felt a little relieved. Otherwise, he would have thought there was something here. The zombies rushed over quickly, rushing into the spear formation. A fight broke out. In a dim cellar. Sister Shin, will we die? A female student in a high school uniform threw herself into the arms of a young woman and cried. The woman patted the female student on the back, comforting her. No, we have persisted for so long. If we persist for a few more days, the rescue team will surely come. But, we don't have much food left. Maybe we won't be able to wait for the rescue team, and we will starve to death here. Not far away, a boy in a school uniform sat on a stone pier, looking dirty and dejected. We can definitely survive. You are still young, you can survive. The woman comforted softly, but her tone was getting lower and lower. In fact, the three of them knew in their hearts that the day when the food ran out, if the rescue team did not come, they would go out, be eaten by zombies, or be captured by those motorcycle gangs. None of them would have a good ending. There were 3 people in the warehouse. The woman was a doctor at the epidemic prevention station. She had a high degree and a good salary. She was a little old, and was forced by her family to come back for a blind date, and the next day after she came back, she encountered a zombie outbreak. The other 2 were children from the village, who had just entered high school. The 3 of them fled together, encouraged and helped each other, and persisted until now. Sister Shin, don't you know these things? Can't you prepare an antidote or something? The boy said. The female doctor said, not to mention whether I have the ability. In this environment, even if a biological expert comes, he can't prepare any vaccine. Oh, that's right. If I survive, I will also learn these. And I won't be afraid of zombies. You are the 3rd from the bottom in the class. Wait until you learn it. Or wait for the zombies to die. The girl said sarcastically. I am just teasing you. You will definitely be able to do it. I will protect you, and you give me the injection. The female doctor rolled her eyes at the 2 of them. It's the end of the world, no more blind dates. I still want to see them show off their love. Just about to speak. Bang, bang. A sharp and violent chiseling sound came from outside. Several people shuddered. The female student threw herself into the woman's arms again. The male student also came over. His face looked a little ugly. All 3 of them remained quiet. Even their breathing slowed down a lot. It's not a zombie. It should be a human, the female doctor said softly. The zombies' movements are more like animals. And the rhythmic chopping sounds are more like people smashing something. With such a big noise. Aren't you afraid of attracting all the zombies around? It's Yang Etienne and his friends. They are here to catch us, the female student said in panic. The boy picked up a board beside him and said, if they come, I will fight them. The female doctor shook her head and said, not necessarily. I'll go out and take a look. The male student said, I'll go. I run fast. And I can run if there is a problem. That's fine. Take a look from a distance. If it's a rescue team, we'll go out. If it's Yang Etienne and his friends or others, come back quickly, the female doctor instructed. The boy fastened his clothes and carefully pushed open the door of the cellar. After confirming that there were no zombies or other people around, he climbed out of the cellar and approached the direction where the sound came from. Outside the warehouse, 2 orc skeletons. After hitting 5 or 6 times, the lock broke, and with a clatter, the iron chain fell to the ground. The black iron door was pushed open. A large yard was revealed. The grass had grown to half a person's height. In the yard, you can see small trucks, tricycles, and equipment similar to cranes. Opposite is a blue iron house. The warehouse still has a door, not the old-fashioned lock with an iron chain, but a large swing door with a hidden lock. This kind of lock is not as easy to break as smashing. Wu Hung released Xiao Xiao and said, Xiao Xiao, go and see if there is any danger in the warehouse. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao passed through the wall and went directly into the warehouse. Soon he flew back. No monsters, just some iron and so on. Well, look around, and let me know if there is any danger. Okay. Xiao Xiao flew into the air and flew to one side. Wu Hung stood in the yard. First checked the iron gate. Then he tried to open it. He said, this door is not easy to open. Go check first. Can the small truck and forklift still be opened? Okay. Li Yong replied, and went to check several vehicles in the yard. Wu Hung quickly took out the bronze key, inserted it into the keyhole, unlocked it, and asked the skeleton to open it directly. Soon, Li Yong came back, looking at the completely open door. She asked, how did you open it? It seems that it is not locked. Let the skeleton pull it open. The area inside the warehouse is very large. In addition to the road in the middle, There are a lot of iron pipes and wires on both sides. And instruments and tools. Li Yahong's face showed joy. Everything we need is here. Enough for us to use for a while. Wu Hong nodded, looked around, and felt very satisfied. It would take more than a day to transport all the things in such a warehouse. The convoy would have to come several times to empty the place. Wu Hong said directly, "Let's go. Let's see where the main road is. The convoy can't enter the small road." "Yes," Li Yong replied. The two walked out of the warehouse and asked the skeleton to close the warehouse door a little, leaving a gap. Just as he was about to close the iron gate of the yard, Xiao Xiao flew back from the air again, pointed his little hand at the distance and said, "Uncle, Auntie, there was a person over there just now." And then he left quietly. "Someone? A survivor? Where are they?" Wu Hong asked. "They ran away. But I know where they ran to. Xiao Xiao is great. Humph. I'm not a child. Go back. Show you a cartoon. And take us to see where the person is hiding," Wu Hong said directly. "Okay." Xiao Xiao flew in front, and several people followed behind. Inside the vegetable cellar, the boy's face was pale, and cold sweat kept pouring down. "Why don't you say something? What's going on outside?" the girl asked angrily. The boy took a deep breath and said, "There are a lot of skeletons outside. They picked up weapons and killed all the zombies nearby." "Skeleton? What skeleton?" The two girls were curious. "It's the human skeleton." "How is this possible?" "I don't know, but really, there are a lot of them. The whole alley is full of them," the boy continued. The two women also looked unhappy. And just when the cellar fell into silence, dang dang dang, the iron plate on the top, there were 3 knocks. "Are you a survivor?" "We are also survivors." The 3 of them shuddered. The girl immediately hugged Dr. Shen's waist, and tears fell down. Chapter 147, Not afraid of zombies, but afraid of them? The sudden sound made the faces of the 3 people hiding in the vegetable cellar change drastically. The female student hugged Dr. Shen. Her face was pale. She shed tears, and glared at the male student holding the iron rod next to her. She blamed him for being so careless, and not knowing he was being followed. But the 3 of them did not speak, just tried to keep quiet. In their hearts, they hoped that the people outside, or some monsters, would leave quickly. After a few seconds of silence, a woman's voice came from above again, saying, "We are from the auto repair shop. You should have heard us on the radio. We can chat. If you want, you can leave with us. How long can you hide down there? You will come out sooner or later." The 3 looked at each other. They all looked confused. "What radio? From the auto repair shop? I haven't heard of it." But the people above obviously knew that they were hiding here. The male student whispered, "Sister Shen. It shouldn't be Yang Etian and the others. It may be the skeleton I saw just now." The female doctor's face became even uglier. She hesitated, looked at the entrance of the cellar, and said, "Won't you hurt us?" The voice from above continued to come down. "If I want to hurt you, I will just break it open and rush in. We have a survivor base. If you don't want to starve to death here, come out quickly." The 3 of them discussed in a low voice. "I still plan to go out and talk to the other party. Just like what the other party said, if you want to do something, just rush down and kill the 3 of us. There is no need for so much nonsense." "Okay, let's go out," the female doctor said. Then she took the lead to climb the iron ladder and open the entrance to the vegetable cellar. The dazzling sunlight made it difficult to open my eyes. After gradually regaining my sight, I saw a woman standing not far away, wearing a blue stab-proof suit. Behind her were dozens of skeletons, wearing leather armor, holding spears. "It's really a skeleton." The female doctor's eyes widened, full of horror. "We are the survivors of the auto repair shop. The zombies nearby have been cleared. You can go with us or stay." Li Yong spoke first. The female doctor's eyes were still full of horror. She looked at her, and then at the skeletons behind her, and asked, "What are these?" Li Yong looked back and explained, "Awakened superpowers, which can control skeletons." "Superpowers? What superpowers?" Li Yong also frowned and looked at her, and said after a reaction, "You don't have a radio? You don't know the news outside?" "I don't know," said the female doctor. At this time, 2 other students in school uniforms also came out. The boy put his right hand in his pocket, and one of his trouser legs was stiff, and you could see that there was an iron rod hidden inside. "Now we are communicating with the outside world through radio. The main station publishes survival knowledge, zombie types and weaknesses, and superpowers every day. People who have awakened superpowers can gain many abilities, and these skeletons are one of them. Li Yong roughly explained. The woman was a little confused, but it was obvious that the other party had no ill intentions, and at least he would explain these issues to her. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Li Yong continued, "Okay. Let's get down to business. Do you want to stay or go with us? If you want to go with us, you have to follow the work we assign. Although it is a bit tiring, you have a safe place to live, and you can have enough food." The two students looked at the female doctor in front. "What kind of work?" the female doctor asked. "Special professions or special skills. You can do what you are good at. If you don't know anything, you can do some hard work. I am a doctor." And the two of them are still students. Hearing that it was a doctor, Li Yong looked at the other party again and said, "If you are a doctor, you can be responsible for everyone's health. If you are a student, you can learn some skills. In this situation, if you want to survive, you have to do something. No one is supporting others in vain." The three of them did not discuss it, and the female doctor nodded and agreed. "Okay, we'll go with you." Li Yong nodded. Having a doctor is a big gain. Although there is a doctor in the prison, it's better to have more of these important positions. Besides, doctors are divided into different categories, and more is also a guarantee. "Well, come with me. It's not better than before, but at least it's safe, and you don't have to starve," Li Yong said. "There's some rice and vegetables downstairs. Do you want to take them?" the female doctor continued to ask. "Take it," the male student said. "I'll get it." He pulled out the iron rod from his trouser leg and threw it aside. Ran down, carried the empty rice bag, and climbed back up with some daily necessities. Li Yong didn't say much, and led them out of the courtyard. As soon as they went out, the three people's faces turned even paler, and they quickly followed Li Yong. The whole alley was densely packed with skeletons. There were also a few skeletons that were obviously animals, wagging their tails desperately, like dogs. Wu Hung stood at the entrance of the alley waiting. Watching several people come out, nodded. "Let's go!" "Yes." The large team moved again, returning to the place where the convoy stopped. Very quickly, several people returned to the parking place of the truck. Standing there, Wu Hung and Li Yong frowned together. There was no car in sight. Needless to say, something must have gone wrong. "What's going on?" Wu Hung asked. Li Yong also shook her head. "There shouldn't be any problems. If there are zombies or any dangers, Xiangzi and the others will also tell you through the intercom. Something must have happened." Li Yong analyzed. "It is definitely impossible for the people in the convoy to drive away and escape. At Wu Hang's place, they have food and drink, and when they are transferred to the prison, their living environment will be improved. It is difficult for them to survive if they escape. Therefore, I don't doubt that they will leave. But I doubt that they have encountered some danger." At this time, the male student behind them stepped forward with a rice bag and said, "It is possible that they were caught by Yang Etian and others." Wu Hung turned around and looked at him. His face and school uniform were dirty. "Yang Etian? Is he a survivor too?" The male student put down the rice bag and said, "Yang Etian and his gang were robbing things. Originally there were a few survivors. They made noises to attract zombies, and the rest were bitten to death. Is this Yang Etian also from your village?" "No, there is a road with few cars not far from the village. They often ride motorcycles there. There are many people in the village who follow them. When the zombies broke out, they should have been nearby, and then they fled to the village," the male student explained. "How many people are there?" "6 people. 6 people. If there are only 6 people, it is not certain that they can beat the people in the convoy." The male student looked at the other party with suspicion and said, "They have guns. I don't know where they got them from. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be afraid of them." "Gun? It's hard to say." "What kind of gun?" "Pistol." Wu Hung nodded, showing that he understood, and continued to ask, "Do you know their location?" "Yes, it's over there." On the side, Lai Yi was at his original position and conducted an inspection. Also pointed in the same direction. "Let's go!" Wu Hung ordered, and the team began to rush forward. On the other side, Yang Etian walked around the military truck, reached out, and patted the steel plate on one side, and said with satisfaction, "This car is really fucking good." They are all car enthusiasts, but they are motorcycle enthusiasts. Even if they are given tools, and asked to modify the car into this, they don't have the ability. "Brother Yang, These people may be of great origin, and they all have military radios in their cars. Are we in trouble? Someone reminded him. Yang Etienne turned around and kicked him, cursing, look at you. You are such a coward. At this time, what are you afraid of? People die and birds fly up to the sky. You are not afraid of zombies. So why are you afraid of them? That's right. We have already robbed them. What are we afraid of? Even if someone comes, let's run. That's right. At this time, who is afraid of who? Brother Yang? What should we do with those drivers? Someone continued to ask. Yang Etienne walked back and asked, did you find out anything? I asked. They said they came from some auto repair shop and came here to look for steel. A person followed closely behind him and continued to answer. What are they looking for steel for? To eat. They said they were building fences or something. That's right, we can build some fences, and then we can add another floor to the yard. Yang Etienne suddenly realized and continued to ask, do they have other people? They said there were 2 more, and they went over there to find a warehouse. Fuck, they dared to go out with just 2 people. Aren't they afraid that the zombies will eat them all? I estimate there are at least 5 or 6. Yes, Brother Yang is right. So what should we do with these people? The man continued. Yang Etienne thought for a moment and said, it's a waste of food to keep it. Kill it. Tap, tap, tap. Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of hurried running in the distance. Looking back, they saw several unusually large animal skeletons running towards them quickly. Several people rubbed their eyes. Some of them couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Damn, it's okay to be a zombie, but bones always stand up. What are you doing? Shoot quickly. Bang! Just halfway through the shout, a deafening gunshot sounded from a distance. Yang Etienne's head exploded instantly, and he fell on his back. The rest of the people hastily pulled out their guns, and before they could shoot, they saw Yang Etienne lying on the ground with half his head missing. Fuck. Looking up, they saw a skeleton standing on the roof in the distance, carrying a sniper rifle. Chapter 148, Cloud Mist Technique. Bang, another deafening gunshot. The one who escaped, blood splashed on his back, and fell more than a meter away. Everyone's face became even uglier. They quickly hid behind the truck, not daring to be exposed in the open space again. But the skeleton dogs in the distance were getting closer and closer, and more skeletons in the distance, with weapons in hand, appeared in sight. "I'll run if you don't run. You will definitely die," someone shouted. "Let's run out together, and as many people as can survive will count." Someone followed and echoed. "Okay, 1, 2, 3, charge." As soon as the words fell, one person showed his head. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle sounded, and his chest was pierced by a bullet. The remaining few people rushed out from behind the car quickly, scattered in a hurry, and fled far away. Swish! The skeleton dog quickly passed by, and soon caught up with them, and threw them to the ground, tearing their flesh and blood madly. The whole area was filled with painful howls. When the place gradually became quiet, Wu Hong and his companions, escorted by the skeletons, walked out from one side. He glanced at the truck parked on one side. He led the team and entered the farmyard opposite. The yard was spacious, and some vegetables were planted there. It seemed that these people had a good life on weekdays. There were also green vegetables to eat. In addition to the place for planting vegetables, there were 5 black motorcycles with very cool shapes parked on the cement ground on one side. Although Wu Hong didn't know much about motorcycles, this kind of appearance must be very expensive. These people must have been quite rich before. After looking at the yard, his eyes fell on the 2-story house in the middle. It was covered with white tiles on the outside. It was considered a good place to live in this area. Skeleton went in first to check around. After confirming that there was no danger, Wu Hong followed him in. Some daily necessities and looted food were piled inside. On the ground where the firewood was piled, Xiangzi and several others were tied up with their hands and feet, huddled there. They were fine. Li Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. These people were her team, people she could trust. When she got to the prison, she would have to rely on these people to support her. If they really died here, for her, it would also be a loss. Besides, they were all partners who had survived together, and they didn't want them to die here. The people on the ground saw Wu Hong and Li Yang coming in. They turned their heads away with embarrassment. "Untie them and check the vehicle," Wu Hong said directly. Li Yang walked in, kicked the people lying on the ground twice, and bent down to untie the hemp ropes that bound their hands and feet. The people lowered their heads, wanting to explain, but didn't know what to say. Go. Check the vehicle, Li Yong said. Several people left in a flash. Search the room, take away all the useful things, Wu Heng said. Li Yong and the newly joined medical student began to search. Wu Heng went back outside, and the skeleton dog dragged the escaped body back. After searching several bodies, a total of 3 pistols were found. There were not many bullets in them, so it seemed that they were not found in the Public Security Bureau. After all, in that place, the guns were also stored in the safe, so it was not easy to take them out. Transform several corpses directly into skeletons. Let them join the skeleton army. When turning around, Li Yong and others bent down to dig vegetables in the vegetable field. Wu Heng did not stop them. He usually ate in the tavern. Li Yong and others, in fact, rarely had vegetables. Soon, Jiangzi and others came back and said, "The car is fine. Everything is ready. We can set off. Well, take these motorcycles. Let's go to the warehouse." Okay. Several people pushed the motorcycles onto the truck, and then drove along the main road to the building materials warehouse. Continue to move the building materials and equipment inside. After several trucks are full, the team starts to return. On the way, Li Yong said, "I asked, they were chatting in the car at that time, and the other party touched them, and frightened them with a gun. At that time, the two were a little strange. The truck was modified, with thick iron plates, and the windows were also covered with steel bars as thick as thumbs. In addition, the driving position of the truck is high. As long as the door is locked, it is difficult for the other party to threaten the people inside even if they have a gun, let alone getting off the car to kill the other party. Driving away is still no problem. It turned out that they were gathered together to chat, and were ambushed. Be careful next time. It's not easy to survive until now. Don't die in the hands of zombies, but die in these trivial things. It's a bit of a loss," Wu Heng said. "Well, after returning, I will increase their workload. I am so angry." Li Yong slapped the steering wheel hard. "It's good that they are fine. Let them talk on the intercom next time. Then I have to talk about them." Then he continued, "I plan to transport this batch of goods directly back to the prison tomorrow, and then bring more people over. Some will collect supplies in the community, and the rest will continue to pull goods from the warehouse. Okay. I'll let the big-headed skull protect you to avoid any danger." Well, the convoy returned, and it was already late at night. Everyone said goodbye and left. The 3 new members followed Li Yong to the auto repair shop. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Heng arranged for Skeleton to return to the prison with the convoy. He returned to Ratam City and went to the professional association. On the notice board in the hall, a new wanted poster was posted, with Roche's name and appearance. It seemed that the investigation of the other teams did not yield any results, and finally adopted his line. The wanted Roche began. After reading the notice board, he went to the front desk and began to select the intermediate item reward for killing the leader of the blood worship cult. After comparing several skill books, he finally chose Misspell, a spell that can create thick fog. Wu Heng wanted to choose some offensive skills, or skills that would enhance the bone spell, but there were none in the exchange. Anyway, the skill books in Ratam City are much more than those in Blackstone Town. There is still room for selection. There is no choice over there. After choosing the skills, Wu Heng went to the lounge to sit for a while. Seeing nothing to do, he went directly to the outer city to buy a lot of alchemical materials and returned to his residence. The sky gradually approached dusk. Wu Heng was in his study and began to look through the misspell that he had exchanged today. He had just turned halfway through. Downstairs, there was a knock on the door. Wu Heng went downstairs, stood in front of the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Ahem. Captain Wu Heng. It's me." Outside the door, the voice of Wen Manshaw came. Wu Heng opened the door. Wen Manshaw was standing at the door in a hooded windbreaker, and the skeletons assigned to her were beside her. The little head looked inside the door. No one. "Come in." Wen Manshaw smiled immediately, walked in directly, looked around the room, and said in surprise, "Master, you are so nice here. This is a house given by a friend. I will live here for the time being." Wu Heng continued as he walked upstairs. "There are a few of my skeleton servants. Don't be scared if you see them." "I'm not afraid," Wen Manshaw said. "Yeah." Wu Heng nodded and walked towards the living room. There was a rustling sound behind him. Feeling that the other party did not follow him, Wu Heng looked back. I saw that when Manshaw had taken off her outer windbreaker, revealing a set of black underwear, which did not belong to this world at all. The fiery red wavy hair was tied with a black cat ear hairpin, and the bangs in front fell, covering half of her cheek. The slender neck was wearing a bell necklace. The upper body was a furry black bra, and a black cat tail at the back. When Manshaw crouched on the ground, her face flushed, and her eyes were timid and evasive. Meow. Chapter 149, Familiar Back. The cold and plump sister-in-law, at this moment, was like a little wild cat, crouching at the door. Her face flushed, her eyes timidly dodged. She looked like she wanted to show off, but felt very ashamed. She was originally fair and plump, and with these black decorations, her skin looked even whiter, and the thin fabric could not hide her proud figure. This set of underwear must have been given to her by me last time. Wu Heng estimated the size of the spoils that Li Yong had looted, and randomly picked a few sets for her. Now it seems that it is still a little small, and there are sunken marks. Wu Heng did not expect that she had such a talent, and he touched her head in approval. He sat down on the sofa in the living room. When Manshaw understood, got up and walked over, and the bell on her neck jingled. She climbed onto the sofa carefully, and lay on his legs. Wu Heng put his hands on her waist and hips, and stroked them gently, and felt a warm feeling. He teased, "Where did this little wild cat come from?" When Manshaw twisted her body, and said in a soft voice, "I am not a wild cat." Snap! A slap was slapped hard on the buttocks, and the flesh rolled. "Ah!" When Manshaw cried out in pain, looking back with some grievance. "Whose kitten talks like that?" Wu Heng continued. I have an owner. Not a wild cat." "Meow." When Manshaw whispered, her neck and back began to turn red. Wu Heng scratched the red spot he had slapped, and with a snap, he slapped it again. "Master, what's wrong again?" When Manshaw asked pitifully. "Pa, is that how a kitten talks?" "Meow." Seeing that it was red, Wu Heng did not attack again, and then asked, "How is the Spike Gang?" When Mancha's eyes were as charming as silk, and she had adapted to her current role. After a soft meow, she said, "The Spike Gang has stabilized, and can collect information for the master." "Well, collect information about wanted criminals, or any changes in the city, and special things can also be collected," Wu Heng said. "Many wanted criminals and fugitives gather in the outer city, and the outskirts of the city. If these people want to survive, they will basically have contact with gangs. It should not be difficult to investigate, and find out some information. I can also gain merit, which is a win-win situation." Meow. When Manshaw turned over, lying on her knees, letting the other party touch her body, and continued, "The management of several gangs in the outer city has been relatively loose recently, which has led to fighting between several small gangs, and many people have died. It is quite chaotic." "Outer city?" Wu Heng combined the information he knew. Said, "It's not that they are loose. A large part of the gangs in the outer city have been transferred to cooperate with the Iron Guard Knights to encircle the Warhammer party, so they are short of manpower. This matter has not been spread yet. After all, so many people have been transferred away, and they are afraid that someone will take advantage of the situation to threaten the entire city of Rentam." Wu Heng also deduced it from what the deacon said casually 2 days ago. "That's what I said. It turns out that some people have been transferred out." When Manshaw was a little surprised, frowning and thinking for a while, when Manshaw continued, "There are also some gangs, and the merchant group was attacked. I heard that many people died, including 2 high-level alchemists, making everyone in the city feel insecure." "Huh? An alchemist died?" Hearing this, Wu Heng instantly thought of the order he placed with the Snake Emblem Consortium. Using materials from nearby places, really killing them on the spot, it doesn't feel right. If that's the case, it's hard to guarantee local order. "Alchemist, who are the dead?" "I heard that. One of them was the alchemist in charge of the merchant group. His identity was not very glorious. He was killed directly this time. The merchant group suspected that he was seeking revenge, and was secretly investigating the matter. The other person is not clear. The matter was not made serious. They should have some problems themselves." "Meow." When Manshaw said, as she recalled. Wu Heng nodded. This should be easy to understand. It was not a random killing, but some people with special identities, who dared not to make public their death. Rentam City is the middle area between the 2 tribes, a wholesale market for trade, and also a gathering place for criminals and fugitives. There should be alchemists who escaped. After understanding almost everything, Wu Heng patted the other party lightly. When Manshaw looked up in confusion, and met the other party's eyes, climbed up, and sat in his arms face to face. She stretched out her pink little tongue and sent it over. When Mancha's body gradually heated up, Wu Hung looked around, took off the collar from his neck. Bite it, keep your voice down, everyone else is asleep. Meow. Soon inside the room. When Mancha's white skin, covered with sweet sweat, her complexion turned red, and her face became even more rosy. She knelt beside the sofa, stretched out her white and tender hands, and massaged Wu Hung's back, soothing his muscles. She continued, Master, why don't I stay here to accompany you? And wait for you to come back home every day? Wu Hung looked at her and said, I can't stand the lack of nutrition. When Mancha looked coquettish. Hateful. She rolled her eyes and continued, Master, the Spike Gang only accepts some secret commissions. And the gang will never grow big. When the master's status is higher, I won't be able to help much. Wu Hung understood what she meant, and looked at her sideways and asked, What do you think? I want the Spike Gang to develop some of its own industries. I don't say how top-notch they are, but at least they can maintain the operation of the gang and make the Spike Gang not so humble. When Mancha said, Industry. The sources of income for the Spike Gang are quite diverse. They do everything, and none of them are too glorious. For example, the commissions that are not allowed to be seen in public, and more people, are pickpockets and thieves. In short, even the local gangs look down on them. They can only do some work like rats. Now that when Mancha has taken over, it is understandable that they want to change. Which industry do you plan to get involved in, and what are you good at? Wu Hung turned his head to look at her. Well, actually, I haven't thought about it yet. There are not many good people in the gang, so I want you to help me think about it. When Mancha said softly, Wu Hung put his arms behind his head and thought about it. He planned to open a grocery store to deal with the unused daily necessities in the zombie world. But he didn't want to let When Mancha run it. He wanted to treat it as his own business. That is, to control it directly in his own hands, rather than as an industry for her to run the gang. As for When Mancha, it was not easy to find a business direction, pharmacy, or rune prop store. The fields involved are relatively high, and the competitiveness is small. Maybe it's okay now. Wu Hung analyzed and said, Weapon shops. Leather armor shops. There are the most in the city, and they have become a wholesale industry chain. Unless you can come up with some technology that others don't have, it's hard to squeeze in. If you really want to open one, Wu Hung will buy it for the skeleton army of another world. Moreover, to make weapons and leather armor, you also need to train your own craftsmen. It can't be completed in a short time. Master, well, you said that if I develop women's underwear, will there be some market? When Mancha looked at what she was wearing and blinked, Wu Hung was stunned, and slapped her on the butt hard again, and said, Next time, tell me directly when you have thought of it. You are guessing riddles with me from here. When Mancha pouted, and said aggrievedly, I want to hear what other ideas the master has. You are a mage, a scholar? Women in this world use corsets, which are high from the bottom, and ordinary bras on top. If the underwear I brought is sold in this world, it is indeed an innovation. Wu Hung said, Try it, maybe there is a market for it. Yeah, if the master has any special styles, you can prepare some for me, I will wear them to serve you, or collect some types, research and make them. Yeah, I will have someone send some over when there is a chance. Wu Hung explained that these underwear were sent from his hometown. Besides, it is far from here. When Mancha nodded happily, Meow. Master is so nice. Wu Hung patted her round waist and said softly, Go back to the room. Don't go back tonight. Thank you, Master. The next day, early in the morning, the delicate body in his arms was round and smooth, and the kitten's decorations were scattered all over the room. When Mancha turned around and leaned on him, after another hour of tossing and turning, they each put on their clothes. When Mancha is now the leader of the Spike Gang, and she has to stay in charge of the gang. She came here at night, and the next morning, she still had to go back. Put on the kitten underwear. Her tone was like complaining, and she said coquettishly, Master, look, I'm all swollen from you. I'm so obedient, but you still hit me so hard. She turned her waist, and moved the red and swollen part towards me. Next time I'll be gentler. No need. When Mancha smiled, and continued, Master, do you have any clothes here? I didn't think too much when I came last night. If I go back now, there might be someone guarding the door, which is a bit not good. Wu Hung smiled, and found a set of his own sportswear from the closet, and handed it to her. Try it on. When Manshaw took the clothes in her hand and looked at them, they were still unique in design, but very convenient to wear. After putting it on, she tied up her long red hair, and turned into a sporty young lady next door. "Master, you may be busy these days. I will serve you after you are done." When Manshaw hugged him and said, "You are becoming more and more like a clingy kitten. Master likes it. I can become anything, and, if you really like kittens, you can go to the slave market. There are cats there." Wu Hung slapped her, but hard again. It seems that the slap was not light enough. "Hee, I'm leaving first," when Manshaw said, and hopped away with her skeleton. Wu Hung packed up simply, and went out directly. He bought breakfast on the roadside, and went directly to the association. "I came early today, and there was no one in the lounge." He took out the mist cloud technique that he had read half of yesterday, and read it carefully. Mist cloud technique belongs to the spell system, creating a thick fog environment. But this kind of environment is also easy to break, such as naturally formed wind, beasts flapping their wings, or wind created by magic. Any wind can have an impact on the thick fog. The difference is that it blows it away, or blows it away directly. When Wu Hung chose it, he considered replacing the poisonous smoke mine. After reading it carefully, he found that it could cause visual obstruction, and was not as strong as the poison. But for his current combat form, it was actually enough. Wu Hung continued to read, and when he turned to the last page, the system prompt also appeared. Unlock skill, Cloud Mist Technique. He closed the book, and put it into the space ring. "I learned so many skills, but I don't think I can use many of them." Wu Hung felt that he kept collecting skills, but there were not many places to use them. In every battle, the skeletons and guns are the basic solution. In terms of skills, either a dancing light or 2 disease rays are used to disgust the opponent. The rest of the skills are basically just for show. "Ah, it seems unnecessary for me to be so keen on collecting skills," Wu Hung muttered. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Duke walked in directly with a battle axe and a scone in his hand. Seeing Wu Hung sitting at the table, they were all stunned. "Wow, Captain, you are here at the association. What are you talking about? It's as if I never come here." "Hee. No, I'm just a little surprised." Duke handed over the cake in his hand and asked, "Captain, do you want to eat it?" "No. You got a lot of bounties. Why do you eat cake every day?" "Well, there are many people in my family. Several brothers and sisters. And I gave all the money to my family, and also spent it on making equipment. So there is not much left," Duke said on the side. "How many brothers and sisters do you have?" "6 in total." That's quite a lot. Are all the orcs so fertile?" Wu Hung looked at him again and asked. "You came to the association to see me?" "Captain, the Mao Liao armor shop said that the leather armor you ordered is ready, so I let you know," Duke said. "Okay. Let's go check it out." "Oh!" Wu Hung stood up, and walked out of the association with Duke, heading towards the outer city. All the way to the Mao Liao armor shop. The boss was standing in the shop chatting with someone. Seeing the 2 people come in, he immediately showed his joy. "Captain, you have to run another trip. I'll have someone deliver it to you," the orc boss said politely. Wu Hung said directly, "Come and take a look at the goods." "I understand. Here, I'll take you to the warehouse to check. There is no problem with the quality." The boss took him into the warehouse at the back. When he opened the warehouse door, a sour smell of leather hit him in the face. This smell is not much worse than the poisonous smoke bomb. The boss casually opened 2 sets of leather goods, and spread them out in front of him. Wu Hung took a rough look and felt that they were not bad. Similar to the ones he had ordered before. According to what we agreed last time, 100 sets are 3,500 silver coins. "Right?" Wu Hung said. The boss's smile became more sincere, and he said, "Yes, 35 silver coins for each set. A total of 100 sets. Well, have someone deliver the leather goods to my residence, and I'll pay you when the time comes." "Okay. I'll arrange someone right away." The orc boss found a few workers, and they carried the leather goods and went to his residence together. All of them were piled up in the courtyard. Wu Hung counted the number and paid him the corresponding amount. The orc boss was all smiles. It was rare to meet someone like Wu Hung who paid all at once on the spot. "Captain, do you still need this kind of leather armor?" the boss continued to ask. "Can the price be more favorable?" Wu Hung asked back. The boss stood there, and quickly calculated in his mind, and said, 32 silver coins for each set, which is the lowest I can give you. And the order must be more than 200 sets. Okay. Then make 200 sets. And ask Duke to notify me after the production is completed. The boss's already exaggerated mouth cracked even wider. And he smiled and said, okay. I will arrange it for you immediately after I go back. Yes. The two chatted for a while. And the boss led his people away. Duke, Jian-E and Jian-Er began to move things into the house. After everything was moved in, Duke scratched his head. Captain, where are we going next? Let's go. I'll take you to the tavern for dinner. The two finished their meal at the tavern. Wu Hung asked Duke to go home, and he also walked towards his residence. Returned to his residence. Opened the boundary gate, and went directly to the zombie world. Commanded the skeletons to come over, and moved all the newly bought leather armors over. Piled them in another room. Then, he selected 100 level 5 skeletons, and began to wear leather armor. Big-headed skeleton followed Li Yong, and the others to the prison. It was still a bit troublesome to command by myself. And the convoy had not returned yet, so they might have to wait until tomorrow. After a busy period, everything was done. Then, he opened the boundary gate and returned to his residence. The next day, in the morning, Wu Hung continued to go to the professional association. When he entered the hall, he saw that the entire association had a lot more people than the previous 2 days. The team that had been transferred away before, to cooperate with the Iron Guard Knights, also came back, and stood at the front desk and talked about something. Wu Hung approached and eavesdropped. They were talking about prop rewards. It seemed that the Warhammer party was over. But he didn't know what the result would be. Wu Hung was about to turn around and go to the lounge. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a woman's back, escorted by several mercenaries, walking towards the depths of the corridor. She had long brown hair, and was wearing leather armor. Beside her, there was a leopard. Chapter 150, blow it, and it won't be hot. Looking at the figure in the distance, Wu Hung frowned. This body shape, walking posture, plus the golden leopard, all give people a familiar feeling. Slater is here, the boss of the Golden Cat, the steward of Blackstone Town. A very strong woman. Wu Hung wanted to go forward to confirm, but there were many people around the other party, after thinking about it. He didn't go over. If it was Slater, she would come to find me then. After thinking about it, he walked directly to the front desk and asked, is there a letter for me? The staff looked through the records and said directly, Captain Wu Hung, there is no letter for you here, and it is expected that a new letter will be delivered in the next 2 days. Okay, thank you. Wu Hung thanked him and walked towards the lounge. It seems that the Warhammer party's problem has been solved. At least the whole road is open. The team that participated in the suppression of the Warhammer party has returned. And the stranded goods and letters will be delivered to the city in the next 2 days. From this point of view, it is really possible that Slater came. After sitting in the lounge for a while, he went to the training room to practice sword. Feeling a little sweaty, he left the association directly and walked straight to the opposite side. The Snake Emblem Group. Snake Emblem Group. Good afternoon, Mr. Wu Hung, Lisha said with a smile. Wu Hung came over, and did not say he was looking for her. But it seemed that he had become a key guest. As soon as he sat in the reception room, the other party followed him in. Good afternoon. How is my commission and the store going? Wu Hung asked directly. Lisha smiled and nodded. The store has been cleaned according to your requirements. And the gang in charge of that place has also greeted you. You can open it at any time. Then, she took out the key of the store. Here is the key of the store. Wu Hung took it. Thank you. We should do it. If you have any requirements, you can also mention it. We will try our best to do what we can. Yes. Wu Hung nodded, and continued, the array pattern of the burial ground, and the commission of the alchemist. Is there any news? In fact, the matter of the burial ground was just a casual question. After all, it was a building, and transportation and production were slow. The main thing was the alchemist's corpse. After all, from a little wild cat, he learned that 2 alchemists died in the outer city. The consortium gave him 3 days to pick up the goods. The alchemist's commission has been prepared. Please wait, Lisha said with a smile. Opened the door and gave orders to the outside. Soon, 2 corpses covered with white cloth and 3 corpses in black lacquer coffins were carried in. 3 of them are human alchemists. 1 is a dwarf, and 1 is an orc, Lisha introduced softly. From the body shape, you can tell who is a dwarf, who is a human or an orc. Wu Hung glanced at the side. Basson stepped forward and uncovered 2 bodies covered with white cloth. One human, one orc. Their faces were pale, but it can be confirmed that they died within 3 days. It seems that the assassination of the alchemist is indeed related to the consortium. It may not be their doing, but the bodies of the dead were indeed transported here. The other 3 coffins were opened, and there were some shriveled bodies inside. They should have been dug out from somewhere else and transported here. Are they all level 10? Wu Hung asked. In the black market in Blackstone Town, the staff with a mustache also introduced his identity and name. Obviously, Lisha didn't have this idea. Wu Hung was not interested in the past of the corpse, as long as he was sure it was an alchemist. Of course, if you have any questions, you can come to me at any time, Lisha said confidently. Well, then I'm very satisfied. As long as you are satisfied. Sir, 5 corpses, a total of 7,500 silver coins are needed. Lisha made a direct offer. Commissioning is different from buying things. When buying things, you can bargain with the boss and lower the price. When issuing a commission, the price is determined. And there is no room for negotiation after completion. Wu Hung took out several bags of silver coins from his space ring, and used gold bars of equivalent value for large amounts. Some time ago, the silver coins exchanged were consumed a lot. What I spent was enough for an ordinary family to live for a lifetime. When she saw Wu Hung take out the gold bars, Lisha's eyes lit up. This young and rich young master, it's true that he can't be emptied. Putting away the gold bars and silver coins, his face became more enthusiastic. Mr. Wu Hung, have you had lunch? I can have someone prepare lunch. Next time there is a chance, I will host a banquet for Miss Lisha. Sir, you are too polite, you are the guest. Wu Hung continued to look at the corpses, and said, it is not convenient for me to transport these out. My space ring, which already contained a lot of things. But it could not hold these coffins and corpses. Oh, don't worry. Sir, I will have someone send them to your residence. After Lisha finished speaking, she went out and gave instructions to the staff. Someone immediately took a sachet-like item with storage function and collected all 5 bodies. It seems that the space for storing items is also divided into different sizes. And organizations like the consortium rely on this item to transport various things. It is bigger than his own space ring and can store more things. Wu Hung nodded and walked out. The staff member holding the sachet also followed him out. They returned to their residence together. The other party placed all the bodies in the living room. After saluting again, he left directly and returned to the consortium. After the other party left, Wu Hung opened the boundary gate and let the skeletons carry the corpses and coffins and transported them to the zombie world. Bone service technique released in succession. 5 skeletons of different heights all stood up. 5 corpses, all reached level 10. But they only reached level 10. This is a little advantage. I won't let myself take it. Wu Hung looked at the skeletons and said, from now on, you will be called Alchemy number 2, you are number 3, number 4. In order, he named the skeletons. Now, the number of his alchemical skeletons has reached 6. It can fully meet the needs of using several potions at the same time. He handed them all to Alchemist number 1 and began to refine potions according to the materials prepared before. He checked the community again. After confirming that there was no problem, he returned to his residence. In the study room, Wu Hung continued to look through the book of runes to learn about magic props. Knock. Knock. A slight knock on the door sounded downstairs. Wu Hung went downstairs and opened the door. He saw Slater, wearing leather armor, a cape, and tight leather pants at dusk. At his feet was the leopard. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize it? Slater lifted his hood and said with a smile. Wait a moment, Wu Hung said. And with a bang, he closed the door. He quickly went upstairs and asked the skeleton ghost, Crossbow 1 and Crossbow 2 to return to the boundary gate. He also put the collar and cat ears on the bedside table into the space ring. He was naturally happy that Slater could come. But this woman was also a member of the Whisperers. And she was very interested in his information when she was in Blackstone Town. What should be put away? Still needs to be put away. Outside the door, Slater widened his eyes and looked at the closed door in disbelief. He was a deacon after all. A good person. Rich and powerful. And he came from a long way. But he was locked out. He was angry and turned around to leave. The door opened again. Wu Hung smiled, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, the room is a bit messy. Clean it up. Slater did not move, standing there staring at him. The leopard under her feet also bared its teeth. What's wrong? Please come in. Wu Hung made way. Slater hesitated, but still believed him and walked in slowly. Looking around, then he said suspiciously, "Are there people hiding?" "How could that be?" Wu Hung helped her take off her cloak and continued to ask, "When did you come? Why didn't you notify me in advance so that I could pick you up?" Slater looked upstairs along the stairs and then sat down on the sofa. The leopard also jumped onto a seat nearby, curled up, and lay there. "I arrived at the border 2 days ago, but the road was blocked. So I came here today," Slater explained. "What to drink?" Wu Hung asked. "What do you have here?" "Cold tea. Hot milk tea. Milk tea. Please." Wu Hung boiled water, and then took out 2 bags of instant coffee from the drawer. "If I had known, I wouldn't have let you come. It's quite dangerous during this period." Slater looked at him. "Why? Don't you want me to come?" "How could I? I'm so happy." Wu Hung sat down opposite him. "Nonsense." Slater rolled his eyes at him again. "Are you used to it here?" "I'm getting used to it slowly," Wu Hung said. "How does it compare to Blackstone Town?" "Not bad either, but the people here are not easy to get along with." Slater crossed his legs, his leather pants wrapped his round thighs. "I heard from Gomez that you had a conflict with the original captain when you first arrived. I'll transfer you back after a while." "Okay, I'll wait for your good news." The water was boiled. Wu Hung got up and made a cup of coffee for each of them. The aroma of coffee immediately filled the room. It smells so good. No wonder Yuri said your food is much better," Slater praised. Wu Hung brought the coffee to her. "Why didn't Yuri come with you? Do you think I'm here for fun? Besides, it's a little dangerous here. It would be bad if I bring her to get into trouble," Slater said. He lifted up another leg and leaned lazily on the sofa. His body was tilted, and his round buttocks were tight and firm. Slater seemed to notice and looked at him in confusion. Wu Hung immediately picked up the water cup and took a sip, while quickly moving his eyes away. "Puff, it's so hot." Wu Hung just took a sip and spit it out because of the heat. "You are so old, and you can still get burned by drinking water." Slater laughed and stood up and walked in front of him and said with concern, "Let me see how hot it is." Wu Hung stuck out his tongue a little embarrassedly. Actually, it wasn't that hot just now, but he just didn't pay attention. Slater leaned over at a close distance. A familiar fragrance was emanating from the other person. "I used to smell it often in her carriage." Slater pinched his chin with his hand, and his face was a little red. "Huh? Blow it, and it won't be hot anymore."